Now, we interrupt for an urgent announcement. A global virus outbreak has occurred. Residents are advised to stock up on supplies and refrain from venturing outside. If you encounter an infected individual, flee immediately. Flee at once. Upon discovering an infected person, please isolate them without delay. Isolate them at once. The symptoms of the infected typically include fever, vomiting, and a pervasive sense of heat. Citizens are urged to take protective measures. Citizens, please ensure your safety. 3 months have passed. Will the rescue teams still come? In a luxurious duplex apartment in City S, a breathtakingly handsome man stood by the window, gazing at the sparse figures outside, his face etched with sorrow. He sighed, helplessly drawing the curtains shut. "It will be all right, brother. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive in a few days." A little girl on the sofa offered words of comfort. "Ah, I hope so." Wiley exhaled a deep breath, taking a seat next to the sofa. He reached out to gently stroke the little girl's head, managing to force a faint smile. "Xiaoran, are you hungry?" Yili asked softly. Yi Xiaoran shook her head, looking up at the handsome man with obedience. "I am not hungry." Observing her obedient demeanor, Yili felt a pang of bitterness within. The viral outbreak had persisted for 3 months. The once vibrant City S had succumbed to chaos, the streets teeming with the undead. Initially, the outbreak was manageable, with rescue teams delivering supplies to residents weekly. However, the second wave proved uncontrollable. The transmission speed escalated, and the transformation of the infected changed from a day to merely an hour. Moreover, the population of City S was substantial, and the military could scarcely hold out, ultimately leading to the city's complete downfall. Additionally, the supplies that were delivered every Monday had ceased 3 months prior. Had it not been for Yi Li's foresight in stockpiling provisions, it is likely that the two siblings would have perished from starvation. He retrieved a package of military rations from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and handed it to Yi Xiaoran, saying, "Xiaoran, you haven't eaten anything for half a day. Please have this." Upon seeing the compressed biscuit offered to her, Yi Xiaoran shook her head gently and replied, "Brother, you haven't eaten for a whole day. You need it more than I do." "It's all right. I'm not hungry. Be a good girl and eat the biscuit first," Yili said with a reassuring smile. He was an adult and could endure prolonged periods without food, but his younger sister, still a child, could not afford to go without sustenance for too long without risking her health. Observing his insistence, Yi Xiaoran relented and took the compressed biscuit, breaking off a piece and handing the larger portion to him, softly stating, "Brother, you should eat too, otherwise Xiaoran won't eat." Taken aback by her gesture, Yili felt a swell of emotion, his eyes reddening. He said nothing further, simply ruffling her hair affectionately before accepting the biscuit from her hand and beginning to eat. The siblings remained silent, quietly consuming the biscuits. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Yili refrained from turning on the lights, for illumination might attract unwelcome visitors in this apocalypse. The human heart often proved to be the most terrifying adversary. In the bedroom, Yi Xiaoran curled up in Yi Li's embrace, and both siblings listened to the growls from outside, an involuntary wave of fear washing over them. "Brother, I'm scared," Yi Xiaoran softly spoke as she gazed at Yi Li. "It's all right, I'm here. You need not fear," Yi Li reassured her, gently patting her head. In truth, he too harbored fears, but he dared not reveal them as the elder brother. He could not let his sister witness his vulnerability. "Sleep now, everything will be fine with me around." Yili flashed her a comforting smile. Yi Xiaoran responded in a hushed tone, then promptly closed her eyes. Before long, she drifted off into a gentle slumber. Seeing this, Yili exhaled a sigh of relief. He lay flat, cradling his sister in his arms, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. "The food supply is dwindling if we cannot find more." He sighed silently at the thought. Turning his head to look at his sister, his gaze gradually solidified with resolve. No matter the circumstances, he must protect her. With the food supply so scarce, if they continued to share, it was certain they would not survive beyond 3 days. Thus, he needed to seek sustenance urgently. Moreover, he could not ascertain when he might find food, so he must reserve a portion for his sister, otherwise she would suffer from hunger in his absence. Having clarified his thoughts, he slowly closed his eyelids and fell into a light slumber. He decided to venture out the following night in search of food, for the undead possessed poor vision in the dark, granting him a better opportunity to maneuver. The next day, When Yili awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. He glanced down to find his sister still peacefully asleep. Quietly, he withdrew his right arm from her embrace, preparing to dress and gather supplies for his outing. However, the moment he raised his gaze, he suddenly froze. In the dim light, the once sleeping Yi Xiaoran now lay awake, her round, bright eyes fixed intently upon him. "Xiaoran, are you awake?" Yi Xiaoran replied softly, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. She inquired in a hushed tone, "Brother, why are you up so early?" Upon hearing her words, Yili paused momentarily, enveloped in silence. He resolved to convey the truth to her after all. Such matters could not remain concealed forever. It was better to prepare her now, while he had yet to venture out. Gazing at the bewildered Xiaoran, he forced a stiff smile and returned to his seat on the bed. Hesitating before speaking, "Xiaoran, brother, has decided to go out tonight to find." "No." Before he could finish, Yi Xiaoran interjected, her voice rising in urgency. "Brother cannot go out, Xiaoran. Xiaoran cannot lose you again." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and glistening tears cascaded down her delicate cheeks. She grasped Yili's sleeve, whispering through her sobs, "Brother, please don't leave. Xiaoran doesn't want you to go woo." Witnessing his sister's profound sorrow, Yili felt his heart constrict painfully, as if it were being tightly squeezed. He opened his mouth, yearning to offer words of comfort, yet nothing emerged. The words remained trapped within him. He was at a loss, completely unaware of what he had done to precipitate this calamity upon them. He simply did not understand. As Yili remained silent, the sound of Yi Xiaoran's weeping grew more desolate. Yet she dared not raise her voice further, fearful that it would attract those lurking horrors. She clutched Yili's arm tightly, biting her lip as she choked back tears. "Brother, I beg you, please don't leave me. You are all I have left." Seeing her utterly heartbroken, Yili felt a pang in his heart. With reddened eyes, he reached out and embraced Yi Xiaoran, gently patting her back. He remained silent, for he was at a loss for words. Could he assure her? Yet, even he could not bring himself to believe such words. Chapter 2. Venturing out in search of food after a considerable time, Yi Xiaoran finally ceased her tears. She wiped her moist eyes and forced a smile as she looked up at Yili, saying, "Brother, I do not need you to find food. Xiaoran is not hungry. I can endure. The rescue team may arrive in a few days." Observing his sister's demeanor, a bittersweet sensation surged within him. Did he not wish to remain at home? Yet, the meager provisions they had were insufficient for both of them. Should he venture out to seek sustenance, it might last her 4 or 5 days. However, if he refrained from going, they would face hunger within 3 days, inevitably leading to a dire situation. "Brother," Yi Xiaoran blinked her tear-filled eyes, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "I do not want you to leave." Yili pondered for a moment, ultimately resolving to speak with conviction. He looked at Yi Xiaoran and, with determination, declared, "Xiaoran, listen to your brother. The food we have is no longer enough for us both. I must go find food. Otherwise, we shall both go hungry." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic and helplessness crossed Yi Xiaoran's eyes. She clutched Yili's sleeve tightly, shaking her head and insisting, "No, brother must not go. I do not want you to leave. Xiaoran, be good." Yili gently stroked her head, offering comfort. "Trust me, I will return to be with you very soon." Though he knew these words were hollow, he could not guarantee his own survival upon return. "No, Xiaoran does not want this." Yi Xiaoran shook her head vigorously. "Xiaoran, be obedient." Yili furrowed his brows, attempting to persuade her to acquiesce. Noticing her heightened emotions, he added, "If you do not obey, brother will become angry." He feigned a fierce glare, hoping to intimidate her. Unfortunately, his efforts seemed futile. As Yi Xiaoran continued to weep and shake her head, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She clutched at him desperately, sobbing softly, "Brother, please don't leave me. I don't want you to go, woo-woo." Seeing his sister in such a pitiful state, Yi Li's heart softened. To be honest, he too was uneasy about leaving her alone at home. However, he needed to venture out in search of sustenance. Otherwise, both of them would perish here. "Xiaoran, please calm down and listen to me." Yili took a deep breath, speaking earnestly, "Brother will go out tonight to find food. You must remain quiet at home. I will leave enough provisions for you to last a week. If all goes well, I will return immediately after obtaining supplies. I will knock 3 times softly on the door. When you hear the sound, make sure to check the peephole to see if it is indeed me. Remember, you must confirm it is your brother before opening the door. Do you understand?" Yili articulated each word with gravity. He knew this conversation might seem harsh, but he had no other choice. If he did not return within 5 days, it would signify. He refrained from completing his thought, for the implication was all too clear. Listening to Yili's words, Yi Xiaoran wept, shaking her head vigorously, yet she was rendered speechless. Observing her distressed demeanor, Yili felt a profound ache in his heart. He sighed softly as he tenderly wiped away the tears from Yi Xiaoran's cheeks, soothingly assuring her, "Xiaoran, do not weep. I promise you, regardless of whether I procure food or not, I shall return within 5 days." Upon hearing his promise, Yi Xiaoran threw herself into his embrace, whispering through her sobs, "Brother, you must come back. Xiaoran will await your return." "Indeed, I promise you," Yili affirmed, gently patting her back with steadfast resolve. He could not afford to perish, for his sister depended on him. His life was intrinsically linked to hers, and thus, he must survive. As night descended, the desolate street lay shrouded in darkness, the only sound being the whisper of the wind through the treetops, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The forlorn moonlight cast a melancholic glow upon the pavement. Yili drew the curtains, inhaled deeply, and prepared to embark on his journey with his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Brother," Yi Xiaoran gazed at him with concern, her voice barely a whisper. "Please be careful." Turning to face her, Yili knelt down and spoke gently, "Xiaoran, do not fear. I will return as swiftly as I can." She replied softly, clutching his shirt with pleading eyes. "Brother, you must return safely. I will wait for you. I promise you," Yili reiterated earnestly, lightly caressing her head before turning towards the door. Yi Xiaoran remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on his departing figure. Standing at the threshold, Yili exhaled a heavy breath, then pressed his eye against the peephole, meticulously surveying the situation outside. Outside the door lay an eerie emptiness. He pressed his ear against the door, straining to catch any sounds from beyond, yet silence greeted him. Grasping a nearby wooden stick, he cautiously twisted the doorknob. The door swung open effortlessly, and Yili, ever vigilant, cautiously peered outside. Finding no signs of a zombie, he stepped into the open air and gently closed the door behind him. Inside, Yi Xiaoran stood frozen, staring at the firmly shut door. Her eyes reddened and tears streaming down her small face. She bit her lip, striving to stifle her sobs. Their residence was a 20-story duplex apartment building, with 4 households on each floor, each rather distant from the others. Thus, even in the event of a calamity, it was unlikely for the sounds to penetrate into the adjacent units. Yili pressed himself against the wall, moving stealthily until he reached the corner. Cautiously, he peeked around, and upon confirming the absence of any zombies, he let out a sigh of relief. He then approached the neighbor's door, careful not to make a sound, fearful that any noise might inadvertently attract the attention of the undead. Fortunately, his passage was unobstructed, and he was certain no zombies lurked outside on this floor. Though what lay within the rooms remained a mystery, arriving at the neighbor's door, he first glanced around before pressing his ear against it, listening intently for any sounds from within. As he leaned closer, a faint, raspy noise reached Yili's ears, sending chills racing down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. Holding his breath, he slowly withdrew from the door, retreating along the wall. That subtle sound was unmistakably the voice of a zombie. Cold sweat beaded on Yili's forehead. His heart raced uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure. He felt a surge of relief for having refrained from acting impulsively moments ago. Had he startled the zombie, the noise might have attracted a horde of others. The thought of jeopardizing Xiaoran weighed heavily on his mind. With that, Yili wiped away the cold sweat and took a deep breath to steady himself before moving on to the next neighbor's door. He proceeded with the same cautious approach, pressing against the door and holding his breath, straining to hear any sounds from within. As anticipated, the unmistakable low growl of a zombie echoed from the room. A heavy sensation settled in Yili's chest. It seemed there were at least 2 zombies in this building. Initially, he had thought there was but a single one, but the reality was far grimmer than he had imagined. Resolving not to linger, he turned to face the last door. The final door stood ajar, unlatched. Yili cautiously approached, leaning against the doorframe and listening intently, yet no unusual sounds reached his ears. This left him perplexed. Could it be that this room housed no zombies? Contemplating this, he refrained from any rash actions, deciding instead to observe the situation further. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cautiously peek inside. However, upon doing so, a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 3. The Weak Man Slays Zombies. Inside stood a woman clad in a white shirt and jeans, her pristine blouse stained with blood. Her hair was disheveled, cascading around her as her body swayed slightly, resembling a leaf on the verge of falling in autumn. Beside her feet lay a corpse, not beyond recognition, unmistakably male by its attire. Noticing that she was unaware of his presence, Yili cautiously withdrew his head, pressing it against the wall, his forehead glistening with perspiration. This was the first time he had observed a zombie from such close proximity, less than 10 meters away. Indeed, it was a novel experience. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, his nerves taut, and once more he cautiously poked his head out to glance into the room. This time, his attention was captured by the items displayed on the table. The table was laden with food, predominantly canned meats and vegetables, resembling a veritable treasure trove of sustenance. Seeing the bountiful array of provisions, Yili's eyes sparkled with hope. If he could manage to carry it all away, it would sustain him for quite some time. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively, becoming increasingly rational. He withdrew his gaze, contemplating how to eliminate the zombie. He dared not enter directly. Despite possessing a weapon, he was certain he would not stand a chance against the creature. Not to mention, in a world dominated by women, the strength of male counterparts was inherently diminished. He could hardly contend with an average woman, let alone one transformed into a zombie. A strategy to lure her out was imperative. As Yili furrowed his brow in thought, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from within the room, accompanied by the raspy growl of the zombie. This disturbance abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Yili quickly held his breath, gripping the stick tightly, poised for action. Just as he was devising a plan to coax her out, to his astonishment, she stepped out on her own accord. Yili held her breath, attentively listening to the sounds within the room, her grip tightening around the stick she wielded, poised for action. She advanced cautiously, as if in search of something elusive. Yili dared not peek, for she could sense the ominous presence drawing nearer. At last, the zombie emerged from the doorway, its face oriented towards Yili's hiding spot. Seemingly aware of her concealment, yet uncertain nonetheless. Startled, Yili swiftly swung her stick towards the creature's head. Bang! The stick struck fiercely, making contact with the female zombie's skull, but the blow was evidently insufficient. The zombie merely staggered backward, still capable of movement. Witnessing this, Yili's adrenaline surged, leaving no room for contemplation as he charged into the room, raising the stick to deliver a series of powerful strikes. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously, shattering the zombie's head. Its brain matter erupted, splattering across the floor and staining a large area crimson. Gasping for breath, Yili's chest heaved violently. His once pristine forehead now drenched in perspiration, his complexion pale as parchment. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, falling to the ground beneath him. He gazed at the lifeless form of the zombie sprawled on the floor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly causing him to falter. This was his first encounter with killing a zombie. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the stark reality of the creature's appearance ignited a visceral fear within him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the nausea roiling in his chest and turned his gaze towards the cans on the table, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. With these provisions, both my sister and I should be able to endure for half a year, Yili thought to himself as he reached for the cans, intending to stow them in his bag. Suddenly, he halted his movements, struck by a cacophony of roars accompanied by disordered footsteps, drawing nearer from the distance, seemingly rushing towards him. Yili's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned and quietly closed the door behind him. The sounds unmistakably belonged to the cries of zombies, and there seemed to be a considerable number of them. He locked the door, retreated to a safe distance, and maintained silence, straining to discern the commotion outside. Gradually, he faintly heard the growls of the undead and the chaotic thumping of their feet. Bang! 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 The relentless banging against the door followed. Yili felt a chill run down his spine. There was no time for contemplation. He hurriedly shoved his bed against the door while hastily filling his backpack with cans from the table. The knocking intensified, and he could sense the door was on the verge of giving way. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, realizing he had inadvertently made too much noise. He quickly glanced around for an escape route. Unfortunately, besides the main entrance, there was only the floor-to-ceiling window. However, being on the 17th floor, a leap from there would undoubtedly lead to his demise, leaving no chance of survival. Bang! 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 The relentless sounds of the zombies continued, even more fervent than before, as if they were poised to burst through the door at any moment. Yili was in a frenzy, but there was no time for reflection. Transforming into one of those monsters was a fate worse than death itself. However, he could not succumb to death at this moment, for his sister awaited him. The thought of her ignited a resolute spark within Yi Li's eyes. He approached the windowsill, drew open the glass, and leaned out, peering into the abyss beyond. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his heart racing to his throat. Gazing downwards, the sheer height instilled a profound sense of dread. A single misstep could lead to utter obliteration. Yet, this was the sole path to survival. Scanning the surroundings of the window, he realized there were no footholds, making the prospect of escaping the building an impossibility. It was over. Yi Li forced a bitter smile, convinced that this time, he was doomed. "Hey, look up." At that moment, a melodious female voice pierced the silence, causing Yi Li to momentarily pause. Her tone was gentle, so subtle that had he not been leaning out, he might have missed it entirely. He quickly lifted his gaze and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman observing him from above. Noticing his comprehension, she tossed down a rope from the windowsill. Upon seeing the rope, Yi Li instantly grasped her intent. Without hesitation, he seized the rope and began to ascend. He was uncertain of her motives for aiding him, but the urgency of his predicament left no room for contemplation. A lifeline had been presented before him. Despite its inherent dangers, it offered a glimmer of hope he could not forsake. Chapter 4. The zombies can smell your scent. Yi Li gritted his teeth, climbing desperately upwards, unwilling to cast a glance below for fear his legs would give way. Soon, he reached the edge of the windowsill, and, like an agile cat, he exerted himself and tumbled inside. Upon entering the room, he immediately sank to the floor, gasping for breath as if his very soul had been extracted during that arduous crawl, leaving him utterly drained. Thank you. Yi Li gasped while expressing his gratitude to Shui Wanqing. Shui Wanqing remained silent, standing at a distance with a chilling gaze that exuded an eerie aura. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, and she appeared to be quite youthful, likely around Yi Li's age. Strikingly beautiful and exuding a sense of vigor, her expression was now one of indifference, her vigilant eyes fixed on him. With her right hand resting on the hilt of a long blade at her waist, Yi Li also sensed her unusual demeanor. After a moment of recovery, he finally rose to his feet. However, before he could utter a word, Shui Wanqing coldly inquired, "Are you injured?" Taken aback, Yi Li glanced down at himself, noticing the bloodstains adorning his attire, even spotting some splatters on his face. "No, this is the blood of the zombies," he quickly clarified, shaking his head. "Remove your outer garment, or you will die," Shui Wanqing commanded in a frigid tone. Naturally, she dismissed his explanation, believing only in what her eyes could see. She would overlook no potential danger. Hearing her unreasonable demand, Yi Li hesitated for merely a moment before obediently complying, shedding his outer layer. After all, in this apocalyptic world, as a frail male drenched in blood, it was only natural for him to be regarded with suspicion. Yi Li removed his blood-stained outer garment, revealing the casual attire beneath. His arms were bound with exercise books, a precautionary measure to guard against unexpected ambushes. He carefully unfastened the notebooks from his arms and gently placed them on the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Shui Wanqing remained silent, her gaze icy as she observed him. Once he had freed himself from the bindings, she continued, "Remove your long sleeves as well. I assure you, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to ascertain your safety." Upon hearing her request, Yi Li hesitated. This was his last remaining garment, and if he removed it, this woman before him would see him completely exposed. Yet, he found himself with no option to refuse. Her words held a semblance of reason. In this apocalyptic world, every individual posed a potential threat. Given that he was drenched in blood, her suspicions were entirely understandable. "Take it off," Shui Wanqing commanded coldly, her tone frigid as she tightened her grip on the long knife at her waist, preparing for any eventuality. Faced with this, Yi Li resolved to act without further delay. He shed his clothing, revealing his fair and delicate skin. Upon witnessing this, Shui Wanqing immediately turned her head away. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, though the cover of night obscured any discernible expression. She clarified in a frosty tone, "Do not misunderstand. I only wish to check for any wounds." "Yes, I understand," Yi Li replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Truth be told, he harbored his own concerns. After all, disrobing in her presence left him vulnerable to her potential ill intentions. Although he covered his chest, the allure remained unabated. Yi Li donned his clothing once more. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he gazed at Shui Wanqing and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Were it not for you, I fear I would have been devoured by the zombies below." It's nothing, Shui Wanqing replied, turning to face him with a cold demeanor. I did not expect to find any survivors in this building, let alone a man. I too was astonished that there were still living souls here, Yi Li responded, oblivious to the underlying implications of her words, his voice trembling with excitement. Noticing his cheerful expression, Shui Wanqing narrowed her eyes, attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Yet his face revealed no hidden intentions. By the way, what is your name? I am Yi Li, a resident of the third apartment downstairs. Unaware of her scrutiny, Yi Li introduced himself candidly. Shui Wanqing, she replied indifferently, exuding a sense of aloofness. After exchanging names, the tension between them eased slightly. Shui Wanqing seated herself in a chair and inquired, Did you just kill a zombie? The mention of zombies prompted a vivid recollection in Yi Li's mind of the earlier encounter. He swallowed hard, still shaken, and replied, Yes, I killed one just downstairs. At his words, Shui Wanqing instinctively assessed him from head to toe, retorting, Do you not realize that noise attracts these creatures? I understand, Yi Li nodded, suppressing the fear that bubbled within him. It was just that the zombie was so peculiar, I hardly had time to think. Peculiar? Indeed, I made no sound whatsoever. Yet it was able to locate me with alarming precision. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Shui Wanqing furrowed her brows and gazed at him, inquiring, Is this your first encounter with zombies? Why yes, it is. What else could it be? Yi Li replied, puzzled. Upon hearing his response, Shui Wanqing fell into silence. Her eyes fixed on the extraordinarily handsome young man before her, suddenly filled with doubt about how he had managed to survive until now. What's wrong? Yi Li asked anxiously, noticing her lack of response. Next time, keep your distance from zombies. You smell so alluring. They can detect your scent, Shui Wanqing gently cautioned. She could sense a subtle, refreshing fragrance emanating from him, not overpowering, yet distinctly unique and immensely pleasant, drawing one closer. At her words, Yi Li's complexion drained of color, and he stammered, Zombies can smell my scent. Indeed, to be precise, they can detect the scent of all humans, Shui Wanqing affirmed, based on the information she had gathered during her days of combating zombies. However, you need not worry excessively. While they can smell us, they cannot pinpoint our exact location. Seeing his pallor, Shui Wanqing offered some reassurance. Upon hearing this, Yi Li gradually regained his composure, his heart racing incessantly. The revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Such crucial information had eluded him. Fortunately, he had been incredibly fortunate not to encounter any zombies in the corridor, otherwise. The thought sent a shiver of dread down his spine. Chapter 5, Men, too, are resources to be exploited. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Originally, there were not many zombies on the 17th floor, but due to the noise he inadvertently created, a considerable number of them had been drawn in. If her words held any truth, his sister was undoubtedly in grave danger. With this thought, a look of anxiety crossed his face as he turned to Shui Wanqing and inquired, Do you still possess any weapons? What do you intend to do? Shui Wanqing, wary of his question, regarded him with suspicion. I cannot explain everything right now. I simply need to go down. You wish to descend? Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing furrowed her brow tightly and coldly replied, Do you have any idea how many zombies are lurking below? With your delicate frame, you would scarcely manage a few steps before becoming a meal for the undead. Regardless of how many zombies there are, I must go down. My sister remains in that room, and she is my only family left, Yi Li declared earnestly. The thought of inadvertently causing his sister's demise due to his own inaction was unbearable, even if he survived. He would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. It was better to sacrifice his own life for the slim chance of her survival. Humph, your sister? What concern is that of mine? Shui Wanqing scoffed, her tone suddenly turning icy as her expression hardened. However, if your actions attract the zombies, even if you manage to save your sister, I will ensure her demise. Yi Li's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident on his face. He could hardly fathom that Shui Wanqing would utter such words. Was this truly a sentiment that could be expressed by another human being? As he opened his mouth, poised to retort, Shui Wanqing interjected, Do not presume that my words are mere intimidation. Should you dare to step beyond this threshold, I shall take your life without hesitation. With that, she unsheathed the long knife from her waist, fully prepared to act at a moment's notice. You, Yi Li exclaimed, pointing at her, his expression one of indignation. You are not human. Ultimately, he could muster only these 4 words. Upon hearing this assessment, Shui Wanqing remained silent, her gaze piercing and cold as she regarded him. Suddenly, she keenly perceived a faint sound from outside the door. In an instant, she darted forward, placing herself before Yi Li and swiftly covering his mouth, denying him any chance to react. "Hush, do not make a sound. There is commotion outside," she whispered, her eyes fixed intently on the doorway. At her words, Yili ceased his futile attempts to struggle, yielding to her embrace from behind. Too frightened to utter a single sound, the room fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being their breaths, with no other noise to be heard. The thuds from downstairs had long since ceased, and the entire building had returned to an eerie tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from outside the door, causing Yi Li's eyes to widen in alarm. He recognized the sound. It was the low moans of the undead, a noise only they could produce. Yi Li held his breath, paralyzed with fear, terrified that even the slightest sound might betray his presence to the zombies. Shui Wanqing fixed her gaze on the entrance, a hint of gravity gracing her exquisitely handsome face. They were on the 18th floor. If the zombies were to breach the door, their escape would be futile. Fortunately, the sounds from outside persisted only for a brief moment before fading away. Hearing the silence, Shui Wanqing let out a slight sigh of relief. She released Yi Li and swiftly approached the door, peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. The corridor lay empty, devoid of any presence. Retracting her gaze, she turned to Yi Li and gestured towards the second floor. Yi Li understood her intent and promptly made his way to the upstairs bedroom, with Shui Wanqing following closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom and securing the door, Shui Wanqing spoke in a cold tone. "It appears that some of the zombies have made their way up here. Your sister should be safe for the time being. I almost forgot to mention, while zombies can detect the scent of humans, this ability is limited to their line of sight. Otherwise, they are as blind as bats. Therefore, as long as your sister remains quiet indoors, she will be safe." Hearing her words, Yi Li felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, as his primary concern was his sister's well-being. Ultimately, as long as she remained unharmed, that was all that mattered. Thank you. Yi Li expressed his gratitude to Shui Wanqing. Though a trace of wariness lingered in his demeanor, he had not forgotten her earlier remark about wanting to harm his sister, and now he regarded her with a defensive posture. In this apocalyptic era, he was undeniably at the bottom of the hierarchy, as resources had become scarce, limited to food, water, and cigarettes. There exists another resource that can be plundered, and that is men, especially those as handsome as he. Such a lure is akin to poison for the opposite sex. Shui Wanqing disregarded his wary demeanor as she sat upon the bed, gazing at him, and inquired, "Given the peril outside, why do you not remain indoors with your sister?" "The supplies at home are nearly depleted. If I do not venture out to procure food, both my sister and I shall perish from hunger," Yi Li replied. His lips pressed tightly together as he spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing fell into silence for a moment. After a brief pause, she continued, "How old is your sister?" Yi Li was taken aback, looking at her with confusion, unsure of her motive for such a question, yet he responded honestly. "She is 12 years of age, 13 by lunar count." Upon learning his sister's age, she fell silent. Initially, she had been curious as to why he would risk venturing out for food, but it now seemed to be born of necessity. "I retract my earlier statement regarding harming your sister," she finally spoke after a long silence. Yi Li replied with a slight acknowledgement, and then fell silent once more. The two were enveloped in a heavy stillness. Ultimately, it was Yi Li who broke the silence, asking, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge about zombies." From their previous exchange, he sensed that her understanding of the undead was profound, and her composure in the face of such horrors was anything but ordinary. It felt as though she had frequently encountered zombies. "Knowledge, perhaps," Shui Wanqing murmured. "One could say that." Upon hearing her response, Yi Li eagerly pressed on. "Aside from knowing that zombies can detect scent, what else do you know?" He is now eager to comprehend the habits of zombies. Before the rescue team arrives, both he and his sister are uncertain how long they must endure, so acquiring knowledge to prepare is undoubtedly beneficial. Upon hearing his inquiries, Shui Wanqing merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no reply. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yi Li wisely refrained from pressing further. "Go to the restroom. Clean yourself up, and change into my clothes. You will sleep in the bed tonight," she stated after a brief pause. With that, she approached the wardrobe and retrieved a brand new sports outfit, handing it to him. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Li finally stammered, "But what about you?" Understanding his concern, Shui Wanqing replied coldly, "I will sleep on the sofa." With that, she exited the bedroom, leaving Yi Li standing there in a daze. Observing her on the sofa in the upstairs living room, Yi Li hesitated for a while before entering the bathroom, where he gently wiped his body with a towel. He refrained from using water, as it is a scarce resource here, opting instead for a damp towel to cleanse the grime from his skin. This duplex apartment building features 2 levels, each equipped with its own restroom and living room, along with bedrooms. After hastily wiping himself down, Yili donned the slightly oversized blue sportswear. Given their differing physiques, it was only natural that he would wear something a bit loose. Shui Wanqing stands at an estimated height of 1.8 meters, while Yili is merely 1.73 meters tall, nearly 6 centimeters shorter than her. Chapter 6, Shui Wanqing. I request your assistance clean the stains from your body. Yili emerged from the bathroom, casting a glance at Shui Wanqing, who lay languidly on the sofa. After a moment's hesitation, he approached her. What's the matter? Do you need something? Shui Wanqing coldly inquired as he drew near. You should sleep in the bed. After all, this is your home, Yili suggested. At his words, Shui Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, merely glancing at him before abruptly turning her head away. No. I intend to observe the movements of the zombies. I usually sleep on the sofa anyway. Yili was left bewildered by her reaction, observing her slightly flushed face. He nervously asked, Are you unwell? Why is your face so red? As he spoke, he crouched down, reaching out to touch her forehead. It is known that when one begins to transform into a zombie, it is often accompanied by symptoms such as fever. Thus, seeing her face so flushed caused him considerable concern. However, just as his hand was about to meet her forehead, she suddenly grasped his wrist. Her voice icy as she stated, I am fine, you needn't worry about me. With that, she released his hand, sat up, and walked directly downstairs. Yili furrowed his brow at her departure, but ultimately chose to remain silent, turning back into the room while muttering under his breath, What a peculiar person. Downstairs. Shui Wanqing sat alone in silence, her mind replaying the exquisite scenery she had witnessed earlier. Upon reflection, she suddenly realized just how striking he was, to the point that it was difficult to tear her gaze away. In the dimness of the room, with blood smudged across his face, she could only vaguely discern his handsome features, yet she was astounded by just how striking he truly was. However, a wave of sorrow washed over Shui Wanqing. In ordinary times, such beauty would have drawn admiration from all corners, but in this apocalyptic world, his appearance could spell doom. In this harrowing reality, the true terror did not lie with the zombies, but rather with the living. Those who had survived were the most formidable threats. It was evident that Yili remained oblivious to this harsh truth. Otherwise, he would not have approached her so carelessly, without a hint of wariness. Having interacted with many survivors, she had learned to read the subtle nuances in their eyes, discerning whether they had taken a life or committed heinous acts. Although her acquaintance with Yili had been brief, she was convinced of his inherent goodness. His eyes, so pure and untainted, suggested he had not been exposed to much of the world's filth. In this desolate era, a person like him would struggle to survive without strength, especially while caring for a younger sister. Thoughts of his inquiry about the zombies' habits flitted through her mind, prompting a soft sigh from Shui Wanqing as she cast her gaze out the window, her eyes shimmering with a complex, inscrutable light. The night had deepened, enveloping the city in a profound silence, rendering it particularly desolate. Meanwhile, Yili tossed and turned in bed, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Yet sleep eluded him as he remained preoccupied with concerns for his sister's safety. Staring at the ceiling, a torrent of thought surged within him, uncertain of Sharon's safety. Yili couldn't help but murmur to himself, the words of Shui Wanqing echoing in his mind. Lost in thought, he sat up and approached his backpack, unzipping it to reveal an abundance of food and water within. His expression grew increasingly complex. He extracted a bottle of water, twisting off the cap and taking deep gulps, before retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits, hastily tearing open the wrapper to consume them. He refrained from eating the canned meat, as he intended to reserve it for his younger sister, who was still growing and in need of nourishment. As he ate, he pondered how he might return to the 17th floor. The commotion moments ago had likely reached Sharon's ears. She must be worrying about him, perhaps shedding tears in secret. This thought filled Yili with a sense of guilt, for it was his actions that had summoned a horde of zombies to the 17th floor, endangering Sharon's safety. The more he contemplated, the deeper his remorse sank. He yearned to fly to her side and shield her from harm. Alas, such a wish was futile, as escape was impossible. In light of the current situation, his only recourse was to restore his strength as swiftly as possible, so that when he regained sufficient stamina, he could seek an opportunity to return. With this resolve, Yili quickly finished the biscuits and lay back down, forcing himself to rest. Perhaps due to his satiation, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. On the 17th floor, in the expansive corridor, Dozens of zombies roamed aimlessly, their movements awkward and stiff, emitting low, guttural moans. Their appearance was utterly terrifying, with visible, ghastly white bones protruding from their bodies. One female zombie had a significant portion of her face torn away, leaving only a layer of skin clinging to the flesh. Within their eye sockets, a pallid whiteness prevailed, and their pupils were vacant. Inside the house, Yi Xiaoran cowered in the upstairs bedroom, cocooned in her blanket, covering herself completely. She trembled with fear, her eyes brimming with tears. The commotion outside the door had not escaped her notice. She was acutely aware that her brother was in peril, yet she felt utterly powerless to assist him. A profound dread enveloped her. She feared that these grotesque creatures might harm her brother, and she was even more terrified at the thought of never seeing him again. "Brother, you must return safely. Xiaoran is waiting for you," she silently prayed, yearning for her brother's safe return. The following day, Yili awoke to find it was already noon. He dressed and descended the stairs, only to find Shui Wanqing lying on the sofa, her long knife resting against her abdomen. Even in slumber, she remained ever prepared. Awake? As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Shui Wanqing opened her eyes and spoke coldly. "Since you're awake, you might as well share some of the food from your bag." At her words, Yili paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and turned to head back upstairs. He retrieved 2 cans of meat and a bottle of water from his bag, handing the food to her. He whispered, "I couldn't pack much last night. This is all I have." Shui Wanqing regarded him intently, fully aware that he was lying, for she had personally checked after he had fallen asleep the previous night. However, she did not expose him. Instead, she calmly accepted the can and water from his hand and began to eat. This man was remarkably foolish. Shui Wanqing couldn't help but shake her head in silence. Noticing her lack of suspicion, Yili secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down before her, his expression grave as he gazed intently at her. Seeing his demeanor, Shui Wanqing already understood what he intended to say. Yet she feigned ignorance and continued to eat her meal. As she disregarded him, Yili furrowed his brows, biting his lip in hesitation before finally saying, "Shui Wanqing, I would like to ask you not to assist." Shui Wanqing interrupted him indifferently. "Why? I haven't finished speaking," Yili replied, somewhat displeased. Shui Wanqing lifted her gaze to glance at him and retorted, "What other matter would you seek my help for, apart from saving your sister?" Yili was rendered speechless by her question. Indeed, he wished for her assistance in rescuing his sister. This had been a well-considered decision on his part. Last night, he had sensed the formidable nature of this woman. With her aid, the chances of success would undoubtedly increase significantly. "Since you are aware, I shall not conceal the truth. I genuinely seek your help in saving my sister," Yili confessed, nodding. He continued, "I know you are quite capable. If you agree to assist me, I will give you all the food in my bag. I have more provisions within." He spoke earnestly, his exquisite features imbued with a sincere expression. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing wore an incredulous look. She truly did not anticipate that this man before her would be so naive. He himself was a resource that had been plundered by others. Yet he still insisted that there was food in his bag. She could hardly believe her ears, as if she had just heard a joke. If she wished, both Yili and the provisions in his bag would soon be within her grasp. Chapter 7. Since you wish to perish, why not let me indulge for a moment? Yili, unaware of her thoughts, observed her bewildered expression, mistakenly believing she was reluctant to assist him. He hurriedly added, "I'm not deceiving you. I truly have plenty of supplies in my bag. If you don't believe me, I can show you." Initially, he had intended to conserve some resources, but the thought of Xiaoran still trapped on the 15th floor, teeming with zombies, eclipsed all concerns. His sole priority was to rescue Xiaoran safely. As for the supplies, he could always retrieve more later, being cautious at that time. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Shui Wanqing suddenly found him rather foolish. It was no wonder he was so handsome. He seemed to have exchanged his intelligence for looks. "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" She regarded him with a teasing tone. "Why should I assist you?" "Because I possess resources. If rationed, these supplies could sustain you for 6 months. However, if I were to eliminate you, these provisions would belong to me." At her words, Yili was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at her, his mind a chaotic tangle. He could not comprehend how she could express such sentiments with a straight face, as if human lives held no value to her whatsoever. How can you say that? What you're suggesting is illegal." Once he regained his composure, he indignantly admonished her. "Huh? Illegal?" Shui Wanqing smirked coldly and declared, "Let me inform you. Even if I were to force myself upon you right now, it would not constitute a crime, for we dwell in the apocalypse. She deemed it essential to elucidate his precarious situation. Such a man was far too naive to survive long. As for how he had managed to endure thus far, Shui Wanqing could make an educated guess. He had likely spent these past 3 months sequestered in his home, only venturing out when his supplies ran perilously low. Otherwise, disregarding the omnipresent zombies, he would have already fallen prey to the remaining survivors of this desolate world. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li was momentarily rendered speechless. His gaze fixated on Shui Wanqing, her words echoing persistently in his mind. Indeed, we are amidst an apocalypse. What law could possibly govern us now? Here, strength dictates supremacy. Deep down, he understood this truth, yet he was reluctant to accept it. He clung to the hope that one day a rescue team would arrive to save him. Alas, that fantasy had been shattered during his confrontation with the zombies the previous night. He simply could not bring himself to believe it until her words forced him to confront reality. In this world, he realized, he was utterly alone in his plight. Having come to this grim realization, Yi Li felt an overwhelming sense of desolation wash over him, collapsing weakly into a chair, his eyes devoid of life. Shui Wanqing observed his despondent demeanor but chose to disregard it, continuing instead to consume her canned meat and water. She aimed to help him see the harsh truth. He was far too innocent, too trusting to sleep soundly in his own room without a care. Had she harbored any malicious intent the previous night, she possessed countless means to render him voiceless, perhaps even making the notion of suicide a mere luxury. Though Shui Wanqing disdained his naive foolishness, she simultaneously cherished his purity and kindness, which led her to refrain from inflicting harm upon him. To others, his innocence may appear foolish, yet to her, it is a precious treasure. She had witnessed the malevolence that often lurks in the hearts of men, with some willing to thrust their kin into the jaws of danger for a mere morsel of bread. Let this innocence be extinguished by her own hand, she silently resolved. After she had consumed all the remnants of food on the table, she rose to depart. Thank you for saving me. If I have the opportunity in the future, I shall repay you, Yi Li murmured just as she stood up. Although her voice was faint, Shui Wanqing heard her clearly. Pausing to glance at him, as if seeking some revelation on his face, Yi Li kept his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Yet Shui Wanqing discerned a hint of resolve in his tone, as though he had made a certain determination. She remained silent, standing there quietly, her countenance growing colder, even her beautiful eyes beginning to chill. The room fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy moment, Shui Wanqing finally moved, gently discarding the trash into the bin. Then approached his side and said coldly, "Come with me." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to the bedroom. Yi Li lifted his head, gazing blankly at her retreating figure, clearly perplexed by her intentions, yet obediently followed her into the room. Once they entered the bedroom, Shui Wanqing closed the door behind them. Yi Li looked at her and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" His words were abruptly cut short, as Shui Wanqing forcefully pushed him onto the bed, subsequently pressing herself upon him. "Did you not say you would repay me? Since you wish for your demise, why not commence your repayment now?" Shui Wanqing's expression was frigid, her gaze fixed on him like that of a predator eyeing its prey. "You, Yi Li's eyes widened. He intended to question her, but Shui Wanqing silenced him vehemently, leaving him only able to emit muffled whimpers. "Since you seek death, allow me to savor the experience. Do not cry out, or I shall descend upon your sister." Shui Wanqing threatened coldly, a glint of danger flickering in her eyes. As she spoke, she leaned down to kiss his lips. The sweet sensation mingled with a subtle fragrance momentarily clouding her mind, igniting an instinctual urge within her. Yi Li's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, his hands desperately attempting to push her away. Unfortunately, his strength was far too feeble, and given their differing physiques, his efforts were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Perceiving his hands as an obstruction, Shui Wanqing seized both of his wrists with one hand, firmly pinning them above his head. "Do you believe I am incapable? Should you dare to struggle again, not only will I ravage you to the brink of death, but I will also take your sister's life. If I recall correctly, your sister resides in room 17. If you wish to prevent her demise, then you must be forthright with me." As he attempted to resist further, Shui Wanqing coldly threatened him. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li ceased his movements entirely. His gaze fell upon her, eyes reddened, and soon, 2 streams of tears began to cascade down his cheeks. He turned away, refraining from looking at her again, his eyes gently closing as he allowed the tears to flow freely. Witnessing his tears, Shui Wanqing immediately halted her actions. Her intention had merely been to instill a sense of fear, to make him aware of the grim reality of their world. However, She had not anticipated that her actions would lead him to tears. Observing his pitiful yet stubborn demeanor, she suddenly felt guilty for having overstepped her bounds. Chapter 8. Consider it a favor returned. After all, he was merely a man, and her conduct had indeed been excessive. Nevertheless, she did not offer an apology, merely descending from his side. "Do not weep," she said coolly as she took a seat nearby. "I only sought to make you face reality, to prevent you from acting foolishly in the future." Truthfully, she did not wish for Yili to meet his end, not solely due to his appearance, but because he had assisted her prior to the cataclysm. Although he might not recall, as it was a trivial matter, she remembered it distinctly. His visage was, after all, quite memorable. Upon hearing her explanation, Yili's previously tightly shut eyelids fluttered, gradually opening to reveal his eyes. He wiped away his tears and sat up, pressing his lips together in silence. Observing his expression, Shui Wanqing felt a pang of uncertainty. After all, when she had kissed him moments ago, her intention had been genuine, rather than an attempt to instill fear. Yet her face revealed no signs of deviation. It remained as icy as ever. "I am aware of everything you have mentioned." After a prolonged silence, Yili broke the stillness, gazing at Shui Wanqing. "But what can I do? My parents have already succumbed to the zombies in their quest for supplies, and now, my only remaining kin is my sister." As he spoke, his eyes began to redden, tears welling up within their confines. Observing his distressing state, Shui Wanqing felt a surge of irritation, rising abruptly to exit the room. Unwilling to witness his tears, she detested nothing more than the sight of others weeping, particularly in such a sorrowful manner that made her feel increasingly vexed. As she departed, Yili gradually repressed his tears, wiping them away before descending from his bed to approach his backpack. Upon inspecting the supplies within, he resolutely closed it once more. He had made up his mind that very night he would venture out. Once she fell asleep, he would stealthily slip away. It would have been one thing had he remained oblivious to the zombie's ability to detect scents, but now that he was aware, descending into the fray was imperative. Although fear gripped him, he understood that if he did not act, his sister would undoubtedly be in peril. It was now the second day. Despite having agreed with Xiao Ran on a 5-day timeline, circumstances had changed, and no one could foresee the unexpected. Thus, early action was the sole option. "Xiao Ran, wait for me. Your brother will come to rescue you," Yili whispered to himself, clenching his fists. As night fell, the clock struck midnight in City S. This once thriving metropolis now lay in tatters, the air thick with a faint stench of decay. The streets lay desolate, the entire city enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of feral cats or the moans of the undead. In apartment 18, room 1, Yili donned his attire. The black tactical jacket still tainted with the nauseating scent of blood. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and stealthily descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Shui Wanqing sprawled on the sofa, deep in slumber. Yili dared not make a sound. He approached the dining table and divided a portion of the food and water from his bag. After completing this task, he made his way towards the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he surveyed the scene outside. The corridor was illuminated by a ghostly green glow, the walls marred with vivid splashes of crimson, while the floor was littered with decaying fragments of flesh. As Yili beheld this gruesome sight, a wave of nausea surged within him, compelling him to avert his gaze lest he succumb to the urge to vomit. After a considerable moment, he managed to suppress the queasiness rising in his chest and resumed his scrutiny of the outside world. This time, he could ascertain that no zombies lingered beyond the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he was about to turn it when a hand clamped over his mouth, simultaneously seizing his wrist. "Do you wish to perish? There are zombies outside," Shui Wanqing's cold voice whispered in his ear. At her words, Yili, who had been slightly panicked, froze in place, his body stiffening. Just then, a faint murmuring, akin to the sound of ants, wafted through the door, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed down Yili's spine, every hair on his body standing on end, and he even forgot to breathe. He had listened intently for a considerable time, yet he heard nothing at all. Had it not been for Shui Wanqing's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Shui Wanqing also noticed this. She released her hand from covering Yili's mouth and gently shook her head at him. Subsequently, the two retreated slowly. Thank you." Yili finally managed to find his voice after a prolonged silence. He stood before her, his gaze lowered in embarrassment, too timid to meet her eyes. Shui Wanqing remained silent, leaning against the sofa, her expression somewhat grim as she regarded him. The room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping to the floor could be distinctly heard. After an indeterminate period, Shui Wanqing sighed in resignation and spoke. You should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Yili's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features. You are willing to help me? Do not misunderstand. I am not helping you out of goodwill, but rather because I do not wish to be dragged down by your recklessness, she replied coldly, her gaze unwavering. At her words, Yili felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head once more. She was right. Had he opened the door earlier, both of them would have faced certain doom. Enough. You should go upstairs now. We can discuss our strategy tomorrow, Shui Wanqing said, waving her hand impatiently, signaling him to leave promptly. Acknowledging her words, Yili felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. He expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you before turning to ascend the stairs. Shui Wanqing reclined on the sofa, grasping a long knife in her hand. Her gaze drifted to the array of food laid out on the dining table, leaving her momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Lost in her own turmoil yet still considering others, what a fool. Shui Wanqing murmured to herself, her tone lacking the usual coldness, instead imbued with an inexplicable complexity. She closed her eyes, and the image of him smiling at her surfaced in her mind. Well, perhaps this is simply returning a favor. Chapter 9. She is smiling. As time passed, it was soon around 10 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Yili stared blankly at Shui Wanqing, a look of utter disdain etched on her face. Do I really have to wear such a horrid thing? Yili questioned. Glancing at the zombie skin she handed over, her brows furrowed tightly. The zombie skin was a substantial piece, evidently stripped from a towering zombie, stained with blood and reeking of decay. Most importantly, it still bore remnants of the zombie flesh. Shui Wanqing looked at him with indifference and stated flatly, If you do not wish to save your sister, you need not wear it. Upon hearing this, Yili fell silent, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to take the zombie skin and don it. Instantly, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Gritting his teeth, Yili struggled to put on the zombie skin properly. Once he adjusted, Shui Wanqing cautioned him, Remember, you must not make eye contact with the zombies, nor should you speak. This skin will mask your scent, rendering you undetectable to them. She added, Understood? Yeah, Yili replied sullenly. He currently has no desire to speak. For every time he opens his mouth, the putrid stench invades his nostrils, leaving him lightheaded. Moreover, upon exiting this door, no matter what you see or hear, pay it no mind and simply follow my lead. Once we step outside, you must heed my words. Do you understand? Shui Wanqing admonished with utmost seriousness, a demeanor he had never witnessed from her before. He solemnly nodded, indicating that he had taken her words to heart. Observing this, Shui Wanqing ceased to elaborate further, gathering her composure. Let us proceed. Stay close behind me. Yili nodded, gripping the dagger tightly, and followed her closely. Upon reaching the doorway, Shui Wanqing unhesitatingly swung the door open. Instantly, a potent wave of blood mingled with decay wafted in, nearly forcing Yili to retch. Yet, what terrified him more was the sight that greeted him in the corridor. It was nothing short of hellish. The walls were splattered with crimson blood, the floor littered with dismembered limbs, and there were flayed corpses of zombies. Even more horrifying, the ground was strewn with the bodies of the undead. Overcome with fear, Yili quickly shut his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Enduring such a scene without fainting was a testament to his fortitude. Shui Wanqing, seemingly unfazed by the grotesque spectacle, stood in the corridor, observing the two wandering zombies before striding past them. Yili, suppressing his terror, hurriedly followed suit. He had no intention of remaining alone in such a place, fearing he might be scared to death. However, when he caught sight of the two zombies before him, his heart momentarily skipped a beat, and his legs nearly buckled. Their appearance was utterly horrifying. One had lost half its body, revealing its skeletal remains, while the other had its intestines grotesquely exposed, emanating a nauseating stench. He vowed that this was the most revolting zombie he had ever encountered, far more repulsive than the one he had faced previously, perhaps 100 times worse. He considered taking another staircase down, but upon observing Shui Wanqing's silhouette, he steeled himself to follow her. It's all right. As long as I don't speak or make eye contact, everything will be fine. Yili reassured himself, but the more he sought comfort, the more fear consumed him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The entire corridor was devoid of electricity, save for the dim green glow of the emergency lights, which cast in eerie illuminations, making the two zombie corpses appear even more grotesque and terrifying. Holding a long knife in her hand, Shui Wanqing approached the two zombies with measured steps, and then, under Yi Li's horrified gaze, Their heads fell away in an instant. Yi Li's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting utter disbelief. Is it over just like that? He stood there dumbfounded, his lips slightly parted, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. He barely registered the moment she drew her knife, and in an instant, the zombies' heads had rolled away. Shui Wanqing turned to look at him, signaling him to follow. Yi Li swallowed hard and hurried after her, whispering, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. His voice was barely a murmur, but it was close enough for her to hear distinctly. Feeling his warm breath, Shui Wanqing suddenly froze, but quickly regained her composure and continued to stride forward. Noticing her silence, Yi Li chose not to speak further, silently trailing behind her. As Shui Wanqing walked ahead, a faint flush crept onto her cheeks, and her heart raced with increasing fervor. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed his lips were perilously close, the warmth of his breath nearly cascading against her cheek. Though it was but a fleeting moment, the sensation left her with an unmistakable impression of being tantalized. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself back into her usual icy demeanor, her pace unwavering. The two traversed to the end of a corridor, arriving at the staircase. At the foot of the stairs leading to the 17th floor stood two zombies. Their backs turned as they swayed unsteadily, clearly oblivious to the presence of the two women. In no time, Shui Wanqing dispatched the zombies with remarkable swiftness, leaving Yi Li utterly astounded by her speed. After neutralizing the two threats, they finally ascended to the 17th floor. Upon witnessing the horde of zombies lining the corridor, Yi Li's face drained of color. To his dismay, he counted no fewer than 13 zombies congregated in this hallway. The sight compelled him to gulp nervously. Had he been alone, he would surely have been devoured to nothingness. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the dagger, inching closer to Shui Wanqing. Sensing the commotion, a towering female zombie ambled towards them, prompting Shui Wanqing to advance. As the two individuals passed by the zombie, it remained oblivious to their presence, allowing them to exhale a sigh of relief as they continued trailing behind. Cloaked in the skins of the undead, their scents were effectively masked. Thus they encountered no significant perils along their treacherous journey. Eventually, they arrived at the corridor just beyond the corner, where Yi Li beheld the entrance to his abode, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. However, this moment of elation quickly dissipated as he was confronted by a chilling sight. Outside his door, a female zombie clad in professional attire was hunched over, peering incessantly through the peephole. This eerie tableau sent shivers down his spine. It was not merely an act of gazing at the door, but rather an unsettling scrutiny of the interior of his home. At this juncture, Shui Wanqing also halted her steps, her expression remaining as frigid as ever, revealing nothing of her thoughts. It appeared that this zombie had undergone a preliminary evolution. Her gaze fixated on the female zombie, whose face bore the marks of being half-eaten. A sense of astonishment welled up within her. Suddenly, the zombie, which had been intently observing the door, abruptly turned its head. In that fleeting moment, Yi Li distinctly perceived the expression on the zombie's face. She was smiling. This bizarre scene, coupled with her unsettling grin, sent a wave of goosebumps cascading over Yi Li, a chilling sensation rising from his feet and enveloping his entire being. He hastily concealed himself behind Shui Wanqing, shielding his body from the gaze of the female zombie, and whispered, Wanqing, this zombie seems somewhat different. Shui Wanqing remained silent, her eyes fixated on the zombie, which had lost half of its face, her cold and beautiful visage betraying no sign of emotion. Although she could not meet the creature's gaze, at that moment, it mattered little. For this zombie had exhibited a nascent form of intelligence. While rudimentary, it was still capable of discerning the peculiarities of the two individuals. Sighing inwardly, Shui Wanqing lamented, I truly do not wish to engage with such a being. She then positioned her long knife horizontally before her. Despite the building's commendable soundproofing, even if she were to confront the creature on this floor, the sounds would not travel far. However, attracting a dozen zombies was still a possibility. She quietly advised, You should go inside for a moment, close the door, and regardless of what you hear, do not emerge. Only open it when I call for you. Are you really going to face so many zombies alone? Upon hearing this, Yi Li expressed his concern. He was aware of her formidable strength. Yet the prospect of confronting such a multitude alone seemed precarious, especially given the abnormality of the zombie before them. How about, I join you? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Li resolved to fight alongside her. Although his body trembled with fear, she had come to assist him and had saved his life. He could not abandon her. His words took Shui Wanqing by surprise, as she glanced at him with a hint of astonishment on her face. Are you certain you want to stay and fight with me? Yi gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically yes. His resolute expression elicited a flicker of unease in Shui Wanqing's eyes. Yet she shook her head lightly and replied coldly, "No need. I am quite capable." However, at that moment, she has arrived. Yi wished to dissuade her, but Shui Wanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Yi lifted his gaze, following her line of sight, and indeed, the peculiar zombie was charging towards them. "Run!" Shui Wanqing intoned sharply, and in an instant, her figure darted forward like lightning to confront the creature, her long knife gripped tightly in hand. Just as they were about to collide, she swung her weapon forward with tremendous force. The glint of the sharp blade sliced through the air as it descended upon the zombie. Sensing the imminent peril, the creature swiftly withdrew its offensive and raised its hand to block. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through flesh, reverberating throughout the desolate corridor, severing its wrist in the process. Simultaneously, the corridor echoed with the zombie's guttural roars and the chaotic sound of its footsteps, as if the entire world were shrouded in this terrifying atmosphere. Yi glanced back, his eyes widening in horror. Before him, a horde of grotesquely twisted zombies surged forth, their rancid stench overwhelming. The viscous fluid dribbling from their mouths was indistinguishable, a repulsive mixture of saliva and blood. He dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly turning to flee towards the door. He understood that remaining here would not only render him useless, but could also become a liability, hindering Shui Wanqing's escape. He gazed at Shui Wanqing's extraordinary prowess, his mind enveloped in perplexity. Her speed was astonishing, far beyond what one might expect from an ordinary individual. Moreover, her strength was remarkably formidable. With a mere stroke, she could effortlessly sever the head of a zombie. Such prowess was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Most unsettling, however, was the peculiar zombie itself. Although he had remained confined to his home for the past 3 months, he was well aware that zombies were thoughtless creatures, driven solely by the hunger for flesh. Yet, the one before him was entirely different. Its movements exhibited a semblance of cognitive patterns. His mind swirled in confusion, unable to comprehend the nature of the situation. Nevertheless, he had but one objective: to flee. Inside the house, Yisharan had certainly heard the commotion outside. She huddled in the comfort of her blanket on the second-floor bedroom. Since the previous night, faint scratching sounds had emanated from the door, akin to claws raking against it. An unsettling noise indeed. Initially, she had thought her brother had returned, her heart racing with anticipation to open the door. However, she suddenly recalled Yi's admonitions before his departure, prompting her to exercise caution. Peering through the peephole, she was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Outside stood a zombie, its face grotesquely gnawed away on one side, incessantly scratching at the door, while its eyes occasionally darted to the peephole. This sight nearly brought her to tears. She covered her mouth, crouching on the floor, terrified to make a sound, fearful of being detected by the zombie. She suppressed her fear and returned to the bedroom on the second floor, her mind haunted by lingering images. Thus, when she heard sounds from outside the door, she dared not descend. She feared that the zombies stood waiting at the entrance, terrified that if she opened the door, a horde of them would surge in and devour her. The chaos outside continued, yet Yisharan pulled back the covers and rose from the bed, as she suddenly sensed something amiss. It sounded as though the zombies were pursuing something, accompanied by faint sounds of a struggle. Stealthily, she descended the stairs and approached the door, forcing herself to look through the peephole despite her trepidation. Illuminated by a ghostly green light, Yisharan saw the outside was empty. The once terrifying zombie had vanished, but a faint stench of decay lingered in the air. At that moment, a shadow flitted past the door, standing there and occasionally glancing sideways. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, followed by a voice that was achingly familiar. "Shaoran, I'm back. Open the door." Hearing that voice, which she missed dearly, Yisharan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. However, as soon as it swung open, she stood frozen in place. Yi, undeterred, pushed past her as soon as the door opened, swiftly closing it behind him. Once inside, he leaned against the door, breathing heavily. "Brother?" Yisharan gazed at the man clad in a zombie's guise, her voice wavering with uncertainty. Yi replied, rising to his feet and handing her the backpack slung over his shoulder. "Shaoran, you must go upstairs. No matter what you hear, do not make a sound, and do not come down." Upon hearing this, Yisharan was instantly flustered and hurriedly inquired, "What about you? Are you going out again?" "I am not leaving, but my friend is outside, and I must remain here to open the door for her." "Shaoran, be obedient and go upstairs quickly." "I refuse." This time, I do not wish to part from you. As Yi Shaoran spoke, she clung tightly to Yi Li, her tearful eyes pleading, "Brother, please don't abandon me." She was genuinely terrified, afraid of her brother encountering misfortune, of him never returning. Chapter 11. Thunder and lightning. Although they had merely been apart for 2 days, the anxiety felt as though it had lasted an eternity. Each time she dreamed of her brother, it was fraught with nightmares. At night, she would hide beneath the covers, listening to the scratching sounds at the door, paralyzed by fear, unable to sleep. Now that he had finally returned safely, no matter what he said, she would not let him go again. Even in death, she wished to remain with her brother. "Shaoran, don't cause a fuss. I am fine." Yi Li gently patted her head, his tone as soft as possible. He could sense her trembling form and the depth of her fear. After all, she was merely a teenage girl, having spent the last 2 days alone at home, with so many zombies congregating outside. It would be unnatural for her not to be frightened. "I refuse. I want to be with my brother." Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Yi Shaoran tightened her grip around his arm. Even though he was draped in a layer of decaying zombie flesh, she would not relinquish him. She was terrified, truly terrified. She did not want to lose him. Alas, Yi Li exhaled softly, then affectionately patted her head. "Very well, Shaoran shall accompany her brother." Upon hearing her brother's consent, Yi Shaoran finally released him, a smile gracing her lips. In her heart, as long as she could be with her brother, she feared nothing, even the bite of a zombie. The cacophony outside the door continued unabated. In the corridor, Shui Wanqing wielded a long knife, her agile form weaving through the horde of zombies. With each pass, a head would soar into the air, blood splattering across the corridor. The pungent scent of blood mingling with the distinct stench of the undead, invading her senses. Her expression remained unchanged, a mask of indifference as if she had grown accustomed to such scenes. The zombies charged forth with remarkable speed, yet their momentum dwindled just as swiftly. Among them, the previously peculiar zombie observed her, refraining from joining the fray. Before long, every zombie on this floor was dispatched, leaving only that singularly bizarre creature alive. Quite the cautious one. Noticing it linger at a distance, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike, Shui Wanqing couldn't help but emit a cold snort, then swiftly surged toward it. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the zombie's mouth, reverberating sharply in the stillness of the night. Realizing the potential danger, Shui Wanqing instinctively propelled herself forward, reaching the creature in an instant, her long knife descending rapidly. The cry ceased abruptly, yet it was too late. A commotion arose from both sides of the staircase, accompanied by the growls of the undead. The footsteps were chaotic, but one thing was certain, there were many. Although she swiftly dispatched her foe, the scream had already attracted other zombies. Without hesitation, Shui Wanqing dashed up the staircase, determined to lead the horde upstairs. By doing so, even if the number of zombies increased, they would pose no threat to her and her brother. As for herself, dealing with these mindless creatures was a trivial task. She sprinted up the stairs, encountering several zombies along the way, all of whom met their end at her hands in swift succession. Soon, she reached the top floor, with zombies relentlessly pursuing her from behind and a dozen more blocking her path ahead. Faced with the ravenous undead on both sides, Shui Wanqing remained remarkably composed, standing in the corridor as the horde surged towards her. In that moment, she closed her eyes slowly and instantaneously, within her perception, the once rapidly advancing zombies froze as if a pause button had been pressed. The cacophony around her transformed into an eerie silence, leaving only the sound of her breath and heartbeat. With a deep exhale, a spark of electricity began to spread throughout her body. As she bent her right leg to gather strength, she coldly declared, "Thunderstep, flash." At the instant her words fell, the arcs of electricity surrounding her flickered momentarily before she became a blur, darting forward in an erratic motion. In the blink of an eye, she leaped down the staircase. Meanwhile, the two groups of zombies continued their charge, ultimately colliding and tearing at each other in a frenzy within the room. Yi Li gazed at the empty corridor outside the door, his brow furrowing slightly as a wave of unease washed over him. He had clearly heard the commotion moments ago and witnessed through the peephole the scene of a zombie pursuing Shui Wanqing. Yet now, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Could something have gone awry? For reasons unknown, his anxiety deepened with each passing moment. "Brother, who is that friend you mentioned?" Yi Shaoran inquired softly from behind him. Her curiosity was piqued. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed remarkable that someone would risk danger to assist a friend of her brother. The motive behind such an act warranted her contemplation. "A very formidable female friend, whom you do not know, He replied quietly without turning around. A female friend. Yusharan immediately seized upon the pivotal phrase. She was well aware of her brother's nature, innocent and easily deceived. A few kind words could easily earn him someone's trust. In this world teeming with zombies, the sudden appearance of a female friend could not help but raise her suspicions. There is no gain without effort. If this individual was so keen to assist her brother, there must be something to be gained. If it were merely material benefit, that would be one thing. But if it involved her brother himself, just as she pondered these thoughts, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a cool voice from outside. "It's me, open the door." Without hesitation, Yili swiftly opened the door and pulled her inside, quickly shutting it behind her with minimal noise. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" he asked anxiously, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury or distress. Feeling his urgent gaze, Shui Wanqing's cold face briefly betrayed an unnatural expression, but she quickly masked it and replied in a frigid tone, "I am fine, do not worry." Upon hearing her words, Yili finally eased her anxious heart and continued to inquire, "What about the horde of zombies? Did you eliminate them all?" "Not at all. I lured them upstairs," she said, glancing at Yusharan beside her. "This must be your sister." "Yes," Yili nodded and added, "Let us ascend. It is not suitable for conversation here." The three ascended to the second-floor bedroom, where the two removed their zombie skins, yet the lingering stench of decay remained. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister." "Shaoran," he said, looking at Yusharan. "Shaoran, this is Sister Shui Wanqing. If it weren't for her, I would not have returned. Thank you for saving my brother," Yusharan said politely, bowing in gratitude. "No need for thanks. It was a mere act," Shui Wanqing replied indifferently. "Though it may be a small favor to you, it is a significant kindness to us, and I shall forever remember it," Yusharan said earnestly. Shui Wanqing nodded slightly, remaining silent. She truly did not know how to respond to such gratitude. "By the way, Wanqing, I did not expect you to be so formidable." Dispatching over a dozen zombies so effortlessly, Yili remarked with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration. Unable to endure his gaze any longer, Shui Wanqing averted her eyes and replied coolly, "It is nothing remarkable. Do not be so modest. Such feats are not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals." He shook his head, clearly skeptical of her words. Shui Wanqing remained silent, and beside her, Yusharan quickly interjected, "All right, brother, Wanqing should be fatigued. Let us refrain from further inquiries and allow her to rest." Upon hearing this, Yili also found her reasoning sound. After all, she had single-handedly contended with numerous zombies. No matter her prowess, her stamina must surely have waned. Acknowledging this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, Indeed. Wanqing, I shall escort you to your room. Allow me to handle it. Brother is also weary and in need of rest," Yusharan promptly countered. Then turned to Shui Wanqing, continuing, "Come, Wanqing, I shall lead you to brother's room." Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. Chapter 12, Brother. Have you ever encountered a talking zombie? Before long, under Yusharan's guidance, the two arrived at a bedroom on the first floor. As she opened the door, a unique fragrance wafted in, causing Shui Wanqing to pause momentarily. This scent, reminiscent of Yi Li, involuntarily conjured memories of their passionate kiss, making her heart constrict suddenly. "Wanqing, this is brother's room. After the outbreak of the zombies, brother has not slept here due to his fear of the creatures outside," she remarked, taking a subtle breath that revealed a hint of enchantment on her face. "Thank you," Shui Wanqing replied softly, her expression remaining largely unchanged. The arrangement of the bedroom is quite minimalist. Aside from a bed and a wardrobe, the only other piece of furniture is a desk by the window, atop which rests a laptop. However, due to a power outage affecting the entire building, the screen of the laptop is currently dark. She approaches the desk, placing the long knife she holds upon its surface, and then turns to face Yusharan with a detached gaze, stating, "Speak your mind." Yusharan softly closes the door behind her, her expression turning serious. After a moment's hesitation, she inquires, "Sister Wanqing, may I ask what your intentions are regarding my brother?" "Intentions?" Shui Wanqing looks at her with a puzzled expression. "Sister Wanqing, I am aware of your formidable capabilities, yet in this apocalyptic world, no one would assist a stranger without reason." Yusharan understands her brother's nature. He is innocent and easily trusts others, lacking any guile. She fears that someone may harbor ulterior motives towards him, potentially leading to his harm. Though she is grateful for the assistance he has received, she knows one must remain vigilant, for there are far too many with ulterior motives lurking in the shadows. In this dire world, men are inherently at a disadvantage. needing to guard against both zombies and surviving humans, particularly those as strikingly handsome as her brother. Should he encounter a benevolent individual, he may be fortunate. However, if he falls into the clutches of someone with nefarious intentions, the consequences could be dire. Good people do exist, but they are exceedingly rare. And she is not willing to take that gamble. Her inquiry is, therefore, entirely justified. After all, her brother is her everything, and she will not permit anyone to inflict harm upon him. Shui Wanqing regards her with an unruffled demeanor, her expression remaining cold and seemingly unaffected by Yi Xiaoran's earnest words. After a long pause, she finally spoke slowly. If your brother were like you, it would certainly alleviate some concerns. Yi Xiaoran remained noncommittal, yet her response clearly did not align with her desires. Rest assured, I will not harm him, Shui Wanqing said, seemingly discerning her apprehensions. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to trust her. Sister Wanqing, I have another question. This time, her expression grew significantly more solemn. Can you tell me if the zombie outside has gained any intelligence? At her inquiry, a rare flicker of emotion crossed Shui Wanqing's face as she regarded the 13 or 14-year-old girl before her eyes narrowing slightly as she pondered something unspoken. Curiously, Yili wondered why her sister had been gone for so long. In the upstairs bedroom, she furrowed her brow and murmured, could they be chatting downstairs? This thought seemed quite reasonable to him. After all, what else could they be doing together? As for the zombies, he felt no concern. Never mind. He muttered to himself, I smell terrible. I need to freshen up. He caught a whiff of his own odor, grimacing slightly. Rising to his feet, he intended to head to the bathroom, but suddenly remembered that his clothes were downstairs. Thus, he made his way to the first floor, planning to retrieve them from his room. Upon arriving downstairs, just as he was about to push the door open, he paused, intrigued to listen to the conversation between the two. After all, Shui Wanqing's demeanor was perpetually frosty, and he simply could not fathom what she and Xiaoran could possibly discuss. Thus, he positioned himself by the door, pressing his ear against the wood to listen intently. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Yi Xiaoran, who momentarily paused, perplexed as to why her brother was standing there. Brother? What are you doing at the door? Shui Wanqing also cast a glance in his direction, yet unlike Yi Xiaoran, she appeared remarkably composed, as if she were aware of his presence outside. Yi Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and replied, I came to fetch a few articles of clothing. With that, he stepped past Yi Xiaoran and approached the wardrobe to select several items, preparing to depart. Brother, wait a moment. Wanqing and I have something to discuss with you. At this, Yi Xiaoran promptly grasped his arm. Yi Li hesitated, turning his head to her in confusion. What is it? Yi Xiaoran lowered her voice. Brother, please sit down. What I am about to say, you must not be afraid. Observing his sister's serious expression, Yi Li's heart began to race. He swallowed hard and whispered, Please don't frighten me. You know I have a bit of a timid disposition. Then I won't say anything. No, you should go ahead and speak. Shui Wanqing. Yi Li settled himself onto the bed, looking at his sister and urging, Go on. Yi Xiaoran nodded, directing her gaze at the seated Shui Wanqing. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly asked, Brother, have you ever encountered a zombie that can talk? Talking zombie. Upon hearing this, Yi Li was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yi Xiaoran and beckoned her over. Xiaoran, come here. What is it? Yi Xiaoran approached in confusion. As she drew near, Yi Li suddenly raised his hand and tapped her on the head, causing her to gasp in pain. Do you think I'm foolish? How could a zombie speak? He glared at Yi Xiaoran, clearly irritated. Shui Wanqing, observing from the side, refrained from interjecting. Yet she felt a dull ache in her own head. Under Yi Li's piercing gaze, Yi Xiaoran, feeling wronged, rubbed the spot where she had been struck and pouted. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Sister Wanqing. In response, Yi Li turned his attention to Shui Wanqing and inquired, Have you ever encountered a talking zombie? Upon feeling his gaze upon her, she instinctively averted her eyes slightly. I have seen one. Then, do you recognize what I am holding? Yi Li smiled broadly as he raised his hand, forming a fist with only his index and middle fingers bent. Upon witnessing this, Shui Wanqing fell silent, as she indeed had seen something similar. Chapter 13. That night, someone called out Yi Li. However, she had also encountered a speaking zombie. Noticing her silence, Yi Li grew increasingly convinced that Yi Xiaoran was attempting to deceive him and raised his hand again, preparing to give her another tap on the head. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoran quickly retreated to distance herself. Brother, I truly did not deceive you. The night after you left, I heard it. Younger sister is telling the truth. I can attest to this matter, Shui Wanqing, seated on the chair, affirmed her words. Upon hearing this, Yili halted her actions, gazing at the two of them with skepticism. How could zombies possibly speak? Observing his incredulous expression, Shui Wanqing found his reaction understandable. After all, such a far-fetched claim would be difficult for anyone to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Were it not for her own eyes having beheld the truth, she too might have remained a skeptic. How long do you think the zombie outbreak has lasted? Shui Wanqing suddenly inquired. In response, Yili pondered earnestly for a moment before answering. Perhaps a little over 3 months, if we consider the initial outbreak. However, Shui Wanqing shook her head, correcting her. It has not been 3 months. It has been 8 months. 8 months? The moment those words escaped her lips, not only did Yuli's eyes widen in shock, but even Yu Xiaoran, standing beside her, looked at her with astonishment. Indeed, it has been 8 months, she affirmed with certainty. But Sister Wanqing, if that is the case, why has there been no news coverage? Furthermore, 3 months ago, a rescue team delivered supplies to us. Yili countered. Exactly, she echoed. If the outbreak has persisted for so long, the authorities should have organized an evacuation for the populace. Shui Wanqing gently shook her head. The lack of news coverage is a means to prevent public unrest and panic. They too wish to evacuate, but S City is the epicenter of the outbreak, rendering them powerless. As for the rescue team you mentioned from 3 months ago, if I am not mistaken, they must have relayed some instructions to you before departing. At her words, Yili began to recollect the events of that day. At that time, the rescue team comprised 5 members. Their expressions tense and their faces smeared with blood. One individual left a particularly deep impression on him. Blood trickled down her neck. And as he opened the door to collect supplies, she attempted to enter but was halted by the leading woman of the group. After delivering the supplies, the 5 hurriedly departed, and the leader took a moment to caution him. Mr. Yi, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, it is imperative that you remain at home and refrain from making any noise. Remember this. Following her words, they left, and he distinctly recalled hearing several gunshots from downstairs, which had ignited a flicker of concern within him. In retrospect, he recognized numerous discrepancies in the situation. Yili recounted the events and the words spoken to Shui Wanqing, who, upon hearing his description, began to piece together the circumstances. It was no wonder that a frail man like him had survived for so long. The zombies on this floor had evidently been drawn away. One could not deny that Yili was quite fortunate. After listening, Shui Wanqing turned to Yili and remarked, "It is entirely understandable that you are unaware, considering you and your sister have been confined here for 3 months without venturing outside. However, I must inform you of one crucial fact. There are hardly any living souls left in this city." What? What do you mean? Yili stammered, momentarily bewildered. I mean it in the most literal sense. My words are not mere hyperbole. Observing Shui Wanqing's serious demeanor, Yili felt a pang of unease. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you saying that the entire city of S has been overrun by zombies?" Shui Wanqing nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed. While there are survivors, they are exceedingly few, she remarked. This is precisely why I was so astonished upon encountering you. I never imagined there would still be living souls here. How could this be possible? In the very heart of S City, how could there be a lack of life? Yili murmured in disbelief. Observing his disconcerted demeanor, Yi Xiaoran swiftly approached to offer comfort. Brother, it's all right. Given the current circumstances, the existence of living beings is far more terrifying than that of zombies. Her words rang true, compared to those mindless creatures that merely sought to feast on flesh. Sentient humans posed a genuine threat. In the apocalypse, survivors would resort to any means necessary for sustenance. Shui Wanqing regarded him with a detached expression. Once she noted that his agitation had somewhat subsided, she continued, the rapid downfall of S City can be attributed to the evolution of the zombies. Her tone grew grave at this revelation. Yili, fixated on her, pressed for clarification. What do you mean they have begun to evolve? Noticing his lingering confusion, Shui Wanqing sighed softly. To put it simply, the zombies in S City have become increasingly formidable. Some have even developed the capacity for thought and speech. They are no longer mere mindless husks. Upon hearing her explanation, Yili felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Recalling the peculiar behavior of a zombie he had encountered outside, the thought of zombies possessing the ability to speak and think sent a wave of dread coursing through him. Seemingly sensing his unease, Shui Wanqing continued, of course, if zombies can evolve, we humans can certainly do the same. Wanqing, what do you mean by that? Yu Xiaoran promptly inquired, while Yili cast a puzzled glance in her direction. There is a certain probability for individuals to become awakeners. Each person's awakened abilities differ, as do the methods of awakening. As she spoke, Shui Wanqing raised her hand, and before the two, she gradually coalesced a sphere of light, with faint arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Upon witnessing the luminous orb in her palm, the siblings' eyes widened in astonishment. "This is my ability. The power of lightning," Shui Wanqing declared. Yili was taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. First, there was the outbreak of zombies. And now the emergence of superpowers. Everything was disorienting, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, Yisharin quickly regained her composure. Instead of inquiring about the nature of the abilities, she posed a question of paramount importance to her. "Wanqing, can you tell me the strength of a talking zombie?" This question was crucial as it concerned her brother. She had heard it. That night, although the voice was faint, she had distinctly heard someone calling out Yili. At that moment, she had thought there were living people outside, for how could one hear someone speaking? Yet, as the scratching continued at the door, she gradually sensed something was amiss. After all, if there were indeed someone outside, the scratching would have ceased long ago. It could not persist indefinitely. Thus, the only explanation was that the one outside, calling her brother's name, was not human. Upon hearing her inquiry, Shui Wanqing fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. The rapid downfall of City S can be attributed, without exaggeration, to the existence of such zombies, rendering firearms utterly ineffective against them. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "Their strength is formidable, at least for me. I am unable to contend with them. As for the classification of zombie levels, they range from the first tier, ordinary zombies, to the fifth tier, considered a zombie king, with the second tier having some degree of cognition, the third tier exhibiting beast-like reasoning, and the fourth tier capable of speech and possessing significantly enhanced power. The classification of human abilities is also tiered from 1 to 5, with each individual exhibiting distinct attributes that awaken from 7 major categories: water, fire, wind, lightning, and ice. The author wishes to take a day off and will update tomorrow, providing a single chapter for today. Chapter 14. Departure in 2 days from City S. Upon hearing this, Yushiron's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Yili regained his composure and looked at the two, momentarily puzzled by their conversation. Yet he expressed his astonishment. "Is it true that even you, Wanqing, cannot defeat them? Just how powerful are these zombies?" Shui Wanqing fell silent once more. She was currently only at the 3rd tier and had only recently stepped into this level. While she could ensure her own safety in this apocalyptic world, facing a zombie of equal strength at the 3rd tier would likely prove to be quite a challenge. Not only Shui Wanqing, but Yisharin also found herself lost in thought at this moment. Although she was uncertain about her own capabilities, the mere mention of her sister Wanqing's opinion instilled a sense of dread regarding the zombie in question. With this thought, she instinctively grasped Yeli's arm in a fit of anxiety. Upon feeling the touch, Yeli glanced down and noticed her sister's anxious expression. "What is the matter? Why do you look at me like that?" he inquired softly. Sharon shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It's nothing." She then shifted her gaze toward Shui Wanqing and asked, "Sister Wanqing, may I inquire if there are any safe havens left in City S?" "None," Shui Wanqing replied, shaking her head. "However, there are some in City A, as it is not the epicenter of the outbreak." "City A," Sharon murmured, silently making a decision in her heart. "Are we heading to City A now?" Yeli suddenly interjected, breaking the flow of conversation. Although he was somewhat bewildered, he keenly grasped the crux of the matter. "Yes, I had originally planned to leave City S in a few days," Shui Wanqing affirmed. Her initial intention was to depart the previous day, but an unexpected encounter with Yeli had caused a delay. After all, City S was perilous, the 3rd-tier zombies were countless. And most critically, it was the outbreak site, undoubtedly teeming with even more formidable undead. These zombies, having attained a semblance of intelligence, did not behave like humans. Their desires and malevolent inclinations were magnified manifold compared to their former selves. The long-suppressed urges and wicked thoughts they had in life would be unleashed upon gaining sentience. These are the pieces of information that Shui Wanqing gathered from the zombies during this period. "Sister Wanqing, could you perhaps take my brother and me along?" Yisharin hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. She wished to leave S-City with her brother, having listened to Shui Wanqing. She understood just how perilous this place truly was. S-City had become nothing short of a den of zombies. She longed to escape, to reach a safe zone. Yet how could the two siblings possibly manage that? Setting aside the cunning zombies, even the ordinary ones posed a daunting challenge for them. Before Shui Wanqing could respond, Yili interjected, "Shaoran, we do not wish to trouble Sister Wanqing. We will manage on our own. He did not want to burden Shui Wanting. Considering they were hardly acquainted, he was already grateful for her assistance in bringing them this far. It would be unreasonable to ask her to carry both siblings along. It would only be a hindrance. After all, in this apocalyptic world, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise without a trace. Brother. Yi Shaoran looked at him, softly protesting her disagreement. Yi Li met her gaze and gently shook his head. Observing this exchange, Shui Wanting sighed inwardly. She understood his thoughts. Yet she also recognized that if they ventured forth alone, they might not even escape this building. Although she was merely a third-tier awakened, and her strength was limited in S-City, she still possessed the ability to protect herself. Furthermore, if the three of them remained cautious on their journey to a city, there was a significant chance they could exit the city safely. Once they left S-City, the path ahead would surely be much more navigable. Moreover, what kind of woman would abandon men and children without a second thought? Upon realizing this, she turned to Yi Li and spoke coldly. Yi Li, I will not leave you two behind. Come with me. In response, Yi Li waved his hand in refusal, saying, No, Wan Qing, you have already helped me immensely. I cannot burden you further. It is settled then. We will depart in 2 days, declared Shui Wan Qing, disregarding his rejection and continuing her discourse. Yi Li gazed at her, confusion mingling with profound gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Wan Qing, he said earnestly. He too wished to escape, to survive. Yet that did not imply he desired to drag others into peril. However, what alternative did he possess? For the present, aligning with Shui Wan Qing was undoubtedly the safest course for both, albeit paradoxically, it also represented her gravest risk. Faced with Yi Li's appreciative gaze, Shui Wan Qing instinctively turned her head away, responding nonchalantly, Subsequently, after a brief conversation among the three, Yi Li ascended the stairs to cleanse himself, driven by the unbearable stench clinging to him. With his departure, only Yi Shaoran and Shui Wan Qing remained in the bedroom on the first floor. An awkward silence enveloped them, their expressions laden with gravity. That night, you heard your brother's name. Are you certain it was not a mere illusion? After a prolonged pause, Shui Wan Qing broke the silence. It cannot have been an illusion. Although the voice was faint, I heard it distinctly. Someone was indeed calling my brother's name, Yi Shaoran asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, Shui Wan Qing furrowed her brow and fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired, Has your brother offended anyone in the past? Does he have a girlfriend? Perhaps? The mention of the term girlfriend inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her, causing a brief tumult in her thoughts. Yi Shaoran pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, my brother has been entirely devoted to his work. During his time off, he simply stays at home and rarely ventures out. His only pastime is playing video games. At this juncture, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she quickly added, Oh, my brother has an older sister whom he has known since childhood. We have always referred to her as Sister Iqian. He works at her company, and they often keep in touch. Sister Iqian sometimes invites him out for dinner, and on occasion, she brings me along as well. However, since the outbreak of the zombies, we have not seen Sister Iqian again, and my brother's calls to her go unanswered. Yi Shaoran relayed all the information she possessed to Shui Wan Qing. As Shui Wan Qing absorbed this information, a subtle sigh of relief washed over her, yet she was equally perplexed. That name, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Your sister Iqian must be facing some troubles. Otherwise, her phone would not be unreachable, Shui Wan Qing speculated. Yes, Sister Iqian is a genuinely nice person. Although she has a rather strong character, our families have always been close, and she frequently visits my brother, Yi Shaoran concurred. Upon hearing this, Shui Wan Qing's eyes flickered, and an indescribable sensation stirred within her, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. She was uncertain about the reasons behind her feelings. Yet the visage of Yi Li inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Chapter 15. Regarding the sister she mentioned, she seemed to possess a vague recollection. She suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and began to ponder earnestly. According to Yi Shaoran's earlier words, the woman named Qian must have encountered some predicament. Otherwise, she would not have gone missing. Moreover, judging by her description of the zombie, it was highly probable that the woman had transformed into one, and it was likely that she had evolved as well. As for the level of evolution, she could not ascertain. But one thing was certain, this zombie was undoubtedly at least a third tier. Contemplating this, her expression grew considerably grave. Being pursued by a zombie was far from a favorable situation, especially if it was one of the third tier or higher. Sister Wan Qing, do you have any leads? Yi Shaoran inquired, noticing the change in her demeanor, a hint of concern in her voice. She had an ominous premonition and continued, This zombie. It wouldn't be Yi Qian, would it? Yes, the probability is quite high, Shui Wanqing nodded, sharing her suspicions that it could indeed be Yi Qian. Although she could not be certain, the likelihood was certainly significant. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback, a wave of sorrow washing over her. The person who once shared meals with her was now no longer present. Despite her sadness, she quickly composed herself. Realizing that the utmost priority was to identify who that zombie was and why it was seeking her brother. Present conjectures could not confirm that the zombie was Li Yiqian. Xiaoran, do not mention this to your brother for now. I fear it may frighten him. Shui Wanqing suggested in a gentle tone. After all, being targeted by a zombie can instill terror even in the most robust of individuals, let alone a frail man. A woman would likely be paralyzed with fear. Rest assured, Sister Wanqing, I shall not divulge this to him. Yi Xiaoran wholeheartedly concurred with her suggestion. It would be prudent to keep this matter confidential for the time being, as there was no resolution at hand. Revealing it would only serve to heighten anxiety. Following their discussion, the two settled down for the night. At dawn the next day, Shui Wanqing imparted a few instructions to Yi Li and the others before venturing out. With their departure imminent, she needed to meticulously inspect the route and craft 3 new zombie skin outfits. The existing ones had deteriorated, their scent diluted and in dire need of replacement. Most importantly, she had to eliminate the zombies on this floor to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could incite a horde. Donning the zombie skin, she stepped outside, encountering numerous undead along her path, all of which she dispatched with ease. After clearing the area of zombies, Shui Wanqing continued her search for the most optimal escape route, carefully considering potential contingencies. She always maintained a fallback plan, a habit ingrained in her regardless of time or place. Upon returning to the apartment, the afternoon had arrived, and she had largely mapped out the evacuation route. That evening, the trio gathered in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Shui Wanqing produced a map adorned with numerous markings from her pocket, spreading it across the table. Tomorrow, we shall depart directly, following this route, she declared, her finger tracing the densely marked lines on the map. Approximately 10 kilometers away, there lies a vehicle, one that I have strategically positioned in advance. It contains ample supplies of food, water, and medical provisions, sufficient to sustain us through the forthcoming days, Shui Wanqing stated. Upon hearing this, Yi Li furrowed her brows, her face betraying concern as she could not restrain herself from asking, are we truly departing during the day? Might this not be perilous? After all, the zombies are active both day and night. Yi Xiaoran nodded in agreement, echoing Yi Li's sentiments. She believed that although the night was shrouded in darkness, it at least afforded them the chance to evade the gaze of some zombies, rendering it relatively safer. Conversely, daylight would expose them more readily to the lurking undead, increasing the risk of detection. It is important to note that in the bright light of day, with visibility unimpeded, the streets are teeming with wandering zombies who could easily spot any living beings. Under such circumstances, if one wishes to retreat safely, nightfall would indeed be the most opportune moment. For when darkness envelopes the world, obscuring all vision, zombies lose their sight and rely solely on sound. This significantly enhances the safety of a nighttime escape, allowing them to cleverly evade the hordes of zombies. However, to choose daylight for departure would be akin to walking into a trap, fully exposing oneself to the undead. Such a course of action is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to being besieged and torn apart by swarming zombies, with dire consequences. In response to Yi Li's concerns, Shui Wanqing understood the situation well and patiently explained, you need not worry. We are adorned in zombie skins, as long as we refrain from speaking and maintain our distance. Even if they catch sight of us, they will not react. However, during the night, they would lose their sight, rendering them motionless. Should any sound arise, they would not hesitate to charge at you, regardless of whether you were one of their kind. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Li instantly grasped the situation. During the day, although their hearing remained intact, they would ignore their kind. Yet at night, unable to discern whether it was a fellow creature, they would pounce unreservedly toward the source of the sound. Understanding this, Yi Li let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Shui Wanqing's foresight, and couldn't help but feel admiration for her. Shui Wanqing continued, I have prepared 3 zombie skins and 2 guns. As she spoke, she retrieved 2 submachine guns from the ground. For this outing, she had deliberately brought back 2 weapons, along with several grenades. While these items were of no use to her, they would prove invaluable to Yi Li and his companion. Though these firearms would be ineffective against 3rd tier or higher zombies, they were quite effective against those of 2nd tier or lower. I retrieved these 2 guns and grenades from the police station. Now, they are for your protection." She handed the weapons to the 2 of them. Yili and Yisharan accepted the weapons, feeling their weight in their hands. Yili gazed at the submachine gun, feeling a sense of security wash over him. At least with these tools for self-defense, he would not be left helpless in the face of danger again. Unlike Yili, Yisharan's eyes sparkled with excitement the moment she received the gun. She eagerly touched the firearm, her heart racing with exhilaration, wishing fervently to charge out and face the world. Guns possess an irresistible allure for anyone, particularly for Yisharan, a girl with a penchant for firearms. Observing the reactions of the 2, Shui Wanqing continued, "This is the bolt. If you wish to shoot, you must open it." She proceeded to explain the mechanism of the bolt to them, subsequently instructing them on its use. The 2 learned with great diligence and soon mastered the fundamental techniques. Watching their adept postures with the guns, Shui Wanqing merely nodded before outlining the precautions for their withdrawal the following day, after which she departed the room. As she left, she beckoned Yisharan to accompany her to the bedroom on the 1st floor, seeking to inquire about the sister she had mentioned. She felt a vague familiarity with the name, yet was not entirely certain, prompting her desire to ask Yisharan. Yili observed the departing figures of the 2, a frown creasing his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were concealing some secret from him. Chapter 16. The 4th Stage Zombie, Li Yiqian. Before long, they arrived at the bedroom on the 1st floor. Yisharan gently closed the door behind her and turned to face Shui Wanqing, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Sister Wanqing, what is it?" she inquired, puzzled by Shui Wanqing's decision to summon her privately. Was there something that could not be discussed in front of her brother? Shui Wanqing settled into a chair, her expression impassive and her tone composed as she asked, "Shaoran, what does your sister look like? What is her full name?" She felt an uncanny familiarity with the name, reminiscent of a powerful zombie she had encountered during a mission. Upon being questioned, Yisharan did not conceal anything. After a brief moment of hesitation, she responded candidly. "Sister Yiqian has medium-length hair and typically dresses in a formal manner, always clad in a sharp suit. By the way, her name is Li Yiqian." At this juncture, Yisharan seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, there are some details I forgot to mention. Before the outbreak of the virus, Sister Yiqian had already delivered a substantial amount of supplies to our home, exchanged a few words with my brother, and then left without delay." As Yisharan continued speaking, Shui Wanqing had already been rendered speechless, her mind engulfed in a deafening silence. Replaying the catastrophic scene of their team's demise, Li Yiqian. These 3 syllables echoed incessantly in her mind. She remembered everything, the name that had led to the swift obliteration of her entire camp. Recalling that fateful night, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Oblivious to the pain, Yisharan noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. She glanced at Shui Wanqing and, observing the frozen expression on her face, couldn't help but voice her concern. "Sister Wanqing, what's wrong?" Nothing at all." Shui Wanqing inhaled deeply, striving to steady her breath, unwilling for Yisharan to discern any signs of distress. After calming her tumultuous emotions, her countenance turned grave as she spoke. "Shaoran, we must set off at first light tomorrow. This place is no longer safe." "What is happening?" Yisharan detected the change in her tone and inquired with rising apprehension. Shui Wanqing shook her head, instructing her to pack her belongings and prepare everything necessary. For tomorrow she would awaken the 2 of them, and they would set off immediately. Yisharan did not inquire further, obediently complying. Although their time together had been brief, it was the first occasion Yisharan had witnessed such a serious demeanor from her. And while her heart fluttered with unease, she dared not delay, promptly returning to her room to gather her things. Once Yisharan departed, Shui Wanqing was left alone in the bedroom on the 1st floor. She sat in a chair, lost in recollection. That night, their hastily formed 7-member team had been dispatched on a mission with a clear objective: to eradicate a single zombie. Indeed, just one zombie. In addition to their 7, a substantial military force from City S was mobilized, all for the purpose of confronting this singular undead foe. By that time, the authorities had already acknowledged the emergence of awakened individuals and had come to understand that zombies could evolve, and at an alarming pace and strength. Hence, to avert future calamities, the military did not hesitate to deploy an entire battalion, comprising numerous formidable fighters, among whom were many awakened ones. Their aim was to eliminate a 4th-tier zombie, known as Li Yiqian. She vividly recalled that night when a woman clad in a blood-red suit approached their camp with measured steps. Her complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, resembling a corpse. Yet her eyes and lips were a striking crimson, akin to a blooming blood flower, exuding an unsettling and suffocating aura. Following her were several zombies. Though they did not possess the same terrifying presence as Li Yiqian, their strength had likely reached the pinnacle of the third tier. It is essential to understand that this was the early stage of the apocalypse, a pinnacle of the third tier, capable of annihilating an entire city. At that time, even the camp commander was merely at the initial phase of the third tier, which speaks volumes about the immense pressure experienced during that period. Moreover, the zombies brought by Li Yiqian numbered only 4, and with her presence, there were merely 5 of them. Yet, that was sufficient to bring about the obliteration of the entire camp. She would never forget that fateful night, those icy crimson eyes resembling the arrival of death itself, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably, leaving her devoid of any will to resist. She felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Yiqian, a force so formidable that it extinguished any thought of defiance within her. In a mere blink, the camp, housing 1,000 souls, was nearly slaughtered to the last. Such a scene would forever be etched in her memory. Had she not transcended to the third tier just before her near demise, she would likely have met her end there, or worse, become one of them. With a sigh, Xue Wanqing recalled the image of Yi Li. Astonished that she had caught her attention, she murmured softly, then rose, making her way to the bedside to lie down in preparation for sleep. Initially, she had contemplated an evacuation at noon. However, given the altered circumstances, the timing of the retreat must be expedited. When targeted by zombies of such caliber, it matters not how close your relationship was with the individual in life. Once transformed into a zombie, everything changes. What she once hesitated to do, she could now pursue with reckless abandon. What she must do now is to safeguard the 2 siblings to the best of her ability, rescuing them from this perilous predicament. After all, she is a soldier. In City S, within a brightly lit glass building, in a spacious bedroom, stand 4 zombies, both male and female, arranged in 2 rows facing each other. At the forefront sits a tall woman clad in an elegant suit, her feet adorned with pointed black leather shoes, every movement exuding an air of nobility and grace. She rests a hand against her head, her exquisite profile shrouded in shadow, obscuring the details, save for her pair of crimson eyes, coldly observing the 4 zombies below. The creatures bow their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Although they cannot speak, they communicate in their own zombie language, possessing a nascent intelligence. After a prolonged silence, the leading woman finally speaks. Are you implying that you lost track of that ancient one? Her tone is unremarkable, as if she were merely commenting on the weather or discussing the day's meals. Yet, to the 4 zombies, her words resonate like a death knell, causing them to tremble in fear. In the next moment, they all instinctively kneel, incessantly uttering their zombie tongue, pleading for the woman to grant them another chance. The woman gazes at the 3 kneeling females and 1 male, her scarlet eyes betraying no emotion. After what feels like an eternity, she finally parts her lips. I shall grant you 1 more opportunity. Should you fail again, death awaits. Her tone was remarkably frigid, devoid of any semblance of jest, and utterly lacking warmth. The 4 zombies shuddered in unison, hastily nodding their heads, fearful that even a moment's delay could cost them their chance at survival. Observing this, Li Yiqian raised her hand and flung a photograph, which a peak-level red-clad female zombie promptly caught. Find this person for me. Regardless of whether he has become a zombie or not, bring him to me in pristine condition. If you see him and fail to retrieve him, I shall make your existence a living torment. Upon uttering these words, Li Yiqian's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving the 4 zombies kneeling on the ground. They remained in that position for an extended period until the absence of any sound finally emboldened them to raise their heads, only to discover the throne was already vacant. With a collective sigh of relief, the 4 zombies rose and exited the chamber. Upon reaching the doorway, the earlier red-clad female zombie produced the photograph, and the other 3 superiors gathered around to gaze at the individual depicted. The image revealed a strikingly handsome man seated on a lawn, holding a sandwich and smiling charmingly at the camera, clearly captured from a clandestine angle. The man's appearance was undeniably captivating, prompting gasps of admiration from the 4 zombies. Although they had transformed into zombies, they were now endowed with cognition, and their sense of aesthetics remained intact. Such a visage, in their eyes, was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. No wonder Master Li had specifically commanded that he be brought back. However, after their moment of astonishment, they quickly realized the gravity of the task at hand, setting aside the fact that S City was teeming with zombies. Even the man's appearance posed a greater danger than any encounter with survivors. 3 months into the outbreak, this feeble man had likely. The zombies exchanged solemn glances. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, however, the immediate priority was not to locate the individuals above, but rather to capture that old woman. She had escaped from the camp last time, and this time, they could not allow her even the slightest chance of survival. At that moment, a male zombie spoke in the language of the undead. I have a plan to apprehend the old woman. Upon hearing this, the 3 female zombies turned their attention toward him. The male zombie continued, one of my subordinates has spotted a military armored vehicle laden with a significant amount of supplies, leaning against the wall and covered with cloth. Are you implying that? Indeed, I suspect it belongs to that old woman. Furthermore, my subordinate mentioned that many of our kind have perished in the vicinity, including several at the peak of the 2nd tier. At this revelation, the other 3 zombies narrowed their eyes, their lips curling into a sinister, bloodthirsty smile. In S City, aside from that old woman, who else possessed the strength to slay those at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier? Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of other 3rd-tier powerhouses lurking about. But at this critical juncture, anyone capable of dispatching those at the 2nd tier would face no hesitation in being eliminated. Not to mention, allowing such human strongholds to rise would be intolerable. Merely consuming the flesh and blood of 3rd-tier beings could empower them, facilitating their evolution. Therefore, regardless of who it was, death was the only option. The 4 zombies shared a fleeting glance, devoid of any hesitation, before dispersing in different directions. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Li Yiqian gracefully stepped to the forefront, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene below, her exquisite countenance betraying not a hint of emotion. The cool night breeze tousled her hair as she delicately touched the necklace around her neck, her crimson eyes brimming with tenderness. Leo, did you ever contemplate the eventuality of this moment when you initially spurned me? She removed the necklace, cradling it in her palm, her fingertips caressing the pendant as she murmured, "This necklace was lovingly fastened around my neck by your own hands." As she uttered the final words, a trace of self-mockery graced her lips. Then she lifted her gaze towards the horizon, a flicker of madness crossing her scarlet irises. "You are well aware of my love for you, yet why do you persist in maintaining an invisible distance between us?" With that, she closed her eyes momentarily, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, before slowly reopening them to regard the necklace in her palm, adorning herself once more. Observing the zombies on the street, a flicker of revulsion crossed her eyes. She despised her current state, for despite appearing akin to others, it did nothing to alter the reality of her being a zombie. How utterly filthy! Li Yiqian muttered under her breath, turning away and vanishing from the rooftop. The following day, at 7 in the morning, as dawn barely broke, the trio within the apartment had already donned their armor, clad in freshly made zombie leather. The pungent odor emanating from the new attire was overwhelming. Even though Yi Li had somewhat acclimated to it, he found himself on the verge of retching. In contrast, Yi Xiaoran and Shui Wanqing fared considerably better. Once again, I reiterate, upon exiting this door, regardless of what you hear or see, do not respond, do not linger, and absolutely do not make eye contact with the zombies. Follow my lead along the designated route. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, remember the escape path I have outlined. You must flee in this direction, for I have nearly eradicated all the zombies. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Shui Wanqing solemnly instructed Yuli and Yi Xiaoran. This time, she deliberately avoided areas heavily populated by zombies, such as malls and schools, to prevent triggering a zombie surge. Understood, Yili replied, nodding earnestly. And Yi Xiaoran mirrored her seriousness. Noticing the intensity in Yi Li's gaze, Shui Wanqing momentarily averted her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. After imparting a few more safety instructions and ensuring that Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran had comprehended them, they commenced their mission. Clad in zombie skins, the trio approached the entrance on the 1st floor. Shui Wanqing opened the door and stepped outside first, followed closely by Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran. As Yi Li beheld the scene in the corridor, he nearly felt nauseous. However, after the previous ordeal, he had gradually acclimatized to such sights. He glanced at Yi Xiaoran, concerned that she might struggle to cope with the gruesome spectacle, but she merely furrowed her brow slightly before returning to her composed demeanor. Observing his sister's tranquility, he could not help but wonder if she had experienced something akin to this before, though the thought was fleeting, as such occurrences were, after all, implausible. Soon, the 3 of them descended the stairs to the grand hall on the 1st floor, where they encountered no obstacles along the way. In the hall, the corpses of zombies lay strewn about, an indescribable stench pervading the air like a plague. making it impossible to approach. Yili furrowed his brows, raising a hand to cover his nose. The foul odor emanating from the bodies was beyond description. Even Shui Wanqing found it hard to endure. Although she had slain all the zombies within the hall, the passage of a night had allowed 5 or 6 more to appear. The 3 of them paid no heed and made their way out of the building. Yili felt a surge of excitement, for it was his first time stepping outside in 3.5 months. Yet, upon beholding the scene on the street, he froze in place. Chapter 18. Something is following us outside the community. Scattered zombies lay on the ground, some headless, others with only half of their bodies remaining. After Shui Wanqing's cleansing the previous day, the community had been rid of zombies. Even those that remained had entered a state of dormancy. The trio did not linger and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the community. Outside the gate, Yili could clearly see several zombies wandering about, though they did not attack. Upon exiting the community gate, the group adhered to their route and quickly proceeded towards the military off-road vehicle. They remained silent, walking quietly, occasionally encountering zombies blocking their path, which they skillfully circumvented. Though 10 kilometers is not a great distance, walking would take over an hour, and that did not account for any detours. If detours were considered, it might extend to 3 hours. Yili gripped his submachine gun tightly, surveying the damaged buildings along the way, his heart a tumult of emotions. This path once led him to his workplace, a vibrant pedestrian street that had been utterly devastated by the outbreak of zombies. The entire thoroughfare lay desolate, exuding an air of melancholy, yet occasionally a few zombies could be seen standing silently at the sides, adding an eerie ambience to the forlorn street. Beyond the pedestrian area lay a vast square, devoid of life. Yet Shui Wanqing understood that this very square was the most perilous location. Known as Chuqing Square, it was not merely a square, but rather a 6-story shopping mall, each floor impressively expansive. She had previously scouted this mall, which was teeming with zombies, all in a state of slumber, numbering at least in the thousands, if not more. She was certain that if all the zombies here were to awaken, not just the 3 of them, but even 10 battalions would meet certain doom. Contemplating this, Shui Wanqing paused, feeling it necessary to relay this information to her companions. Noticing her halt, Yili and his sister also came to a stop, the former casting a puzzled glance at her, but refraining from voicing his questions. Approaching the siblings, Shui Wanqing lowered her voice to a level audible only to the 3 of them and said, "This square is the most dangerous. There are at least 1,000 zombies here." Upon hearing this, Yili and Yisharin were taken aback. Such a number would pose a formidable challenge, even for an army. However, Shui Wanqing did not afford them much time for contemplation and continued, "Moreover, have you noticed that the closer we get, the fewer zombies there are?" Upon hearing this, the siblings carefully surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, as she had stated, the closer they approached the Chuqing Square, the fewer zombies they encountered. "Are you suggesting that this horde of zombies is all concentrated within?" Yili could not help but speculate. Shui Wanqing nodded, her expression grave. The zombies had developed a certain level of intelligence, allowing them to conceal themselves and evade detection. Furthermore, their rate of evolution was accelerating. If left unchecked, they might give rise to even more formidable beings. With Shui Wanqing's affirmation, Yili grasped the chilling implications. Although they had encountered a few zombies on their journey, they had initially assumed that most had dispersed. Little did they realize they had indeed left, but had consolidated in the square. "Sister Wanqing, what should we do now?" Yusharin whispered at that moment. It was impossible not to feel fear in the face of such a multitude of zombies. Even awakened individuals had to tread carefully. "We shall proceed along the original route. Remember my words, regardless of what you hear or see, do not linger at all. Moreover, should a zombie tide ensue, I will take responsibility for diverting them. You must flee according to the path I provide. Understood?" Shui Wanqing spoke sternly to the 2 of them. Yili and Yisharin nodded solemnly, indicating their comprehension. "Very well, let us move." With that, Shui Wanqing took the lead, and Yili and Yisharin quickly followed suit. As the 3 of them advanced once more, 4 figures atop the shopping mall in Chuqing Square observed them coldly. Among the trio, one was at the initial stage of the 3rd level. The leader among them, clad in red, spoke in the tongue of the undead. This crimson-clad zombie was named Corpse 1, a moniker bestowed upon her by Li Yiqian, and her prowess surpassed that of the other 3 zombies. "Corpse 1. Should I descend and deal with them?" inquired the only male zombie, licking his lips, a glimmer of bloodlust igniting in his eyes. He was a mid-tier 3rd-stage zombie, known as Corpse 2. "Not yet. That old woman has yet to reveal herself. Acting rashly would only serve to startle the prey." making it all the more difficult to capture her later. Corpse 1 replied, shaking her head in disapproval of his suggestion. It appears that vehicle belongs to those three. The tall female zombie remarked in a deep voice. She was named Corpse 4, possessing strength at the initial third stage. Upon hearing her words, Corpse 1 fell into contemplative silence, her scarlet gaze fixed intently below. Suddenly, she inhaled sharply, a foul yet faintly fragrant odor piercing her nostrils. The other three zombies exchanged puzzled glances at her reaction. Without further elaboration, Corpse 1 turned to the slender zombie, instructing Corpse 3, follow them. If that old woman does not appear by the time they leave, eliminate them. Understood, Corpse 3 nodded, her form flickering before vanishing from sight. Corpse 1, is it truly wise to send Corpse 3 alone? Corpse 2 expressed concern, watching the departing figure. She will be fine, two of them are mere ordinary humans. And the third is only at the initial third stage. 1 against 3 is more than manageable, Corpse 1 waved dismissively. Then turned her attention back to the remaining two zombies. All right, let us set forth to find that elderly woman. Additionally, regarding the photograph I showed you last night, please help me identify the individuals within it. Understood. The two zombies responded in unison, promptly vanishing from sight. Once they had completely departed, Shuri continued to observe the three silhouettes, murmuring in puzzlement, strange, this scent. I feel as though I have encountered it before. She furrowed her brow, lost in deep contemplation, yet could not recall its origin. Nevertheless, she resolved to complete the task assigned by her master, hoping that this time the old woman might still be able to escape. Shuri squinted her eyes, revealing a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, Yi Li and her companions remained oblivious to the fact that they had become targets. Their immediate objective was to swiftly depart from the Chuqing Square and continue their journey. They had been walking for over 10 minutes, yet there remained approximately 8 kilometers to their military off-road vehicle. At this pace, it would likely take 3 to 4 hours to reach it. Suddenly, Shui Wanqing, who was leading the way, turned around abruptly, her expression alert as she scrutinized the rear. Upon noticing this, Yi Li and Yi Shaoran immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. Although they were unaware of what Shui Wanqing had detected, they trusted her instincts, believing she sensed something amiss. Something is following us, Shui Wanqing whispered. Earlier, while traversing the path, she had felt a chilling presence emanating from behind, accompanied by an intense feeling of being watched. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, she was certain that they were being pursued. Chapter 19 Brother. Is this not the place where you used to work? Are those zombies? Yi Li cautiously approached her side and whispered. Shui Wanqing did not respond. Her grip on the long knife tightened as her icy gaze surveyed the surroundings. Yet, apart from a few scattered zombies, there was nothing else in sight. We should quicken our pace, Shui Wanqing said in a hushed tone. The earlier sensation of being watched made her uneasy, as if danger lurked nearby. Yi Li nodded slightly, then grasped Yusharon's hand, trailing behind Shui Wanqing, their footsteps hastening. At that moment, a baby's cry echoed from within the shopping mall. The sound was faint, but in the stillness of Chuyang Square, it pierced the silence sharply. Upon hearing this, Yi Li abruptly halted, instinctively turning to look. But Shui Wanqing suddenly obstructed his line of sight. Their eyes met, and her voice reached his ears simultaneously. Do not look. That is merely a tactic employed by the zombies to lure you in or to make you engage in eye contact with them. She understood Yi Li's thoughts. For after the outbreak, she had witnessed numerous such tragedies. Indeed, she had experienced it herself. The wave of corpses triggered by that incident remained etched in her memory. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Li's face turned ashen, a chill creeping from his feet up his spine. These creatures, which only consumed flesh, could not only disguise themselves, but also emit the cries of infants to exploit human compassion. With such cunning intelligence, could these truly be classified as zombies? Yi Li was struck with astonishment. During the months of the zombie outbreak, he had remained sequestered within his home, utterly oblivious to the transformations occurring in the outside world. The zombies he once envisioned were no longer the same. They had acquired intelligence and were adept at employing this newfound cunning to fulfill their own objectives. Move. Do not hesitate or glance back. Stay close to me, Su Wanqing urged softly, sensing Yi Li's slight tremor as she grasped his hand and continued to forge ahead. Although the square was merely a few hundred meters away, it took them a full half-hour to finally distance themselves from it. At that moment, Yi Li was still struggling to regain his composure. The terror had embedded itself deeply in his very marrow, refusing to dissipate. He had never anticipated that zombies could possess the capacity for thought and the ability to disguise themselves, which utterly shattered his understanding of reality. Brother, Are you all right? Just as he was lost in thought, the worried voice of Yi Shaoran pierced through his reverie. Instantly, Yili snapped back to reality, gazing at the anxious expression on Yi Shaoran's face. He shook his head and forced a faint smile. I am fine, do not worry. As he spoke, he turned to Su Wanqing, a look of guilt crossing his features. I'm sorry, I almost. It's all right, I understand, Su Wanqing interjected, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. There is no need to dwell on it. I felt the same way at first. Now that you are aware, that is what matters. Her words rang true. After all, such a horrifying reality was beyond anyone's capacity to accept. Thank you, Yili expressed earnestly, gratitude evident in his tone. Let us go. Shui Wanqing spoke softly and then took the lead, continuing to walk forward. Yi Li and Yi Shaoran exchanged glances and hastily followed suit. Their foremost priority was to swiftly depart from S-City. Everything else could be addressed once they had escaped this urban nightmare. The group proceeded along the predetermined route, fortunate that their journey was remarkably smooth, with scarcely a trace of zombies in sight, which brought them a sigh of relief. After more than an hour of walking, the previously hazy surroundings began to brighten, the sun rising high in the sky, and they were merely a few hundred meters away from the military off-road vehicle. We are almost there, Shui Wanqing remarked softly as she surveyed the area. Upon hearing this, Yi Li and Yi Shaoran exchanged another glance, their faces reflecting shared joy. They were finally on the verge of leaving this place, escaping the clutches of the undead. For days, they had lived in constant trepidation, often going to bed on empty stomachs, too fearful to sleep deeply, worried that they might never awaken. Now, the prospect of departing from this hellish realm filled them with exhilaration. Unlike the other two, Shui Wanqing remained perpetually vigilant, sensing an ominous presence lurking behind her. Yet, each time she turned to look, there was nothing there, as if it had merely been her imagination. With this unsettling feeling, the group soon arrived at the location of the off-road vehicle. Yi Li gazed at the dilapidated building before her, momentarily unable to believe her eyes. The surrounding high-rises were nearly collapsed, revealing gray concrete walls and exposed rebar. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brother, isn't this the place where you used to work? At this moment, Yi Shaoran whispered beside him. Initially, she hesitated, uncertain, for the area was nothing but ruins. Clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Nevertheless, the familiar path sparked a realization within her that this had once been her brother's workplace. Yes, it was my company. But it no longer exists, sighed Yili. He was intimately acquainted with this place, having toiled here for 3 years, even though it had now transformed into a wasteland. The memories lingered. Let us proceed. With a fleeting sense of nostalgia, Yili swiftly banished the chaotic thoughts from his mind and turned to continue forward. After walking for several minutes, the trio clearly spotted a military off-road vehicle. Although it was currently shrouded in black fabric, its form was still discernible. Shui Wanqing hastened to the vehicle, lifting the black cloth to reveal a green military jeep standing boldly before them. Get in, she commanded, opening the door and taking her place in the driver's seat. Yili followed suit without hesitation, settling into the passenger seat, while Yi Shaoran occupied the rear. With a sigh of relief, Yili sank into the seat, grateful to finally leave this cursed place behind. Indeed, I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Yi Shaoran concurred, her face etched with exhaustion. Shui Wanqing remained silent as she inserted the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life. Its sound jarringly piercing the eerie silence surrounding them. As the noise erupted, the zombies nearby stirred, their guttural screams rising as they surged towards the vehicle. As the zombies surged from all directions, Yili instinctively tightened her grip on the submachine gun, and Zhong Shaoran was no different, steadying herself. Shui Wanqing, observing the approaching horde, exhibited no alteration in her demeanor. She remained remarkably composed. With a calm reminder, she pressed the accelerator. However, contrary to expectations, the vehicle did not surge forward. Instead, it remained stationary, though the sound of spinning tires was unmistakable. What is happening? Yili turned her head to Shui Wanqing, panic lacing her voice. Ignoring her, Shui Wanqing pressed down harder on the gas, yet the car remained obstinately immobile. Just then, a sudden tapping on the car window pierced the stillness, startling the 3 occupants into a cold sweat. In this desolate expanse, who other than the zombies could be outside tapping on their window? But how could a zombie possibly knock so gently? A chilling dread enveloped them, and beads of sweat formed on Yi Li's brow, for the sound originated right beside her. Slowly, she turned her head to find a gaunt woman with disheveled hair, standing there, her blood-red eyes fixed on her. Noticing Yi Li's gaze, the woman grinned, revealing a mouth stained with crimson liquid that filled Yi Li with revulsion. Shoot! Shui Wanqing commanded sharply. Yi Li suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He raised the submachine gun in his hand, aiming it at the woman's head, and pulled the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as the bullets were unleashed, shattering the car window instantly. However, the bullets failed to strike the zombie. Instead, it merely tilted its head slightly, evading the oncoming fire. In the next moment, it extended its ghastly pale hand towards Yi Li. The speed of the creature was astounding, leaving Yi Li no opportunity to evade as he watched the hand draw ever closer to him. Just as the zombie was about to grasp his neck, an alarm seemed to sound in its mind. It abruptly withdrew its hand and leapt backward, narrowly escaping a glint of cold steel that sliced through the air where its arm had just been. At the same moment, in the back seat, Yusharin raised her submachine gun, aiming at the same zombie, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The bullets erupted forth, but to everyone's astonishment, the zombie swiftly dodged the incoming fire. As the gunfire erupted, the once silent city was engulfed in a cacophony of sound, awakening countless zombies around them, which began to roar and surge towards the source of the commotion. Hold on tight, Shui Wanqing shouted, sensing the perilous situation. She slammed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward onto the road. Zombies obstructed their path, but the speeding jeep plowed through them without hesitation. The zombie, observing the rapidly moving vehicle, smirked coldly before vanishing from sight, charging towards the car with alarming speed. Sister Wanqing, it's coming after us, Yi Shaoran shouted loudly. Having kept a vigilant eye on the earlier zombie, she sensed that this creature had attained a level of intelligence remarkably akin to that of humans. Shui Wanqing glanced in the rearview mirror and saw, indeed, that the zombie had reached the rear section of the car, the distance between them diminishing ominously. Damn it! This is a third-tier zombie. With just a glance, Shui Wanqing could discern the creature's formidable strength. After all, only a being of such caliber could relentlessly pursue a vehicle traveling at full speed. What should we do now? The surrounding hordes of zombies were increasing in number. Yi Li also took note of the relentless zombie in pursuit, as numerous others began to swarm around them, transforming their location into a veritable gathering ground for the undead. Shui Wanqing's expression turned grave. She could not fathom why a third-tier zombie would appear here. According to her investigations, such a level of zombie should be confined to the outbreak's epicenter, yet here it was, in this place. Although this area could be considered a luxurious city center, she had specifically surveyed it the day before and found no zombies exceeding the second tier. Where on earth had this zombie emerged from? Could it be that it had detected her presence yesterday? Yet, that seemed improbable. Given the creature's power, had she acted then, her demise would have been certain. She was at a loss. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the zombie was closing in rapidly. Observing the situation, Yi Li disregarded his reservations, leaned out of the window, and aimed his submachine gun at the approaching zombie, abruptly pulling the trigger. A series of gunshots erupted abruptly, the flames spitting forth as bullets rained down like a tempest. Yet, the zombie did not waver. Instead, it seemed to quicken its pace while deftly evading the projectiles. Brother, be careful. Suddenly, Yi Shaoran exclaimed. Before Yi Li could react, a shadow lunged at him, attempting to drag him from the vehicle. Fortunately, the creature only managed to grasp his tattered clothing, failing in its endeavor. As Yi Li broke free, he swiftly redirected his firearm and fired several shots. He returned to his seat, gasping for breath, while Shui Wanqing, who was focused on driving, inquired, "Can you drive?" "Huh, drive?" Yi Li struggled to comprehend her words when she abruptly yanked the steering wheel, temporarily shaking off the pursuing zombie. "You take the wheel, I will handle it." "That's out of the question. There are too many zombies. What if something happens to you?" "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Besides, this zombie will inevitably catch up. If it gets too close, we may all be doomed." Shui Wanqing interrupted him sharply. "This zombie is conservatively estimated to be at least a third tier, possibly even mid-third tier. The chances of escaping by driving away from such a formidable foe are slim. Furthermore, we are already surrounded. If we wait for the zombies to converge, we will truly have no way out. Do you remember the evacuation route I outlined? Follow my instructions." After her cold command, she pulled him into the driver's seat. Yi Li was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately clenched his teeth and acquiesced. "All right. You must exercise caution. I shall await you at the intersection." He understood Shui Wanqing's temperament. Once she made a decision, she would never alter it lightly. Furthermore, she possessed a remarkably calm demeanor and would never recklessly gamble with her life. He chose to place his trust in her. Shui Wanqing coldly acknowledged his words and promptly opened the car door, gripping her long knife as she rushed out. The reason she opted to disembark here was due to the towering buildings surrounding her. Even if she could not overcome her adversaries, she could still make her escape. After all, she wielded lightning attributes, granting her remarkable speed. "Brother, Wanqing is alone. I fear for her." Yi Shaoran expressed her concerns. "Do not worry. Her strength is formidable, and I have faith in her," Yili reassured her, his gaze unwavering as he watched her retreating figure. The commotion here was undeniably immense. The sound of gunfire echoed, audible for several kilometers. In an instant, the surrounding zombies seemed to respond to a summons, converging towards their location. Even those from afar began to approach. Fortunately, Yili's driving skills were commendable, and the vehicle was quite sturdy. As they sped along the route, they finally distanced themselves from the horde of zombies. With a sigh of relief, Yili relaxed, while Yi Shaoran observed her older brother, drenched in sweat and pale-faced. Her heart ached as she gently wiped the perspiration from his forehead. "Brother, I am fine." "Shaoran, sit properly and fasten your seatbelt," Yili instructed. Yi Shaoran obediently nodded, settled into her seat, and secured her seatbelt. The jeep sped along the spacious road, leaving the encroaching zombies far behind. After another half an hour of travel, they found themselves on the outskirts of the city, preparing to merge onto the highway. Strangely, not a single zombie remained in sight. All had been left far behind. Yili began to reduce speed, meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of the undead. However, even as the jeep came to a gentle halt, no zombies appeared, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Chapter 21. Commander, Ma Yili furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Although this highway stretched endlessly, suggesting a reduced likelihood of encountering zombies, it was still improbable that none could be found. Apart from their solitary vehicle, the road was utterly barren, leaving them isolated in an unsettling stillness. At that moment, Yi Shaoran also felt a sense of unease. This stretch of road, devoid of anything but their jeep, was profoundly illogical. "Shaoran, stay in the car while I go take a look," Yili contemplated for a while before addressing his sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoran quickly shook her head, asserting, "I will go with you. Without the zombie skin, I cannot feel at ease." The zombie skin that had protected him was torn away by an attacking zombie earlier, but fortunately, he had sustained no injuries. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. Yili did not refuse her, and he nodded in agreement, as he too was concerned about leaving his sister alone in the vehicle. Thus, the two siblings cautiously opened the doors and stepped out of the car. As they stood in the middle of the desolate highway, the surrounding silence was almost terrifying, with only the occasional gentle breeze sending shivers down their spines. Yili surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of zombies. Not a single vehicle was in sight. This scene was wholly incongruous with what one would expect 3 months into an apocalypse. The road appeared remarkably pristine, devoid of any signs of destruction, resembling an ordinary day. This anomalous phenomenon felt eerily unsettling to Yili, even though he had rarely ventured outside. As the two continued on their path, Yili became increasingly uneasy. His steps grew stiff, and his expression turned grave. Yi Shaoran noticed his change and could not help but inquire with concern, "What's wrong?" With a serious demeanor. Yili was struck by a terrifying thought. He gestured for silence towards Yi Shaoran and then pointed at their jeep, signaling for them to return to the vehicle. Understanding his intent immediately, she nodded and retreated to the car alongside him. "Brother, have you discovered something?" Once inside, Yi Shaoran leaned closer and whispered softly, "Shaoran, don't you feel that the current situation bears a striking resemblance to what we witnessed earlier at Qiang Square?" Yili replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoran's eyes widened in shock, a wave of fear washing over her heart. "Are you implying that?" "Yes," Yili affirmed with a nod, feeling increasingly convinced that his suspicions were indeed correct. "The location where I currently find myself is likely already surrounded by zombies. It is merely that I have yet to witness it, nor do I know where to hide. Perhaps they linger just beneath the bridge. On the other side, at this moment, Shui Wanqing is relentlessly weaving through the towering buildings, with a throng of zombies relentlessly pursuing her from behind. Each time she swings her long blade to strike down a zombie, she scarcely has a moment to catch her breath before yet more undead converge upon her. Aware that she cannot continue this way, she is compelled to make a hasty escape. Should she persist in this relentless slaughter, exhaustion would surely claim her, especially with a mid-tier 3 zombie on her tail. She runs with fervor, and in a short span, she manages to shake off her pursuer. Yet, she dares not pause, for she knows that the zombie still follows. Suddenly, as she desperately propels herself forward, a deafening crash erupts from her side, accompanied by a pair of ghastly white hands reaching out for her. Shui Wanqing's eyes narrow. She brandishes her blade in defense, her body instinctively recoiling several meters. However, before she can regain her balance, the mid-tier 3 zombie lunges at her, emitting a horrific growl. What a nuisance, Shui Wanqing curses inwardly, tightening her grip on the long blade as it intertwines with the creature's sharp claws. The moment their weapons collide, sparks fly, and the force of the impact sends both combatants staggering back several paces. With a grave expression, Shui Wanqing watches the zombie, her arm trembling slightly. The force of the last clash has left her hand aching, nearly causing her to lose her grip. The zombie, however, appears unfazed, merely retreating a few steps before regaining its composure. She gazed at Shui Wanqing, a sinister smile creeping across her pallid face, evoking a chilling sense of dread. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Shui Wanqing, her sharp claws lunging towards her neck with fierce precision, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Upon witnessing this, Shui Wanqing's expression hardened. She swiftly raised her blade in defense, and an electric charge crackled around her body. Thunder slash! With the incantation, a brilliant blue light surged forth, imbued with a fierce energy aimed at Shursan. Taken aback, Shursan had not anticipated such a lethal maneuver from the outset and abruptly retreated to evade the strike. However, Shui Wanqing had no intention of allowing her to escape unscathed. From the very beginning, she aimed to unleash her trump card, catching her opponent off guard. If she could inflict a serious injury with a single blow, it would spare her much trouble. The likelihood of outright killing her was exceedingly slim, thus her strategy was to incapacitate her before making a swift exit. Despite Shursan's agility and rapid reflexes, she was still a moment too late. A spray of crimson blood erupted as Shui Wanqing's long blade carved a deep gash into Shursan's left shoulder, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed flesh. With her initial strike successful, Shui Wanqing wasted no time, pressing her advantage as she lifted her blade for another assault. Witnessing the blood streaming from her shoulder, Shursan was consumed by rage, her already fierce visage contorting into a mask of fury. Die! She suddenly swung her fist, unleashing a terrifying force towards Shui Wanqing, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, instilling a profound fear in all who beheld it. In her fury, she emitted a sound akin to that of a human. Boom! The punch from the corpse 3 struck with such ferocity that it sent Shui Wanqing hurtling through the air, her form crashing into the wall of the building, creating a gaping hole, before she finally tumbled inside. A cloud of dust enveloped the scene, shrouding her figure from view. Corpse 3 immediately charged towards the building, intent on eliminating Shui Wanqing within. Yet, upon entering and surveying her surroundings, she found no trace of her adversary. She threw her head back and let out a primal scream, an expression of her pent-up rage. The deep wounds that Shui Wanqing had inflicted upon her moments ago had already healed completely, leaving no scar behind, as if nothing had ever transpired. Flee! Can you truly escape? Corpse 3 uttered coldly in the tongue of the undead, then turned her stiff neck to gaze down the road, her form vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, 2 figures swiftly navigated the alleys, one of whom was Shui Wanqing. However, her condition was far from ideal. Her complexion was pale, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating the toll taken by that devastating blow. Thank you, officer, for coming to my aid. Shui Wanqing expressed her gratitude to the woman clad in military attire beside her. Had it not been for her presence, Shui Wanqing doubted she would have escaped at all. She had never imagined that the disparity between a human and a corpse, despite only a slight difference in realm, could be so vast. A single punch had proven nearly insurmountable for her. I never expected to encounter a living person here, especially one of my own soldiers. Meng shook her head, a look of astonishment gracing her features. Since that encirclement operation, she had not come across any living beings, not even a single intact corpse. All the soldiers who had accompanied her had been devoured by those zombies. Had she not heard the gunfire and come to investigate, she might still be oblivious to the existence of the living. Chapter 22. At the crossroad, there is only one zombie. How could you? Being at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, consider confronting a mid-tier zombie? Meng questioned, turning her head in disbelief. It was well known that zombies possessed formidable physical prowess. Under equal circumstances, even awakened humans found it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Yet here was her soldier, not only refusing to flee but also recklessly engaging the creature head-on. Had she not intervened, the soldier would likely have met her demise. However, one aspect did astonish her. A newly awakened individual at the threshold of the third tier had managed to inflict injury upon this zombie, which was no small feat. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this particular zombie. I didn't wish for this either. While I was retreating with my friends, she inadvertently spotted me. Shui Wanqing lamented bitterly. To this day, she remained perplexed as to why their group had been discovered. In an effort to evade detection by higher-tier zombies, she had deliberately lain low for a considerable time, making it illogical that they should have been found. Yet, inexplicably, they had been. What is your name? Shui Wanqing. You mentioned you have friends? Ma Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Where are your friends? Did he abandon you and flee? As the conversation progressed, Ma Ying's tone grew somewhat frigid. The notion of forsaking a comrade to escape alone, while not uncommon in the apocalypse, still stirred a sense of indignation within her. No. I chose to stay behind to confront the zombies. He is merely a man, an ordinary one at that, and he is accompanied by a child, Shui Wanqing clarified. Shaking her head. A man, accompanied by a child? Upon hearing her explanation, Ma Ying's brow slightly unfurrowed, though she remained somewhat astonished. It is essential to understand that this area is the epicenter of the zombie outbreak, with the density of the undead surpassing that of all other cities. And nearly all living souls have vanished from the vicinity. The existence of an unawakened man here is indeed baffling. She could not fathom how an ordinary individual, accompanied by a child, could have survived until now. Yes, a man, Shui Wanqing nodded, recalling her own surprise. After all, those who have managed to endure this far are certainly not commonplace. However, after spending several days together, she was convinced that Yi Li was just an ordinary person, albeit one with extraordinary luck. Then where are they? Ma Ying inquired anxiously. It is crucial to remember that as soldiers, safeguarding men, women, and children is their responsibility and duty. They drove to the highway entrance. I trust he is waiting for me there, Shui Wanqing replied truthfully. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Ma Ying exclaimed in alarm. You mean your friend went to the highway entrance? Taken aback by her sudden intensity, Shui Wanqing paused momentarily before quickly asking, Commander, what is the situation at the highway entrance? Although she could not discern the realm of Ma Ying, it was evident from her speed that her strength undoubtedly surpassed her own. Such a formidable adversary. How could she react so intensely upon hearing the mention of the highway? The only plausible explanation is that the location where Yi Li is situated must be extraordinary. Otherwise, her reaction would not be so pronounced. If your friend has already reached the highway, it is likely that her situation is dire. Ma Ying's expression turned grave as she slowly uttered. If your friend is at the highway, she may be in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly inquired, Commander, what do you mean by that? After a brief silence, Ma Ying lifted her gaze to meet Shui Wanqing's eyes and solemnly stated, Do you know why I have been unable to leave S City until now? It is because at the only highway entrance, there resides a zombie. Ma Ying's eyes flickered with deep apprehension as she continued, and your friend happens to be in the same vicinity as it. A zombie that even you cannot defeat? Shui Wanqing's face was filled with shock. You are not aware of my level, are you? I am at the late stage of the third tier, with my awakened ability being fire. Yet, before that zombie, I possess no means of resistance, Ma Ying replied, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing could not help but take a sharp breath. To be at the late stage of the third tier and have no means of resistance against that zombie? Just how formidable must that creature be? It must be at least at the pinnacle of the third tier, or perhaps the fourth tier. A fourth tier zombie. Shui Wanqing gazed at Ma Ying, unable to fathom whether her conjectures were true. If they were, then their fate was undoubtedly sealed. What level is that zombie? Shui Wanqing inquired anxiously. If it were a peak tier 3, their odds of victory would significantly increase if they collaborated. Ma Ying, perceiving Shui Wanqing's thoughts, sighed and replied, It is the target of our operation. She did not specify the level, but the implication of her words was unmistakable. The only entity that could qualify as the target for this mission was that tier 4 zombie. Upon hearing this revelation, Shui Wanqing's mind went blank. She had witnessed the creature's power firsthand. Should it engage with Yi Li and the others, their demise would be inevitable. Even she, in the face of a tier 4 zombie, would likely be unable to escape death. Observing her expression, Ma Ying inquired, How long has your friend been gone? Regaining her composure, Shui Wanqing analyzed calmly, They have been driving for about half an hour now. They should be nearing their destination. Half an hour, Ma Ying murmured, seemingly calculating something. Not wishing to interrupt Ma Ying's contemplation, Shui Wanqing remained silent, resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she would seek out Yi Li. Whether Ma Ying and her companions would accompany her was no longer her concern. Although traveling together would greatly enhance their chances of survival, the accompanying risks were equally formidable. Let us set aside the formidable fourth-tier zombie for now. Even the previous third-tier one is more than sufficient to impede the progress of two individuals. Let us proceed together. After a prolonged silence, Ma Ying finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ma Ying would willingly accompany her to rescue Yi Li. However, she remained unaware that Ma Ying's motivations were entirely distinct from her own. As a soldier, her duty was to protect men and children, and she was eager to escape this place. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible for her to leave alone, especially considering that, aside from the fourth-tier zombie Li Yiqian, she commanded 4 other formidable zombies. Relying solely on her own strength, escaping from S-City was utterly unattainable. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to align herself with these individuals in hopes of fleeing the city. Furthermore, her position dictated that she could not abandon her team. Such an act would weigh heavily on her conscience. "Thank you, Commander," Shui Wanqing expressed her gratitude, then hesitated briefly before continuing. "Commander, there is something I must discuss with you." "What is it?" Ma Ying inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "It pertains to the relationship between Li Yiqian and my friend." Shui Wanqing deliberated carefully before revealing the connection between Yi Li and Li Yiqian to Ma Ying. Chapter 23. The abrupt appearance of the woman in red. Meanwhile, at the roadside. "Brother, it has been over half an hour. Why hasn't Sister Wanqing returned yet?" "What if she has?" "Do not speak such nonsense. Your sister Wanqing is quite capable," Yi Li interrupted Yi Shaoran. Yet, despite her words, it was impossible to quell the rising tide of concern within her. After all, the multitude of zombies earlier had invoked an undeniable sense of trepidation. What troubled him most was the presence of a zombie endowed with human intelligence. The mere thought of its existence sent a chill down Yi Li's spine. "Shaoran, stay in the car and do not come out. I will take a look," he instructed, feeling increasingly restless. The silence enveloping the area was unsettling, almost eerie. "I will accompany you," Shaoran insisted. "No, you should remain here. I will merely circle around the vehicle," Yi Li replied, shaking his head, unwilling to let Shaoran join him. "All right, but please be cautious," she conceded after a moment's hesitation. If anything were to transpire, she could provide cover from inside the car and, if necessary, start the vehicle. "Brother, wear my zombie leather jacket," she suggested, attempting to remove it, but Yi Li declined. "There's no need, keep it on," he said, and with that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. It was now noon, the sun blazing fiercely, casting an intense heat upon the ground. Standing on the road, Yi Li surveyed the surroundings. Aside from their jeep, there was none else in sight. Approaching the edge of the road bridge, he cautiously peered down, only to find the shadowy area below devoid of any zombies. Not a single vehicle was in sight. Strange. Why are there no zombies? Yi Li pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. According to reason, this city serves as the epicenter of the outbreak. Although this highway intersection is relatively distant from the point of infection, it seems improbable that not a single zombie would be present. Furthermore, even in the absence of zombies, one would expect to see vehicles fleeing the scene. Yet, there is not a single trace of a car in the vicinity. Could it be that the zombies here were drawn away by the recent gunfire, hence their scarcity? Yi Li pondered silently. However, apart from this speculation, he could not conjure any plausible explanation. After wandering in circles for several moments and confirming the complete absence of zombies around him, he finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, a sudden sound emerged from behind him, causing Yi Li to whirl around in alarm. To his surprise, he found nothing but emptiness, prompting him to furrow his brow. He had distinctly heard a noise. Could it have been a mere illusion? He instinctively took a step back, straining to listen for any lingering sounds. Yet, there remained an unsettling silence. An illusion, perhaps. Yi Li mused inwardly, but soon his body froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he heard the noise once more. This time, it was alarmingly close enough for him to discern the scent emanating from her. "Who?" Yi Li hissed, spinning around suddenly, his gun aimed behind him. However, upon turning, he discovered a woman clad in red standing there, her hands raised immediately upon seeing the ominous barrel of his weapon. Simultaneously, a series of indistinct sounds emanated from her lips. Don't shoot. Gun." Her voice quivered, revealing an evident fear. Yet, deep within her gaze flickered a spark of exhilaration, cleverly concealed. Yili stared at the suddenly appearing stranger clad in red, momentarily rendered speechless. After a pause, he finally inquired with curiosity, "Are you truly alive?" Despite his inquiry, he remained vigilant, aiming his firearm at the woman, prepared to pull the trigger without hesitation should she make any sudden movements. Yes, the woman in red nodded, her demeanor betraying a palpable fear of the weapon in his grasp. Upon hearing her speak, Yili felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he continued to probe. "How did you come to be here? I didn't see you moments ago." He had meticulously scanned this highway entrance earlier, finding no trace of any other presence. Yet now, this enigmatic woman in red stood behind him. The strangeness of the situation was undeniable. Upon hearing his question, the woman immediately pointed to her mouth, making a series of incoherent sounds, and gestured with her hands. "What are you doing?" Yili furrowed his brow, perplexed by her actions. Noticing his confusion, she resorted to sign language. Upon recognizing her gestures, Yili quickly understood. It turned out she was mute. With this revelation, his wariness began to dissipate, although he remained uncertain about how she arrived here. The fact that she was human alleviated his concerns. As long as one possesses a firearm, even if she harbors ulterior motives, there is no cause for alarm. Contemplating this, Yili lowered the submachine gun and inquired, "What brings you here?" The woman, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of anger across her countenance. Subsequently, she gestured emphatically towards the path ahead and then pointed at herself, her meaning unmistakable. "Are you implying that you came from the front?" "Yes, yes, yes." The woman in red nodded vigorously. Yili paused in silence for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Could it be that your companions abandoned you?" Upon hearing his words, the woman in red nodded fervently, her excitement causing her to stammer. "They left me, left me." Her speech was fragmented and somewhat slurred, yet he was able to discern her meaning. Realizing she had affirmed his suspicion, Yili fell into silence. His inquiry had stemmed from her bloodied appearance and the numerous abrasions on her knees. He had merely sought clarification, not expecting his conjecture to be accurate. The reason for her abandonment was most likely tied to her companion's instinct for self-preservation or perhaps an avarice for resources. After all, this was an apocalyptic era where selfishness reigned supreme. Particularly in the face of peril, no one would concern themselves with the safety of others. "By the way, my name is Yili. What is yours?" Yili awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and ventured to ask. "SH. 1. Sui. That is quite an unusual name." Yili could not help but murmur a comment, then continued, "You seem to be quite injured. Why not come to my car? I can tend to your wounds." Upon hearing this, Shuri nodded eagerly. "Then let us proceed." Yili wasted no time. He stowed away his submachine gun and walked towards the vehicle. Seeing this, Shuri hurriedly followed, albeit with a noticeable limp. He was not concerned that this woman would pose a threat to his sister, for his sibling was armed as well, and, given her own injuries, she could not possibly endanger the two of them. Chapter 24. She may not be human moreover, judging by her limp. It would be quite a feat for her to run, let alone confront us. Such thoughts occupied Yili's mind as he approached the car with Shuri. Opening the passenger door for her to sit, Yi Xiao ran, witnessing Shuri's sudden entry, was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" Before Shuri could respond, Yili, now in the driver's seat, clarified, "Her name is Sui. She was abandoned by her companions on the road." "Sui? Abandoned?" Yi Xiao ran. Grappling with her brother's explanation, felt overwhelmed. However, before she could process it further, she noticed Yili approaching her with a bandage. Seemingly intent on tending to Shuri's leg. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yili halted his actions, perplexed by her outburst. "I'm helping her with her bandaging." Seeing her brother's nonchalant expression, Yi Xiao ran nearly lost her composure. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Even if you're going to bandage her, you must first disinfect the area. Besides, she can manage it herself. Her hands are perfectly fine. How could a man so casually touch a woman's leg? Isn't that a blatant form of seduction?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaoran's words, Yili was momentarily taken aback and then awkwardly scratched his head. He promptly handed the bandage to Shuri and then searched for a bottle of disinfectant to pass to her. "You can handle it yourself." Shuri nodded at his words, accepting the bandage and disinfectant from his hands, and began to tend to her injuries with utmost seriousness. Yi Xiaoran narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixated on the expression upon her face. She suddenly realized that when the woman poured disinfectant onto her wound, there was not a hint of pain to be seen. This revelation immediately aroused her suspicions. She did not consider the notion that sure, he might be merely a zombie. After all, she resembled a human far too closely in every conceivable aspect. Her skin was rosy, she bled, she spoke, and most importantly, if she were indeed a zombie, she would have attacked long ago, yet she did not. However, given the severity of her leg wound, it was only logical to assume that such a large amount of disinfectant would elicit a reaction, yet she showed none. It was known that this level of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Contemplating this, Yi Xiaoran's expression grew grave. Although she was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, the woman's behavior was undeniably peculiar. "Brother, could you step outside for a moment?" With this thought in mind, Yi Xiaoran gestured to Yi Li, indicating for him to follow her outside. Yi Li looked at her in confusion, unsure of what his sister intended, but obediently complied and followed her out. However, he took the key with him as he left. "Brother, don't you find her rather strange?" The two alighted from the vehicle and moved aside. Yi Xiaoran lowered her voice to inquire of Yi Li. "Isn't it strange?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow, questioning. "What is strange? Don't you find it quite problematic? A person suddenly appearing on this road. When you and I passed by earlier, there was no one in sight." Yi Xiaoran continued, "I just looked around, and apart from the two of us, there isn't even a shadow in sight. Now, this person suddenly materializes." She paused, the unspoken implication hanging heavily in the air. "You mean, she is not human?" Yi Li's tone shifted, a hint of unease creeping in. Yi Xiaoran nodded. "I have an unsettling feeling about her. We must remain vigilant. I was watching her closely just now. Do you know what I observed?" What did you see?" Yi Li asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she swallowed hard. When she poured that disinfectant on her wound, there wasn't the slightest hint of pain on her face. "Just think about it. Can a human do that? And tell me, what did she say about where she came from?" "She claimed she came from up ahead," Yi Li recounted, reflecting on the conversation. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Yi Li affirmed with unwavering conviction. With his confirmation, Yi Xiaoran's apprehension solidified. The woman posed a significant threat. Even if she were not a zombie, she certainly was no ordinary person. "Brother, consider this. If we take her words at face value, she was abandoned by her companions up ahead. Why would she return to City S? Shouldn't she be moving forward?" Yi Xiaoran furrowed her brow and pondered. The more she thought about it, the more peculiar the situation seemed, compelling her to harbor doubts. After listening to her analysis, Yi Li fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the city of S was overrun with zombies. Even if abandoned, one would naturally move forward. Although they might encounter other zombies along the way, the numbers would be far fewer than those in S City. Regardless, it was illogical for anyone to head back. Clearing her thoughts, Yi Li glanced at the vehicle, noticing that the zombie, Ji, was also observing them. Their eyes met, and an icy chill enveloped the air. Chapter 25. She is truly not human. After a brief moment of eye contact, Yi Li felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine, an inexplicable fear budding within her. She offered Shi an awkward smile before hastily averting her gaze. Just that fleeting glance made every hair on her body stand on end, as if the specter of death was fixated on her, stirring a profound trepidation in her heart. "Xiaoran, I feel that she is truly not human." Yi Li turned to Yi Xiaoran, her voice trembling slightly. At present, she had not harmed them, likely believing that they were oblivious to her true identity. They needed to keep her calm, ensuring she remained unaware that they had discovered something. With a solemn expression, Yi Xiaoran analyzed, given the current circumstances, the probability that she is not human stands at a staggering 90%. Upon hearing her assessment, Yi Li regained his composure, nodding in agreement as he replied, "Then we shall bide our time until Wanqing returns." "That seems to be the only course of action," Yi Xiaoran concurred. "At least we must not reveal anything before Sister Wanqing's return." Indeed, the two individuals exchanged a glance and nodded slightly at one another. "Have they been discovered?" Shi pondered as she listened to their conversation. The man her master sought appeared rather daft, yet it was her, his sister, who was truly perceptive. As she contemplated, her eyes narrowed slightly upon Yi Xiaoran. "Ma Lao, the vehicle ahead is the one," Shui Wanqing remarked, observing the jeep parked at the highway entrance on the outskirts of S City. "Indeed, I see it," he replied. The pair concealed themselves within a dilapidated building, while Ming scrutinized the seemingly intact jeep with narrowed eyes. Logically, this should not be, given Li Yiqian's brutal nature. That vehicle ought to have been reduced to scrap metal the moment it ventured onto the highway. How could it merely remain there, undisturbed? However, recalling the relationship between Li Yiqian and Yi Li, he considered it plausible that she would not harm him. Was she perhaps reminiscing about the past? Ma Ning murmured to himself. Or could it be that she harbored other intentions? He found it hard to believe that Li Yiqian, a woman of such ruthlessness, who had shown no hesitation in taking lives, would exhibit mercy. Noticing Ma Ning lost in thought, Shui Wanqing refrained from interrupting and continued to observe the situation at the highway entrance. Suddenly, she spotted two figures standing on the highway, Yi Li and his sister. Li Sharon standing not far from the vehicle, heads lowered as they engaged in hushed conversation. How did they come out? Shui Wanqing felt a surge of confusion upon seeing them exit the car. What was the matter? Had they made some discovery? Ma Ning also noticed her unusual behavior and immediately inquired. What is it, Shui Wanqing? Nodding, Shui Wanqing continued. That person I mentioned, Yi Li, and the one beside him is his sister. Upon hearing this, Ma Ning followed her gaze and spotted Yi Li and his sister standing at the highway entrance, causing her to furrow her brow. What are they doing out here? I don't know, but I sense something amiss, Shui Wanqing replied, shaking her head in confusion. Should we go over and check on them, Ma Lao? Yes, we should investigate. Their presence here is quite perilous, Ma Ning decided after a moment of hesitation. Although there were no zombies in the vicinity, it was unwise to remain idle in the vehicle. If something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Before long, the two approached the roadside. Ma Lao, you wait here. I will take a look, Shui Wanqing said with a serious expression as she turned to Ma Ning. Ma Ning nodded in agreement, gesturing for her to proceed while she squatted down, ready to respond as needed. What should we do now? Should we return to the car? Yi Li quietly asked Yu Sharon on the highway. Given the current predicament, returning seemed unwise, yet staying put was equally troubling. If they returned, the woman might very well be a zombie, but if they stayed in the car, how would they leave City later? They couldn't remain there indefinitely, could they? As Yi Shaoran pondered his words, a familiar voice broke through their deliberation, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Why are you two out of the car instead of staying put? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the brother and sister turned to find Shui Wanqing had unexpectedly arrived behind them. Sister Wanqing, Yu Sharon exclaimed with delight. Yi Li, however, remained much more composed. Noticing her pallid complexion, he quickly inquired, Are you injured? It's nothing, just a minor wound, Shui Wanqing replied candidly, then looked at him and asked, Why did you come down here? Are you not aware of the dangers? After speaking, she cast a glance around, noting the absence of other zombies. We didn't intend to. It's just that. Yi Li began, directing his gaze toward the jeep, where a woman seemed to defy humanity. Not human. Shui Wanqing's demeanor shifted instantly to one of vigilance. She turned her attention to the jeep and discovered a woman clad in red, whose gaze was fixed upon them, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. The moment she laid eyes on this woman, Shui Wanqing felt an icy chill course through her veins, rendering her immobile. For this woman, she was truly not human. Shui Wanqing had encountered her before. It was this very being that had nearly claimed her life. Had she not broken through to the third tier in her near-death struggle, she would have surely become a mere meal for this creature. Thus, as the woman's gaze locked onto her, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Shui Wanqing, as if she were trapped in a frost-bitten chamber. Yi Li, take your sister and flee. Regaining her composure, she shouted decisively, brandishing her long knife before her. At that moment, a chilling roar echoed from the heavens above. Yi Li lifted her gaze, immediately turning pale with fright. Above the heads of the three individuals, there loomed a slender figure, emitting a ghastly shriek as it descended towards the ground. They were not unfamiliar with this figure. It was the very zombie they had encountered during their earlier retreat. Damn, it has arrived so swiftly, Su Wanqing muttered under her breath as she recognized the zombie. At that moment, Yi Li felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Yet she soon grasped the gravity of their situation. This meant that both the current zombie and the woman in the vehicle were, in fact, intelligent undead. At that instant, the zombie from the vehicle disembarked, her legs no longer limping, her wounds healed, and her skin radiant and smooth, rendering her indistinguishable from a living being. Do not touch that man. He belongs to Lord Li. As for the two women, you may dispose of them, commanded Zombie 1 as she stepped out, immediately communicating in the language of the undead. Very well, Zombie 1. I was just about to feast upon her, Zombie 2 replied, licking her lips. Her eyes filled with a ravenous desire. The flesh and blood of a third-tier powerhouse would serve as a tremendous boon for them, potentially elevating her to the late stage of the third tier. Excellent, then. Let us proceed. As Zombie 1's words faded, Zombie 3 sprang into action. Chapter 26. Fierce Battle. Her movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, she was before Su Wanqing, baring her razor-sharp fangs as she lunged to bite. Witnessing the approaching undead, Su Wanqing's expression hardened, her long blade crackling with blue electricity as she swung it down fiercely. With a sharp clang, the creature known as Corpse 3 clamped down on the long knife, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Witnessing the fierce confrontation, Yili swiftly reacted, raising his submachine gun and aiming it directly at Corpse 3. The gunfire erupted, bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets surged forth, prompting Corpse 3 to release her grip and retreat. She narrowed her eyes at Yili, a glimmer of murderous intent evident within them. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from the depths of her soul, enveloping her in an instant. A wave of terror surged through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Just as she was momentarily stunned, Shui Wanqing lunged at her with a blade, her strikes fierce and unyielding. Be cautious, Corpse 1 warned from the sidelines. She refrained from intervening directly, reasoning that if Corpse 3 could not contend with a mere early-stage awakened being, she might as well consume her to elevate her own prowess. Upon hearing Corpse 1's warning, Corpse 3 snapped back to reality, swiftly evading the incoming long knife by darting to the left. Shui Wanqing, however, merely scoffed and pursued with relentless fervor. Her offensive was so relentless that Corpse 3 found herself unable to counterattack, forced into a desperate defensive stance. For a time, the two fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Observing this, Corpse 1 shifted her focus from Corpse 3 and directed her gaze toward Yili, uttering, "You, come with me." Her voice was painfully raspy, as though it were being squeezed from the depths of her throat. Yet, this was to be expected, as she was merely at the pinnacle of the third tier, struggling to articulate even a few words. Yet, this was sufficient to demonstrate that this zombie was not far from breaking through to the fourth tier. Although her words were unclear, Yili comprehended them. His expression grave as he inquired, "What exactly are you? Why do you seek to destroy humanity?" In response to his question, the corpse offered no answer, but continued, "Come with me, I shall not harm you, sister." As her words trailed off, a figure clad in military green descended swiftly from the heavens. Almost immediately, a furious voice rang out, "You wretched creature, die!" With that proclamation, a colossal fireball manifested in the sky, radiating an intense brilliance. The fireball plummeted towards the ground with an unstoppable momentum, its descent so rapid that it scorched the air, producing a sharp hiss sound. Witnessing this, the corpse's pupils dilated in alarm, and a vast blood-red shield materialized before her. "Blood shield," she exclaimed, as the shield exuded a potent scent of blood. In the next moment, the fireball collided with the blood-red shield, and it seemed as though the heavens and earth had erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged outward. Su Wanqing, who had been engaged in battle nearby, was compelled to retreat hastily to avoid the ensuing chaos. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and a scorching wind swept through the vicinity. Yili enveloped Yushaoren in his arms, shielding her protectively. After a brief pause, as the smoke dissipated, the assembled onlookers were finally able to discern the scene before them. In the midst of the explosion's epicenter, the figure of the zombie known as Ce stood resolutely, brandishing a blood-red spear. Opposite her was a middle-aged woman clad in military attire, Maiying. Observing Ce, who bore almost no wounds, a hint of gravity clouded Ma Ying's expression. Moments earlier, she had heard the zombie speak, albeit indistinctly. Yet she sensed that this creature was perilously close to reaching the fourth tier of power, prompting her to take decisive action. Even with the element of surprise on her side, Ce appeared only slightly injured, a result that left Ma Ying feeling somewhat cornered. This zombie must perish, she resolved silently. Turning her gaze to the side, she addressed Yi Li with a commanding tone. "Take your sister and leave at once." "What about you?" Yi Li inquired hastily. Despite being unaware of the woman's identity, her human form and military garb indicated her benevolence. "Do not concern yourself with me, Shui Wanqing. You must go as well," Ma Ying shouted without turning back. Ce was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier. Should that occur, the consequences would be dire, plunging humanity into unimaginable suffering. Upon seeing Ce, Ma Ying understood that her own fate was sealed for the day. Even at the cost of her life, she was determined to eliminate this zombie. In contrast, Shui Wanqing was still young. Having already reached the initial stage of the third tier at such a tender age, her future prospects were undoubtedly vast. Ma Ying was resolute in her desire to protect her. Upon hearing Ma Ying's command, Shui Wanqing furrowed her brow, yet she recognized the urgency of the situation. Without further hesitation, she swiftly moved to join Yili and the others. "Let us go," she whispered softly. taking the lead as she hurried towards the vehicle with Yili and the others in tow. Without hesitation, they swiftly matched her pace. Yili was acutely aware of his position. He was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any supernatural abilities or combat skills. Rather than hinder their escape, it was far better to depart expeditiously. Upon witnessing Yi Li and the others attempting to flee, Corpse 3 let out an enraged roar and lifted her foot, intent on pursuing them. However, as she took her first step, something unexpectedly grasped her right shoulder. Hissing in pain, Corpse 1 spun around to find Ma Ying had already reached her side, firmly gripping her right shoulder. Seeing this, Corpse 3 unleashed a powerful punch. The tremendous force accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Corpse 1 followed closely, brandishing a long spear, and executed a swift maneuver, aiming directly for her heart. Ma Ying's eyes narrowed. She immediately released Corpse 3 and retreated sharply towards the jeep, positioning herself between the two zombies. Without a moment's pause, Corpse 1 leapt into the air, the crimson tip of her spear directed at Ma Ying below. With a commanding shout in the language of the undead, she declared, "Countless spear tips." As her voice echoed, the sky was suddenly filled with innumerable blood-red spear tips, each radiating a chilling gleam, cascading down like a torrential rain of pear blossoms towards Ma Ying. In response, Ma Ying's body ignited with flames, enveloping her entirely in an instant. She cast her gaze towards the airborne Corpse 1 and coldly declared, "Even if I perish today, you shall not survive, beast." Fire magic, elemental fury. As her words fell, the flames enveloping her suddenly transformed into a deep black, and her form began to ascend, ultimately morphing into a colossal silhouette of fire. Confronted by a deluge of blood-red spear tips, Ma Ying clasped her hands together and forcefully struck the ground, unleashing a torrent of flames. In an instant, a fierce blaze reignited between heaven and earth, the searing heat prompting Yi Li to feel an overwhelming urge to shed her garments. At that moment, Corpse 3 could scarcely endure the oppressive warmth, hastily retreating. Such a level of combat was clearly beyond her capacity as a mid-stage, third-tier fighter. Chapter 27. A Meeting of Two, Li Yiqian's Fury Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of blood-red spear tips struck against the blazing inferno surrounding Ma Ying, instantly creating a multitude of ripples, yet failing to breach her fiery barrier. Instead, their assaults only served to amplify the flames. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Corpse 1 dove from the air, her right arm raised with a long spear, crashing it down upon Ma Ying. This blow appeared unremarkable, yet upon sensing its tremendous force, Ma Ying's countenance shifted drastically as she desperately attempted to evade the strike. Despite her remarkable speed, the ferocity of Corpse 1's attack was overwhelming. She found it nearly impossible to escape entirely. With a resounding thud, Ma Ying's immense fiery form was sent sprawling several meters away. Ma Ying coughed up blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Corpse 1 offered no respite, her figure flickering as she closed in once more, her spear shimmering with a ghostly light as she thrust it toward her. However, this time, she narrowly evaded Ma Ying's attack. Simultaneously, her fiery fist surged towards Shi Yi's head, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Shi Yi was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the third tier. Despite their comparable strengths, a slight disparity remained. Nevertheless, that punch inflicted considerable damage on Shi Yi. Meanwhile, Xue Wanqing and the others had already driven away. Yi Li, hearing the commotion behind them, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "Wanqing, do you think that lady will be all right?" he inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. "I don't know. I hope everything is fine," Xue Wanqing replied, her tone flat as she gazed ahead. Upon hearing this, Yi Li refrained from asking further, focusing instead on silently praying for her safety. At that moment, Xue Wanqing suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the tremendous inertia nearly flung Yi Li from his seat. Fortunately, his seatbelt prevented him from being thrown out. What happened? Yi Li quickly adjusted his seatbelt and turned to look at Xue Wanqing. She shook her head, her gaze fixed ahead, enveloped in silence. "Brother, look ahead." At that moment, Yu Xiaoran, who had remained silent, spoke up to alert them. Upon hearing this, Yi Li turned his head to look ahead, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless, frozen in his seat. There, in the center of the highway, a woman clad in a dark red suit was slowly approaching them. Her movements were deliberate, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority and dominance, as if she were a sovereign, compelling all to submit. She wielded a massive, blood-red curved scythe, the blade's end elegantly arched, emanating an eerie crimson glow. Her beauty was striking, with a sleek bob haircut, delicate features, and porcelain skin, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. However, this was not the reason for Yi Li's stunned silence. What utterly disoriented him was the startling revelation that this woman was none other than his childhood companion, Li Yiqian. In that moment, Yi Li's mind went blank. Entirely devoid of thought, as he sat there as if petrified, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon Li Yiqian, unable to divert his eyes. How could it possibly be her? After a long pause, he finally murmured. The zombie virus had erupted over 3 months ago, and he had attempted to reach out to her. Yet, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. He had harbored doubts about whether she had fallen into peril or had transformed into one of the undead, but without witnessing her fate firsthand, he refrained from making any conclusions. He could only hope for her safety. Yet now, as he beheld her holding the scythe, he understood that she was no longer the person he once knew. At that moment, Li Yiqian stood in the middle of the road, her fox-like crimson eyes piercing through the car window, locking onto Yi Li. She licked her red lips, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, revealing a sanguinary grin. Subsequently, she advanced toward the vehicle, each step amplifying her imposing presence. Finally, she halted 10 meters away from the jeep, parting her crimson lips to utter coldly, "Shaoli, get out of the car." Upon hearing her familiar voice, Yi Li was suddenly jolted back to reality. Gazing at the exquisitely familiar visage, a tempest of emotions surged within him. She could speak? His face was a canvas of shock, even casting doubt upon his own hearing. The very fact that she could articulate words seemingly confirmed she was not a zombie. Noticing Yi Li still seated in the car, Li Yiqian reiterated her command, her tone colder than before. "Shaoli, exit the vehicle. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time." At her words, Yi Li opened the car door, ready to alight, only to have his hand grasped firmly by another. Turning to observe, he found Shui Wanqing staring ahead with a grave expression, beads of perspiration trickling down her forehead. "Do not exit the car," she urged, her voice trembling slightly. While others may have been oblivious, she was acutely aware that the woman before them was the very target of their ambush. Li Yiqian, observing Shui Wanqing's demeanor, Yi Li sensed something was amiss, yet he resolved to step out, for a myriad of questions clamored within him. "It's all right, Wanqing. I know her," Yi Li reassured. Shui Wanqing remained silent, yet her grip on his hand tightened with a resolute intensity, conveying her unequivocal disapproval of his intention to exit. However, this act did not escape Li Yiqian's notice. Her expression darkened instantly, veins bulging in her hand that clutched the scythe. Even her previously pristine forehead revealed faint violet veins, a testament to her fury. "Release your filthy hands from him." Li Yiqian let out a cold shout, and in an instant, she could no longer contain the fury raging within her. She vanished from her position and reappeared before the jeep. Raising her scythe, she struck mercilessly towards the driver's seat. Her speed was astonishing, so swift that Shui Wanqing was utterly unprepared. She felt a gust of cold wind sweep past, followed by a searing pain that radiated from her left hand throughout her entire body. In the next moment, her body, like a kite with its string severed, crashed violently against the nearby railing, blood gushing forth in torrents. This moment transpired so rapidly that none of the onlookers could react. When they finally regained their senses, they beheld Shui Wanqing lying amidst a pool of blood. "Wanqing." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Li shouted in alarm, hastily pushing open the car door, eager to assess her injuries. "Wanqing." Hearing this name, Li Yiqian's veins bulged on her forehead, her crimson eyes shimmering with a menacing glint. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Li, her hand seizing his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Shaoli, it seems that during my absence, you have been entangled with other women, have you not?" Chapter 28. You speak the truth, do you not, my dear fiancé? Li Yiqian's strength was immense. Lifting Yi Li was akin to hoisting a mere toy, requiring no effort at all. His breath began to falter as he struggled futilely against her grip. Let go. Let go of me," he managed to utter, desperately attempting to pry her fingers away. Yet her hands resembled a pair of vice grips, firmly clasping his neck, rendering his struggles utterly futile. At that moment, Li Yiqian's gaze was chillingly frigid, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, her scythe gleaming with a sinister crimson light under the sun's rays. As she beheld the man before her, an unsettling turmoil brewed within her heart, particularly after witnessing their mutual tug-of-war and his frantic calls for another woman's name. It felt as if her insides were ablaze, with fury surging forth in that very instant. However, upon observing Yi Li's distressed countenance, She reluctantly released him, for she harbored no desire to inflict harm. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he was set free, Yi clutched his throat, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. Brother, are you all right? Yi Xiaoran, having regained her composure from the shock, exited the vehicle and rushed to Yi, her voice laced with concern. Simultaneously, she cast a questioning glance toward the indifferent Li Yiqian, demanding, Yiqian, what are you doing? Even now, Yi Xiaoran could scarcely believe that the usually gentle and obedient Yiqian would act in such a manner toward her brother. It was well understood that in times past, Yiqian would never have treated him this way. Yet, the unfolding events compelled her to confront this harsh reality. She was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired to transform her into this version of herself. And no, it's nothing. Yi finally managed to utter those two words after a prolonged moment, clutching his sore neck. He rose to his feet, directing an intense gaze filled with fury at Li Yiqian, yet he suppressed the burgeoning anger within him and spoke coldly, Sister Yiqian, I hope you can provide me with an explanation. He was genuinely infuriated. She had acted violently towards Shui Wanqing without hesitation, even going so far as to choke herself. A perplexing behavior to him. Li Yiqian remained silent, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze upon him, her fingers gripping the scythe tightly, veins beginning to protrude ominously. An explanation? At that moment, she finally spoke, but her tone was frigid as she addressed him. Xiao Li, have I not warned you against allowing other women to touch you? With that, she suddenly seized Yi Li's hair, yanking him closer, her crimson eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Have you forgotten? Yi Li winced at the painful tug on his scalp, unable to suppress a soft groan. He grasped her wrist in an attempt to pull his hair free, but it was futile. Yiqian, let go, you're hurting me. Does it hurt? Oh, so you are aware of pain? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Li Yiqian's lips, yet the rage etched across her face betrayed her true feelings. Do you think I was unscathed by what I witnessed earlier? Or have you forgotten that I am your fiancé? Fiancé? Upon hearing those words, Yi Xiaoran, who had intended to intervene, found her mind momentarily blank. The term fiancé struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a daze. Sister Yiqian is my brother's fiancé. How could she be unaware of this? Yiqian, could you refrain from causing more trouble? That marriage was never valid to begin with. Yi felt the sharp tug on his hair, a stinging sensation radiating from his scalp, causing him to furrow his brows. Yet, he persevered and stated, not valid. Li Yiqian narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. She raised her scythe and gently swept it down towards the ground. Boom. In an instant, a gaping chasm, several meters long, manifested in the center of the highway entrance. Our engagement was orchestrated by our parents. How dare you declare it invalid? Li Yiqian's voice grew increasingly frigid. Following her words, she lifted the scythe once more, aiming it at Shui Wanqing. It seems you two are quite familiar? Yi Li attempted to interject, but Yi Xiaoran suddenly burst forth. Yiqian, I believe there is some misunderstanding here. Please release my brother. We can discuss this calmly. At that moment, her mind was in disarray, utterly unable to comprehend the situation before her. Even now, she could hardly believe that Li Yiqian was a zombie, let alone that she was her brother's fiancée. It was utterly inconceivable. However, she understood that she needed to stabilize Li Yiqian first, or else the situation would spiral further into chaos. Li Yiqian cast a frigid glare in her direction, her voice chilling to the bone. Get lost. This is not a place for you to speak. Yi Xiaoran recoiled slightly at her gaze, yet she continued to plead. Yiqian, please let my brother go. If you don't, he will soon be in tears from the pain. Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian regained a semblance of her rationality. She gazed at Yi Li, noticing the agony etched across his face, and gently set him down. Brother, are you all right? As Li Yiqian released him, Yi Xiaoran hastily supported Yi Li. I'm fine. Yi Li replied, shaking his head, though beads of sweat adorned his forehead and his pallor was alarmingly ghastly. He gasped for breath and looked up at Li Yiqian. Yiqian, what on earth has happened to you? You seem so foreign to me now. Huh, foreign? At his words, Li Yiqian suddenly erupted into laughter. Shelly, what do you believe I ought to be like? Do you think that by transforming into this, I have become beyond your control? By the end of her statement, Li Yiqian's expression had turned devoid of emotion, her crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Yi Li felt a surge of profound dread at the sight of Li Yiqian. His throat constricted as though an invisible barrier had silenced him, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. She slowly crouched down, her hand caressing Yi Li's cheek as she spoke with a look of deep compassion. Xiaoli, Have you ever considered that my transformation is also a result of you? My love for you has been unwavering. Throughout these years, I have continuously inquired after your well-being and showered you with care, yet you have never once regarded me properly. Do you understand why I have become this way? Li Yiqian grasped his chin firmly, her tone chillingly cold. Why? Yi Li asked uneasily. Only by transforming into this will I be able to shatter all the rules and bind you to my side forever, Li Yiqian declared, a flicker of madness and obsession dancing in her eyes. After all these years of devotion to you, it is high time I reclaim some recompense, wouldn't you agree? My dear fiancé? With that, Li Yiqian suddenly erupted into a radiant laugh, though it bore a tinge of insanity and peculiarity. Chapter 29, Li Yiqian vs. Shui Wanqing. Observing her unusual demeanor, Yi Li felt a chill creeping up his spine. Instinctively, he recoiled, yet he remained unable to resist her force. Compelled to meet her gaze, Li Yiqian discerned the flicker of terror in his eyes. Yiqian, could you please cease this unreasonable commotion? Yi Li turned his head away, unable to face her crimson eyes. I have made my feelings abundantly clear. I regard you merely as a sister. I have cherished all the kindness you have shown me throughout the years, but that does not imply I shall consent to this marriage. Fear not. Li Yiqian interjected, forcibly turning his head to meet her gaze. Once I bring you home, I shall mold you into someone who adores me. But for now, she released Yi Li, rising to confront Shui Wanqing, her anger swelling within her. First, I shall deal with her. At that moment, Shui Wanqing was clutching her left arm, blood seeping through her fingers, appearing quite disheveled. The previous strike had been executed with such swiftness that she had no time to react. Fortunately, the woman had shown some restraint. Is it fear of hurting Yi Li? It seems that although she is transformed into a zombie, she retains a semblance of human rationality. Yet the malevolence within her has been magnified. Contemplating this, Shui Wanqing rose to her feet, wielding a long knife in one hand. Her face etched with vigilance as she regarded Li Yiqian. Yiqian, could you cease this commotion? Can we not speak civilly? You always resort to this. Yi Li observed the impending confrontation between the two and promptly positioned herself between them. Yi Li, step aside. She is no longer the person you once knew. Shui Wanqing exclaimed, gazing at Yi Li, a surge of complex emotions flooding her heart. Yi Li remained silent, refusing to budge, her steadfast gaze firmly fixed on Li Yiqian, exuding an air of resolute determination. This unwavering look ignited an unprecedented sense of jealousy within Li Yiqian. Shao Li, I grant you 3 seconds to move aside. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to see you cry once more, Li Yiqian threatened coldly. Yi Li met her gaze, articulating each word with conviction. What if I refuse to? At her words, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes narrowed, fixating on Yi Li with an intensity that was unyielding. Yi Li, undeterred, returned her glare, her exquisitely handsome face reflecting fierce stubbornness and resolve. Suddenly, Li Yiqian's figure vanished, only to reappear right before Yi Li. My patience has its limits. Do not compel me to strike you. Li Yiqian hissed through gritted teeth, her body trembling with rage and jealousy, her scarlet eyes brimming with ferocity. In times past, he would never have dared to speak to her in such a manner. Now, astonishingly, he had the audacity to oppose her for the sake of another woman. Such a situation was truly envious. Observing her unfamiliar demeanor, Yi Li remained resolute, despite the profound fear that gripped his heart. He was well aware of Li Yiqian's character. She was a woman of her word and possessed a ruthless disposition. When she threatened to strike, she meant it. Yet, what did it matter if he were to relent? He was certain that Shui Wanqing would meet her demise, for she was precisely that type of person, one who would stop at nothing to achieve her aims. 3. 2. As Yi Li stood his ground, Li Yiqian's jealousy reached a boiling point. I will ask you once more, will you yield or not? Her tone grew increasingly frigid. No slap. Before Yi Li could complete his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face. You are courting death. Before he could react, Shui Wanqing's icy voice rang out as she brandished her long blade, aiming a fierce strike at Li Yiqian. Witnessing Yi Li's humiliation ignited a surge of nameless fury within her. As a soldier, seeing a man endure such indignity for her sake felt like a violation of her dignity, but more than that, it stirred a profound sense of compassion for him. Thunderstrike. With a fierce cry, she enveloped herself in crackling blue arcs of electricity, her blade radiating a brilliant blue light. Just in time. He is my man. It is not for another woman to feel pity for him. As Shui Wanqing charged forward, the murderous intent in Li Yiqian's eyes intensified. She raised her blood-red scythe, the veins on the back of her hand bulging prominently, exuding a palpable sense of power. With a resounding thud, she swung the scythe downwards with ferocious force, distorting the very space around her with the sheer terror of her might. A thunderous explosion erupted as the ground where the two clashed fractured into an unfathomable chasm, their powers colliding in a cataclysmic display. In the blink of an eye, a figure was violently hurled backward. With a loud crash, it struck the ground, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Gasping, Shui Wanqing spat out a mouthful of crimson, her complexion turning as pale as a ghost. Before she could catch her breath, a looming shadow of death enveloped her. Without a moment to spare, she hastily retreated, but it was too late. Li Yiqian, gripping her blood-red scythe, swung it down towards her relentlessly. A clash of metal echoed as Shui Wanqing barely managed to parry the blow with her long blade. Nevertheless, she was still sent sprawling several meters away. The events unfolded with blinding speed. In mere moments, they had exchanged blows twice, yet the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Another spurt of blood escaped her lips as she felt several ribs fracture, her entire body racked with excruciating pain. Die. Li Yiqian's voice, chilling to the bone, resonated as she gazed down at the fallen Shui Wanqing, as if it emerged from the depths of an icy abyss. Upon uttering these words, she suddenly appeared before her, wielding a scythe, her crimson eyes emanating an unsettling aura. Whoosh! In that very instant, the blood-red scythe sliced through the air, conjuring a fierce gust of wind as it hurtled towards Shui Wanqing's throat. Watching the ever-approaching scythe, Shui Wanqing found herself devoid of strength to evade, left only to witness the blade advancing towards her neck, utterly powerless to resist. In that moment, she felt the chilling grip of death, an inescapable, insurmountable dread enveloping her very soul. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from behind Li Yiqian, and at that moment, Yi Li's voice rang out clear and resonant in the stillness of the highway intersection. Li Yiqian, cease your actions. Chapter 30, a price paid for freedom. With the sound of the gunfire, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even Li Yiqian's movements frozen in place. The scythe hovered perilously close to Shui Wanqing's throat, mere centimeters away. Yusharan stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at her brother. He had actually aimed a gun at Sister Yiqian, although he had not targeted her directly, merely firing near her feet. The shock was enough to leave her reeling. Throughout their lives, she had witnessed the kindness Sister Yiqian bestowed upon her brother. Yet one thing remained a mystery. Why was her brother so fearful of Sister Yiqian? At times, it seemed as if he would go to great lengths to avoid her altogether. She was unaware of the reasons behind it. Yet she comprehended that her brother had never dared to defy Li Yiqian, not even to raise his voice. However, today, in a bid to protect Shui Wanqing, he audaciously aimed his gun at Sister Yiqian. This act astonished her even more than when she had just learned of their engagement. The shock was not hers alone. Shui Wanqing was equally taken aback. As she gazed at the blood-red scythe pressed against her throat, her heart raced uncontrollably, yet she dared not make a rash move. Observing Li Yiqian's expression, a chill surged throughout her body. She had never witnessed anyone capable of manifesting such an expression that instilled fear at a mere glance. This expression was indescribable. It appeared serene and devoid of emotion, like a gentle breeze caressing the ocean, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. Yet, Shui Wanqing understood the tumultuous waves concealed beneath this calm, ready to engulf all in their path once unleashed. Li Yiqian embodied this very essence. After a prolonged silence, Li Yiqian withdrew the scythe and slowly turned to approach Yi Li, her exquisite visage marred by shadows of fury. Yi Li, run! Shui Wanqing shouted urgently as she noticed Yiqian's approach. But Yi Li, paralyzed by the ferocity in Li Yiqian's gaze, found his legs trembling, devoid of any courage to flee. Seeing Yi Li's inaction, Shui Wanqing attempted to rise, but a sharp pain pierced her chest, and once again, blood spewed forth. At that moment, she had no strength left. The agony coursing through her body made her feel as if her very bones were fracturing. Yi Li gazed at Li Yiqian as she approached him with measured steps. A desire to flee surged within him, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him utterly immobile. At that moment, an immense weight bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him. As Li Yiqian drew ever closer, a wave of suffocation washed over him, and his breath quickened in response. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the oppressive aura she exuded. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees. Li Yiqian stood before Yi Li, her gaze lofty and disdainful, her crimson eyes betraying a chilling detachment. She extended her long fingers, gripping his chin with a vice-like hold, forcing him to meet her gaze. You have truly angered me this time, she uttered, her words seeping through clenched teeth. With a single hand, she hoisted Yi effortlessly to her waist, the pressure so intense that it elicited a sharp pain in his side. I shall deal with you later. With those words, Yi succumbed to unconsciousness, his form collapsing into a deep slumber. Yi Qian, what have you done to my brother? And where do you intend to take him? Yi Xiaoran exclaimed, brandishing her weapon to obstruct Li Yiqian's path, her voice laced with urgency. Li Yiqian regarded Yi Xiaoran with a measured calm, refraining from any aggressive action. Years of companionship had forged a bond that allowed her to perceive her as a sister. Xiaoran, you must not return here. It is no longer safe. Moreover, she cast a cold glance at Yi, her voice icy. Xiaoli is now my husband. Take that woman away, it is a freedom he has bartered for. As the words fell, Li Yiqian and Yi vanished into thin air on this expressway, leaving Yi Xiaoran standing alone in a daze. Meanwhile, the battle between Ma Ying and Shi raged on, but unlike the initial intensity, Ma Ying found herself at a disadvantage. The two continued to engage in combat. Yet it was evident that the colossal flames had begun to wane, and under the relentless assault from Shi, Ma Ying's body was gradually marked with wounds. Nevertheless, Ma Ying fought with fierce determination, intent on bringing Shi to her demise. Even though Ma Ying's realm was inferior to Shi's, her exceptional combat experience repeatedly forced Shi to retreat, requiring her to remain on guard. Boom! Another clash erupted, as fist met spear with a resounding crash, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent both combatants flying. Spitting a mouthful of dark blood, Ma Ying stained her olive-green military uniform. Wiping her lips, she cast a cold, piercing gaze at Shi and remarked icily, truly impressive for a peak third tier. Your strength is formidable. Standing not far away, Shi wielded a blood-red spear formed from coagulated blood, its tip still dripping crimson. Her eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. In comparison to the injuries adorning Ma Ying, Shi appeared relatively unscathed. Yet she too bore her own share of wounds. You are a worthy opponent. At this moment, the corpse spoke. Yet the words it uttered were exceedingly unpleasant. However, it is time. Yes, it is indeed time to conclude this. Upon hearing this, Ma Ying's gaze flickered with a hint of madness. She straightened her posture, her aura surging with intensity as flames ignited within her clenched fists. Today, even if it means death, I shall take you down with me. The corpse remained silent, yet a fierce battle intent surged in its eyes, gripping the long spear tightly. A mist of blood began to emanate from its shaft. Such an adversary deserves her utmost effort. At this moment, both combatants radiated a terrifying presence as they locked eyes, each perceiving the other's fervent will to fight. Boom! In the next instant, their figures abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind two deep craters. Explosive fire. Blood-tipped spear. The two sounds resonated simultaneously, followed by both of their assaults converging upon one another. Boom! The simultaneous explosions of their strikes obliterated the surrounding structures, creating a deep chasm where they both stood. Neither held back in their attack. They poured their entire strength into the clash. Chapter 31. Mutual defeat. With the collision of their fist and spear, a muffled roar erupted around them. A dazzling light blossomed forth, enveloping both combatants in a blinding radiance, rendering them nearly invisible. At that moment, Corpse 3 stood at a distance, unable to open her eyes due to the brilliance of the white light, shielding her vision with her hand. As the dazzling white light dissipated, Corpse 3 gazed into the depths of the pit, where he beheld two figures, one red and one green, standing upright. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he observed their condition. Corpse 1 had a gaping wound in her chest, from which hot steam emanated, and the surrounding skin had turned a charred black. Ma Ying's situation was even more dire. Her torso was pierced by a gaping hole the size of a bowl, her grievous injury causing bright crimson liquid to flow incessantly, staining the ground a deep red. You have lost. Corpse 1 rasped, her voice hoarse as she looked at Ma Ying. She attempted to step forward, but as soon as she lifted her leg, she fell to her knees uncontrollably, blood spilling from her mouth in torrents. Ma Ying erupted into laughter at this sight, but the movement exacerbated her wounds, forcing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly remarkable. The peak of the third level. Even you are so formidable, I can hardly fathom how powerful that woman must be, Ma Ying managed to utter, her body trembling as blood seeped persistently from her injuries. The strength of our elders is beyond our comprehension, Corpse 1 stated, her voice now remarkably clear, devoid of the earlier stutter. At that moment, Ma Ying's pupils constricted in astonishment as she gazed at Corpse 1, but soon, a look of understanding washed over her. Thus it is. When those foreign zombies approach, the fate of Huaxia will rest upon you. After Ma Ying uttered these words, her vitality faded completely, her eyes gradually closing. Yet she remained steadfast, standing resolutely in place. Shi Yi observed Ma Ying's upright figure, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her gaze. She stepped forward and rendered a somewhat imperfect military salute. You are a worthy adversary and a commendable officer. Upon finishing her statement, Shi Yi opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth. Don't move, Sister Wanqing. How are you? Can you still walk? Yisharan expressed her concern as she gazed at Shui Wanqing, who lay bloodied on the ground. The sight of her covered in blood caused Yisharan's eyes to redden with worry. I'm fine. Shaoran. I'm not dead yet. Shui Wanqing replied weakly. I'm so sorry for not being able to protect your brother. Cough, cough. As she spoke, Shui Wanqing coughed again, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, creating a particularly tragic scene. Yi Shaoran hastily used her sleeve to wipe away the blood from Shui Wanqing's lips. It's all right, Sister Wanqing. Your brother will be fine. At least his life is not in danger. Please don't speak. You are gravely injured. Yi Shaoran was fearful that speaking would exacerbate the wounds on her chest, urgently preventing her from continuing. Though she was also deeply concerned for Yi Li, she knew that Li Yiqian would not harbor murderous intent towards him. Yet the necessary punishment would undoubtedly not be lenient. After all, Sister Qian is quite strict. She has reprimanded Yi Li numerous times before, and this instance is unlikely to be an exception, especially since he has shot at her. Sister Wanqing, please do not move. I will fetch some painkillers from the car, Yi Shaoran instructed, swiftly turning and hurrying away. As Shui Wanqing watched her retreating figure, a wave of bitterness washed over her. Recalling the moment when Yi Li stood resolutely in front of Li Yiqian, she felt as if something heavy was pressing on her chest, suffocating her. It seems. You truly are quite foolish. Shui Wanqing murmured to herself, her head leaning to one side before she fainted. Yisharan arrived at the car, rummaging through the medical supplies. Eventually, she located a first aid kit on the passenger seat. Grabbing the kit, she sprinted back to Shui Wanqing. Seeing her motionless figure startled her, and she hastily set down the kit, exclaiming, Sister Wanqing, what's wrong? Please wake up. Yet, no matter how fervently Yisharan called out, Shui Wanqing remained unresponsive. Placing her hand near Shui Wanqing's nose, she felt the warmth of breath escaping, which relieved her. With great effort, she managed to lift Shui Wanqing into the car, then opened the medical kit, retrieving gauze and bandages to begin dressing her wounds. As she examined the deep lacerations on Shui Wanqing's body, Yisharan couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was the first time she had witnessed such severe injuries. Utterly horrifying. Without hesitation, she promptly commenced with a rudimentary disinfection and bandaging. Seeing Shui Wanqing bleeding profusely, Yisharan poured iodine onto her wound for disinfection, and immediately employed the pressure bandage technique to secure the injury firmly. By the time everything was meticulously attended to, over an hour had elapsed. She wiped the sweat from her brow and let out a long sigh. It appeared to have stabilized. Observing Shui Wanqing's steady breathing, Yisharan murmured softly. However, she was somewhat astonished, as she had noticed that during the treatment of the wound, it seemed to be undergoing automatic healing, and the bleeding had ceased on its own. Though the effect was not overtly pronounced, it was nonetheless evident to her. Had the wound not been so deep, she mused, the injury might have healed without her intervention. Could it be that awakened individuals possessed the ability for self-healing? Truly remarkable. In a different time, such an occurrence might have drawn the attention of ignorant experts eager to dissect it for research. Yet now, it seemed hardly surprising. Yi Shaoran gazed at the unconscious Shui Wanqing and sighed gently before exiting the vehicle to take the driver's seat. Despite the fact that Li Yiqian's earlier blow had sheared off half of the driver's side, it was still operable. However, with that portion of the car's body missing, she found herself sitting with half her body exposed, akin to driving a convertible. Taking a deep breath, she started the engine and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle moving forward slowly. Her eyes were fixed intently on the road ahead, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her nerves taut. After all, she had never driven before. The mere act of doing so was quite an achievement. The car keys were just given to her by Yi Li, intended for her escape, as no one had been paying attention to her moments ago. Now, they proved to be quite useful. Chapter 32. A lesson for tomorrow. As night fell in City S, within a luxurious standalone villa, the lights blazed brightly, and a solemn atmosphere pervaded the room, as if it were on the brink of an explosion. Li Yiqian sat on the living room sofa, her expression indifferent as she regarded the four individuals kneeling before her. Her gaze swept across them before finally resting on one in particular, Shuri. Shuri. You performed admirably this time, Li Yiqian remarked coolly. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Shuri felt a surge of excitement upon receiving such commendation from Li Yiqian, a recognition she had never dared to dream of. Indeed, Li Yiqian responded with a slight nod before tossing a small vial of red liquid to her. This is your reward. Go and solidify your realm. Shuri caught the vial, her eyes gleaming with fervor, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Now, you may leave, Li Yiqian said coldly. Yes, my lord, Shuri replied respectfully, bowing before swiftly exiting. The remaining 3 zombies watched the red liquid in her hand, their eyes filled with envy. They too desired it. Yet they understood that they were not of the requisite level to partake. A mere drop of such pure blood would overwhelm them with its immense energy, leading to instantaneous demise. Thus, they could only sigh in longing. After the departure of the corpses, the spacious living room was left with only the 4 of them, each drenched in cold sweat. The mere presence of Li Yiqian seated before them exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, rendering them incapable of raising their heads, let alone daring to meet her gaze. I have a task for you, Li Yiqian suddenly spoke, her voice frigid and devoid of warmth. The 4 were taken aback, quickly bowing their heads in trepidation, not daring to look up, and responded in unison, Please, esteemed one, command us. In the coming days, you are to adorn this villa with a festive atmosphere, hanging up red lanterns. My wedding is to be held in a week's time. Remain vigilant during the ceremony. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents. Do you understand? Li Yiqian's gaze was sharp as she coldly inquired. The 3 nodded vigorously, speaking in unison. We understand. Rest assured, esteemed one. Very well, you may leave, Li Yiqian gestured dismissively, signaling for them to depart. Your subordinates take their leave. The trio echoed together, slowly rising and exiting the villa. Once outside, the 3 corpses walked a short distance before excitedly conversing in their undead language. Corpse 2. What do you think our master is planning? The tall and somewhat simple-minded Corpse 4 asked. You're foolish in life, and now as a zombie, you're still foolish. Our master is naturally preparing to marry, Corpse 2 rolled his eyes, displaying an air of disdain. Then, turning to Corpse 3, he inquired with curiosity, Hey, Corpse 3. Weren't you with Corpse 1? Did you catch a glimpse of what the madam looks like? Upon hearing this, Corpse 3 immediately wore a proud expression and remarked, Second brother. I am not boasting. Just look at madam. Her beauty and figure are undoubtedly those of a celestial descending to earth. Is she even more stunning than in the photographs? Corpse 4 could not help but swallow hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. Of course, she is madam after all. How could someone so esteemed by our master possibly be anything less than exquisite? Corpse 3 glanced at Corpse 4 and cautioned, Fourth brother, do try to contain your drool. If our master catches you in this state, you will have much to answer for. Hearing this, Corpse 4 quickly wiped his mouth and chuckled, I am merely delighted. Having such a captivating figure beside our master brings us honor. Just imagine how the other zombies will react upon seeing madam. They will surely be envious. Although they had transformed into zombies, their sense of aesthetics remained akin to that of ordinary humans. It could be said that they were merely bloodthirsty remnants of humanity. The memories they awakened were simply echoes of their former lives. Indeed, that is a valid point, Corpse 3 agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Now, let us refrain from discussing this further. We must avoid drawing our master's attention. Instead, let us focus on how to arrange this villa. Corpse 2 interjected, placing importance on the matter. Upon hearing his words, Corpse 3 and Corpse 4 ceased their conversation, recognizing the gravity of their master's marital affairs. They then proceeded to deliberate on how to adorn the villa. The 3rd zombie inquired of the 2nd, regarding our elder brother, do you think any other zombies will cause a disturbance on the day of the master's wedding? Perhaps that one from the West District? Indeed, elder brother. I have heard that the leader from the West District has already reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. I fear she may create trouble, the 4th zombie chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing this, the 2nd zombie's expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, that is unlikely. Although the leader from the West District possesses formidable strength, the master's capabilities are unfathomable. If a confrontation were to arise, she may not emerge victorious. Furthermore, at this point, a cunning smile crept across the 2nd zombie's face. Furthermore, what? The 3rd and 4th zombies pressed for more information. Our elder sister has broken through to the 4th tier. Should she dare to approach, the consequences, he chuckled ominously. The 2nd zombie smirked but refrained from elaborating, Yet the others grasped the implication of his words, setting aside the Master's profound strength. Merely the fact that the first zombie had ascended to the early 4th tier was enough to indicate that she was not an ordinary adversary. Moreover, this city, S-City, is known as a forbidden zone. This forbidden zone is effective not only against humans but also against intelligent zombies. Although the West District is part of S-City, it pales in comparison to their central location. Enough of this discussion. The Master will certainly make her own assessments regarding these matters. We should focus solely on fulfilling the tasks assigned by her, the second zombie stated, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. Agreed. The three nodded in unison, ceasing further conversation as they departed to prepare for the wedding proceedings. Inside the villa, on the second-floor bedroom, Li Yiqian sat at the head of the bed, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Yi Li. Her expression, once icy, now radiated tenderness. She reached out to caress his cheek, her fingertips gliding down to his lips, which she gently stroked. Yi Li had been thoroughly cleaned. The blood and foul odor that once clung to him had dissipated, replaced instead by a subtle fragrance. Li Yiqian closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger of the day. After a considerable pause, she slowly opened her eyes. "Sleep well. Tomorrow, I shall ensure you remember this lesson," she murmured, before lying down beside him and wrapping her arms around him. Chapter 33, Shui Wangqing's Determination. Meanwhile, in a small county outside S-City, Yisharan held a submachine gun, clad in zombie skin attire, as she leaned against the doorway, vigilantly observing the situation outside. A few zombies wandered in the vicinity, but fortunately, despite sensing the scent of blood, they failed to detect the two individuals. After lingering for a while, the zombies eventually dispersed. Yisharan let out a sigh of relief and continued to observe intently. Once she confirmed that there were no zombies nearby, she returned to the bedroom. She looked at Shui Wangqing, who lay on the bed, pale and sweating profusely from her forehead, and her worry deepened. She picked up a towel from the side and gently wiped the sweat from her brow before retrieving disinfectants from the medical kit to tend to her wounds anew. Throughout this time, she remained silent, and as she watched Shui Wangqing's injuries slowly heal, Yisharan could not deny her astonishment. This astonishing ability for healing was something she had never encountered in her life. However, despite her shock, she quickly accepted the reality. After all, she had witnessed numerous incredible phenomena along her journey, such as thunder and flames. After Yisharan had tended to her wounds for half an hour, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and rose to retrieve a can of food. Simultaneously, she placed the map on the table, utilizing the faint moonlight to scrutinize the route to City A. It was over 300 kilometers to City A, she noted, furrowing her brow slightly at the markings on the map. At the pace she was traveling, it would likely take her at least 2 days, not accounting for any detours. If detours were considered, she mused, it wouldn't differ greatly. It seemed she would need to set off early the next day. As she contemplated her position on the map, Su Wanqing, who had been lying unconscious in bed, slowly opened her eyes, turning her head towards Yisharan. She spoke in a faint whisper, "Shaoran, do you have any water?" She felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through her body, and her throat was parched, making her voice sound hoarse and unpleasant. Startled by the sudden sound, Yisharan turned quickly, her heart racing as she realized Su Wanqing had awakened. "Sister Wanqing, you're awake," she exclaimed, rushing to the bedside with a concerned expression. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," came the reassuring reply, seeing the worry etched on her face. Shui Wanqing shook her head and attempted to sit up. However, the moment she moved, pain shot through her injured right shoulder, causing her expression to contort in agony, prompting her to lie back down once more. "Wanqing Jie, your injury is quite severe. Please, do not move. I will fetch you some water," Yisharan urged, her concern palpable. Without rising, she reached for the bottle of mineral water on the table, intending to hand it to Shui Wanqing. Yet, observing her prone state, she set the water aside and gently propped her up instead. "Wanqing Jie, please drink some water." "Thank you," Shui Wanqing replied, accepting the open bottle and immediately taking large gulps. Yisharan watched anxiously from the side, fearing she might choke. "Wanqing Jie, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" Yisharan inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine, don't worry," Shui Wanqing managed to say after a couple of sips. "By the way, where exactly are we now?" "We've left S-City and are currently in a small town on the outskirts. There are no living souls here anymore," Yisharan explained, retrieving a piece of bread from her backpack and offering it to her. "Thank you." Shui Wanqing accepted the bread and began to eat. Indeed, hunger gnawed at her. Despite being a third-tier awakener capable of enduring 10 days without sustenance, this did not negate her current hunger. Moreover, the previous battle had depleted much of her strength, leaving her feeling both weary and famished. Yi Shaoran observed her in silence, and Shui Wanqing mirrored her quietude. For a moment, the room was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the occasional sound of the wind wafting through the window. Shui Wanqing finished her bread, her head bowed, lost in thought. After a while, she finally spoke softly, "I'm sorry, Shaoran. I couldn't." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her hand being grasped. She looked up to see Yi Shaoran shaking her head. "Sister Wanqing, you need not apologize. This is not your fault," Yi Shaoran reassured her. "Moreover, rest assured, brother will be fine. Sister Yiqian will ensure that nothing happens to him. Are you not worried?" To claim she was not would be disingenuous. Although Li Yiqian had once shown great care for Yili, attending to her every need, she had now transformed into a zombie, her thoughts and emotions altered. Yi Shaoran feared for her brother's safety, yet she could not reveal her anxiety, at least not in front of Shui Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing stared at her in a daze. After a long moment, she turned her head away and quietly murmured, "Thank you." Yi Shaoran smiled in response, choosing not to say anything further. After a considerable time, Shui Wanqing managed to quell the guilt swelling within her. No longer dwelling on the various sacrifices Yili had made for her. Now that Yili had been taken away, it was an irrevocable reality. However, she still had a sister to protect, and thus she must gather her resolve. As for Yili, she was determined to rescue him. But for now, her mission was to safeguard Yi Shaoran, ensuring she suffered no harm. Otherwise, she would have no face left to confront him. Coming to this realization, Shui Wanqing took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, they shimmered with newfound determination. She turned to Yi Shaoran, who was gazing at her with a worried expression, and could not help but offer a faint smile. "Shaoran, please show me the map." Momentarily taken aback by Shui Wanqing's smile, Yi Shaoran quickly regained her composure and handed over the map. Her heart filled with a hint of confusion. Did Wanqing just smile at me? Unaware of her thoughts, Shui Wanqing took the map and scrutinized the route. After a while, she set it down and addressed Yi Shaoran, saying, "Shaoran, given the current circumstances, we should rest here for now. We can consider our next move once I have fully recuperated. Shouldn't we set off right away?" Yi Shaoran inquired. "No, we mustn't. The areas we would traverse are quite perilous. This place is relatively safe, and there is a chance we might encounter other survivors. Rushing now would be too reckless and dangerous." With her injuries, she was at a disadvantage in combat. Encountering a second-tier zombie or an awakened individual could spell disaster for them. The only viable option was to recuperate until her wounds had completely healed before embarking on their journey. Understood. Yi Shaoran nodded obediently upon hearing this. "It is getting late. You should rest now, Shaoran. I have sensed that there are no zombies in the vicinity," Shui Wanqing advised her. "All right, then you should also rest early, Wanqing Jia," she replied as she stepped out of the bedroom and closed the door. However, instead of moving to another room, she made her way to the living room, keeping her gaze fixed on the door. Though fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she understood the importance of standing guard through the night, especially with an injured companion inside. In the bedroom, Shui Wanqing was naturally aware of Yi Shaoran's movements, yet she refrained from dissuading her, for a sense of vigilance in this apocalyptic world was indeed beneficial. It could serve as a form of training for her. "Yili, rest assured, I will definitely come to find you." Shui Wanqing clenched her fists, her gaze resolutely fixed on the window. She was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to protect him, so that he would no longer suffer any humiliation or harm. Chapter 34. Shall we continue to be like siblings as before? The following day, within the villa. "Please, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore." A feeble male voice echoed through the villa. There lay Yili, curled up on the expansive bed, his body marred with crimson stains, while Li Yiqian stood by the bed, her blood-red eyes coldly scrutinizing him. She observed Yuli's agonized pleas for mercy, her expression devoid of any compassion. "Do you realize your mistakes now? When you pointed a gun at me, did you not know you were wrong then?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and struck down heavily, instantly leaving another wound upon his body. "Ah!" A scream erupted from his lips as he curled up in pain, his entire being trembling from the agony. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Please, I beg you. Don't hit me anymore. Yiqian, you weren't like this before. Why? Why have you changed?" Yili pleaded in torment, hoping to awaken her compassion. Yet no matter how he begged for mercy over the days, he could not escape her punishment. He could not fathom why Yiqian, who had once shown him such tenderness, had transformed into this. In the past, she would not only refrain from striking herself, but even hesitated to utter a word of reproach when she erred. Although she could be quite forceful and stern at times, she had never truly blamed herself. At certain moments, she cherished herself even more than anyone else could. Yet now, everything has changed. Her transformation left Yi Li feeling alienated, even instilling a sense of dread within her. Huh, you inquire as to why. Upon hearing this, Li Qian let out a cold huff, her hand gripping his jaw with astonishing force, compelling Yi Li to futilely attempt to pry her fingers apart. Yi Qian, please. Let go, you're hurting me. Yi Li weakly protested, pain etched across her face. However, Li Qian seemed oblivious to her pleas. Her grip tightening even further as she leaned in closer, her voice laced with icy resolve. Xiaoli, do you truly remain oblivious to why I have transformed this way? I have loved you for a full 15 years. And what about you? I am aware that you do not harbor feelings for me, yet I remain undeterred. I can wait. I am willing to wait for you to grant me a chance. But what about you? The moment I summoned the courage to propose to you, you entangled yourself with another woman and, before so many witnesses, rejected me. You claim to regard me merely as an older sister, who wishes to be your sister. I have no desire to be your sister. I only wish to be your woman. Li Qian grew increasingly agitated as she gazed at his enticing lips. In that fleeting moment, an uncontrollable impulse surged within her, prompting her to suddenly lean in, her movement so swift that it left only an afterimage, rendering Yi Li utterly unprepared. By the time he comprehended the situation, he found his lips sealed by hers. Sensing her intentions, Yi Li offered no resistance, allowing her to take what she desired. His body, battered and weakened, left him devoid of any strength to oppose her. Moreover, he understood that he could not possibly contend with Li Qian. He sensed that her emotions were somewhat erratic. He was certain that any attempt to resist her would lead to repercussions he could not bear, and thus, to evade further punishment, he resigned himself to endure her advances. However, after a considerable duration, Yi Li began to struggle against the situation. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual who could not hold his breath like Li Qian. He pressed his hands against her shoulders, attempting to push her away. He felt on the verge of suffocation if he did not act soon. Yet, no matter how he pushed, he could not budge her an inch. It was only when he was on the brink of losing consciousness that he finally relented. Xiaoli, you are rather sweet, Li Qian remarked, her crimson eyes brimming with insatiable desire. As Yi Li beheld her countenance, a flicker of fear ignited within him, yet he remained silent, finding even the slightest movement a daunting challenge. Li Qian looked down at him from her lofty position, her heart softening at the sight of his frail figure. Though she concealed her feelings, she fixed her icy gaze upon his eyes, her cherry lips parting slightly as she spoke, her voice as frigid as frost. Xiaoli, this is merely a warning. Should you dare to fire upon me again, or attempt to wield a weapon against me? At this point, a cold smile crept onto her face, her expression turning suddenly fierce. I will ensure you remember the consequences of daring to lay a hand on me. Rest assured, you would not wish to experience it. Xiaoli, do you understand? She leaned in close to his ear, her tone laced with palpable menace. Yi Li froze, staring at Li Qian's face, which appeared almost twisted with intensity, a chill running through him. I understand. Yi Li stammered in response. Had this been in the past, he would have dismissed her words lightly, but now he dared not take them lightly. For he was acutely aware that Li Qian had changed, she had become unhinged. She had always been a woman of her word. And while she had never inflicted harm upon him before, he now sensed a profound alteration within her, one that rendered her unfamiliar. Upon hearing Yi Li's response, Li Qian released him, her gaze drifting to his injuries, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes, only to be swiftly masked. You shall rest and recuperate over the next few days. Soon, we shall wed, Li Qian declared. Wed? The mere utterance of the word left Yi Li momentarily stunned, before he shook his head in reluctant refusal. No, I do not wish to marry you, Yi Qian. Let us not wed, shall we? I would prefer to regard you as my sister, and let us remain as siblings for all eternity. Please, Yi Qian. Yi Li struggled to rise, grasping her arm with a look of desperate plea in his eyes. He had no desire to marry her, nor to endure a life in this city plagued by zombies. Moreover, she had changed. She was no longer gentle, no longer indulgent, and had even begun to exhibit a brutal, bloodthirsty nature that instilled fear within him. Yi Qian, let us continue as we did before, as siblings, shall we? Seeing her silence, he reiterated his plea. But as soon as Yili finished speaking, a cry of agony escaped his lips. He felt a sudden, searing pain across his face, and his body uncontrollably collapsed onto the bed. He covered his stinging face. His expression one of bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend what had transpired. Turning to Li Yiqian, he was met with her crimson gaze fixed upon him, the veins on her forehead visibly bulging with fury. Chapter 35. Transforming him into a zombie. Upon witnessing her expression, Yili instantly recognized her anger. He quickly released her arm and began to retreat, terror etched upon his features, his body trembling slightly. Xiaoli, what did you say? I did not catch that. Seeing him shiver in fear, a smile emerged on Li Yiqian's face, beautiful yet unsettling. Her voice was gentle, but in that moment, it sent chills down Yili's spine. The more she acted this way, the more Yili could sense her consuming fury. He understood her too well. Even a mere glance from her could convey profound meaning. Sister Yiqian Yu. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, causing his wounds to split open, the excruciating pain forcing a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. Xiaoli, it seems you remain quite disobedient. Li Yiqian caressed his cheek, her expression deceptively gentle, yet her voice dripped with peril. At that moment, Yili felt every ounce of his strength utterly drained, rendering him limp and incapable of uttering a coherent word. It is well known that a man's constitution is inherently frail, and after enduring such torment, his consciousness had begun to wane. He felt a profound fatigue, his eyelids heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Gazing at Li Yiqian, his voice barely a whisper, he pleaded, Yiqian, I beg you, please let me go. I realize my mistakes. His voice was feeble, devoid of any strength, and after uttering those words, he slipped into unconsciousness before she could respond. Li Yiqian looked at the unconscious Yili, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She quickly alleviated the pressure upon him and pulled him into her embrace. After a moment's assessment, she discovered that he had merely fainted, and she breathed a deep sigh of relief. Xiaoli, how could I ever bear to let you leave? Even in death, I shall take you with me. Li Yiqian tenderly caressed his cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. Xiaoli, do you know? You are the first boy who has stirred my heart. I truly love you. She murmured softly, you once promised that we would always be together. You must not go back on your word. In the grand hall of the villa, four zombies knelt, listening to the anguished screams from above, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. They were unaware of the events transpiring upstairs, but upon hearing the cries from Li Yiqian's bedroom, they recognized the voice of their mistress. Zombie 2 swallowed hard, unable to endure the heart-wrenching wails any longer. After all, he was a man, and such sounds were unsettling to him. Sister, do you think the mistress? Zombie 4 began, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Zombie 1. How dare you discuss the matters of our mistress? Do you wish to court death? Zombie 1 scolded. At this admonition, Zombie 4 fell silent, remaining obediently on his knees. The four zombies were enveloped in a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, the screams finally subsided, yet Li Yiqian's figure did not appear. Eventually, soft footsteps echoed from above, causing their hearts to race. When Li Yiqian descended into the hall and took her seat, the four zombies simultaneously proclaimed, Greetings, mistress. Li Yiqian's gaze swept over them with indifference as she coldly replied, You may rise. Thank you, mistress. The four zombies chorused in unison. It seems, Zombie 1, that your position has become more secure, Li Yiqian remarked, turning her attention to Zombie 1, her tone devoid of warmth. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing your blood upon me. It has allowed me to stabilize so swiftly, replied she, her tone tinged with a hint of excitement. Indeed, Li Yiqian nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She then instructed them on a few matters before dismissing them, settling onto the sofa alone. Xiaoli had yet to awaken, her frail body rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. It seemed imperative to devise a plan. Li Yiqian furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. The world had irrevocably changed. Ordinary individuals struggled to survive in this apocalyptic landscape, let alone someone as stunningly beautiful as Yili. The thought deepened her anxiety. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What if she allowed him to consume her blood, transforming him into a zombie, an intelligent zombie? Once he became one, all issues would be effortlessly resolved. Moreover, having ingested her blood, he would be compelled to heed her every command, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Crucially, once Yili transformed into a zombie, humanity would no longer accept him, leaving him with but one refuge by her side. With this thought, A rare smile graced her lips, the corners of her mouth curving upward. The plan was exquisite. Yet, it was undeniably cruel to Yili. She hesitated, for the thought of him with another woman was unbearable. The memory of him firing a weapon to protect another woman ignited a wildfire of jealousy within her heart, akin to rampant weeds. Shaoli, do not blame me. I merely wish to prevent you from being taken away by another woman. Li Yiqian murmured, you are meant to belong to me alone. Chapter 36. A glimmer of hope. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was deep into the night. The city of S was enveloped in a profound silence, the streets deserted. And even the cats that typically roamed the alleyways had vanished. The evening breeze swept through the streets, causing the streetlights to sway, their flickering shadows casting an eerie ambience under the moonlight. Amidst this darkened city, only one villa remained brightly lit, where faint silhouettes could be discerned moving within. Li Yiqian stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the scene below. Behind her, the injured Yili lay on the bed, his body marred with wounds. Though he had changed into clean garments, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. His brow was furrowed, suggesting that his slumber was not entirely restful. His eyes were shut tight, and he muttered incoherently in his sleep. His vulnerable appearance, fragile as if he might shatter at the slightest touch, nonetheless evoked a sense of compassion in any woman who beheld him. Gazing at his handsome visage, Li Yiqian felt her heart soften. She approached the bedside, seated herself, and reached out her fingers to gently caress his face, her emotions surging forth. Her touch was exceedingly tender, as if she feared disturbing his peaceful slumber. Unable to resist the allure of his perfect features, she leaned down and placed a kiss upon his lips. Shaoli, you will forever belong to me, will you not? Li Yiqian whispered, resting her head against his chest, greedily inhaling his essence. She had made up her mind. She intended to transform Yili into a zombie. As long as he consumed her blood, he would belong to her eternally. She was unperturbed by the thought that he might perish from the act, for she could dilute her blood before forcibly administering it to him. Thus, he would remain unharmed and successfully become an intelligent zombie, one that would obey her every command without question. Just as she contemplated this, Yili's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! Yili emitted a muffled groan, feeling an overwhelming weight upon him, as if something were pressing down. He attempted to push it away with all his strength, but to no avail. Suddenly, the weight lifted, revealing a delicate face before him, accompanied by a chilling voice. Shaoli, are you awake? Don't you wish to sleep a little longer? Yili was momentarily stunned, and then he jolted to full awareness, instinctively shoving Li Yiqian away while exclaiming in terror, You! Stay away. His push did little to budge her. Rather, in his fervor, he inadvertently aggravated his wounds. Yet, his fear of her momentarily masked the pain. Sister Yiqian, I realize my mistake. I beg you. Please let me go. I should not have fired at you. I swear, I will never do so again. Please, Sister Yiqian. Yili curled up in fright, cradling his head in his hands as he pleaded for mercy. His body trembled incessantly, a testament to the terror and helplessness that consumed him. He yearned to return home. He did not wish to linger in this dreadful place. Nor did he desire to wed Li Yiqian. She had become so unfamiliar, no longer the gentle Yiqian who once cradled him in her palms. She had changed. In the past, she would never have forced herself upon him in such a manner. Observing his distress, Li Yiqian felt a pang of heartache. Yet as she listened to his words, a surge of anger bubbled within her, leaving her quite displeased. She lay upon the bed, reaching out to embrace his neck, feeling the tremors coursing through his body. Gently, she patted his back and softly said, Shaoli, look at me. Her voice was tender, her tone imbued with warmth. Upon hearing her speak in such a manner, a wave of familiarity washed over Yili, and he lifted his gaze to meet the gentle eyes of Li Yiqian. In that moment, as he beheld her tender expression, he was momentarily transported back to the Yiqian he once knew, the one who always embraced him, no matter what he did or said. Yiqian Jie, Yili stammered, a tear cascading uncontrollably from his eye, his voice trembling. Shaoli, do not cry. It will not be a pretty sight, Li Yiqian replied, gently wiping away his tears. Witnessing her tender actions, Yili mistakenly believed that her heart had softened due to his pleas, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He quickly implored, Yiqian Jie, I know I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, do not hit me. His voice was laced with supplication, sounding pitiful and forlorn. Li Yiqian gazed at him with crimson eyes, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity passing through her expression. She held him tightly, burying her head in the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Yiqian Jie, feeling the warmth of her breath against his neck, Yi Li's body instinctively stiffened. He felt a sense of confusion, wishing to push her away, yet fearing her wrath. Ultimately, he succumbed to her embrace. In this moment, it was clear that he could not reject her. To do so might provoke her anger, and he could not risk losing hope. Realizing this, Yi Li relinquished his concerns about propriety and allowed her to hold him. As long as Li Yiqian would spare him from any further harm or violence, he could tolerate this embrace. Despite his thoughts, he could feel her breath tickling the nape of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. "Xiao Li, you smell delightful," she whispered, her voice laced with an alluring quality. Chapter 37. Yi Li's painful plea for mercy. Yi Li's body quivered slightly. He was uncertain why Li Yiqian expressed such sentiments. Yet he could distinctly sense her breath against his neck, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. "Xiao Li, do you know? Throughout these days, you cannot fathom how much I have yearned for you, how desperately I wished to see you, how much I desired to possess you." As she spoke, she tenderly pressed her lips against his neck. Yi Li felt a sudden dampness on his neck. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his tone laden with reluctance as he spoke. "It's all right, Yiqian Jia. I am here now, aren't I? Please, let go of me for a moment. I have so much I wish to ask you." His words were tender, as if he had forgiven her for her previous actions. Yet only he understood that he must acquiesce to her wishes for the time being. Should he resist, she might become irrational, and the consequences could be dire. He resolved to wait until her emotions stabilized before engaging in a more earnest conversation. Marriage was out of the question. Although he held a betrothal to Li Yiqian and harbored a certain affection for her, it did not imply a willingness to wed. His feelings were akin to those one might have for an elder sister, devoid of true love. Upon hearing Yi Li's words and sensing his gentle push on her shoulders, Li Yiqian did not release him. Instead, she continued, "Xiao Li, do you know? I truly love you. Everything I have done for you was done willingly. I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me. I love you deeply, do you understand?" Her voice was imbued with profound emotion, and she tightened her embrace around his neck, as though wishing to hold him forever. "Yiqian Jia, I understand everything you are saying, but I have endured far too much these past few days. I truly need a moment to gather my thoughts. Let's discuss this later, shall we?" Yi Li attempted to soothe her, gently patting Li Yiqian's back in hopes of calming her down. However, the once infallible tactic he employed had now failed. Li Yiqian remained firmly in his embrace, showing no signs of releasing him. Yi Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of impatience. He reached out to push Li Yiqian away, but she stood her ground like an immovable mountain, leaving him at a loss. "Yiqian, could you please let go? I'm in considerable pain," Yi Li said, his face contorted with anguish. Yet, Li Yiqian ignored him, instead asking, "Xiao Li, will you always stay by my side? Will you marry me?" "Yiqian, I need to think this over. Is that all right? I'm feeling quite confused right now. Please let go, and we can discuss this properly in a few days." Yi Li replied, exercising patience. He knew he could never agree to her proposal, but given the circumstances, he had no other choice but to respond this way. "Xiao Li, will you forgive me for how I treated you before?" Li Yiqian suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Li was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied softly, "It's all right, Yiqian. I understand you didn't mean it. Besides, I too made mistakes. I shouldn't have shot at you. Xiao Li, will you truly forgive me? No matter what I have done to you, will you always forgive me?" Li Yiqian continued, her expression chillingly devoid of warmth, her eyes deep and inscrutable like a bottomless abyss, concealing her thoughts. Since Yi Li could not see her face, he could only sense a hint of expectation in her tone. Yi Li was aware that the familiar Yiqian Jia had returned. He quickly remarked, "Of course, how could I possibly hold anything against you? In my heart, I have always regarded you as an elder sister. How could I ever be angry with you? Now, Yiqian Jia, may I request you to release me? I still bear injuries." After speaking, Yi Li noticed that Li Yiqian did not respond, prompting him to urge her once more. "Regarded as an elder sister?" Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Li Yiqian felt a chill envelop her heart. Suddenly, a smile crept onto her lips, and a resolute gleam flickered in her crimson gaze. "Yiqian Jia?" Seeing her remain silent and unwilling to let him go, Yi Li felt a twinge of confusion. However, in the next moment, he heard Li Yiqian's voice laced with a hint of apology. "Xiao Li, I hope you can forgive me for this, for it is only in this manner that you will truly belong to me alone." Upon hearing her statement, Yi Li found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend Li Yiqian's intentions. He questioned, "Yiqian Jia, what do you wish to convey?" "Ah, Before he could finish his words, a piercing pain surged through his neck, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Li Yiqian, what? What are you doing? Yili cried out in terror, desperately attempting to push her away. Yet, the disparity in their strength was too great. His efforts were utterly futile against Li Yiqian. At that moment, her demeanor was frigid, her sharp teeth sinking deeply into his neck, releasing a pungent scent of blood that filled the air around them. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she pinned him to the bed, her eyes shimmering with a frenzied light, an unsettling sight indeed. Let go? Li Yiqian, release me. Yi Li struggled desperately, but finding himself unable to push her away, he resorted to pounding her back in a futile attempt to make her relent. Yet, Li Yiqian was a fourth-tier zombie, her body impervious to harm. His feeble assaults were utterly ineffective. No, please, let me go. I beg you. Sister Yiqian, it was my fault, I shouldn't have. Before Yi Li could finish his plea, Li Yiqian bit down fiercely once more, eliciting another anguished scream from him. Xiaoli, do not blame me. The only way to keep you by my side forever is to turn you into a zombie. You have forced my hand. With that, her teeth sank deeper, nearly tearing through the skin of his neck, blood oozing from the wound. No, I don't want to become a zombie. Please, help. Yi Li cried out in terror, writhing in pain, instinctual fear driving him to call for help. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, S-City was nearly devoid of life. No matter how loud he screamed, no one would hear his voice. Sister Yiqian, please don't do this. I implore you, spare me. Are we not the best of friends? I do not wish to become a zombie. I do not want to become a zombie. So I beg you, please. Let me go. Please, let me go. Yi Li wept and pleaded, his eyes brimming with despair. He did not wish to succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie, nor to transform into those grotesque monsters that feasted on human flesh. In Chapter 38, the leader of the West District was a zombie who adored wearing Lolita attire. Li Yiqian paid no heed to Yi Li's desperate cries for mercy. She fiercely clutched the area just beneath his neck, continuously mingling her blood with his. As her essence gradually coursed into his veins, his struggles began to wane, his breaths becoming faint and barely perceptible. Please, I do not wish to become a zombie, no. Yi Li uttered weakly, his voice so fragile it seemed on the verge of vanishing. Yet he continued to beseech. His hands clung desperately to Li Yiqian's back, his eyes filled with hopelessness and despair. At that moment, Yi Li was engulfed in torment. He could feel his body temperature rising, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while an insatiable thirst clawed at his throat, rendering it parched. He struggled incessantly, attempting to push Li Yiqian away, but he was utterly devoid of strength, left to her whims. His hands continued to grasp her back. Yet this action only served to inflame her senses, heightening her exhilaration. Li Yiqian, I shall never forgive you, Yi Li murmured feebly, his words slurring into incomprehensibility. His movements slowed, and he ceased to fight or speak, resembling a soulless puppet under Li Yiqian's control. His consciousness grew hazy, and ultimately, he succumbed to a complete loss of awareness. 3 days later, on a sun-drenched afternoon in the western district of City S, within the confines of an abandoned factory, a girl adorned in Lolita attire sat haughtily atop a machine. She gazed disdainfully at the invitation being presented to her by an underling, emitting a dismissive snort, her eyes brimming with contempt. She was none other than the leader of the Western District, a mid-level fourth-tier zombie, Zhou Yuer. Bring me that woman's invitation, Zhou Yuer commanded. Of course, her subordinate replied respectfully, delivering Li Yiqian's invitation before her. As Zhou Yuer accepted it and scrutinized its contents, her expression morphed into one of perplexity, and a flicker of astonishment danced in her gaze. What on earth? That woman is getting married. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Yet, no matter how many times she glanced at it, the outcome remained unchanged. Sister Yuer, is there a problem? Inquired a male zombie below, named Qingmei, a late-stage third-tier zombie. Beside him stood his twin sister, Qin Shuang, also a third-tier zombie and one of Zhou Yuer's most capable subordinates. This is a serious matter. That ruthless woman is actually getting married, Zhou Yuer exclaimed, her brow furrowed in shock. It's Li Yiqian. She single-handedly dominated the 4 districts during the early outbreak of the virus. How can such a brutal and terrifying woman be marrying? Her astonishment was palpable. Is it merely marriage? Is there a problem with this? Qingmei still felt somewhat perplexed. In his view, Li Yiqian was not only powerful but also quite attractive. Didn't many people admire her? Xiaoqi, Sister Yuer means that she is envious, Qin Shuang interjected from the side. Oh, Qingmei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So that's it. Who? Who is jealous of her? Xiao Shuang, don't speak nonsense. Zhou Yuer retorted, immediately jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I merely think that zombie must be blind to like such a tyrant, Zhou Yuer added, as if recalling something. But don't get me wrong. I absolutely do not say this because I can't find a boyfriend. Of course we believe you, Sister Yuer, Qingmei chuckled. Initially skeptical, but now convinced by her nervous demeanor. Zhou Yuer, observing the expressions of the siblings, felt a twinge of insecurity. She would never admit that her height might be the reason she had yet to have a man's hand in hers. If they were to discover that, it would be utterly embarrassing. Sister Yuer, what do you think? Shall we go? Chen Shuang inquired, eager to witness what the legendary zombie queen actually looked like. Naturally, I shall attend her wedding banquet, Zhou Yuer replied with assurance. I must see who possesses such allure that even this tyrant is smitten. What if that zombie turns out to be truly beautiful? Qingmei couldn't help but ask. If he is truly handsome, then I shall snatch him away, Zhou Yuer proclaimed, her face adorned with a mischievous expression. However, this countenance, coupled with her endearing appearance, appeared rather comical. No way, Chen Shuang interjected immediately upon hearing her words. Why not? Zhou Yuer retorted. We cannot outmatch them. At this remark, Zhou Yuer's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened. Oh, come now, I was merely jesting. Do you truly believe I would steal him away? Based on your personality, one can never be too certain, Qingmei cautiously replied. Upon hearing this, the three zombies exchanged glances of bewilderment. Enough, enough. You two, cease your banter and swiftly prepare our belongings. I must attend the wedding, Zhou Yuer declared, breaking the silence as she waved her hand. Understood, Yuer. Chen Shuang and Qingmei responded in unison before promptly departing. Chapter 39. I would rather marry another woman. Zhou Yuer was not the sole recipient of the invitation. The other zombies from the three major districts had also received theirs. Strikingly, their opinions were remarkably uniform. They were all eager to witness the appearance of the zombie marrying the tyrant, curious as to what could possibly captivate such a formidable woman. However, the underlying reason was simple. They were compelled to attend, for the tyrant had personally dispatched the invitations. To decline would be to risk her ire, and the repercussions of such an affront were beyond their capacity to bear. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa, a voice echoed, Li Yiqian, get out. I never wish to see you again. Leave. In the room, Yili pointed furiously at Li Yiqian by the door, his voice echoing with anger. At that moment, he sat on the bed, clad in a light gray nightgown. His wounds had completely healed, yet upon closer inspection, a distinct bite mark was visible on his neck, a mark left by Li Yiqian, who had also assisted him in changing his clothes. Get out. Just leave. Li Yiqian, you are nothing but a selfish wretch. Yili continued to berate her, seeing that she remained unmoved. As she stood there, unflinching in her gaze, his fury intensified. He rose from the bed and charged toward her, but halted just half a meter away, hindered by the ropes binding his waist, rendering him incapable of advancing further. Newly transformed into a zombie, his strength was limited. Although infused with Li Yiqian's blood, he was merely an articulate yet ordinary zombie. In terms of power, he was only slightly stronger than he had been as a human. Li Yiqian, you coward, have the audacity to release me. I swear I will end you. Yili shouted in rage, extending his hand in an attempt to reach her face. Li Yiqian merely observed him in silence, showing no inclination to evade his advance. This only fueled Yili's anger further, yet, no matter how he tried, he could not touch her. She steadfastly remained at the doorway, maintaining a safe distance. After a considerable time had passed, Yili ceased his attempts to strike her. He turned away, lying back on the bed with his back to her, unwilling to cast another glance in her direction. Now he has transformed into a zombie. No matter how furious he becomes, he can no longer alter this reality. Observing Yili's back turned to him, Li Yiqian slowly approached the bedside and sat down. She gazed at him, hesitating for a moment, and softly called out, Shaoli. Yet, it seemed as though Yili had not heard her at all, remaining motionless with his back still to her. He did not wish to see her, nor did he want to hear any sound associated with her. Noticing his indifference, Li Yiqian ceased her calls and gently lay down, reaching out to embrace him from behind. Feeling the warmth against his back, Yili momentarily froze before struggling violently. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go. However, Li Yiqian did not release him. Instead, she held him tighter, pulling him into her embrace. Her chin resting on his shoulder as she softly said, Shaoli, we are getting married the day after tomorrow. Please, stop this. Li Yiqian, you might as well give up. I could never marry you, not even in death. Yili retorted, straining to break free from her hold. Yet, the more he struggled, the tighter Li Yiqian held him, to the point where he felt a twinge of pain. Shaoli, I know you hate me, but this has come to pass. Can you not give me a chance? Upon hearing his words, the warmth in Li Yiqian's tone vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. Huh, a chance? When I begged for mercy, did you ever grant me one? Now you expect me to offer you a chance? Let me be clear. It is impossible. As he spoke, he grasped her wrist, attempting to break free from her embrace. At that moment, upon hearing Yi Li's heartless words, Li Yiqian's beautiful face was shrouded in shadows. She held him tightly, refusing to grant him an opportunity to escape. Let go. Li Yiqian, release me. Yi Li felt her grip intensifying, and the more he struggled, the tighter she held on, as if she intended to merge him into her very bones. Shaoli, I shall not repeat myself, whether you consent or not. You are destined to be my husband, Li Yiqian. This marriage is inevitable. You must accept it. Listening to her domineering proclamation, Yi Li's fury surged within him. He retorted angrily, Li Yiqian, I swear, I would rather die than marry you. With that, he exerted all his strength to break free, initially believing she would not relent, for her character dictated otherwise. However, to his astonishment, she released her grip. Seizing his newfound freedom, he stood upright and, casting a cold glance at the sullen-faced Li Yiqian, declared, You are a lunatic. I would rather wed another woman. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yiqian had swiftly approached him, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. As he lay on the ground, momentarily stunned, he gradually raised his hand to cover his cheek, his gaze becoming noticeably clearer. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a searing pain surged through his body as a whip mark emerged upon his skin, compelling him to emit a cry of anguish. Ah! He wailed instinctively, reaching for the wound to shield it. Yet, just as he moved, a thunderous crack echoed again, and his pristine arm was instantly marred by a crimson line. Ah! Another scream escaped his lips as Yi Li, overwhelmed by pain, instinctively curled into himself, his entire form trembling. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate, unresponsive to the chaos around him, save for the continuous cries of torment. Before him stood Li Yiqian, her expression dark and foreboding, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. In her grasp was a long, blood-red whip, crafted from her own essence, proving remarkably effective against the undead. Should a zombie, having tasted her blood, fall victim to this whip, it would not only endure physical agony, but also suffer profound spiritual torment. Shaoli, she said coldly. To be honest, I truly do not wish to treat you this way, but your words have crossed a line. Her grip on the whip was taut, her veins visibly strained, and anger etched lines upon her forehead. Crack! Another lash struck down. Although she had tempered her force, Yi Li's delicate skin could scarcely withstand it, and he let out yet another cry of distress. Ah, it hurts so much. Please stop. Don't hit me anymore. Yi Li writhed on the ground, his exquisite visage glistening with beads of sweat, appearing utterly disheveled. Chapter 40. Everything is excessive for her. Li Yiqian gazed upon his anguished visage, her hands unyielding as she delivered yet another lash. The sound echoed, each strike landing upon Yi Li's body, causing him to writhe in agony upon the ground. In his desperation to escape, he found himself devoid of strength, reduced to a pitiful heap, incessantly pleading for mercy. Please, stop, please. Tears threatened to spill from Yi Li's eyes. He could not comprehend why, despite his transformation into a zombie, the pain inflicted by her was so excruciating, even more so than in his previous existence. Could it be that the undead still possessed the capacity for sensation? Yet, such thoughts were swiftly engulfed by the torment that ravaged both his body and soul, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Shaoli, do you not understand what words are appropriate and which are not? Li Yiqian halted her assault, crouching to meet his gaze, her crimson eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, Yi Li was utterly incapable of rational thought, oblivious to her words. All he felt was an unbearable, piercing pain. He curled his body in a futile attempt to shield himself. Shaoli, I warn you, if you dare utter those words again, do not blame me for what follows. She seized his chin, her voice a fierce roar. Do you hear me? This was her first experience of such wrath, a fury surpassing even the moment he had turned the gun upon himself. She would not permit any woman to lay claim to him, not even the slightest trace. The mere thought of him marrying and having children with another woman ignited a furious blaze of anger and jealousy within her, almost driving her to madness. Yi trembled in pain, utterly unable to comprehend her words. He was simply aware of his suffering and yearned to escape this place. Li Yiqian, you were never like this before. Why? Why have you transformed into this? The current you feels so alien to me. Yi Li's voice was frail, as if he were speaking in delirium. Though his words were whispered softly, they were enough for Li Yiqian to hear clearly, causing her heart to constrict painfully. Observing his state, she recognized that she had indeed inflicted too much harm. After all, this was a whip forged from her own blood, capable of eliciting cries from even the most wretched of creatures, let alone Yi Li, who bore her blood within him. Moreover, such wounds were beyond healing. They required an extensive period for recovery. Once her reason began to return, Li Yiqian felt a pang of compassion and lifted him into her arms. Seating him on the bed, she cupped his chin and pressed her lips against his. A small drop of her blood lingered on her lips, and as their mouths met, she allowed her essence to flow into him, urging him to swallow. At that moment, Yi Li's consciousness was hazy. He merely sensed himself being cradled, the metallic taste lingering on his lips, yet his instincts craved this blood with fervor. He found himself instinctively licking this trace of crimson. As the drop of diluted blood was administered to him, Yi Li's wounds visibly began to heal at an astonishing pace, transforming his previously bloodied form into one that was rapidly recovering. With the restoration of his body, Yi Li's consciousness gradually became clearer. Upon realizing he was kissing Li Yiqian, his beautiful eyes widened in shock. He instinctively attempted to push her away, but to his surprise, Li Yiqian seemed to sense his movement, tightly embracing him and rendering him immobile. Yi Li found himself ensnared in her grasp, struggling in vain to free himself from her hold. He raised his hand to strike her shoulder, yet his fist merely tapped her lightly, akin to a playful gesture. After a moment, the two finally parted. Yi Li raised his hand, ready to slap her, but she effortlessly dodged and seized both of his wrists. Pressing him onto the bed, Li Yiqian, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. Yi Li exclaimed in a panic, staring into her face, which was alarmingly close. Do not move, or you shall find yourself in tears again, Li Yiqian warned coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Li wisely refrained from further movement. After all, he had no desire to endure that excruciating pain once more. Each lash of the whip not only inflicted physical agony, but also tormented his very soul. This sensation was even more intense than the suffering he had experienced as a human. Seeing him comply, Li Yiqian finally loosened her grip. She sat up, gazing at him as she explained, Xiao Li, I struck you earlier because you spoke out of turn, not because I wished to harm you. Do you understand? Upon hearing her words, Yi Li chose not to respond, turning his head away to escape her gaze. Since he could neither conquer nor berate her, he resolved to disregard her entirely. After all, he would never forgive her in this lifetime. From the moment she transformed him into a zombie to the subsequent abuse, these events had irrevocably shattered his previous affection for her. Noticing his indifference, Li Yiqian remained unperturbed. She reached out to caress his soft hair, saying, Xiao Li, I know you despise me for turning you into a zombie, but the die is cast, and nothing can alter this reality. Surprised by her insight, Yi Li found himself bewildered, as her words echoed his own thoughts. Nevertheless, he remained silent, his body angled away from her, turning his back. Xiao Li, please do not blame me. My love was too profound, leading me to such extreme actions. With that, she lay down and wrapped her arms around his waist. Feeling her embrace, Yi Li angrily shook off her hand and shifted away, creating distance between them. Xiao Li, please do not sulk. In a few days, we shall wed and officially become husband and wife. Let us put this matter behind us, shall we? Li Yiqian once again embraced him from behind, soothing him gently. She truly did not wish for their relationship to become so strained, yet his actions at times were utterly excessive. Despite their engagement, he remained entangled with other women, and even shot at her, not physically, but piercing her heart nonetheless. Just moments ago, he had brazenly declared his intention to marry another woman, and each of these transgressions was utterly intolerable to her. Chapter 41. This wedding is far from serene. Had it been any other woman, those men would have long since been cast into the depths of the sea. It was only her profound love for him that had allowed her to endure for so long. After all, how could she bear to lay a hand on him? The few times she had resorted to violence were born of desperation, for his actions had been exceedingly egregious. Upon hearing Li Yiqian's words, Yi Li couldn't help but scoff. Yet he remained silent, turning his back to her in quiet defiance. He was not inclined to converse with her, preoccupied instead with thoughts of how to escape this land teeming with the undead. Noticing his continued disregard, Li Yiqian felt a twinge of displeasure, yet understanding his anger. She chose to remain silent and exited the bedroom. As she departed, her demeanor shifted back to its usual coldness, shedding the gentleness she had previously displayed. She issued a warning. Xiao Li, I can overlook other matters, but should you dare to cause any disruption at the wedding the day after tomorrow, you shall face the consequences. With that, she left the room, unbinding Yi Li in her wake. She harbored no fears of him attempting to flee, for he was merely a recently devolved zombie, his strength barely reaching the first tier. With such limited capability, escaping this villa was not an option. Once she had gone, Yi Li sprang up and peered through the crack of the door, and upon confirming her departure, he let out a sigh of relief. He retreated to the bed, gazing at his tattered sleepwear, a wave of grievance washing over him. He yearned to weep. For the first time in many years, he felt a profound sense of grievance. Despite his innocence in this matter, he found himself subjected to such treatment. No, I must leave this place, Yi Li resolutely vowed within his heart. Yet, a bitter expression soon clouded his face. Where could he possibly go after leaving? To the safe zone in City A? The very thought was swiftly dismissed. His current identity was that of a zombie. Not only would he be barred from entering the safe zone, but he would also be shot at the doorstep. With this realization, he fell back onto his bed, letting out a sigh, as if he had no place to turn to but here. 2 days later, nightfall. The city of S remained eerily silent, enveloped in darkness, with only a few solitary streetlights casting an unsettling glow, adding an air of terror and mystery to the surroundings. Yet, in this ominous and bizarre setting, a festive occasion was unfolding tonight. In the Li family villa of City S, the house was ablaze with light. The grand hall, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was adorned with hundreds of banquet tables, with a red carpet extending all the way to the entrance. Although nearly 100 tables were set for the feast, only a few were occupied, while the rest remained deserted. This grand banquet was the wedding celebration of Li Yiqian and Yi Li. The attendees were all zombies, each a formidable ruler of City S, with the weakest among them being at the initial stage of the 4th tier. Beside them, without exception, stood 1 or 2 attendants. Sister Yu, I must warn you. Do not act recklessly, Qin Shuan cautioned as she observed the exuberant Zhou Yu. Oh, I know. Do you really doubt my discretion? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuer immediately waved her hand. She then glanced at the several zombies across from her and whispered to Qin Shuang. It seems that tonight's wedding banquet will not proceed smoothly. What do you mean? Qin Shuang inquired, perplexed by her words. Look at those 3 little rascals over there. They are usually at each other's throats over territory disputes, yet now they are seated together, Zhou Yuer remarked, pointing at the 3 zombie leaders opposite them. Qin Shuang followed her gaze towards the 3 zombie leaders and then turned back to Zhou Yuer. Sister Yuer, are you suggesting that they might be? That is uncertain, Zhou Yuer replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Xiao Shuang, be sharp-witted later and do your utmost to protect the groom. She was not about to let this opportunity for favors slip away. It would be a dream for those few to think they could deal with Li Yiqian. I understand. Sister Yuer, you can rest assured, Qin Shuang nodded in response. As Zhou Yuer's capable assistant, her strength might be lacking, but her intellect and cleverness were exceptional. And what about me? What should I do? Just as the two were conversing, Qin Shi chimed in. Stay close to your sister. Remember, safety first, Zhou Yuer instructed him. After giving a few more reminders, Zhou Yuer fell silent, for the leaders from the 3 districts had already begun to gaze in their direction. The banquet continued, and once the zombie felt it was time, he moved towards the stage. She gazed at the crowd, and when her eyes fell upon the members from the 3 districts seated together, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her gaze, quickly vanishing. Welcome, everyone, to the wedding of my master. On behalf of my master, I extend my gratitude to you all. The voice of Corpse E resonated powerfully throughout the venue. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the zombies from various districts shifted dramatically, and even Zhou Yuer could not help but grow somber. A singular thought surfaced in their minds. The figure on the stage, Corpse E, had advanced to the 4th tier. Corpse E did not acknowledge the crowd further, but continued. Today marks a momentous occasion for my master. I hope that all of you can set aside past grievances and refrain from conflict here. Otherwise, she paused, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly before continuing, my master may pay a visit to your homes for tea. The implication of her words plunged the gathering of zombies into silence, as they unmistakably perceived the threat contained within. Chapter 42. The Fear of Yili. The wedding banquet, noticing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Corpsey nodded in satisfaction and proceeded. Very well, since everyone is in agreement. I now invite Lord Lee to the stage. As her words fell, the gazes of the zombies turned towards the entrance of the hall. There, standing in a resplendent red wedding attire, was Li Yiqian, having appeared behind the assembly unbeknownst to them. Her frigid gaze swept over the crowd, instilling a chill in the hearts of all present. As Qin Shi and Qin Shuang met her piercing stare, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, the overwhelming aura compelling them to bow their heads. Indeed, it was not only the two of them. The other attendants also lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. At that moment, Zhou Yuwei, adorned in a black Lolita dress, rose to her feet, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Congratulations, Sister Li Qian, on finding a worthy match. It is truly enviable." Her voice was not soft, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present and prompting them to rise and applaud in unison. "Congratulations, Master Li, on your marriage. It is indeed a momentous occasion," remarked a mature woman in a qipao, her smile radiant. Her name was Yi Ting, the leader of the East District, who had recently achieved the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Indeed, with Master Li's exceptional qualities, his chosen partner must be equally remarkable. Chimed in another young woman of slightly plump stature, her laughter infectious. She was Feng Li, the leader of the North District, currently at the early stage of the 4th tier. "Congratulations, Master Li," a tall woman said with a calm demeanor, her tone neither servile nor arrogant. She was Zhao Ting, the leader of the South District, whose strength had long been at the mid-stage of the 4th tier, and it was likely that she had now reached the later stages. Li Yiqian merely sensed the strength of those present, acquiring a general understanding of their capabilities. As she listened to their praises, she nodded slightly and turned to Zhou Yuwei, saying, "You seem to have learned your lesson in these few days." In response, Zhou Yuwei appeared somewhat embarrassed but proudly declared, "Do not be too pleased. I shall meet you again in a few days." Upon hearing her words, Li Yiqian chose to disregard her further and walked straight onto the stage. Upon seeing this, the host immediately shouted, "The groom enters." As her voice faded, the grand entrance of the villa creaked open, and the figure of the second zombie pulled Yili inside. All eyes turned in unison towards the doorway, where two slender silhouettes gracefully stepped into view. Yili was adorned in a resplendent crimson bridal gown, embellished with a fiery blossom at her chest and cinched at the waist with a golden jade belt, exquisitely accentuating her delicate figure. Her head was crowned with a red veil, through which her profile could be faintly discerned, adding to her allure. As Yili glided past, the gathered zombies were captivated by the subtle fragrance that wafted from her, causing them to inhale sharply. It was not merely her scent, but her ethereal presence that left the onlookers entranced, their gazes filled with a hint of infatuation. Although they could not clearly discern her features, they sensed the unique charm that emanated from her being. Li Yiqian watched Yili approach with a quiver of anticipation coursing through her, her coldly beautiful visage betraying a flicker of excitement. This moment she had awaited for countless years, having envisioned it innumerable times. At last, her dreams were materializing. After tonight, he would become her husband, and she would finally bear his child. The mere thought of their intimate moments together in the bedroom sent shivers of exhilaration through her, igniting every cell in her body with fervor. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, signaling the second zombie to retreat, and took Yili's hand, leading her towards the platform. Yili, gripped by her hand, did not dare to resist, for the wounds that marred her body from the past days of struggle still throbbed painfully. The scars upon his body were inflicted by her, a consequence of his clandestine escape on their wedding day, which led to his capture. The aftermath of being reclaimed was a body marred by her relentless strikes. This time, she refrained from aiding Yili in healing his wounds. Instead, she allowed the pain to persist, serving as a grim warning against causing any disturbances during the ceremony. Just moments ago, she had issued a stern admonition, leaving him with no option but to comply as he was led onto the stage by Li Yiqian, quelling any desire for resistance. The fear of her wrath loomed over him, a constant reminder of the agony he endured, compelling him to remain submissive. As they reached the stage, she announced, "We shall now commence the first event, the exchange of rings between the bride and groom." With his words, applause erupted from the audience. Shire approached, holding two small boxes, which he presented to Yili and Li Yiqian. Li Yiqian extended her hand, accepting the box, and upon opening it, she retrieved a delicate diamond ring. Gently, she adorned Yili's ring finger with it. The ring was exquisite, complementing Yi Li's slender, fair fingers, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the lights. Gazing at the ring, Yi Li felt a sharp sting in his eyes, a profound sorrow swelling within him. His marriage to Li Yiqian promised a future devoid of joy, the ring piercing his heart like a cruel dagger. As Li Yiqian placed the ring upon him, she continued. Now, the groom may place the ring on the bride's finger. Taking a deep breath, Yi Li resolved to reach for the box, withdrawing the ring within. He took Li Yiqian's hand and, under the gaze of the crowd, placed the ring upon her ring finger. From this moment forth, he would be Li Yiqian's husband. Observing Yi Li bestow the ring upon Li Yiqian, sure he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The exchange of rings had finally been accomplished. As they ascended the stage, he had harbored concerns about whether this lady might cause a scene, but witnessing his reaction now eased his worries considerably. With the ring exchange complete, it was time for the couple to partake in the ceremonial drinking from a shared cup. Shirsan approached the stage, holding 2 cups filled with a crimson liquid. The contents uncertain, was it wine or perhaps blood? As Yi Li took the cup, he momentarily froze upon seeing the liquid within, his brow furrowing beneath his veil. He glanced at Li Yiqian, but before he could utter a word, she pulled him into her embrace, intertwining their arms as she drank the contents of the cup in one swift motion. Yi Li hesitated slightly, yet when his gaze met hers, a chilling wave surged within him, compelling him to gulp down the liquid in fear. The substance coursed down his throat, a metallic tang spreading from his mouth. Surprisingly, he did not feel revulsion but rather found it quite delectable. Upon witnessing Yi Li drink, Li Yiqian smiled softly and said, "Shao Li, you look truly beautiful today." Yi Li remained silent, uncertain of how to respond, his emotions tangled. Observing Yi Li's demeanor, Li Yiqian paid no mind, regardless of his willingness to accept it. They were now bound as husband and wife. Even if he refused to acknowledge it, the reality remained unchanged. It was worth noting that in this world, men were notably conservative, holding marriage in the highest regard. The adage "marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog. Follow the dog" encapsulates the notion that once one enters into matrimony, they are irrevocably bound to their partner. Yi Li is no exception. For a young man like him, raised under the influence of such beliefs instilled by his parents, his views on marriage are profoundly serious. In Chapter 43, titled "As Beautiful as a Celestial Being Descending to Earth," Qingmei gazes at the groom on stage, exclaiming, "Sister Ware, look at that groom. He appears so striking and elegant." Standing below, he admires Yi Li's silhouette, although he cannot discern his true visage. One must wonder how someone marrying Li Yiqian could possibly be lacking in appearance. Furthermore, just by observing his presence, it is evident that he exudes the grace of a refined individual, certainly not someone nurtured in an ordinary household. Naturally, this sentiment resonates with many others present. As Yi Li's family, while not extravagantly wealthy, is undeniably prosperous. Listening to Qingmei, Zhou Yuer remains focused on the groom, contemplating his stature and demeanor. Most intriguingly, there is a scent that feels strikingly familiar. Why does this feel so reminiscent? Zhou Yuer murmurs to herself, grappling with a sense of deja vu that eludes her memory. "Sister Ware, what are you pondering?" Qin Shuang inquires, noticing her distraction. Zhou Yuer shakes her head and turns her gaze back to Yi Li, remarking, "That man seems so familiar, yet I cannot recall who he truly is." "Hey, Sister Yuer, let me warn you, do not do anything foolish. If you dare to disrupt the wedding, we shall all face the consequences alongside you." Qin Shuang hastily spoke. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuer remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the slender figure on the stage. Meanwhile, the wedding banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion. The second ceremonial cup exchange had concluded, and it was now time to unveil the bride's red veil. As the words fell from the officiant's lips, the audience below could not help but focus their attention, their eyes unwaveringly locked onto the stage. Everyone was eager to glimpse the groom who could evoke such tenderness from the tyrant. Li Yiqian looked at Yi Li, her cool and delicate features tinged with excitement. This moment was one she had envisioned countless times, and now her fantasy was finally materializing. She reached out, grasping the edge of the veil, gently lifting it away. At the instant the veil was raised, a collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. Even Li Yiqian, who had known Yi Li for over a decade, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her unveiled. Beauty, a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. In that fleeting moment, the minds of all present were flooded with these 4 words. Yi Li, at this moment, resembled a fallen immortal, breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were already striking, and now, adorned with a hint of makeup by the officiant, she appeared utterly enchanting, particularly her eyes, which seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Li Yiqian found herself momentarily entranced. Is this truly her groom? She stared in awe, and it was not only her. Even the assembled guests were spellbound. Though they were zombies, they were intelligent, high-ranking beings, and their aesthetic sensibilities remained unchanged. Faced with such unparalleled beauty, they too were captivated. Particularly, the enchanting Zhou Yuer rose to her feet. Her gaze fixated intently on Yi Li. This visage was one she could never forget. On stage, Li Yiqian regained her composure, her eyes burning with fervor as a myriad of postures danced through her mind. Feeling the intensity of her stare, Yi Li found himself rather uncomfortable. Yet he dared not reveal his unease, managing only a faint smile. At that moment, Shi also snapped back to reality. Inwardly admiring the man whom her esteemed master had chosen, indeed, he was a paragon of beauty. Although they had encountered each other before, he now radiated even more brilliance. She vowed she had never beheld a man so strikingly handsome. Xiaoli, you look truly exquisite today, Li Yiqian said, her hand gently caressing Yi Li's cheek in praise. And you as well, Yi Li replied, lowering his gaze, his cheeks flushed with warmth amidst the throng of onlookers, a natural reaction for a boy of his modesty. Yet, this display only heightened Li Yiqian's own temperature, stirring an urge within her to hasten to the bridal chamber. Fortunately, this impulse was swiftly quelled, as she recognized that the moment was not yet ripe, with certain matters still demanding her attention. At this juncture, Shi addressed the couple, proclaiming, "The ceremony is complete. Let us invite the bride and groom to the bridal chamber." With her words, Shi San, and Shi approached, respectfully forming a path for the couple. Li Yiqian, without further ado, took Yi Li's hand, leading him outdoors. They traversed the courtyard and arrived at a grand residence. The grand residence served as their marital abode. Now adorned with festive decorations, couplets and crimson lanterns graced the beams and door frames. Yi Li felt a twinge of apprehension as he gazed at Li Yiqian's silhouette, casting glances around the surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured, "Sister Yiqian, I can walk on my own." He spoke cautiously, fearing to displease her, for he had genuinely begun to feel intimidated. Yet, Li Yiqian remained silent, steadfastly holding his hand as they proceeded towards the bridal chamber. Observing her resolve, Yi Li contemplated withdrawing his hand but ultimately acquiesced to her grip. Before long, they arrived at a bedroom, and as Yi Li surveyed the lavish arrangements within, his anxiety intensified. The room was festively decorated, with a grand bed at its center, adorned with a profusion of rose petals, and sheer red curtains that hinted at the scene within. Lost in his thoughts, he was taken by surprise when Li Yiqian shut the bedroom door. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself swept off his feet and deposited onto the bed. "Sister Yiqian, you, Yi Li's words were abruptly silenced as Li Yiqian pressed her lips against his. The sudden kiss caught him off guard. He instinctively reached to push her away, but she effortlessly captured both of his hands with one, pinning them above his head, rendering him immobile. "Sister Yiqian, please, don't." He struggled to articulate, but before he could finish, her tongue slipped into his mouth. A faint, delicate fragrance, intertwined with the unique scent of femininity, wafted into Yi Li's nostrils. He felt an instinctive urge to resist, yet the disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of escape. And thus the kiss lingered for a full 5 minutes. Chapter 44. A struggle lasting 3 hours. Li Yiqian finally released him, gazing down at Yi Li, her crimson eyes brimming with a fervent madness of affection. She extended her tongue to taste her lips, evidently savoring the sweetness. "Sister Yiqian, I implore you, do not do this." Yi Li's heart raced with panic as he beheld her demeanor, desperately pleading for mercy. Simultaneously, his body writhed in resistance. Yet to Li Yiqian, such struggles were entirely futile. She beheld Yi Li's exquisite visage, her eyes alight with a frenzied desire. This day had been anticipated for many years. How could she possibly relinquish it? Ignoring Yi Li's protests, she unceremoniously yanked at his waistband, causing the voluminous ceremonial attire to loosen significantly, unveiling his pristine skin. A wave of indignation surged within Yi Li, instinctively prompting him to grasp his clothing, but his hands were firmly ensnared by her, rendering him incapable of any action. "Sister Yiqian, please, do not." Yi Li writhed in discomfort, his stunning countenance flushed with embarrassment, reaching the very tips of his ears. Li Yiqian, undeterred by his pleas, gazed at him with a burning intensity in her heart. "Sister Yiqian, would you kindly release me? I acknowledge my mistake and vow to no longer evade responsibility. I implore you, Grant me freedom, and I shall comply with any request you make. Please, I beg you." Yi Li gazed into her eyes, filled with a frenzied passion, and his fear escalated to its zenith. He humbly pleaded for mercy, hoping to elicit a moment of reprieve. Yet, the more he submitted, the more enticing he became. Li Yiqian's fingers caressed Yi Li's face, relishing the silky smoothness of his skin. Her heart stirred as if pricked by a cat's claw. Her voice dripped with fervent desire as she spoke. "Little Li, you are truly beautiful." In that moment, Yi Li fervently shook his head, his eyes misty with tears, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "I beg you, Sister Yiqian. You promised there would be no disturbances at the wedding. I have adhered to that, but this matter, I truly cannot bear. It's all right, my little Li. It feels exquisite." Li Yiqian, captivated by his pitiful demeanor, felt an unbearable heat envelop her. Ignoring Yi Li's resistance, she pressed her lips against his once more. 3 hours later, Yi Li lay alone on the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Li Yiqian had departed after satisfying her needs, as she had other matters to attend to. During those 3 hours, no amount of struggle or cries for help could sway her. She had attacked him like a famished beast, offering him no respite whatsoever. The intensity of her fervor was beyond comprehension. Throughout those torturous hours, he endured unspeakable agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness with each passing moment. He could not comprehend why, despite transforming into a zombie, he still felt pain. Initially, he fought valiantly against her, but when her assault ensued, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. In the end, he lacked the strength to push her away, to cry out for mercy, or to fight back at all. As he recalled the nightmarish scene that had just unfolded, tears began to flow once more. He stared blankly at the ceiling, weeping incessantly, as if all the injustices he had endured were finally being released at this very moment. His tears streamed down his exquisite cheeks, soaking the pillowcase, yet he remained oblivious. Lost in his own sorrow, he wept like a child, overwhelmed by emotion. "Why? Why have you treated me this way? What have I done wrong?" Yi Li choked out, his eyes brimming with sorrow and indignation. He longed to return home, to see his parents, his sister, and the gentle Yiqian who had once shown him boundless kindness. But he knew he could never go back. Meanwhile, in the villa's grand hall, the throng of zombies exchanged glances, each showing no inclination to leave. After all, as long as Li Yiqian had not declared the gathering over, none could depart. At that moment, the zombie known as Shuri addressed the assembly, "Please remain calm. The master should arrive shortly." Yet, despite his words, Shuri felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering what Li Yiqian could possibly be occupied with. After all, more than 3 hours had passed. Logically speaking, even if they had gone straight to consummation, it shouldn't have lasted this long. Could it be that such extraordinary stamina was possessed by the adult? This thought crossed Shi's mind, only to be dismissed as improbable. Although Lord Li was indeed powerful, such endurance seemed implausible, given the duration. Even if one had consumed extraordinary substances, it would still be unlikely. Just as she was lost in her chaotic speculation, a cold voice pierced through her thoughts from behind. "She, you may step down." Startled, she turned sharply to find Li Yiqian had silently approached her. "Lord Li." She quickly bowed in respect. Li Yiqian nodded slightly and commanded in a calm tone, "She, please step aside. I have a few words to share with them." With a respectful acknowledgement, she retreated to the side. Once she departed, Li Yiqian's gaze fell upon the assembly of zombies below. Chapter 45, The Scheme Unveiled, War Commences. The gathered zombies felt the sharpness of her gaze and instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her eyes. However, one among them, Zhao Ting, remained unfazed. Zhao Ting raised her head to meet Li Yiqian's gaze, her demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any trace of panic. Observing this, Li Yiqian merely regarded her with disdain, not paying much heed to her actions. After a moment, she spoke coldly, "It is rare for all of you to gather here tonight, and I would like to take this opportunity to discuss something with you." Upon hearing this, the assembly of zombies fell into a state of confusion. Uncertain of what scheme Li Yiqian was concocting, Li Yiqian disregarded the crowd, retrieving a stack of envelopes from her pocket. She then handed them to Shi, instructing Shi, "Distribute these letters to the 4 major districts." She accepted the envelopes, though she was perplexed by their significance, yet she obediently complied. The gathered zombies were equally bewildered. "Sister Yu, what is the purpose of this?" Chun Shuang inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I am uncertain," Zhou Yuer replied, shaking her head absent-mindedly. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by Yi Li, her exquisite visage lingering in her mind. She could not fathom why she encountered Yi Li here, nor could she comprehend why she had wed that tyrant. Her thoughts were in disarray. She, holding the envelopes, delivered each letter to the respective leaders of the districts. After she departed, Li Yiqian continued, "This letter is from the higher echelons of Huagua. You may all take a look." Upon hearing it was correspondence from Huagua's high authorities, the zombie's expressions turned grave. Even Zhou Yuer could not help but focus her mind and open the envelope. As she discerned the contents of the letter, shock enveloped them, disbelief etched on their faces. This is impossible. A conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Li Yiqian, what on earth do you intend to achieve? The leaders of the 3 districts confronted her with furious expressions. For the letter's content revealed the official acknowledgement of their existence, along with a rational designation for them, non-human. The letter explicitly mentioned 2 points. Firstly, a large-scale outbreak of zombies has also occurred abroad, displaying formidable strength, and their sinister grasp has now extended towards Huagua. Secondly, the official intention is to summon intelligent non-humans to collectively resist the external adversaries. After discussions among various nations, they have tacitly established a battlefield specifically designed for zombies. Succinctly named, Zombie Battlefield. This battlefield is set to officially commence in 1 month, during which Huagua hopes they will respond to the call and participate in the war for their nation. Should they refuse, Huagua will relinquish this area and proceed with nuclear bombardment. This zombie battlefield will feature formidable zombies from various countries, and any who possess memories from their former lives must partake. Observing the fury etched upon their faces, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes grew cold as she turned her gaze towards the 3 zombies and inquired, "Are you implying that I am lying?" Under her piercing gaze, Yi Ting and Feng Li shuddered, while Zhao Ting rose and declared, "Tyrant, do you truly believe us to be fools? The handwriting in this letter is unmistakably yours, and your intentions could not be clearer. It is evidently a ploy to lure us away and subsequently seize our territory." Li Yiqian was well aware of her own penmanship. Initially taken aback, she quickly recognized the script upon further examination. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's words, a look of disappointment crept across Li Yiqian's face. "You are indeed clever, but your cleverness is misplaced." Having spoken, she fiercely struck without affording them a moment to react. Initially, she had intended to grant them a chance at survival. However, since her intentions had been uncovered, there was no recourse left. As Li Yiqian suddenly launched her attack, the surrounding zombies were taken aback, particularly Zhao Ting, who found herself directly in the line of fire. "Tyrant, your audacity to deceive is utterly intolerable." Zhao Ting realized the peril and swiftly retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing a violent shockwave that overturned nearby chairs and tables. Li Yiqian's expression remained icy as she too delivered a punch, advancing relentlessly towards her adversary. The collision of their strikes produced a tremendous shockwave that sent the weaker zombies sprawling. "This is dire." Zhou Yuer, witnessing the fierce confrontation, felt an ominous premonition and hastily grasped Chen Shuang's arm to retreat, seeking to avoid the chaos. "Tyrant, how dare you employ such crude deceit?" Zhao Ting, having been pushed back several meters by the force, steadied herself, her face ablaze with fury. Li Yiqian regarded Zhao Ting with an impassive demeanor, though her eyes shimmered with a perilous glint. She approached slowly, her gaze saturated with murderous intent, and suddenly, a massive scythe, drenched in crimson, materialized in her grasp. Alarmed, Zhao Ting instinctively recoiled and shouted, "Aren't you two going to join the fray? Get moving." At her call, Yi Ting and Feng Li finally emerged from their stupor, exchanging glances before charging toward Li Yiqian. "Tyrant, we cannot be blamed. Who permitted you to monopolize such resources?" Feng Li cried out, her expression contorted in rage. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Yiqian's eyes as she swung the blood-red sickle in her hand, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that surged towards the 2 adversaries. The collision of 3 attacks erupted in a dazzling flash of white light, as the formidable force radiated outward, causing the very villa to tremble and begin to crumble. "Tyrant, prepare to meet your demise." Just as Li Yiqian grappled with the 2 zombies, Yi Ting and Zhao Ting suddenly appeared at her side with a fierce growl. Clutching a massive hammer, she swung it mercilessly towards Li Yiqian's back, delivering a mighty blow. A thunderous crash resounded, and an overwhelming force propelled Li Yiqian several meters away, causing her to crash to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. "Tyrant, you are nothing but a mere shadow," Zhao Ting exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she let out a loud laugh and launched another assault against Li Yiqian. Yi Ting and Feng Li, The two zombies followed suit, clearly intent on denying her any respite, eager to capitalize on her vulnerability. Dare to harm my master. You seek your own demise. Suddenly, a fierce shout pierced the air, accompanied by a colossal blood-red spear that hurtled towards the three zombies. Sensing an immense pressure, the trio's expression shifted dramatically as they swiftly evaded the spear's lethal trajectory. They looked up to see Shi glaring at them, his countenance ashen, radiating an aura of chilling malice, his blood-red eyes brimming with insatiable bloodlust. Observing this, Zhao Ting immediately turned to Feng Li, instructing, "Feng Li, hold her back." "Understood," Feng Li responded, nodding resolutely as she conjured a formidable mountain-splitting blade in her hand. "Let me see what qualifications you possess to impede me, you newly ascended fourth-tier zombie. Dare to harm my esteemed lord? Even if it comes to pass, I shall not show mercy." With a furious roar, the zombie brandished a massive blood-red spear, fiercely lunging towards Feng Li. She harbored no concerns for Li Yiqian, for she understood that this blow was intentionally received, designed to create distance from the wedding chamber and divert the repercussions of battle. Chapter 46, Sister Ware. The person you seek, could it possibly be the tyrant's man? At this moment, Li Yiqiao gazed at the two zombies before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly taunted, "Is this all the prowess a late-stage tier 4 possesses? Humph. Still boasting even when death is imminent?" Zhao Ting observed her demeanor, unleashing a series of mocking laughter. In her perception, no matter how formidable Li Yiqian appeared, she was merely a late-stage tier 4. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting herself had also ascended to that level. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, the blow she had just delivered was infused with all her strength, undoubtedly capable of inflicting severe damage. To Zhao Ting, Li Yiqian's current appearance was nothing but a fade. Imminent death? With the likes of you two worthless beings? Li Yiqian regarded the two zombies before her, her eyes brimming with scorn. The earlier strike was deliberately taken to instill a false sense of security in them, ensuring they would not consider attacking Yi Li's location. Should she launch a sudden counterattack, it would likely be difficult to restrain her. "Whether you are truly worthless will be revealed once I eliminate you," Zhao Ting retorted, seething with rage as she gripped her heavy hammer and swung it towards Li Yiqian. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she had already arrived before Li Yiqian, her massive hammer slicing through the air with a whistling sound, ready to strike down fiercely. Humph. A flicker of disdain flashed in Li Yiqian's eyes as she swung her blood-red scythe forward. Instantly, the two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom. The deafening roar of the blast erupted, obliterating the surrounding structures, and leaving a massive crater in the ground where the two stood. As soon as they engaged, Yi Ting's expression shifted dramatically. "This tyrant's strength surpasses my expectations." This thought suddenly surged through Zhao Ting's mind, prompting her to shout, "Yi Ting, are you just watching the show? I don't need you to tell me." Just as her words fell, Yi Ting's figure had already appeared behind Li Yiqian, and she had, unbeknownst to her, acquired a sharp, long knife. "Tyrant, meet your demise." A glint of malice flashed in Yi Ting's eyes as she raised the knife and brought it down menacingly towards Li Yiqian's back. "Humph." Li Yiqian snorted coldly, suddenly increasing the force in her hand, sending Zhao Ting flying. She pivoted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Yi Ting's abdomen. Thud. A muffled sound resonated as Yi Ting was propelled 5 or 6 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Before she could gather her wits, a loud shout rang out. "Yi Ting, watch out." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a crimson light pierced through the air, slicing towards her neck with terrifying ferocity. Yi Ting was instantly taken aback, hastily drawing her long knife to defend herself. Yet she was struck with such force that her arms went numb, propelling her over 20 meters away, just as Li Yiqian contemplated pursuing her advantage. A furious roar echoed from behind, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped her in an instant. Boom. A colossal hammer descended with tremendous ferocity, aimed squarely at Li Yiqian, whose figure was instantly driven towards the ground. The resounding crash reverberated across the surrounding areas, causing the very earth to tremble slightly. Such formidable remnants of battle. Sister Ware, do you think this tyrant could be slain? In the distance, Chen Shuang gazed anxiously at the epicenter of the conflict, unable to suppress her inquiry. She and Zhou Yuer stood at a considerable distance, yet could still distinctly sense the terrifying power at play. With such might, it was indeed possible that the tyrant could be vanquished. That foolish individual? She believes she can slay the tyrant? You are overestimating her abilities. Even if you provided her with 3 more allies, none would stand a chance against this tyrant. Zhou Yuer replied, her expression tinged with disdain. Having fought alongside Li Yiqian, she knew that this level of combat would barely elicit a fraction of her true strength. Qin Shuang fell silent, though she soon realized something. Where had her brother Qinchi gone? Sister Yue, have you seen my brother? Qin Shuang asked, her face etched with anxiety. She had been so focused on the battle between the two that she had completely lost track of her brother's whereabouts. Observing her sister's anxious demeanor, Zhou Yue offered soothing words. Do not fret, Xiao Qi will be fine. I have merely sent him on an errand. Upon hearing that her brother was safe, Qin Shuang finally exhaled in relief. However, as the realization dawned upon her, she quickly inquired with a hint of confusion, Sister Yue, what task have you assigned to Xiao Qi? She found herself perplexed, unable to fathom what responsibilities could possibly be entrusted to her unreliable brother. Zhou Yue, upon hearing this, was suddenly enveloped in embarrassment, stammering, well, it's nothing much, just asking him to locate someone. Locate someone? Qin Shuang scrutinized her sister's guilty expression, narrowing her eyes with suspicion. Sister Yue, the person you seek, it wouldn't he happen to be the Tyrant man, would it? In this territory belonging to Li Yiqian, where she was unfamiliar with anyone else, whom else could she be seeking? Aside from the man she had just witnessed during the wedding, Qin Shuang could think of no one else. After all, during the unveiling of the bridal veil, she had clearly seen Zhou Yue's wide-eyed stare fixed upon that exquisite gentleman, as if she wished to merge with him entirely. Coughing lightly, Zhou Yue's face flushed with embarrassment. She feigned a cough to mask her discomfort, saying, Xiao Shuang you are overthinking this. Your sister Yue would not involve herself with such a person. Witnessing Zhou Yue's futile attempts at concealment, Qin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to accept the reality, Sister Yue, you cannot be serious about having Xiao Qi search for the Tyrant's man, can you? No. Zhou Yue dared not meet her gaze and hurriedly denied it. She quickly added, Xiao Shuang, you misunderstand. I merely wish to exchange a few words with Xiao Ligu. Realizing that Qin Shuang did not believe her, Zhou Yue understood that she could no longer keep it a secret and decided to speak the truth. Upon hearing her admission, Qin Shuang felt as though the sky had fallen. It seemed only Zhou Yue would dare to approach a man as tyrannical as that. She knew well that if the tyrant discovered this, they would surely be torn to shreds. Filled with concern, Qin Shuang rushed to Zhou Yue's side, grasping her wrist firmly, and spoke with grave seriousness. Yue Jia, we must swiftly take Xiao Qi and leave. If the tyrant finds out, we will undoubtedly be reduced to fragments. Oh, it's all right, Xiao Shuang. I feared she would find out, which is why I sent him now. Xiao Qi has likely already found him. Zhou Yue explained softly. Hearing this, Qin Shuang, overwhelmed by despair, released her grip and squatted on the ground. Muttering to herself, it's over. Everything is over. Had I known, I would have never let Yue Jia come here. In her eyes, Yue Jia's audacity to secretly take away the groom was nothing short of reckless. Moreover, if the tyrant were to discover this, their fate would be dire. Seeing her distress, Zhou Yue quickly offered comfort. It's fine, Xiao Shuang. No one has discovered anything, and this concerns a significant event in my life. I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Don't worry unnecessarily. With that, she puffed out her chest proudly, as if reveling in the chance she had seized. It is worth noting that before the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had caught a glimpse of Yi Li and was utterly mesmerized. She could hardly believe such beauty existed in the world. Consequently, she became infatuated, fervently following and observing him, ultimately becoming deeply captivated. She yearned to muster the courage to approach him and forge a friendship, yet her insecurities stemming from her height rendered her hesitant to take that step. However, at this moment, she felt a newfound sense of worthiness and was determined to act upon her previously unfulfilled desire to possess him. Chapter 47. Escape amidst chaos. Yi Li's despair simultaneously. Within the wedding chamber, Yi Li lay on the bridal bed, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had departed. He exhibited no expression. His senses dulled to the cacophony outside. It was only when he felt the tremors of the earth that he snapped back to reality. He rose, donned in his striking red wedding attire, but as soon as he stood, his legs weakened beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse. Supporting himself against the table, he attempted to steady his stance, perplexed as he gazed at his trembling legs, puzzled as to why they had suddenly betrayed him. There was no pain or discomfort to be found, save for the multitude of bruises inflicted by Li Yiqian. Could it be that his body had transformed into that of a zombie? Yet surely there would be some reaction? Yi Li pondered this in silence. Just then, another thunderous roar reverberated, jolting him back to the present. He trembled as he approached the window, peering outside. In the distance, brilliant white lights intermittently flashed, accompanied by the resonant sounds of thunderous eruptions. Observing this scene, Yili's vacant gaze gradually sharpened with focus as he fixated on the emotional turmoil unfolding afar. A wave of elation surging within him. Someone is attacking. He recalled the words of Li Yiqian spoken not long ago, and it was not difficult to surmise that her intended actions were likely connected to this conflict. Flee. Now is the opportune moment to escape. I must run. Yili murmured excitedly to himself, then turned around, rushing out of the room barefoot without even putting on his shoes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sensing the tumult of battle in the distance, he understood that it was a chance to flee, one that, if missed, might never present itself again. He opened the door to the bridal chamber, and as soon as he stepped out, he encountered a man standing at the threshold. The man stared in surprise at Yili, clearly not expecting him to emerge. Yili was equally taken aback, recognizing the figure before him as undoubtedly a zombie. Regaining his composure first, he immediately dashed to the right. Encountering another zombie here could only mean that Li Yiqian had sent it to keep watch over him. Qingmei, snapping out of his stupor, saw Yili fleeing and instantly gave chase, calling out, "Groom, wait. You cannot leave." But Yili paid no heed to his shouts. Sensing the man closing in, panic surged within him, and resolutely, he unleashed his awakened power. Ice wall. Upon witnessing this, Yili anxiously turned around and waved his hand, unleashing his power. As his words fell, a frigid wall abruptly rose from the ground, obstructing Qingmei's path. Awakened? Qingmei gazed at this scene, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared incredulously at the icy barrier. Noticing that Qingmei had halted, Yili immediately sprinted towards the wall, not daring to linger. He had long since awakened this ability, which was of the ice attribute. He feared using it in front of Li Yiqian and was even more reluctant to let her know of his awakening, for this was his ultimate trump card. His means of escape. At this moment, Qingmei found it difficult to regain his composure. How could a zombie possibly wield powers? Could it be that the groom had been an awakened one in life? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Qingmei shattered the ice wall and swiftly pursued. His mission was to capture him and bring him back to the Western District. He could not allow him to flee. Observing that Qingmei was hot on his heels, Yili could not help but quicken his pace. However, he was merely an ordinary zombie and had already endured the torment inflicted by Li Yiqian, making it impossible for him to escape from Qingmei, who was at the mid-third tier. No, don't come any closer. Yili ran desperately, yet he could not shake him off, and the despair in his heart grew ever more intense. I do not wish to be captured again. I truly do not want to go back. No one can make me return. You shall die. As Qingmei drew nearer, Yili decided to conjure a long spear forged from ice, aiming directly at Qingmei, and with all his might, he thrust it forward. Yet, his full-force strike was effortlessly evaded by Qingmei, who deftly grasped the spear and crushed it into several pieces with a mere squeeze. Groom, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Qingmei spoke softly, but before he could finish, Yili once again conjured a spear, aiming it directly at him. Ah, groom, please don't do this. I mean you no harm. Qingmei exclaimed hastily. However, in his current state, Yili was beyond reason. The torment of recent days had rendered him mentally frayed, and upon seeing Qingmei, he had lost all semblance of rationality. The spear sliced through the air with a piercing sound, imbued with lethal intent, as it lunged toward Qingmei. Observing this, Qingmei quickly retreated 2 steps to evade the assault. In truth, he could have faced the strike without retreat. However, he could not bear to harm the groom. Thus he chose to momentarily evade the danger. Seeing his attack miss, a flicker of malice crossed Yili's eyes as he hurled the spear with all his might before turning to flee. He had to escape. He must distance himself from this hellish place, from the visage of Li Yiqian, from the sound of her voice. She was a demon. He needed to flee as far as possible. He longed to reach City A, to seek out Shui Wanqing, to find his sister. He could not be captured and taken back. Should that happen, he would face excruciating torment. Such suffering was unbearable. He would rather die than endure this inhumane torture once more. Qingmei sidestepped the spear thrown by Yili and immediately pursued him. Groom, please do not run. I mean you no harm. I simply wish for you to return with me. Do not come any closer. I will never go back with you. Yili exclaimed in terror upon hearing his words, hastening his pace. Qingmei, witnessing this, sighed deeply and immediately quickened his steps, swiftly reaching his side and grasping his wrist. Groom, cease your struggles. This is of no benefit to you and only complicates my predicament. Qingmei stated, his expression reflecting his unease. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the groom. He merely wished to escort him back. Let go of me. I refuse to return with you. You are all devils. Merely devils that consume people. Yili shouted desperately, his eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. He was resolute in his desire to escape, to avoid returning to that hellish place. If Li Yiqian discovered that he had fled amidst the chaos, she would undoubtedly punish him with a whip, a pain he could never forget and wished never to experience again. Chapter 48. It seems my little Li is quite disobedient. Observing his agitation, Qingmei could only sigh in resignation. Though the adults have instructed me not to harm you, I must apologize. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to render him unconscious. Stop. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a formidable aura. Qingmei, sensing the sudden pressure, was taken aback. He turned to see Corpse 2 charging toward them, his face contorted with fury. This is bad, Qingmei thought, quickly grasping Yuli's hand and fleeing. Humph. Trying to escape? Leave the groom here. As the second corpse noticed his intention to flee, it let out a cold snort, manifesting 2 blood-red daggers in its hands. In an instant, it lunged towards Qingmei's side. Observing this, Qingmei understood the gravity of the situation and hastily pushed Yili away, conjuring a dagger just in time to block the impending strike. Madam, you must return quickly. It is not safe outside. The second corpse shouted at Yili in the tongue of the undead. Now that Yili had transformed into a zombie, she could naturally comprehend his words. Upon hearing this, Yili rose from the ground, observing the standoff between the 2 zombies, and immediately grasped the situation. She called out to the second corpse, "All right, you must be careful." With that, she dashed towards the wall without looking back. Seeing this, Qingmei attempted to pursue her, but as soon as he moved, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Humph, you shall remain here. The second corpse sneered, swinging its daggers fiercely towards Qingmei. Realizing the danger, Qingmei refrained from a direct confrontation and swiftly dodged. Currently at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, he stood no chance against the late-stage 3rd-tier zombie, compelling him to focus entirely on defense without allowing himself to be distracted. Yili, observing the situation behind her, felt a surge of relief. Without daring to linger, she reached the wall and utilized her powers to create a rudimentary ladder, leaping over it. Upon exiting the wall, she found herself surrounded by a multitude of zombies, who, upon hearing the commotion, surged towards her. Given that it was night, the vision of these ordinary zombies was severely impaired, forcing them to rely solely on sound to locate their target. As Yili beheld the horde rushing towards her, her face paled, and she immediately sprinted forward. The villa is situated in the heart of the city, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, while the streets are currently overrun by wandering zombies. Although Yili has become one of the undead, even zombies exhibit a tendency to devour their own kind, leaving him no choice but to flee. Knowing that remaining in one place is perilous, barefoot, Yili sprints down the road, his vibrant red ceremonial robe strikingly conspicuous. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Li Yiqian is relentlessly driving Zhao Ting and another zombie back in a fierce confrontation. Damn it, how can this tyrant be so formidable? Zhao Ting curses inwardly as she is hurled away. Logically, having reached the late stage of the 4th tier, she should not be in such a dire predicament. Yet, even when joining forces with Yi Ting, they find themselves completely outmatched. This is utterly outrageous. Just as her anxiety peaks, a chilling scream pierces the air, followed by the sudden descent of a severed head, landing directly before her. Looking down, she realizes it is the head of Yi Ting. Now, it's your turn. At that moment, Li Yichuan's icy voice resonates, sending a shudder through Zhao Ting. She gazes upward, her heart gripped by a profound terror. Tyrant, aren't you at the late stage of the 4th tier? How can you possess such strength? Zhao Ting bellows, frustration boiling within her. Despite both being at the same tier, why is there such a vast disparity in their power? She is unwilling to accept this. Your words are excessive, Li Yiqian retorts coldly, raising her scythe high, her crimson eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty intent. The veins in her hands bulge as she declares with chilling finality, reap. As Li Yiqian's voice fell, Zhao Ting had no time to react. Her head was abruptly severed and fell to the ground, splattering blood in all directions. Li Yiqian gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. She had initially intended to spare their lives, but it seemed unnecessary now. With that, her figure vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Feng Li. Feng Li, who had been engaged in combat with the corpse, suddenly sensed a perilous aura approaching. Her expression changed dramatically as she swiftly dodged to the left, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, Feng Li's neck was severed, her blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Thus, the three formidable leaders from the East, North, and South districts had met their demise. "Thank you, my lord, for your timely rescue," Shi said respectfully, kneeling on one knee despite multiple injuries adorning her body, though she quickly regained her composure. "Rise," Li Yiqian commanded coldly, glancing at her. "Thank you, my lord," Shi responded, standing respectfully, her face betraying a hint of excitement. She was aware of her lord's strength, but never had she anticipated such overwhelming power. They had faced a fourth-tier late and mid-stage assault. Yet her lord had single-handedly concluded the battle in less than half an hour. What immense strength that required. The more Shi pondered, the deeper her admiration for Li Yiqian grew. "Now, go and eliminate the remaining minions," Li Yiqian instructed coldly, her gaze fixed on the third-tier zombies still in combat. "Yes," Shi replied, immediately rushing towards the location of the third and fourth corpses. Li Yiqian remained rooted in place, her exquisite visage shadowed by clouds of despair, while the veins in her hand, gripping the scythe, throbbed with rage. She lifted her gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips as she directed her attention to a certain point, uttering icily, "It appears my little Liu is being disobedient." With that, her figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Yili had already arrived at an office building, weakly leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed on the zombies lurking outside the corridor, too fearful to relax even for a moment. Since fleeing the villa, he had been running for over half an hour, during which he had fallen numerous times, once nearly unable to rise again. He was acutely aware that his body had betrayed him. Even though he felt no pain or fatigue, he could not command it to obey. Thus, he had no choice but to seek refuge in an office building. He found himself on the 8th floor, where the number of zombies was minimal, with only 5 or 6 shambling about in the corridor. Chapter 49. Hide and seek. The office space on this floor was vast, approximately over 100 square meters, with numerous workstations, yet it was utterly desolate, devoid of any personnel. Yili was currently concealed in the innermost office, holding his breath in trepidation, fearful of being discovered by the zombies outside. Although he had closed the door behind him, it was made of glass, offering poor sound insulation and minimal protection. As such, Yili dared not let his guard down. Exhausted and unable to stand, he realized his body could no longer bear the strain. Yili concealed himself behind the door, gently opening it just a crack, and cautiously leaned forward to peer through the narrow opening. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, obscured by shadows, rendering all but a few indistinct forms invisible. An eerie silence enveloped the entire floor, devoid of sound. Yili's gaze fixated on the silhouettes beyond the threshold, his heart swelling with trepidation. Drawing in a deep breath, he slowly retreated his head and delicately closed the door. He then shut his eyes, leaning against the wall, striving to calm his frayed nerves. Yet, his body continued to tremble slightly. Transformed into a zombie, could one truly be impervious to pain? Yili opened his eyes, casting a glance at the bloodied soles of his feet. Had this injury occurred in the past, he would have been racked with agony, yet now, he felt no pain, merely the appearance of suffering. Although devoid of sensation, he understood that if left unattended, his feet would inevitably succumb to infection, leading to a loss of feeling. This was an inescapable natural phenomenon, akin to patients who are unable to perceive pain. Should the wounds continue to fester, his body would one day become unresponsive. It appeared he must seek out a suitable pair of shoes and some antiseptic supplies. Yili mused silently. Suddenly, the tranquility of the floor was shattered by the crisp sound of the doorbell ringing in his ears. Immersed in his thoughts, Yili's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly motionless. The doorbell was ringing. Upon hearing that crisp sound, Yili was struck with terror, a chilling sensation coursing from his spine and swiftly enveloping his entire being. The doorbell continued to ring, its clarity piercing through the silence of the corridor. Ding, ding. The incessant chimes relentlessly stimulated his nerves, compelling Yili to cover his mouth in fear, stifling even the slightest sound. Could it be a living person? But why would a living being ring the doorbell? Would they not fear attracting zombies? No. This is an apocalyptic world. Who would dare to ring such a device? Moreover, did the noise of ringing not risk summoning other zombies? Furthermore, when he had dashed up moments ago, there had been no one on this floor, and after such a prolonged ringing, why had he not heard the roars of the undead or any commotion? All signs indicated that the entity ringing the bell outside was, in fact, not human. This realization sent an unprecedented chill sweeping through Yi Li, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ding, 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 ding. As Yi Li stood there, panicked and disoriented. The ringing suddenly intensified, its urgency echoing eerily within the stillness of the floor. At that moment, Yi Li found himself devoid of the capacity for rational thought. He felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, an overwhelming coldness spreading through him, making him tremble uncontrollably. Ding! With that final chime, the entire 8th floor descended into a profound silence, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. 1 second, 2 seconds. Until the 3rd second passed without a sound, a sense of relief washed over Yi Li. Had she left? With this thought, he knelt on the ground, cautiously opening the door a crack to peer into the corridor. However, as he glanced towards the glass door, the sight before him rendered him speechless with terror. Outside the glass door, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on the office entrance. Upon noticing Yi Li, a disturbingly peculiar smile spread across her face. Their eyes locked, and an overwhelming dread surged through Yi Li's mind, a fear that penetrated to the very core of his being. He could scarcely believe his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably as the name Li Yiqian echoed in his thoughts. At this moment, an icy chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He quickly averted his gaze, curling up on the floor, his body shaking incessantly. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the silence from outside, and Li Yiqian's cold voice resonated in Yi Li's ears. Darling, if you come out now, perhaps I can spare you some suffering. But if I have to come and find you, don't say I didn't warn you. I will count to 3. If you are not out by then, I shall come for you. 3, 2. Yi Li trembled violently, his face paling as he listened to her countdown, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. 1. As the word 1 fell, Li Yiqian's expression darkened. She stepped into the company, each stride resonating with a crisp sound that echoed in the air. Darling, let me guess where you are. A playful smirk graced her lips as her gaze swept the surroundings. I surmise, you must be in the office, right? Upon hearing the term office, Yi Li shuddered violently, unable to fathom the consequences if Li Yiqian were to discover his whereabouts. The mere thought of that torment made him want to weep. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels approaching grew increasingly distinct as Li Yiqian arrived at the office door. With a soft creak, she slowly entered the room. Once inside, she surveyed the area, only to find no trace of Yi Li. However, a few fresh droplets of blood caught her attention at the entrance, narrowing her crimson eyes. A cruel smile curled upon her lips. It seemed that Xiao Li was adept at hiding, being absent from the office. With that, she exited the office, her scarlet gaze scanning the desks. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she hastened towards a central workstation. Found you, she exclaimed, peering beneath the desk, only to be met with emptiness, devoid of any presence, yet the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. A frown creased her brow. Could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps Xiao Li is not here after all. Li Yiqian murmured, a hint of confusion etched upon her face. He should not be here, otherwise, I would not have been unable to locate him. Li Yiqian turned and left the room, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Listening to the sounds receding into the distance, Yi Li dared not move until he was certain that no footsteps could be heard. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The earlier moment, when he had glanced at the workstation, had sent his heart racing. He had been hiding right beside it. Had Li Yiqian turned in his direction, he would undoubtedly have been discovered. How perilous! At that moment, Yi Li truly understood the essence of fear, tears pooling in his eyes, threatening to spill over. This place was no longer safe. He needed to find another location. With that thought, he attempted to rise from the floor. Suddenly, a few strands of hair fell onto the back of his head, and before him appeared a pair of high-heeled shoes. The instant he caught sight of them, his body stiffened, his mind blanking out, leaving him frozen in place, forgetting all actions. He slowly lifted his gaze, only to behold a stunningly beautiful face that filled him with dread. Li Yiqian was bending down to look at him, and upon seeing his gaping mouth and the tears sliding down his cheeks, an eerie smile spread across her face. So my little Li is here. Chapter 50. The eerie sound puff, puff, puff. As she spoke, she grasped Yi Li's shoulders and lifted him up. Little Li, do you enjoy this sort of scenario as well? She gently prodded his chin with her finger, inquiring softly. At this moment, Yi Li was so frightened that he could not utter a word, his body trembling from the pain. Why won't you answer me? Li Yiqian continued to inquire, her tone still gentle. I truly relish these scenarios. With that, she took his hand and led him inside. At this moment, Yi Li had finally regained his composure. No. Please, no. Observing her expression, Yili understood her intentions, yet he was unwilling to endure that anguish once more. She was far too relentless, and with ample time at her disposal, she would not relent until he was left battered and bruised. The lash marks, the red welts, and the bite marks adorning his body were all her doing, and the pain from these wounds still lingered. No? Huh. Li Yiqian let out a cold laugh, her strikingly beautiful face contorting into a fierce expression. You may not desire this, but I certainly do. Please, no. I beg you, Sister Yiqian. I was wrong. I want to run away again. I implore you to forgive me. Just this once. I beg you, Sister Yiqian. Yi Li struggled desperately, attempting to pry her grip away, but the disparity in their strengths rendered his efforts futile. Li Yiqian was indifferent to his pleas for mercy, for in her perspective, words could never match the intimidation of actions. Moreover, how could she ever trust Yu Li's words again? She understood that he was not remorseful but merely aware that punishment awaited him. In that case, she would ensure he fully experienced the consequences. Soon, the entire building was filled with the endless sounds of pleading and cries, and during this time, not a single zombie came to disturb them. In fact, the entire building had been devoid of zombies. 3 hours later, within the dilapidated factory in the West District, Qingmei, looking frail and disheveled, addressed Zhou Wei, who sat atop a machine. His clothes were tattered, and his body bore gruesome wounds, blood oozing profusely, a testament to his encounter with the second zombie. Had he not fled swiftly, he might have met a gruesome fate. It's all right. As long as you return safely, that's all that matters. Zhou Wei reassured him without casting blame. She inquired, Did they see what you looked like? No. I covered my face when I went, Qingmei replied candidly. That's good. She nodded in response. You are not at fault. Their overall strength is indeed formidable. Since you weren't recognized, focus on recuperating. Thank you, Sister Wei. Qingmei murmured weakly before taking his leave. Qin Shuang, observing her brother's retreating figure, felt a wave of concern wash over her. It was critical to understand that the weapons wielded in battles against the zombies were forged from blood, making any injuries difficult to heal and often accompanied by excruciating pain. This explained why Qingmei's wounds continued to bleed and showed no signs of healing. Xiao Shuang, please tend to Xiao Qi. This is my fault. I should not have allowed him to take such risks, Zhou Yue said, casting a sympathetic glance at the troubled Qin Shuang. In response, Qin Shuang shook her head, saying, Sister Wei, please don't speak that way. I understand your intentions, and there is no need for you to feel guilty. She did not blame Zhou Wei, after all. She was the elder sister of the two siblings and also their benefactor. Without her prior care, it is likely that the siblings would still be two mindless zombies. It was my oversight. Zhou Yue shook her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Upon reflection, although Li Yiqian was held back by the two formidable forces, she had many strong subordinates. To send only a mid-level third-tier individual to retrieve the groom was indeed rather rash. Though they were all zombies, the intelligence they possessed was akin to the wisdom they had in life, and their emotions were similarly affected. All right, Xiao Shuang, there's no need to say more. You should go tend to Xiao Qi. We will address the subsequent matters later. Zhou Wei, noticing her desire to speak further, took the initiative to interrupt. Qin Shuang, upon hearing this, could only nod and depart, genuinely concerned for her brother's well-being. Once Qin Shuang left, Zhou Yue found herself alone in the factory. She gazed up at the night sky outside the window and murmured, Shaoli, had I known, I would have gone to capture you myself. Her voice was soft and gentle, her face displaying a somewhat frail beauty, as if she were recounting a delightful tale. Chapter 51. Shaoli, what should you call me? 2 days later, in the office of a skyscraper, Li Yiqian gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yi Li in her arms, a faint expression of contentment gracing her features. Reflecting on the intense battles of the past 2 days, a smile involuntarily tugged at her lips as she caressed Yi Li's cheek with an extraordinarily tender gaze. Shaoli, we shall see if you dare to escape again, she whispered softly, gazing at Yi Li, whose body bore wounds and whose face was etched with fatigue. She felt a pang of compassion, yet a greater sense of punitive resolve prevailed within her. She understood Yi Li's character. He was blissfully unaware of his own affections, even as he harbored feelings for her. Had she not been so overt in her demeanor, it was likely Yi Li would have remained oblivious to the depths of her emotions. Although he did not intentionally seek to ensnare her heart, his oblivious sense of distance inadvertently beckoned others towards him. Thus, she resorted to such methods, aiming to impart a clear understanding of the boundaries of their relationship, to elucidate what actions were permissible and which were not. She sought to make him aware of the undeniable reality that they had already forged a bond akin to that of husband and wife. Xiaoli, I have finally won your heart. Li Qian murmured softly, leaning down to bestow a kiss upon him. Suddenly, Yili emitted a vague murmur. The warmth of her lips against his, juxtaposed with the searing pain coursing through his body, roused him to a clearer state of consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the magnified visage of Li Qian. He refrained from vocal protest or desperate struggle, surrendering himself to her embrace and kiss. He recognized the futility of any resistance. Over the past 2 days, he had attempted numerous escape tactics and counterattacks, all of which had proven ineffectual, even intensifying her fervor. He realized that he might never escape the grasp of this woman in his lifetime. He was well aware that in this lifetime, he was destined to be utterly consumed by her. Time passed, and eventually, Li Qian ceased her kiss. She lifted her gaze to find Yi Li awakening. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "Awake? Would you not like to rest a while longer?" In response, Yi Li remained silent, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions: anger, fear, and resentment. Yet, in the end, he could only weakly shut his eyes and turn his head away from her. He felt utterly exhausted at this moment. He lacked even the strength to struggle, let alone the energy to strike her. It is worth noting that in a matriarchal world, males are inherently weaker, and during their initial encounter, they endure a period of weakness lasting 3 days. This condition applies even to the undead. Moreover, those like her, who possess intelligence, exhibit traits that make them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Their restorative abilities are significantly heightened, granting them strengths beyond the reach of mere mortals. Such advanced zombies, having attained sentience, are perhaps better described as humans who have undergone some form of extraordinary evolution. Yi Li's situation is particularly unique. He can be regarded as both a zombie and a human. This duality arises from the unexpected awakening of his abilities during infection, which diluted a portion of Li Qian's blood, preventing him from being merely an ordinary zombie. Although he lacks the sensation of pain and exhibits numerous behaviors akin to those of the undead, in certain situations, his physiological anomalies align with those of typical humans. For instance, he is entirely susceptible to the physiological conditions common to ordinary people. This is also the conclusion drawn by Li Qian after the recent skirmishes. She discovered that during their moments of confrontation, Yi Li's reactions were rather excessive. Under normal circumstances, a zombie would not exhibit such responses. Thus, after her examination, she identified the distinctions between Yi Li and the undead. It was precisely this atypical reaction that ignited her desires and primal instincts. "Xiaoli, do you truly detest looking at me so?" Li Qian remarked, unfazed by his demeanor, gently caressing the side of his face. Feeling the chill of her hand against his skin, Yi Li furrowed his brows, a wave of revulsion washing over him. At this moment, he longed to eliminate her. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have already disregarded all consequences and subjected her to 1,000 tortures. Noticing his reluctance to speak, Li Qian remained unperturbed. "Li Qian, do not touch me." Yi Li strained to raise his hand to push her away, yet she held him firmly in place. "Xiaoli, I hope you can rephrase your thoughts. What is it you ought to call me?" Li Qian released her grip, her crimson eyes glinting with a hint of frost as she regarded him. Although her tone was exceedingly gentle, it did not prevent Yi Li from discerning the underlying threat in her words. Upon hearing her, Yi Li chose to ignore her, remaining silent with his eyes closed. Unwilling to gaze upon her, he had no desire to see this woman, simply the scent emanating from her made him feel nauseous. Observing Yi Li's continued disregard for her, a flicker of displeasure crossed Li Qian's face. She reached out and grasped his chin, forcing his head to face hers, their gazes locking. "Xiaoli, tell me, what should you call me now?" Li Qian, don't go too far." Yi Li furiously turned her head, shaking off her hand, glaring at her. "Too far?" Li Qian let out a cold laugh. "Am I being excessive?" Yi Li looked at her expression, his anger bubbling beneath the surface, yet he managed to suppress it. Speaking in a frigid tone, "Aren't you the one being excessive? Li Qian, you have changed. You have become a stranger, no longer the Yi Qian I once knew. I didn't ask you to say that. Just tell me what you should call me." As Li Qian listened to his words, she seized his jaw, her once gentle face now devoid of tenderness. Seeing her like this, Yi Li couldn't help but let out a scoff. "Hey, didn't you want to know? Allow me to enlighten you. Li Qian, you are nothing but a beast. You are not the Yi Qian I once knew. You can go die." As he spoke the last words, he conjured an icy blade in his hand and thrust it violently towards her head. He could no longer endure it. The torment he had suffered, both mentally and physically, had brought him to the brink of collapse. If this continued, he would not withstand it. Thus, even if he failed in his assassination and met his end at her hands, he would harbor no regrets. Rather, it would be a release. Chapter 52. A new round of assault begins. He had nothing left to hesitate about. Yili exerted nearly all his strength, fiercely lunging towards her. However, just as he was on the verge of success, Li Yiqian seized his hand. A sharp crack echoed through the office as Li Yiqian swiftly knocked Yili to the ground. Good. Very good, she exclaimed with a sardonic smile, her expression transforming into one of icy disdain. Rising to her feet, she looked down at him with an air of superiority. Xiaoli, allow me to enlighten you on just how foolish you truly are. Without waiting for Yi Li's response, she grasped his hair. In a panic, he attempted to struggle, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. Desperate, he shouted, Li Yiqian, you are nothing but a... Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was silenced, and a wave of nausea surged up his throat. Xiaoli, I am quite irate at the moment. Since you desire this so fervently, I shall grant your wish. With that, Li Yiqian pushed him down and leaned over him. Li Yiqian, I will never forgive you. I hate you. I will surely kill you. Yili pounded on her, trying to thwart her actions, but all his efforts proved futile. 3 hours later, Li Yiqian gazed at the unconscious Yili. Her expression unchanged, still as frigid as ice. It seems I have truly spoiled you over the years, she remarked coldly. With that, she donned her attire and assisted Yi Li in putting on the wedding garment. Cradling him in her arms, in an instant, the two vanished from the vast confines of the office. Time swiftly passed, and before one knew it, night had descended. In Huahua City, an incident was captured by the surveillance cameras outside the perimeter of the safe zone. Within the sole safe zone of City A, a middle-aged woman clad in military attire respectfully reported. Before her sat an elderly man, also in military garb, whose uniform was adorned with numerous medals, each one a testament to her remarkable achievements. Upon hearing the report, Yun Haiyan promptly set down her pen and inquired, What is it? Has the third-tier zombie made a move? In the wake of the zombie virus outbreak, the undead roamed freely. The once thriving City S had succumbed to chaos, and now, City A, another first-tier city, found itself in peril. Thankfully, this location was not at the epicenter of the outbreak, with the most formidable zombies only reaching the latter stages of the third tier. Otherwise, City A would have already fallen. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing her superior's words, immediately approached with a tablet in hand and presented it respectfully on the desk, saying, No, Yun Lao, please take a look at the surveillance footage. Yun Haiyan accepted the tablet and scrutinized the information displayed on the screen, her brow furrowing in concern. Yun Lao, the behavior of these two zombies appears rather peculiar. The middle-aged woman pointed to the figures on the monitor and continued, Observe these two zombies. Their actions are almost indistinguishable from those of humans. It is feared that they may have developed intelligence, and the worst-case scenario is that they have advanced to the third tier. Upon hearing her analysis, Yun Haiyan's expression grew grave. She straightened her posture, fully concentrating on the two figures depicted in the surveillance footage. After a prolonged examination, she began to discern some anomalies. Two zombies, one large and one small, both equipped with weapons, were merely loitering by the wall, showing no intention of forcing their way through. Xiaowei, come take a look. Does that smaller zombie have a gun on its back? Indeed, both are armed. Which leads me to suspect they may have evolved to the third tier. As she listened to these words, Yun Haiyan remained silent, furrowing her brow in contemplation as she observed the scene above, feeling a sense of unease. The behavior of these two zombies did not resemble that of their kind. Rather, they appeared more akin to humans. After all, if they were third-tier zombies, they would have long since led a horde to attack the gate, rather than standing idly by. Moreover, within this safe zone, there were also third-tier awakened individuals, and given the intelligence of that group, they were unlikely to take such a risk. Elder Yun, should I go down and deal with them? Xiaowei inquired. Yun Haiyan shook her head and replied, No need. I suspect they may be human. Xiaowei was taken aback by this revelation and exclaimed incredulously, How is that possible? How could there be living people outside the safe zone? The area has been overrun by zombies. I understand, but I have my suspicions, Yun Haiyan said after a brief silence. Xiaowei quickly informed old Huang. If they are indeed human, they could be awakened. If they are zombies, the three of us will eliminate them. Upon hearing the term awakened, the middle-aged woman named Xiaowei immediately adopted a serious demeanor. If the words of Yun Haiyan hold true, and there are indeed two awakened beings outside the safety zone, it would undoubtedly be a boon for them. It is essential to recognize that awakened individuals are exceedingly rare. One may only find a single awakened person among 1,000. Within their current safety zone, the number of awakened beings barely reaches a few thousand. Yet, the total population within this sanctuary exceeds 200,000. Outside the walls of City A, however, lurks an overwhelming horde of zombies. Thus, despite the 50 uncertainty they face, they cannot afford to relent. For their need for awakened beings is paramount. Moreover, even if there were merely 2 zombies outside, with 3 third-tier awakened individuals on their side, they would feel no trepidation. Very well, Elder Yun, I shall take my leave. Xiao Wei nodded and departed the room. Once she exited, Yin Haiyan shifted her gaze back to the screen. Fixated on the surveillance footage, her mind racing with thoughts. Let it be an awakened being. Otherwise, the fall of the safety zone is but a matter of time. She sighed, feeling an invisible weight settle upon her shoulders, for it represented the lives of hundreds of thousands. Chapter 53. A brief encounter outside the safety zone of City A. Yi Xiaoran, clad in zombie skin attire, surveyed the eerily silent surroundings and inquired, Sister Wanqing, why is it so quiet here? Could it be that even City A has succumbed? The silence was unsettling, as even the main gate of the wall stood unguarded. From the outside looking in, it appeared to be a desolate expanse. Within the confines of the wall, not a single living soul could be discerned. Indeed, not even a zombie could be seen. Uncertain of the situation, but judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that City A had succumbed to despair. Shui Wanqing gazed up at the towering wall, standing over 6 meters high, feeling a sense of apprehension. Based on the intelligence she had previously gathered, this place ought to have remained a sanctuary. Yet, the reality before her painted a different picture. Contemplating this, Shui Wanqing approached the imposing gate, its heavy structure unyielding to her forceful push. Let us venture inside, she proposed. All right, Yisharan nodded in agreement, and together they leapt atop the wall. As they surveyed the desolate and silent street, a shared glance between them conveyed a profound gravity. After several days of recuperation, Shui Wanqing's physical condition had improved significantly, nearly reaching 70% of her former strength. Yisharan, having awakened her powers 3 days prior, felt a surge of excitement. Her newly discovered ability was water manipulation, albeit in its nascent stages. Sister Wanqing, it appears that there truly is no one here, Yisharan remarked while surveying the surroundings. Shui Wanqing nodded, her gaze fixated on the distant buildings. Let us descend. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Yes, Yisharan agreed. And together they jumped down from the wall, entering the interior. With keen eyes, Shui Wanqing scrutinized their surroundings, leading Yisharan deeper into the area. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them, for any sound could potentially attract the undead. They walked for quite some time, and not only were there no living beings, but even the slightest signs of life were absent, rendering the place a ghost town. They also visited several shopping malls and schools, yet without exception, they were utterly desolate. Not a single zombie in sight. This peculiar phenomenon deepened Shui Wanqing's solemn expression. Xiaoran, there is something amiss in the safe zone, Shui Wanqing remarked coldly, tightly gripping her long knife. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran swiftly grasped her submachine gun, her gaze vigilant as she cautiously edged closer to Shui Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, could it be zombies? She inquired. Uncertain, but they are certainly nearby, Shui Wanqing replied, her eyes still icy as she scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, as her words fell, a figure lunged towards them with astonishing speed, reaching Yi Xiaoran in the blink of an eye. Reacting instinctively, Yi Xiaoran aimed her weapon at the shadow, poised to pull the trigger, but the figure had already seized her submachine gun, yanking it away with force. Be careful, Shui Wanqing shouted, immediately swinging her long knife towards the shadow. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as her knife was parried. Shui Wanqing retracted her blade and struck again, this time infused with a hint of thunderous power, illuminating the silent street. The dark figure's expression shifted dramatically. It narrowly evaded the attack by sidestepping. However, before it could breathe a sigh of relief, the sound of rushing water erupted from beside them. Die! Yi Xiaoran shouted, as a torrent of water surged from her side, crashing towards the figure. The shadow, unable to evade in time, raised its arms in defense, a wave of searing heat enveloping it. Awakened. At this moment, the words resonated in the minds of both Shui Wanqing and Yi Xiaoran. Both individuals were taken aback, surprised to discover the presence of an awakened one. After the shadowy figure was repelled, Shui Wanqing gazed at her and coldly inquired, "You are the survivor here, are you not? Why did you assault us?" During their earlier confrontation, she had distinctly sensed that this person was formidable, at least at the peak of the second tier. Otherwise, she would not have been able to evade her previous strike. The shadow remained silent, merely standing at a distance. Observing this, Shui Wanqing's expression suddenly turned frigid. Lightning crackling around her. She fixed her gaze on the shadow and reiterated, "I shall ask once more, who are you? Why did you attack us? Speak, or face death." At that moment, Yi Shaoran also raised her submachine gun, aiming it at her. Should she make the slightest move, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, just as they were about to engage, two figures emerged from a nearby building. "We apologize, comrades. It seems we have been remiss." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing and her companion turned to see who had approached, momentarily taken aback by their attire. Two elderly men clad in military uniforms stepped forth from the shadows, advancing toward them before halting 3 meters away. "Comrades, we mean no harm. I am Yun Haiyan, the head of the safety zone here, and this is Huang Yanting." Listening to the elder's introduction, Shui Wanqing did not lower her guard. Instead, she coldly demanded, "Why did you attack us?" "Comrades, our actions were compelled by circumstance. Given your current attire, it is difficult not to suspect you of being zombies," Yun Haiyan explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing fell into a moment of silence. After a considerable pause, she finally dispelled the electric arc that clung to her. "Captain of the 7th Squad, Shui Wanqing." Reporting to the officer, she stated, saluting them with military decorum. "Captain of the 7th Squad?" Yun Haiyan was taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of joy. She hastily inquired, "You are the captain leading the operation to eliminate the special target?" "Indeed," Shui Wanqing replied candidly, revealing no secrets. For she recognized the honor emblazoned upon their military attire. The two elderly gentlemen before her were distinguished officers, their contributions worthy of her utmost respect. Upon her acknowledgement, Yun Haiyan and her companion Huang Yanting exchanged a glance, both sensing a flicker of excitement in one another. Huang Yanting stepped forward and asked, "Have you succeeded in the encirclement? What of old Ma?" At this, Shui Wanqing remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "The operation to encircle the target ended in failure. Old Ma sacrificed herself honorably to ensure our escape from the city." As her words settled in, Huang Yanting and Yun Haiyan visibly trembled, and Yun Haiyan sighed, her tone tinged with sorrow. She still could not return. Shui Wanqing did not reply, for she was at a loss for words. "This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me to the safe zone. You have endured much on your journey." After a significant pause, Yun Haiyan regained her composure and addressed the two of them. They offered no further resistance, and Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Very well. With that, the group continued their journey into the city." Chapter 54. The wounded you leave before long. The group traversed the desolate city. After more than half an hour, they finally beheld a towering wall. Upon seeing this, Shui Wanqing could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated the presence of 2 lines of defense, which explained the absence of any living souls. Throughout their journey, they engaged in extensive conversation, and Shui Wanqing gleaned much about the situation here. In summary, the safe zone housed over 200,000 ordinary citizens, with 4,000 awakened individuals, the majority of whom were at the first awakening level, numbering over 3,000. The second level was relatively scarce, and only the 3 of them reached the third level. However, these statistics were not her primary concern. Her foremost interest lay in the development of the zombie antibody. "Wanqing, is this your sister?" Yun Haiyan inquired, observing Yi Shaoran, her face still adorned with a kind expression. "Yes," Shui Wanqing replied with a nod, offering no further explanation. Yi Shaoran remained silent, consistently following them. Her sole point of interest was the research on the zombie antibody. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance. The wall loomed over 10 meters high, with the gate itself reaching 3 meters. The thickness of both the wall and the gate measured an impressive meter, illustrating the enormity of the structure. Upon sighting Yun Haiyan and her companions, the guards on the wall immediately saluted and promptly opened the gate. Passing through this portal led them into the true safe zone. The shadowy figure they had encountered earlier addressed the two, revealing herself to be none other than Wan Xiaowei. Upon entering the safe zone, Yi Shaoran was immediately taken aback. It was teeming with survivors, an assemblage of ordinary people setting up camp along the way. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, yet they greeted her with a semblance of respect. Yun Haiyan reciprocated with a warm smile and a nod. Regardless of age or gender, all who encountered Yun Haiyan and her companions approached them with palpable excitement. The group soon arrived at the headquarters, a rather dilapidated building. yet the facilities within were surprisingly complete. Comrades, you must be weary from the journey. The environment here is rather unremarkable. I hope you won't mind. Yun Haiyan expressed with an apologetic demeanor towards the two. Upon learning that Shui Wanqing was a third-tier awakened one, they resolved to provide her with the best possible treatment. As they were in dire need of high-level combatants. It's quite all right. Neither Sister Wanqing nor I are particular, Yi Sharon replied, shaking her head to convey that they were unfazed. Let things unfold as they should. Both Sharon and I are accustomed to this for the past few days. Shui Wanqing added. With her words, Yun Haiyan ceased her formalities and led them to the second floor. Comrades, this will be your residence from now on. We can discuss matters further tomorrow, Yun Haiyan stated as she guided them upstairs. Thank you, Yin Lao, Shui Wanqing replied with a slight nod of gratitude. Very well. We shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, the three departed. Inside the room, Shui Wanqing and Yi Sharon fell into a contemplative silence. They had not anticipated the presence of such a multitude of refugees in City A. The daily consumption of food here could only be described as terrifying. It seems the situation is rather bleak. Yi Sharon murmured. Yes. Shui Wanqing nodded, a look of solemnity gracing her features. Let us hold off on any discussions until tomorrow. For now, we should rest, Shui Wanqing advised as she regarded Yi Shaoran. All right. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In S City, at the Li family villa, the aftermath of a fierce battle had reduced this opulent residence to mere ruins. However, behind the villa stood a house that remained intact. This was Yi Li's wedding chamber. Inside the wedding chamber, Yi Li lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, softly murmuring as if plagued by a nightmare. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his pale visage evoked a pang of sympathy. After a lengthy period, Yi Li's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Was it just a dream? He cradled his head and sat up, surveying the familiar surroundings with a hint of bitterness etched on his face. Since returning that day, he had accumulated numerous lash marks, inflicted upon him by Li Yiqian. Has that woman departed? Yi Li glanced around, and upon confirming her absence, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Struggling, he managed to rise from the bed, his movements slow and clumsy, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his being. After much effort, he finally donned his clothes, yet his legs felt utterly devoid of support, leaving him nearly incapable of standing. In recent days, her self-inflicted torment has been relentless. A punishment executed day and night, leaving him utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Yet, he has not surrendered. Despite enduring severe torment each time, he remains unyielding. As Yi Li approached the doorway, intent on opening it, he was suddenly embraced from behind. Without needing to guess, he knew that no one else, save for Li Yiqian, would dare to be so bold. Where do you think you're going? The chilling voice from behind evoked a shiver down his spine. Yi Li often attempted to pry her hands away, but, predictably, such efforts proved futile. Li, do you not fear retribution for your actions against me? His tone was calm, as if merely stating a fact. He refrained from directly uttering her name, for the scars on his body served as a poignant reminder. Retribution? At his words, Li Yiqian rested her chin on his shoulder, declaring, as long as I can possess you, I would willingly endure 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. Her words were laced with profound affection and stubbornness, yet to Yi Li, they rang ironically hollow. Let me go. I wish to take a walk. Yi Li struggled to free himself, but to no avail. Frowning, a surge of anger welled up within him, yet he strove to suppress the impulse to end her life. Saying, Yiqian, do you truly refuse to grant me even this small measure of freedom? Your actions will only deepen my hatred for you. Lier, do you genuinely believe I am unaware of your thoughts? She replied coldly. You may go out, but I must remain by your side. A flicker of anger crossed Yi Li's face. He could hardly fathom that this woman could be so domineering. Why had he not noticed it before? What? Are you unwilling? Then you need not go out, Li Yiqian inquired coldly, observing his silence. Suit yourself. Yi Li inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the rising fury within him. Can you let me go now? He wished to avoid further entanglement with her, lest he provoke her wrath and endure another bout of physical torment. The injuries he bore still throbbed with a lingering pain, and he had no desire to acquire new wounds. Chapter 55, Sister Yiqian, if I were to vanish, would you feel sorrow? As the two stepped outside, Yi Li was suddenly engulfed by a sense of disorientation. For over a week, he had not crossed the threshold of the marriage chamber, and now, gazing up at the azure sky, a bitter pang gripped his heart. Li Yiqian noticed the fleeting expression on his face, yet she felt no remorse. In her eyes, as long as she could be with Yi Li eternally, It mattered not if he harbored hatred towards her. After a brief pause, Yi Li proceeded towards the direction of the villa's entrance. Li Yiqian did not impede him. Instead, she continued to walk alongside him. At that moment, their hands intertwined, and from a distance, the surrounding zombies gazed upon them with envious hearts. The pair stepped through the grand entrance and ambled aimlessly forward. Yi Li's gaze flitted to the dilapidated high-rises around him, and memories of the past began to resurface in his mind. After walking for a while, Yi Li hesitated slightly before softly speaking. Yiqian, could you tell me why you have become this way? Listening to his inquiry, Li Yiqian's expression remained unchanged, still icy and indifferent. She did not respond to his question. Why? She murmured, memories of their time together flooding her mind. The scene shifted again, ultimately transforming into the moment he heartlessly rejected her. They continued walking in silence, neither daring to speak. After a long while, Li Yiqian's cold voice pierced the stillness. Li, the reason I have become like this is entirely due to my overwhelming love for you. I cannot bear the thought of you marrying another woman, nor can I tolerate the image of you in another's embrace. The mere idea that the woman by your side in the future is not me is unbearable. Therefore, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, my first reaction was not fear, but rather elation. For in that moment, I realized I could possess you forever. And as it turns out, I have succeeded. By the end, her voice brimmed with an unsettling madness, as if she had lost her sanity. Love me? Ah. Upon hearing this, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Yiqian, is it truly your way of loving me to hit and scold me at every turn? Li, am I not compelled to strike and scold you by your own actions? Li Yiqian retorted, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone as frigid as before. Her words held a grain of truth. Since their reunion, had he not been yielding to her every whim? In this world where women hold power, it is rather shocking for a man to entangle himself with other women, fully aware of his existing betrothal. Such behavior, if it were to occur in ancient times, would have undoubtedly led to severe consequences. Although society has evolved rapidly and many archaic customs have faded away, fundamental beliefs persist. Thus, when she witnessed Yi Li's entanglement with another woman, her anger was palpable, akin to the sensation of being publicly humiliated. Her words struck with precision, leaving Yi Li unable to retort. He opened his mouth, yet the words were choked back before they could escape. As Li Yiqian articulated, it was always he who faltered first, prompting her to impose punishment. He did not dispute this. Soon, they arrived at the beach. Yi Li found a stone bench to sit upon. Beneath the resplendent midday sun, the two of them settled in the shade, a gentle breeze caressing Yi Li's hair, which momentarily captivated Li Yiqian. Though Yi Li gazed out at the sea, his mind was perplexed, for they had encountered no zombies along their journey. Yet, he quickly reconciled with this fact. Yiqian, I despise you, Yi Li abruptly declared, catching Li Yiqian off guard as she momentarily lost herself in thought. Their eyes met, and this time, Yi Li's gaze did not waver but instead reflected a certain somberness. In that instant, Li Yiqian felt an unsettling illusion that he had lost all hope for the future. Before she could respond, Yi Li turned away, refusing to meet her eyes any longer. After a prolonged silence, he looked ahead, hesitated momentarily, and asked, Yiqian, if I were to no longer exist, would you feel sorrow? Upon hearing these words, Li Yiqian, without much contemplation, abruptly seized his collar, the veins on her forehead faintly protruding as she coldly threatened, Xiaoli, if you dare to flee again, I shall not spare you next time. A chill breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle softly. As Yi Li observed her furious countenance, his resolve grew ever more resolute. He shook his head, a rare smile gracing his face, as if he had found some measure of solace. Sister Yiqian, I will not leave this time. Taken aback by his smile, Li Yiqian noticed the last flicker of light in his eyes slowly fading. Although he wore a smile, the lifelessness in his gaze was painfully stark. Releasing him, she believed he had come to terms with the situation, yet an unsettling sense of foreboding welled up within her, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Swiftly, she dismissed the unease from her mind, reassured by her conviction that Yi Li could not escape her grasp. As soon as he ventured through that door, she would detect his departure. Gazing at Yi Li, her stunning visage was imbued with seriousness. Of course, I would be heartbroken. If you dare to run away, I will ensure to bring you back by any means necessary, even if it requires threatening your sister's life. She understood the inherent kindness in Yi Li and the profound bond he shared with her sister. Having spent over a decade together, she was well aware of Yi Li's vulnerabilities. Moreover, she possessed absolute confidence that should she threaten Yu Xiron's life, he would undoubtedly capitulate. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li fell silent, suddenly envisioning his sister's face. It seemed a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to shake his head and chuckle softly. Yet, as he smiled, tears involuntarily cascaded down his exquisite cheeks. Upon witnessing this, Li Yiqian felt a pang in her heart and, with an indifferent expression, reached out to wipe away his tears. Coldly reassuring him, Xiaoli, rest assured, as long as you obediently stay by my side, I will ensure that no harm befalls you and your brother. Yili remained silent, allowing the tears to flow freely. After a considerable time, he finally composed himself and softly murmured, It's nothing. Let us return, Yiqian Jie. Do not worry. I shall not run away again. Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian felt immense joy within, though she concealed it from her face. She understood that as long as she continued to exert pressure on him, he would soon relent, thereby fulfilling her intentions. Although this approach was somewhat cruel to him, she pondered, as long as she could keep him by her side, devoted solely to her, what did it matter? Li Yiqian maintained her stoic faade, appearing as icy as ever. However, Yili was unbothered, for he was well aware of her nature, which never revealed her emotions outwardly. The two stood up and slowly made their way toward their shared marital abode. During their conversation, within a towering office building, a woman clad in a Lolita outfit, wielding a spiked club, leaned against the wall. Her gaze, piercing through the distance, was fixed directly upon Yili. Chapter 56. The Method to Vanquish Zombies in No Time. Half a month slipped silently by. Following their previous outing for leisure, Li Yiqian could distinctly sense a marked improvement in his mood, and it seemed he had begun to accept his feelings for her. This delighted Li Yiqian immensely. At this moment, the two sat outside the bridal chamber. Yili gazed up at the cerulean sky, momentarily lost in thought. Has so much time truly passed? Yili pondered silently, wondering if her sister and Wan Qing had safely reached the secure zone. Li Yiqian quietly observed her, her crimson eyes no longer sharp as usual, but instead filled with tenderness and deep affection. Lear, what are you thinking? She gently inquired, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. After spending these days together, their relationship seemed to have reverted to a previous state, yet it had grown closer. Now, no matter what she did, he would not recoil. Even if it involved actions reserved for married couples, he would not refuse. This unusual transformation starkly contrasted with the past. She had once asked him about it, but he always deflected her inquiries with a smile. Upon hearing her, Yili turned to her, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, but it quickly vanished, unnoticed by Li Yiqian. It's nothing, just thinking about my sister and the others, wondering if they have arrived at the safe zone, Yili replied, smiling as he returned his gaze to the sky. If you are worried about Xiaoran, I can take you to City A to see her, Li Yiqian offered. After these days together, she no longer restricted his freedom, but she would keep a watchful eye on his movements. Should he attempt to escape, she would immediately notice. She had not succumbed to his gentle charms. Instead, she remained ever vigilant. While comforting him with her words, she simultaneously issued a warning. As long as Li Yiqian wished, she could locate his sister at any time and from anywhere. Thank you, Yiqian. Yili raised his hand to grasp the one resting upon his shoulder and smiled. But there's no need. As she beheld his smile, Li Yiqian found herself momentarily entranced, though she quickly regained her composure. Lear, she softly uttered his name. Gradually leaning closer to him, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Experiencing the warmth of their lips, Yili momentarily stiffened, instinctively wishing to push her away. However, he swiftly quelled that impulse. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. This morning, Yili arose from his bed and glanced to his left, only to find no trace of Li Yiqian. Has she gone out? Yili pondered inwardly. Yet he revealed not a hint of his thoughts. Descending from the marriage bed and completing his morning routine, he made his way to the door. At the entrance of the marital chamber, Shi was seated. Upon noticing the door ajar, he promptly rose from his chair and respectfully greeted, "Good morning, madam." Yili was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Shi's presence at the door. Once he composed himself, he replied with a smile, "It's nothing, Shi, please sit. By the way, where is Yiqian? She has gone out to attend to some matters, so I was assigned to look after your needs," Shi replied candidly. While it was framed as caring for his daily affairs, one could also interpret it as a means of surveillance. Yili was acutely aware of this and, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, took a seat nearby, casually inquiring, "Where did Yiqian go? When is she expected to return?" Shi hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am afraid I do not know." Upon hearing her words, Yili refrained from further inquiry and expressed her concern slightly. "By the way, Shi, how are your injuries? Have they improved?" Shi closed her eyes, feeling a touch of gratitude. The lady was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but had also shown meticulous care for them over the past few days. There was even an occasion when Li Yiqian intended to punish them. Yet it was the lady who interceded on their behalf. Rest assured, we have almost recovered, Shuri replied. That's good to hear. Yili feigned a look of relief upon hearing her response. By the way, Shuri, I have a question for you. Yili seemed to suddenly recall something and turned her gaze towards her. On the night I married Yiqian, were there any other zombies causing trouble? Indeed. The situation was quite dire. Their intention was to abduct you. Shuri responded, a hint of anger etched on her face. Of course. Her words were a mix of truth and embellishment, aimed at highlighting Li Yiqian's selfless bravery in rescuing her. Abduct me? Yes. Had it not been for the master single-handedly vanquishing them, it is likely that you would have fallen into their grasp. Shuri nodded earnestly. Listening to her earnest yet absurd claims, Yili felt a wave of exasperation but maintained a facade of admiration. Yiqian, is that formidable? Absolutely. Yili mused. I have always harbored a question. Are we not zombies? Can ordinary cold weapons truly slay us? Upon hearing this, she promptly clarified, ordinary cold weapons cannot harm us. They can only kill lower-tier zombies. However, should a zombie wield a weapon forged from its own blood, or if it is a weapon conjured by an awakened individual, a strike to the neck or head would indeed be fatal. She added a caution, therefore, madam, if you encounter awakened beings or higher-tier zombies in the future, it would be wise to maintain your distance, for it can be perilous. Nodding in understanding, Yili smiled and replied, yes, I comprehend. Thank you, she. It is my pleasure, madam. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. She responded with utmost humility. Yili chuckled softly, and after a brief exchange, she turned and returned to the bridal chamber. Chapter 57. Suicide. Once back in her room, Yili sat on the bed, lost in thought, replaying Shi's words in her mind. Can weapons conjured by awakened beings also pose a threat? She murmured, glancing at her palm. A dagger formed of ice materialized in her grasp. She gripped the dagger tightly, feeling no chill. Gently, she traced the blade across her fingertip, and in an instant, a thin line of blood appeared. The crimson droplet coalesced and fell to the ground. In that moment, she felt a pang of pain, a sensation she had not experienced since the sting of her whip, marking the second instance of pain in her undead existence. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. As she gazed at the blood dripping down, she found herself laughing, a laughter tinged with madness and a hint of sobbing. Tears cascaded from his eyes, trailing down his cheeks and heavily splattering onto the floor. How simple it is to end one's own life. Yili remarked with a self-deprecating tone, his smile widening until he was ultimately overwhelmed by anguish, covering his face and laughing in a moment of release. Ha ha. Who would have thought that it could be so effortless to perish? What kind of farce is this? Yili chuckled through his tears, his entire being collapsing weakly to the ground. He laughed and wept simultaneously, tears flowing uncontrollably as the pent-up grievances within him erupted at that moment. In this instant, he felt an unexpected lightness, no longer suppressing himself, as he unleashed the long-buried sorrow from the depths of his soul. Images of his humiliation and beatings flashed incessantly in his mind. For a considerable time, he had endured in silence, contemplating suicide, yet he had no idea how to achieve it. Being a zombie endowed with remarkable healing abilities, and with Li Yiqian steadfastly by his side, he had never been afforded the opportunity to take his own life, nor to comprehend how a zombie might do so. Until today, when he witnessed the blood continually dripping from his fingers, he could no longer contain himself and broke into tears of despair. After weeping for a long while, Yili gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions and returned to sit on the bed, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Li Yiqian, I am truly curious to see what expression will grace your face upon witnessing my lifeless body. Reflecting on the moments we have shared, Yili comprehends that he has become utterly ensnared. The sight of his corpse before her would undoubtedly shatter her. He eagerly anticipates the moment of her collapse. Yet he realizes he will not have the opportunity to witness it. Although he has contemplated the act of ending her life, the disparity in their strengths renders such an endeavor utterly unattainable. Thus, the only recourse available to him is to envelop her in a cocoon of tenderness, allowing her to experience an unprecedented happiness. In the end, he shall be the one to personally obliterate this exquisite illusion. At last, it is time to conclude. Yili murmurs, rising to open the wardrobe, revealing a pristine, crimson wedding garment before his eyes. He takes up the ceremonial attire and adorns himself with it. Once he completes this ritual, he reclines back onto the bed, a subtle smile of relief gracing his visage, though the tears upon his cheeks remained stark and glaring. Yili clutches the dagger tightly, closing his eyes and permitting the sorrow within him to spread unchecked. It is only when the blood splatters upon the curtains that he finally succumbs to a deep slumber. When Li Yiqian returns, it is already nightfall. Today, she has traversed the eastern, southern, and northern districts, redistributing the leadership among her trusted confidants. After assigning her loyal followers, she hastens back to the villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the bridal chamber, she notices Shi seated outside. Upon seeing Li Yiqian's return, Shi immediately rises, respectfully addressing her. "My lady, is there anything unusual about Li today?" Li Yiqian inquired softly. Shi shook her head and replied, "Madam, there is nothing unusual today." "Very well, you may leave." Li Yiqian gestured for her to depart. "Yes." Shi respectfully bowed before quietly retreating. Once Shi had left, Li Yiqian entered the room. But as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. Recognizing the scent, her expression shifted dramatically. "Li?" she called uncertainly. Hastening towards the bedroom, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within her. Upon reaching the bedroom door, the metallic odor intensified. Without hesitation, she forcefully pushed the door open, and the sight that met her eyes caused her to widen them in shock. There lay Yili, quietly sprawled on the bed, clad in ceremonial attire. Surrounded by a pool of blood. "Li Yiqian exclaimed, rushing to the bedside and fearfully cradling him in her arms. Li, wake up. Li Yiqian called out anxiously, her usual calmness evaporating in a moment of sheer panic, her face etched with worry. "Yili, wake up, Yili." Yet, regardless of her desperate pleas, the person in her embrace remained unresponsive. Her gaze fell upon the gaping wound on his neck, and she noticed the cold water stains lingering on the collar of his wedding robe. Suddenly, her breath caught in her throat, leaving her stunned as if struck by lightning. Li Yiqian trembled, uttering Yili's name, an indescribable terror flooding her heart. She awakened in a state of panic. Yet no matter how fervently she called out or how desperately she fidgeted, Yili remained utterly unresponsive. In that moment, fear enveloped her. The usually composed and tranquil demeanor she possessed had vanished, leaving her feeling helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Gazing at the wound on his neck, still oozing with blood, a glimmer of hope illuminated her expression. The fact that Yili's blood continued to flow was a testament to his vitality. If she could infuse her own blood into his body, he might swiftly mend his injuries and return to life. Resolute, she wasted no time, biting into his shoulder and injecting her diluted blood into him. Gradually, her composure returned as she continued to transfer her essence, witnessing Yili's wounds heal rapidly. As his injuries began to close, the anxiety that had gripped Li Yiqian's heart finally subsided. However, as she reflected more deeply, the unsettling truth dawned upon her, igniting an indescribable fury within her. She was not foolish. Upon revisiting the oddities of his behavior over the past few days, she discerned the underlying issue, especially noting the cold water stains lingering on his neck wound. This indicated that he had attempted to end his life using his abilities. Yet, midway through his attempt, his powers dissipated due to a lack of control, resulting in his wound healing slowly instead of him succumbing immediately. With this realization, her crimson eyes blazed with rage. "Yili, you truly are a selfish and despicable person." Li Yiqian glared at the recovering Yili, her teeth gritted as she exclaimed, "Very well. Since you dared to attempt suicide, I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of such an act." Chapter 58, Yili, you shall forever belong to me. Thunder rumbled ominously 2 days later in City S, where dark clouds loomed overhead. Li Yiqian gazed at Yili, who lay motionless on the bed, his crimson eyes coldly fixed upon him. It had been 2 days since Yili's suicide, and throughout this time, there had been no signs of awakening. Li Yiqian remained vigilantly by his side, tending to him with meticulous care. She reached out to caress his cheek, keenly aware of his physical condition. Sensing that he was not far from awakening, "Lear, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It was your transgression that set this in motion." Having spoken, Li Yiqian rose and stepped outside, confronting the injured Shi, her expression devoid of any compassion. Upon seeing Li Yiqian emerge, Shi immediately bowed her head in remorse, murmuring, "My lady." At that moment, Shi knelt before the bridal chamber, a gentle wave of guilt washing over her. The heavy rain cascaded over her wounds. Yet she felt no discomfort, remaining as still as a statue in her posture. Li Yiqian regarded her coldly for a long while before finally parting her lips to utter in a chilling tone, "You may leave." This time I shall spare you. But I do not wish for a repeat performance. She understood that Shi Yi's actions were not intentional. However, as a fourth-tier zombie, her ignorance of Yi Li's suicide constituted a grave dereliction of duty. Thus, had it not been for her long-standing loyalty to Li Yiqian, Shi Yi might have already faced dire consequences. Yes, my lady, Shi Yi replied, her voice tinged with guilt, yet she remained kneeling. She recognized that the root cause of Yi Li's suicide ultimately lay in her own failings, as well as his. Had she been able to discern his intentions earlier, she might have averted all of this. With her capabilities, it would have been effortless for her to perceive the circumstances within the room. Yet, she did not. Her profound respect for him rendered her unable to scrutinize his every move, even if it was for the sake of protection. Reflecting on the kindness Yi Li had shown them over the past month, Shi Yi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Thus, upon realizing that it was she who had divulged the method of suicide to him, her heart was engulfed in regret. Li Yiqian, observing Shi Yi who remained seated, showed no sign of being moved by her cold demeanor and chose to ignore her entirely, turning back to the marital chamber. Inside the bedroom, Yi Li's tightly shut eyelashes quivered before she gradually opened her eyes. What is happening? Yi Li sat up, surveying the familiar surroundings, and murmured to herself, wasn't I dead? How could this be? At that moment, Li Yiqian returned to the bedroom with an icy expression. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Li turned to look. When she beheld that familiar face, her mind went blank, her eyes widening slightly, and her entire body began to tremble. Why Yiqian? Her voice quavered with uncertainty. Li Yiqian, witnessing her bewildered expression, felt a surge of rage that twisted her cold visage into a fierce snarl. She swiftly approached Yi Li, raising her right hand and bringing it down forcefully. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the room. Li Yiqian delivered the blow without holding back, causing Yi Li to lose her balance and collapse back onto the bed. Covering her face, Yi Li felt blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and the confusion in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity. He gazed at Li Yiqian, witnessing her in a state of extreme fury, and with a trembling voice filled with disbelief, he inquired, Why? Yiqian, am I not dead? Why? Why can I still feel pain? His words were laced with confusion and incomprehension, as if he was reluctant to accept the reality before him. Li Yiqian, seeing his bewilderment, could no longer suppress the fury that surged within her. She lifted her left hand and struck him forcefully across the face. The sound of the slap resonated louder than the previous one, as she poured all her strength into that blow. Yi Li, you scoundrel, she exclaimed with rage, her icy demeanor replaced by pure wrath as she mounted him. Yi Li, you dare to commit suicide. Who gave you permission to do so, you wretch? Her voice echoed vehemently in his ears. The moment she saw him awaken, a wave of relief washed over her. Yet, when he asked that bewildered question, her pent-up emotions erupted. She could not abide the thought of Yi Li taking his own life, nor could she tolerate his absence, for such a loss would drive her to madness. Thus, when she beheld the sight of him bleeding, her heart plunged into chaos, far removed from her usual composure. I thought I was dead. But why? Why do I feel such agony? Yi Li stammered, gazing at Li Yiqian, whose exquisite visage was now streaked with tears that fell onto the pillow. No, this cannot be real. I must still be dreaming. This is not real. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept, unwilling to believe the astonishing events unfolding around him. Yi Li, I see you are truly courting death. Li Yiqian, upon witnessing his demeanor, was instantly engulfed in a tempest of fury. She delivered a powerful blow to Yi Li's chest. Cough, cough. Yi Li was struck and began to cough violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. It is important to note that although Li Yiqian had restrained her strength, for any other woman, that would have been a formidable punch, let alone for a man as delicate as he. At that moment, it was only natural for Yi Li to spew forth blood after receiving such a blow. Listen well, Yi Li. You belong to me, whether you are human or ghost. You shall be mine for all eternity. Should you dare to die, I shall beat you until you no longer have the courage to do so, Li Yiqian declared through gritted teeth. She yanked him from the bed, and in her hand suddenly appeared a whip designed for striking the deceased. However, this whip was unlike any other. Though it too was crimson, its girth was unparalleled, even thicker than iron chains. It was adorned with numerous sharp spikes, evoking a sense of dread just by looking at it. This whip had been forged from Li Yiqian's own blood, saturated with her pure essence. Even a fourth-tier zombie would likely suffer excruciating pain if struck by this whip. With the whip in her grasp, the veins in her hands bulged, and even the blood vessels on her forehead were clearly visible. "Lier, do not blame your sister for being ruthless," Li Yiqian proclaimed, as she lashed the whip down onto Yi Li's back. "Ah!" The sound of Yi Li's anguished scream reverberated throughout the room as the whip fell. His previously unblemished back now bore a long, narrow lash mark, with blood oozing from the wound, a sight both harrowing and shocking. Chapter 59. Punishment as the whip struck. Yi Li writhed on the ground in agony, his exquisite face contorting in pain. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much." His eyes brimmed with tears, and he cried out in despair. "Pain? Huh?" Li Yiqian sneered, raising the whip once more. Crack! Another lash fell, leaving Yi Li's arm a bloody mess, blood gushing forth. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Yi Li continued to wail, his body rolling on the ground, sweat pouring down as he struggled against the torment. He felt as though his back might split open, the searing pain causing him to scream in distress. "Please, stop hitting me, Sister Yiqian, please stop," Yi Li pleaded, unable to contain his tears. The pain was unbearable, as if his entire being was about to shatter. With each stroke of the whip, the sensation of flesh tearing and the crushing blow to his soul made him wish to faint immediately. Please stop, it hurts so much. Lier begs you, please, don't hit me anymore, it hurts." Yi Li implored through the excruciating pain. "Now you know to beg for mercy. Why didn't you think of this when you attempted to take your own life?" Li Yiqian said with a fierce glare. "Yi Li, I realize now that I have truly spoiled you. You dare to commit suicide? Then I shall whip you until you no longer have the courage to do so." With that, the whip in her hand struck down again, this time a series of blows, each one heavy as a mountain, tearing into Yi Li's skin, causing it to break and bleed profusely. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching wail escaped from Yi Li's lips, resonating so loudly that even the figure outside could hear it distinctly. Though the figure felt an overwhelming sense of compassion, there was nothing that could be done. The cries within the room continued, albeit at a diminished volume. Gradually, Yi Li ceased his shouting, succumbing instead to a relentless groaning, his body writhing and curling upon the floor. At that moment, Yi Li was devoid of any strength to move or call out, reduced to a quivering form, gasping for breath. Li Yiqian observed him, her crimson eyes flickering with a pang of sympathy, her heart aching for him. Yet, the recollection of his attempted suicide ignited a fierce anger within her. She had come perilously close to losing him, just on the brink. This thought tightened her grip around the whip, and she raised it once more to strike Yi Li. Sensing her intent, Yi Li immediately pleaded in a feeble voice, "Yi Yiqian, I beg you, please, do not strike me again. I understand. I was wrong." At the sound of his frail supplication, Li Yiqian halted her hand, feeling a stirring of compassion within her heart. Ultimately, she swung the whip down, shattering the table nearby into splinters. Gazing at his bloodied form softened her resolve. Disregarding the stains upon him, she cast aside the whip and gathered him into her embrace, her heart swelling with tenderness. "Lier, you must never contemplate such an end again. Do you hear me?" she admonished coldly while gently stroking his head. Yi Li nodded weakly, rendered speechless, as the torment of his body and the agony of his soul eroded his consciousness further. "Lier, do not blame me. I am merely overwhelmed by my love for you, terrified of losing you." Li Yiqian held him tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, Yi Li would vanish from her embrace. In all honesty, she could not bear to strike him, for her affection was too profound. However, his actions this time were utterly excessive and foolish. He attempted to take his own life in a moment of her absence. Had he possessed greater strength and mastery over his abilities, she might now be cradling a lifeless body. Although her heart ached for him, she knew she must strike, must make him comprehend the dire consequences of suicide or fleeing. Though she felt deep sorrow, it was a helpless situation. The pain inflicted upon him resonated within her own heart, epitomizing her current turmoil. As Yi Li listened to her admonitions and heartfelt confessions, two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Why did you save me?" Yi Li's weak voice emerged, laden with despair. Upon hearing his words, though her heart brimmed with anger, Li Yiqian suppressed it. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, resting her face against his cheek, her frustration palpable despite her efforts to contain it. "Why? Because I love you. Love you to the very core. I tell you, Yi Li, you belong to me. Li Yiqian, without my permission, you shall not die," she declared vehemently. Listening to her possessive words, Yi Li felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He shut his eyes in anguish, surrendering himself to her ministrations, allowing her to tend to his wounds. as Li Yiqian injected her blood into Yi Li's body. His form began to mend at an astonishing pace, the once gruesome wounds slowly healing until he appeared completely unscathed. It was as if he had never suffered any harm. Had it not been for his tattered clothing, one might have failed to recognize that he had endured a brutal beating. Observing Yi Li's injuries gradually mend, Li Yiqian felt a sense of relief in her heart, yet she remained resolute in her intent to ensure he would not escape unpunished. Once his wounds had fully healed, she sank her teeth into his wrist. She understood that mere physical punishment would not instill lasting lessons. It was imperative that he remember profoundly the depths of her love, ensuring he would never again contemplate suicide. Just as Yi Li regained his strength, before he could even catch his breath, an excruciating pain surged through him, infinitely more intense than the suffering he had previously endured. "Ah!" he cried out, his wail more anguished and piercing than before. Even the zombie, Ce, kneeling outside the door, shuddered at the sound. She recognized that the master was punishing the lady, yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for her. The shriek was haunting, sending chills down her spine, even as she listened from the threshold. However, she refrained from intervening, for she too did not wish for the lady to act foolishly, especially given the kindness he had shown them in recent days, which they had etched into their memories. None of the zombies present wished for his demise. "Lear, do you know that I love you?" Li Yiqian bit down fiercely on a piece of flesh, gazing at him as she slowly chewed, her voice icy as she inquired. "Monsters, you are all monsters. I do not wish to remain here. Is there anyone who can plead for my release? Anyone who can take me away will suffice. I beseech you." Yi Li's body has succumbed to a numbing pain, trembling to the point where even speech eludes him. As he speaks, he crawls toward the door, his eyes brimming with tears of terror. Yet, paralyzed by fear of Li Yiqian, he finds himself utterly devoid of strength. Observing him crawl outward in sheer dread, Li Yiqian advances to restrain him, compelling him to witness as she savors the flesh she consumes. At the sight of Yi Li's horrified expression, a smirk graces Li Yiqian's lips as she continues to caress her mouth with her tongue. In that moment, Yi Li completely unravels, struggling desperately to free himself from her grasp. Let me go. "No, I implore you, please, do not devour me." Yi Li's pleas become frantic. His psyche teeters on the brink of collapse, yet his instinct for survival drives him to beg for mercy. Initially resolved to end his own life, his spirit had already reached a breaking point. Now, subjected to inhumane treatment and confronted with such a horrific scene, his mental state is nearing its limits. All he desires is to escape this place. "Please, release me. I beg you, Sister Yiqian. I truly beseech you. I acknowledge my wrongs. I implore you not to consume me. I beg you." Li Yiqian's actions have thoroughly awakened the depths of his fear, tears streaming down his face as he chokes on his pleas, his eyes now shrouded in despair. In this moment, he is truly terrified. This is a panic he has never experienced in his 20 years of existence. Chapter 60. Shui Wanqing, mid-third stage. Observing his expression of despair and fear, Li Yiqian felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Yet, the thought of his suicide compelled her to harden her resolve. With a sullen demeanor, she approached Yi Li, crouching before him and gazing into his eyes, coldly stating, "I can spare you this time, but should there be a next?" With that, she seized his wrist, where the blood flowed from his pristine skin, trailing down his arm to his shoulder. "I will make your life a living hell, and your sister will suffer alongside you. Do not doubt the authenticity of my words." Li Yiqian threatened icily, her eyes glinting with a merciless light as she regarded him. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li felt no doubt, for he understood his sister all too well. She could indeed utter such threats and see them through. Witnessing her demeanor, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. He remained silent as his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, almost fainting. Noticing his lack of response, Li Yiqian pressed down on his recently bitten wound while lifting him, her voice laced with venom. "Answer me. Will you dare again in the future?" "No. I want to dare again. I beg you, spare my sister," Yi Li pleaded, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing his response, Li Yiqian finally released him, cradling him gently, tending to the wound on his wrist to staunch the bleeding. Her movements were tender, as though he were a precious treasure. Yi Li lay in her embrace, surrendering to her movements, not daring to show the slightest resistance, his body trembling ever so slightly. In that moment, his mind was a blank canvas, filled solely with fear and despair, devoid of anything else. Meanwhile, within the safety zone of City A, in a spacious martial arts arena, a throng of spectators surrounded the seats. On the training ground, Two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, Shui Wanqing and Wan Xiaowei. Both were formidable Tier 3 warriors. One wielding the power of lightning, the other fire. Thunder slash! Shui Wanqing bellowed, her gaze fixed upon the towering fire golem. Gripping her longsword tightly, she struck forward, conjuring a blue arc of electricity that swiftly coalesced into a magnificent dragon. This dragon soared through the air, spiraling toward Wan Xiaowei with astonishing speed and formidable strength. Despite Wan Xiaowei's considerable prowess, she dared not confront the lightning dragon head-on. Recognizing the imminent threat, she unleashed her most potent attack. Fire Fist. The two assaults collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion as Wan Xiaowei's fire golem was obliterated, sending her reeling backward. In stark contrast, Shui Wanqing remained steadfast, rooted in place. A clear victor in this confrontation. The audience fell into a stunned silence, unable to comprehend that Secretary Wan had been so thoroughly defeated. Though a newly ascended Tier 3 warrior, her strength was not to be underestimated, making this outcome all the more astonishing. While the awakened crowd was left in disbelief, Yi Xiaoran and Yun Haiyan remained remarkably composed, clearly unperturbed by the result. Due to Shui Wanqing's prowess, she had already ascended to the mid-stage of the third Tier 3 days prior. Her current abilities left even Yun Haiyan uncertain of her own victory. The venue fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers. Yun Haiyan stepped onto the stage, a smile adorning her face. It seemed that young friend Shui had fully mastered the elevation of her realm, bringing us one step closer to victory for the Huaxia human race. Shui Wanqing nodded indifferently, her tone slightly respectful. Elder Yun, you overpraise me. You truly did not hold back. At that moment, Wan Xiaowei slowly rose from the ground and approached the two, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her expression tinged with bitterness as she gazed at Shui Wanqing. In the previous battle, she had found herself utterly defenseless. The strength of this woman astounded her. Unbeknownst to Wan Xiaowei, Shui Wanqing had been capable of severely injuring a mid-stage third-tier zombie, even when she was in the early stage of the third tier. Now that she had broken through to the mid-stage, she was indeed far superior to ordinary mid-stage practitioners. Shui Wanqing estimated that her current strength had reached at least the threshold of the late stage. Hence, she had not exerted her full power. Yet the disparity between them led Wan Xiaowei to mistakenly believe that she had not held back. Had she known the thoughts occupying Shui Wanqing's mind, it would likely have shattered her resolve. I apologize. I will be more cautious next time, Shui Wanqing remarked, casting a slight apologetic glance in her direction. Wan Xiaowei waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. All right, the competition has concluded. Let us return. There is something I wish to discuss with you both. Yun Haiyan gazed at the two individuals and said softly. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing and Wan Xiaowei both nodded in agreement. Returning to the room, the group settled within, and Huang Yanting held a document in her hands. Her expression bore a hint of excitement. As soon as she closed the door, she eagerly exclaimed, "Everyone, our research has finally yielded results." With that, she handed the photocopied document to the others. They accepted the papers and began to scrutinize them closely. Moments later, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Even Shui Wanqing, who typically remained composed, clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. "Grandma Huang, is this report genuine?" Yu Sharon asked, her eyes glimmering with enthusiasm and urgency. "If this report is true, then we can expedite the rescue of my brother." It was well known that she missed her brother Yili every moment of every day, even dreaming of him during her slumber. Shui Wanqing remained silent, her gaze equally filled with anticipation as she turned to Huang Yanting. Huang nodded affirmatively. "This report is indeed authentic. After months of research, we have concluded that the zombie virus can be completely cured. For zombies below the third level, contact with just a drop of the vaccine will briefly restore their human consciousness, ultimately leading to their demise. What about zombies of the third level or higher?" Wan Xiaowei couldn't help but inquire further. Chapter 61. Does your brother have a girlfriend besides Li Yiqian? Upon hearing Wan Xiaowei's inquiry, Huang Yanting immediately displayed a look of difficulty. After a brief pause, she replied, "There has been no progress regarding zombies of the third tier or above. After all, the strength of such zombies is formidable, and there are no experimental subjects available." At her words, the excitement among the crowd gradually subsided. Suddenly, the previously silent Shui Wanqing slowly spoke up. "Old Huang, when I first arrived at the safe zone, I recall you mentioning that there is a third-tier zombie in City A, correct? Indeed, that zombie is exceptionally powerful. possessing strength that has reached at least the late stage of the third tier. Late stage of the third tier. Upon hearing the tier of this zombie, Shui Wanqing murmured softly. Yun Haiyan, noticing her contemplative demeanor, immediately understood her thoughts and inquired, Shui, are you suggesting? Her words remained unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. The others were not oblivious and turned their gazes toward Shui Wanqing. Well, since we are still uncertain whether the antibody is effective against third-tier zombies, let us attempt it. Shui Wanqing took a deep breath, her expression grave as she nodded. It has become evident that the antibody is effective against lower-tier zombies, yet its efficacy against higher-tier ones remains unknown. However, the current circumstances leave no room for delay. The strength of zombies is increasingly formidable, and the habitable areas for humanity are dwindling. Most importantly, there is the safety of Yi Li to consider. After more than 2 months of separation, she could not shake her thoughts of him. How could she rest easy knowing such a pure and kind-hearted man was left to navigate the zombie-infested city alone? Now, with the only possible means of rescuing him before her, how could she possibly abandon hope? How could one possibly remain unperturbed, let alone a mere late-stage Tier 3 zombie? She would face even a formidable adversary like Li Yiqian without a hint of trepidation. This was due to the indelible image etched in her heart of Yi Li stepping forth to protect herself. Upon receiving Shui Wanqing's affirmative response, a profound silence enveloped the group. Although they were unaware of her innermost thoughts, they too yearned to save all humanity and recognized that the sole glimmer of hope lay before them. However, they were confronted by a late-stage Tier 3 zombie. While they possessed 4 Tier 3 warriors, the strongest among them was merely at the mid-stage, rendering them considerably challenged against a late-stage adversary. After all, the disparity between each minor realm could not be compensated by mere numbers. Yet, they were soldiers. Abandonment was not an option, and even in the face of inevitable defeat, they would strive for that flicker of hope. After a prolonged silence, Yun Haiyan and her companions exchanged glances, each discerning a glimmer of resolve in the other's eyes. Very well. Let us collectively pursue this zombie, Huang Yanning declared, her fists clenched and teeth gritted. She had awaited this day for so long, now that it had finally arrived. She could not let it slip away. She had longed to vanquish that zombie, but the gap in strength and the weight of her responsibilities had held her back. However, the circumstances had changed, for the hope of all humanity rested upon this very zombie. Ah, Lao Huang, we need not capture it. We can simply slay it. However, we must coat our weapons with the agent, so that when we wound it, we may observe its reactions. In contrast to Huang Yanting's fiery temperament, Yun Haiyan remained remarkably composed. After all, the peril of capturing a zombie is exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, endangering not only them, but also the elderly and children within the safe zone. Yun Lao's reasoning was sound. We shall coat our weapons with the antibody and engage with it, inflicting damage upon its flesh. I believe that it won't be long before we ascertain the efficacy of our efforts. Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement. All right, we shall follow your lead. Huang Yanting pondered for a moment before also consenting. Subsequently, the group deliberated further and ultimately resolved to initiate their operation 2 nights hence. After their discussion, Yun Haiyan and the others departed, leaving only Yi Shaoran and Shui Wanqing behind. The two fell into silence for a while. Finally, it was Yi Shaoran who broke the quietude. Sister Wanqing, how confident are you about the operation the day after tomorrow? At her words, Shui Wanqing raised her gaze to meet hers. Noticing the concern etched upon Yi Shaoran's face, she smiled and shook her head, replying, the success rate is 70%. She was not exaggerating. She held a firm belief in her own abilities, especially with Yun Haiyan and the others assisting her. This success rate was conservative, as she had initially intended to assert a figure closer to 90%. Upon hearing her response, Yi Shaoran's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, this astonishment was soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement. That's wonderful. As long as we can successfully verify the effectiveness of the antibody, we can rescue my brother. Yi Shaoran exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. In recent days, her worry for Yi Li's safety had intensified, and her longing for him had only grown stronger. If this operation could be executed smoothly, everything would fall into place. Upon hearing her words, Shui Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if a delightful thought had crossed her mind. Shaoran, may I ask you something? She directed her gaze towards Yi Shaoran. What is it? Yi Shaoran inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. Does your brother have a girlfriend? Aside from Li Yiqian, Shui Wanqing asked bluntly. Taken aback, Yi Shaoran stared at the earnest expression on Shui Wanqing's face. a flicker of jealousy igniting within her. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually replied truthfully, "No." With her affirmative response, Shui Wanqing nodded subtly, her silence speaking volumes, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks, evidently conjuring thoughts of something inappropriate. Observing her reaction, Yusharin narrowed her eyes slightly but refrained from further comment, and the two sat in quiet companionship. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 days had elapsed. As night fell, the city of A was enveloped in an eerie silence. The vast expanse lay shrouded in darkness, with streets devoid of life, imparting a disquieting stillness. Beneath the faint glow of the moonlight, one could vaguely discern a few shadowy figures standing motionless by the windows. A closer inspection would reveal these swaying silhouettes to be grotesque and terrifying zombies. Suddenly, four figures emerged on the desolate street, each wielding weapons. Clad in tattered garments that exuded a foul stench reminiscent of the undead. These four were none other than Shui Wanqing and her companions, fully armed. Stealthily approaching the long-abandoned commercial district. This once bustling commercial street now lays in ruins, devastated by the invasion of the undead. All that remains are heaps of debris and dilapidated skyscrapers. "Sister Wei, are we certain that the zombie is here?" Shui Wanqing quietly inquired, gazing at Wan Xiaowei. "According to the signal, the zombie is indeed in this vicinity, and we are exceedingly close," Wan Xiaowei responded without turning, her voice barely above a whisper. "Everyone, remain vigilant. We have entered zombie territory, so exercise utmost caution," Yun Haiyan warned, her tone grave as she regarded the three. "Understood," they replied in unison. Chapter 62, Thunderous Melody of 1,000 Echoes. The group continued to navigate with utmost care. They dared not let their guard down, although they possessed a 70% certainty. A single misstep could result in a fatal ambush by the zombie, rendering their efforts futile. After several minutes, Wan Xiaowei halted, observing the overlapping red dots on her screen. "We have arrived." She switched off her tablet and turned to the others, speaking softly. "The indicated location is just ahead, likely within that house. Attention! Ensure your weapons are coated with the antibody," Yun Haiyan commanded the group sharply, determined to avoid any miscalculation that could endanger them all. As the others examined their weapons and noticed the droplets of liquid, they nodded in acknowledgement towards Yun Haiyan. "Very well, let us proceed," she instructed, her expression serious. "Lao Huang, Xiaowei, you two will stand guard at the entrance to intercept should the zombie attempt to flee. Shui Xiaoyu, accompany me into the residence. We shall compel her to emerge." "Agreed," the crowd responded in unison. With that, the four of them stealthily approached the dwelling, executing their strategy with meticulous precision. As Yun Haiyan and Shui Wanqing entered the house, they ascended to the second floor through a shattered window, where they were immediately greeted by a potent amalgamation of the stench of blood and decay. The two instinctively furrowed their brows, clearly affected by the noxious odor. This abode of the zombie was nestled within a residential complex, the house itself being relatively modest in stature, overshadowed by the taller surrounding buildings. Comprising 2 expansive floors, it spanned nearly 100 square meters. At that moment, the entire structure was suffused with a strong scent of blood, a pervasive aura of death permeating the air. Upon entering, Yun Haiyan and Shui Wanqing cautiously surveyed their surroundings, and upon discovering no trace of zombies in the room, they slowly made their way towards the exit. Yun Haiyan signaled to Shui Wanqing, who immediately understood and quickly concealed herself beside the doorway. Grasping the doorknob, she gently pulled the door open. As the door creaked ajar, an even more intense odor of blood assaulted their senses, accompanied by wafts of putrefaction. The outside was engulfed in darkness. Yet this posed no challenge to the two awakened individuals. With utmost caution, Yun Haiyan stepped outside, closely followed by Shui Wanqing. As the entire house lay in an eerie silence, unsettlingly tranquil, the interior of the house was designed with an open layout, allowing visibility from the second floor to the first, and vice versa. At this moment, the two individuals gazed down at the first floor, only to discover that aside from a few fragile remnants, there was no trace of the third-tier zombies. They exchanged a glance, sensing a shared gravity in each other's eyes. "Be cautious. The zombie may have detected our presence," Yun Haiyan warned in a cold tone. Shui Wanqing did not respond verbally but nodded solemnly, her gaze scanning the surroundings while her grip tightened around the long knife. At the slightest rustle, she would not hesitate to strike. Having faced high-tier zombies before, she was acutely aware of the cunning and strength possessed by these sentient undead. From the moment she stepped into the house, an instinctive sense of danger enveloped her, a sensitivity honed during her experiences in City S. Thus, her vigilance had become second nature. After searching the second floor and finding no signs of zombies, they slowly descended to the first floor. Upon reaching the ground level and observing the corpse hanging at the base of the staircase, their pupils constricted, and a chill crept into their hearts. Suddenly, a jarring knock echoed behind them, reverberating through the eerie silence of the house, sending shivers down their spines. They immediately turned to look behind, only to find the space empty, devoid of any human presence, save for the door that had been struck. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a series of strange, low chuckles. Humph! What a farce! Shui Wanqing scoffed, her weapon crackling with energy. In an instant, she swung her blade toward the door. Bang! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as a long blade struck fiercely against the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door was cleaved in two, however. Upon peering inside, the two individuals discovered it was devoid of any presence. Something was amiss. This creature was employing a diversionary tactic. Shui Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently called out, "Elder Yun, beware of what lies behind you." In the wake of her warning, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind Yun Haiyan, unmistakably the approach of the zombie. Humph! Yun Haiyan scoffed softly, her form vanishing from sight in an instant. When she reappeared, it was at the flank of the zombie. She unleashed a punch, swift as lightning, producing a series of sonic booms. Sensing the might of her strike, the zombie merely turned slightly, evading her attack, and retaliated with a blow aimed at her left side. Yun Haiyan's countenance changed abruptly as she swiftly sidestepped. The zombie, undeterred by its failed attempt, lunged at her with renewed ferocity, seeking its demise. Shui Wanqing, upon witnessing the zombie's emergence, immediately issued a sharp command, her figure darting like a bolt of lightning toward it. Thunder technique, Song of 1,000 Thunders. Boom! A dazzling white light erupted, instantly illuminating the dimly lit mansion. As thunderous reverberations echoed throughout, momentarily stunning the zombie. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Wanqing delivered a fierce slash. With a splatter, the zombie's arm was severed, crimson blood spraying forth and staining the walls in a vivid hue. Initially, she intended to sever its head, yet this third-tier zombie, despite a momentary daze, quickly regained its composure. It swiftly raised its hand to deflect the blow, thwarting Shui Wanqing's attempt. The zombie, now with one arm severed, let out a pained cry and retreated, glaring fiercely at the two. Shui Wanqing was determined not to grant it a moment's respite. She instantly dashed back to its front, aiming to strike off its remaining arm. However, this attempt proved futile. Although one of its arms had been severed, the disparity in their strengths remained evident. This third-tier zombie was still beyond the capabilities of Shui Wanqing and Yun Haiyan. Moreover, the previous strike had been a surprise attack. Otherwise, with their combined strength, they could not have inflicted any harm upon it. Suddenly, the zombie's body swayed and vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was already behind her, its fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, its fist crashed into her back, propelling her violently forward until her body collided with the wall. Blood erupted from Shui Wanqing's mouth, and her face turned ashen. Before she could catch her breath, the enraged zombie roared once more and swung its fist toward her. Yet, before the creature could close the distance, it sensed an imminent danger behind and abruptly sidestepped, retreating. In an instant, several cracks appeared in the ground where the zombie had previously stood, smooth and precise as if cut by a sharp instrument. "Are you all right?" Yun Haiyan swiftly positioned herself in front of Shui Wanqing, her back turned, filled with concern. "I am fine." Shui Wanqing wiped the corner of her lips and stood up, her voice cold as she addressed Yun Lao. "She was struck by my blade. How long will it take for the antibodies to take effect?" 10 minutes. Yun Haiyan replied with a grave expression. "Very well. Then we shall sever her limbs within this 10-minute window," Shui Wanqing stated firmly. Chapter 63. The antibody takes effect with that. Both of them sprang into action, launching their assault on the third-tier zombie, which retaliated with equal fervor, charging at them rapidly. Although it had lost an arm, such a setback was trivial for a zombie. Given some time, it would fully regenerate. Clang! The collision of fist and blade echoed with a metallic ring, sparks flying and air swirling. Yun Haiyan positioned herself beside the zombie, her hand shaped like a knife as she aimed for its leg. The third-tier zombie, sensing the threat, retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Shui Wanqing reeling, then swiftly evaded Yun Haiyan's strike while executing a vicious kick that landed squarely on her shoulder. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and Yun Haiyan felt as though her shoulder was about to shatter from the impact, the pain draining the color from her face. Yet, she harbored no intention of retreating. She gritted her teeth against the agony and slashed her blade across the zombie's thigh, furious at the assault. The zombie clenched its fist, and aimed a devastating blow at her head. The force was tremendous. Should this punch connect, Yun Haiyan would surely be gravely injured, if not killed outright. Thunderstrike, slash. At that moment, Shui Wanqing shouted sharply, her figure darting swiftly to their side. Her eyes crackled with intensity as she aimed her blade at the zombie's arm. Swoosh! A fountain of blood erupted, and the zombie's arm fell with a resounding thud. It howled in agony, then raised its leg to sweep towards Shui Wanqing and her companion, the strike resembling a hammer, accompanied by a whistling sound as it ruthlessly aimed at their bodies. With a loud crash, both figures were violently slammed against the wall. Shui Wanqing landed on the floor, gasping as she coughed up fresh blood once more. Yun Haiyan also expelled a mouthful of blood, yet her condition was markedly better than Shui Wanqing's. Undeterred, Shui Wanqing rose from the ground, her gaze fixed intently on the zombie, realizing that she had underestimated its strength during their brief encounter. Elder Yun, are you unhurt? She inquired, glancing at Yun Haiyan. Yun Haiyan shook her head, declaring, I am fine. Her attention was equally drawn to the zombie. At that moment, the three of them, 2 women and 1 zombie, locked eyes, each hesitant to make a move, fully aware that none would emerge unscathed from this confrontation. Though both women bore injuries, the zombie was equally grievously wounded. Its arms were severed, and blood continued to drip onto the floor, quickly forming a disturbing pool of crimson. The zombie glared at the two, its fury escalating, yet it comprehended that in its current state, it could only wait for its arms to regenerate. Otherwise, it would gain nothing from this encounter. As time trickled by, the zombie's agitation began to rise. It stared at its severed limbs, bewildered by the lack of healing. Such minor wounds should have healed within 2 minutes, yet nearly 4 minutes had passed with no sign of recovery. At this moment, Yun Haiyan also sensed the peculiarities of the zombie. Observing its arms, she addressed Shui Wanqing, saying, Wanqing, it appears the antibody is effective. Indeed, I can see that. Shui Wanqing replied, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the zombie, fully comprehending its abnormalities. Having encountered high-level zombies before, she possessed an acute understanding of their various conditions. As for this late-stage, 3-tiered zombie, given its self-healing abilities, its arms would typically regenerate swiftly. However, the fact that they had not yet reformed indicated the efficacy of the antibody. Recognizing this, she felt no hesitation. Now was the opportune moment to strike. With this thought, Shui Wanqing charged forward, her long knife descending with ferocious intent, each strike precise and lethal. Seeing Shui Wanqing engage, Yun Haiyan promptly joined the fray, and together, the two launched a relentless assault on the late-stage, 3-tiered zombie. Cornered, the zombie let out a furious roar, its legs tensing slightly as fissures appeared in the floor beneath it, propelling it towards the window with lightning speed. Not good. It intends to escape, Yun Haiyan exclaimed, immediately shouting, Lao Wang, Xiaowei, block its path. No sooner had she spoken than 2 dark figures swiftly intercepted the 3-tiered zombie, racing towards her with astounding speed. You shall not flee. You will pay with your life. Huang Yanting bellowed, swinging a massive axe down upon the zombie. The axe, entirely obsidian in hue, glimmered with a razor-sharp edge, and as it cleaved through the air, a chorus of shrill whistles resonated around them. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Shui Wanqing and her companion swiftly charged towards the 3rd-tier zombie. The 4 of them struck simultaneously, and the zombie immediately sensed the impending peril. Although its speed was considerable, it paled in comparison to that of the 4 assailants. Within mere seconds, its legs were severed. A piercing scream escaped its lips as it lost its balance and plummeted violently to the ground. Desperately, it attempted to rise, yearning to flee, yet without its limbs. It was utterly incapable of standing. Furthermore, it was grievously injured. As it sought to mend its wounds, no signs of healing were apparent. Instead, an agonizing pain surged throughout its body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Yun Lao, Wanqing, are you all right? Wan Xiaowei disregarded the fallen zombie and approached Shui Wanqing and Yun Haiyan, her voice laced with concern. Both Shui Wanqing and Yun Haiyan shook their heads in response, affirming, we are fine. That's a relief. Wan Xiaowei sighed with relief, then turned her gaze towards the incapacitated zombie, her tone tinged with excitement. The plan has finally succeeded. It seems the zombie was already disgruntled. With that, she delivered a swift kick to the zombie's head. The antibodies are effective, at first glance. They appear to delay the self-healing abilities of higher-tier zombies. The final outcome will have to wait for 10 minutes. Yun Haiyan observed the zombie with a solemn expression. Yet, her tone betrayed a hint of exhilaration. This is truly wonderful. Huang Yanting exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The efforts of recent days were finally yielding fruit. Well, let us observe for now. Yuan Haiyan nodded gently, as if a thought had struck her. She instructed, Xiaowei, please take out the tablet and record the symptoms. Understood. Wan Xiaowei replied promptly, retrieving the tablet to commence the recording. Chapter 64, Can you grant me some personal space? At least allow me privacy while I bathe. 1 week later, in City S. Following the recent suicide incident, Li Yiqian was incessantly vigilant over Yili. Whether he was leaving the house or bathing, her gaze remained fixed upon him. At this moment, during the midday hour, the two were strolling along the industrial streets. Yili observed the surroundings in silence. Her delicate hand firmly clasped in Li Yiqian's icy grip, which felt somewhat constricting. He yearned to free himself from her grasp, yet was met with her piercing gaze. Yili sighed inwardly, acutely aware that the tender-hearted Qianjie he once knew had transformed. She no longer placed her trust in him. After walking for a while, Yili abruptly halted, gazing at the familiar scenery, lost in thought. Before them lay a verdant expanse of grass, meticulously preserved. This was a place they often frequented. On regular days, whether commuting or simply seeking leisure, Li Yiqian would draw him out for a stroll. Reflecting on those moments, he suddenly felt he had gone too far. Turning to face Li Yiqian, he found her gaze fixed upon him as well. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment, Yili found himself at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Yiqian, do you still remember this place? Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian embraced him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, gazing at the lush green grass, and was inevitably drawn into memories. This is where we often took our walks, she said softly. Then, her tone shifted abruptly as she coldly remarked, it is also where you rejected my marriage proposal. She could never forget the moment he callously turned her down on that very patch of grass. She could not comprehend why, despite her wealth and beauty, and their shared history as childhood companions, he harbored no feelings for her. It was then she concluded that Yili must have someone else he cherished. That evening, upon returning home, she meticulously investigated his recent activities. True to her suspicions, there was indeed a woman who had been drawing close to him. However, in the end, that woman also vanished from his life. Hearing Li Yiqian's words, Yili opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for a response. He had rejected her because he simply did not harbor romantic feelings. He had always regarded her as a sister, never considering her in that light. He had even broached the subject with her privately, but every time he did, her emotions would escalate to an alarming degree, leading her to potentially act out inappropriately. Over time, he ceased to discuss such matters with her. Yet, by the time he recognized the depth of Li Yiqian's obsessive affection for him, it was too late. Yiqian, will you accompany me on this journey? Yili pondered for a moment before finally proposing. I will, she replied. Li Yiqian responded with indifference. As long as she could be with Yili, she felt no emotion, not even at the thought of death. They would face it together. Yili was destined to be hers, and no one could take him away, not even death, as their fates were intertwined. His blood flowed with hers, and should she perish, Yili would surely follow her into oblivion. Hand in hand, they strolled across the lawn, the gentle sea breeze tousling his hair. While Yili gazed ahead, Li Yiqian's eyes were fixed upon him, filled with affection. They walked in silence, creating an atmosphere that appeared idyllic, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a haunting stillness. After some time, they settled on a bench beneath the shade of a tree. Li Yiqian's ample form pressed closely against Yili, her arm draped around his neck. Although Yili felt a twinge of discomfort, he refrained from voicing his feelings, choosing instead to endure the moment to avoid further conflict. However, there was one thing he felt compelled to say. Yiqian, there is something. I hope you can promise me. Yili hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. At his words, Li Yiqian narrowed her crimson eyes, observing Yili as he cast his gaze downward. Unable to meet her eyes, causing her strikingly beautiful face to harden. After the events that had transpired before, she had grown wary of Yili's requests. His demands often came wrapped in pleas for mercy or an end to his own suffering. Yet each time he made such a request, she had met it with punishment. Over time, he had ceased to voice them. Now, hearing him utter the word request stirred a flicker of anger within Li Yiqian. Liar. I have reiterated many times that if you dare to bring up these two matters again, do not blame me for being unkind. Her tone was frigid, laced with menace. Upon hearing this, Yili immediately rushed to clarify. Sister Yiqian, you have misunderstood. I did not intend to mention that. After enduring days of torment, Yili was now genuinely terrified. Each lash she inflicted brought forth a dual agony of body and spirit, pushing him to the brink of madness. He wished for death, believing it would offer him liberation. Yet, it was futile. He was incapable of dying. Following that incident of attempted suicide, the blood within him had been entirely replaced, allowing him to heal rapidly from any injury. Furthermore, his strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier, merely a step away from reaching the third. With such capabilities, even self-destruction was beyond his grasp. To achieve that, one must attain the fourth tier or be stronger than Li Yiqian, which was utterly impossible. Hearing Yi Li's explanation, Li Yiqian appeared slightly perplexed and inquired, Then, liar, what do you wish to convey? Upon her inquiry, Yi Li glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to say, Sister Yiqian, could you grant me some personal space? At least when I bathe. I hope you can step outside. As she uttered the last words, her cheeks flushed slightly, unable to meet her gaze. Despite the fact that they were now husband and wife and had shared intimate moments, the distinction between genders still rendered Yi Li somewhat uncomfortable. In the realm of female supremacy, the young men are generally quite reserved, although they share their innermost thoughts each night. Yi Li has yet to come to terms with this reality. Every time he bathes, Li Yiqian stands beside the tub, her crimson eyes fixated upon his form. On occasion, she even insists on joining him under the pretense of observation, compelling him to partake in games of cards. This routine has become a nightly spectacle, and he feels as though Li Yiqian is like an insatiable field, perpetually demanding more of him, which brings him great distress. Personal space? Li Yiqian frowned, her tone tinged with displeasure. No, in order to prevent you from taking drastic measures, I must keep a watchful eye on you. She would not acquiesce to his request. Bathing in the bathroom, playful encounters in the office, intimate moments in the marital chamber, and even culinary escapades. These were all fantasies she harbored towards Yi Li. And now that they have materialized, she would not easily relinquish them. Li Er, do not entertain such thoughts. I will not agree to your pleas. Though she harbored these thoughts internally, she outwardly rejected him with a frigid demeanor. Chapter 65. A plan that could cast a lifelong shadow over Yi Li quietly took root within Li Yiqian's heart. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li's expression instantly darkened. Yet, he felt compelled to make one last attempt. Sister Yiqian, I implore you to grant me some space. I assure you, I will neither take my own life nor flee. He gazed at her, his tone laced with desperation. He had contemplated reasoning with her or mounting a resistance, but each endeavor had ended in failure, leaving him with no choice but to plead earnestly. In discussing reason, it must be acknowledged that Li Yiqian has held a prominent position for many years, overseeing thousands of employees and participating in countless high-level meetings. Beyond their childhood friendship, he merely serves as her personal secretary, and in terms of rational discourse, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Attempts at resistance have been made, yet they only resulted in harsher repercussions. Thus, Yi Li has come to understand a fundamental truth. When dealing with women, it is often wiser to acquiesce. Otherwise, one may find oneself in a precarious position. Through recent experiences, it has become evident that Li Yiqian indeed responds better to gentleness than to force. Upon hearing Yi Li's tone, a fleeting softness crossed Li Yiqian's icy demeanor, though it quickly vanished. She gazed at Yi Li's charming countenance, shook her head coldly, and stated, Li Er, I can concede to you in many respects, but it is utterly impossible for me to agree to distance myself from you, even by a mere step. You must abandon this notion. Why? Do you not trust me? It is not a matter of trust. It is simply that my love for you is profound, and I cannot bear the thought of you encountering further danger. However, before Yi Li could articulate more, Li Yiqian interrupted. Enough of this discussion. We are now husband and wife. We have fulfilled our roles and witnessed what needed to be seen. What is there left for you to be embarrassed about? Her tone was resolute, and as she spoke, her crimson gaze bore into him, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Yi Li remained silent, acutely aware that no amount of words would alter the course of her conviction. Let go of me. I am rather weary, he stated with a hint of fatigue in his voice, attempting to dislodge the hand resting upon his shoulder. He had grown disinclined to engage in further conversation with her, as her increasing possessiveness suffocated him. Yet, he refrained from voicing his frustrations, swallowing them instead. Li Yiqian's hand remained steadfast on his shoulder, impervious to his efforts to shake it off. Yi Li furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Sister Yiqian, please release me. I am tired and wish to return. I will not, Li Yiqian replied bluntly. Yi Li was at a loss for words. How had he not recognized her true nature before? Despite his irritation, he understood her temperament well. Should he defy her wishes, she would likely persist in her pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Yili took a deep breath, calming his mind and choosing silence. Thus, they sat in quietude, neither daring to break the stillness. The following day, as dawn broke, Yili groggily opened his eyes. Gazing upon the still sleeping Li Yiqian, a flicker of exhaustion crossing his features, he turned to the side, where his torn white dress shirt lay in tatters, and a surge of anger welled within him. His sleep had been far from restful the previous night, having scarcely closed his eyes for 6 hours. His voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, yet she appeared utterly oblivious. Were it not for his own ascension to the pinnacle of the second tier, he might have truly succumbed. Yili gazed at Li Yiqian's peaceful visage, his thoughts tinged with increasing disdain. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to break through to the third tier, otherwise, escape from her clutches would be utterly impossible. Yili resolved within himself, since suicide had proven futile, he would flee. If he could not escape at the second tier, he would at the third. As long as he could depart from City S, he would possess sufficient confidence to elude her grasp. This notion had taken root in his mind ever since he was rescued from his suicidal plight. He had never relinquished his intention to escape. He yearned to find his sister, to whisk her away to a more secluded city, where the specter of Li Yiqian would no longer haunt him. As for sustenance, he harbored no concerns. He had transformed into a zombie, no longer requiring food. Furthermore, with his formidable strength, he could easily vanquish lesser zombies to procure provisions for his sister. His thoughts drifted to Yi Xiaoran, and a twinge of worry crept into his heart. He wondered if Xiaoran and Wanqing had reached City as safely. He recalled vividly that Shui Wanqing had sustained severe injuries. He pondered her current state, silently hoping for her well-being. With a sigh, Yili inwardly offered a prayer. Just as he sank into contemplation, a pair of scarlet eyes had been coldly fixed upon him. Li Yiqian remained silent, her icy countenance as frigid as if it could freeze. It appears that I have been excessively kind to Lier, and to my astonishment, he dares to contemplate fleeing while harboring thoughts of other women. It seems the moment has come to dismantle his psychological defenses. Gazing at him, a cold smirk formed within her heart. As a plan capable of casting a shadow over Yuli's entire life quietly took root in her mind. Leo, this time I shall make you fully aware of the consequences of provoking me to such an extent. With this thought, Li Yiqian closed her eyes, her lips curling into a peculiar smile. Chapter 66. The unease in Yili's heart 2 days later, in the courtyard outside the wedding chamber, Yili sat in meditation, exuding a formidable aura. Around him, a swirling mist of crimson emerged, cloaked in frost, casting a layer of pristine white over the surroundings. A long, deep exhale escaped his lips. Gradually, he opened his eyes, the blood-red hue fading away, restoring the original darkness within. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fist, and suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a distant skyscraper. With a swift motion, he hurled a punch toward the edifice. Instantly, a wave of icy energy surged toward the building, encasing it in ice within moments, before the entire structure shattered into countless fragments. How formidable! Is this the power of the third tier? Yili marveled at the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He had now fully entered the initial phase of the third tier, and it was precisely this realization that illuminated the disparities between each realm. It was difficult to fathom that someone as seemingly feeble as himself could possess such explosive strength, let alone that woman, Li Yiqian. Though he had never witnessed her exerting her full strength, one thing was abundantly clear to him: to defeat her, even 100 of his own would stand no chance. Contemplating her formidable prowess, Yili felt a wave of impotence wash over him, swiftly replaced by determination. Although he might not prevail in a confrontation, he held a glimmer of hope for escape. Yili clenched his fists, pondering silently. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through his thoughts. Lier, having just broken through to the third tier, what are you contemplating? The abruptness of the voice startled Yili, and as he turned, he found Li Yiqian, clad in a tailored suit, had somehow appeared behind him, gazing at her strikingly cold visage. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and he hastily stammered, in nothing, just feeling rather powerful. Li Yiqian remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed upon him. Unsettled by her scrutiny, Yili averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Her crimson orb seemed to penetrate his very thoughts, as if she could discern everything he contemplated. The intensity of this feeling was overwhelming, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. Although he understood it to be a mere illusion, the presence of Li Yiqian instilled a palpable dread. After all, he had just been mulling over his escape when the very subject of his thoughts stood before him. Pretending to be unfazed would be disingenuous. Moreover, There was another aspect that filled him with trepidation. Logically, having recently ascended to the third tier, he should have possessed a level of strength that, while inferior to hers, was still respectable. Yet, the fact that he had no awareness of when Li Yiqian had appeared behind him only deepened his sense of helplessness, as if his newfound abilities had only intensified his vulnerability. Is that so? Li Yiqian gazed at the slightly panicked Yi Li, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. You don't think that having gained strength means you can escape from me, do you? Her words sent a tremor through Yi Li's body, his complexion paling slightly, his heart racing to his throat. He struggled to suppress his trembling form, forcing a smile as he replied, How? How could that be? Yiqian, rest assured, I won't run away again. Though his voice quivered slightly, he masked it well enough that Li Yiqian remained unaware of any discrepancies. Is that so? Li Yiqian regarded him with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, then stepped closer, drawing him into her embrace. She grasped his chin, lifting his face to meet her gaze. Her scarlet eyes were icy and fraught with danger. Merely locking eyes with her maid, Yi Li's heart constricted painfully, almost rendering him breathless. He fought against the fear rising within, striving to maintain a facade of composure, unwilling to reveal his trepidation. As they continued to gaze at one another, Li Yiqian's expression grew increasingly frigid, her demeanor darkening. After a moment, she reached up to caress Yi Li's cheek, her face betraying no hint of warmth. Leo, I believe it is necessary for me to reiterate my sentiments. You belong to me, do you understand? Do not entertain thoughts of escape, for should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee what I might do to you. Do you understand, my Leo? Her final words dripped with ambiguity, her eyes glinting like flames, sending a chill down his spine. I understand. Sweat beaded on Yi Li's forehead, and his voice trembled. For some inexplicable reason, since 2 days prior, Li Yiqian seemed to have transformed into a different person. She no longer kept a constant watch over him, granting him a semblance of personal space, albeit still within her line of sight. Activities such as enhancing his abilities or taking leisurely strolls around the villa were now permitted, and she ceased her incessant interference. However, during more private moments, such as bathing, she still intruded, which felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet it was a relief compared to the previous, nearly pathological surveillance. Strangely enough, this newfound semblance of normalcy instilled in him an even greater sense of dread. He could not pinpoint the reason for his unease, having pondered numerous possibilities, all leading him to the conclusion that he was on the brink of madness. It was almost ironic that he perceived this ordinary state as a conspiracy. Yi Li felt a growing agitation within him. Just so you know, Li Yiqian remarked, tightening her grip on his chin with her fingers, I have some matters to attend to later. If you find yourself bored, you may explore the villa, but do not wander off, understood? Understood, rest assured, Sister Yiqian. I won't go outside, Yi Li replied promptly. Good to know, she said, leaning down to kiss his lips. After a prolonged moment, she finally released him. Now that you've just broken through to the third tier, focus on solidifying your realm. I shall be busy for now. If you need anything, call for me in the villa's hall. With that, she vanished without waiting for Yi Li to respond, leaving him alone. He stood there in a daze, motionless for an extended period. After a while, he finally stirred. What am I truly afraid of? Why do I feel this sense of unease? Yi Li pondered as he turned and seated himself on a chair by the door. He incessantly recalled every moment of his acquaintance with Li Yiqian, seeking any subtle clues within those memories. Yet, no matter how he reminisced, he could not uncover a single abnormal sign. Everything appeared as it always had, almost astonishingly ordinary. Apart from her slightly relaxed possessiveness over him, nothing had fundamentally changed. Could it be that my fear of her has grown so profound that her granting herself a modicum of freedom leaves me in a state of dread? Yi Li shook his head, dispelling these absurd thoughts from his mind. Regardless of whether he was merely overthinking, the current situation was undoubtedly advantageous for him. After a brief respite, he rose and exhaled deeply. Whatever the case, the plan would proceed as usual. As long as he remained cautious, there should be no issues. With this thought, he made his way into the courtyard to practice some simple martial arts, aiming to stabilize the newly attained realm. Consuming her meat and her blood could fortify his level, but he had never indulged, as he found it utterly repugnant. Although he often found raw meat tantalizing and fragrant, he could not bring himself to accept it. Chapter 67. Even if you are tarnished, I shall not disdain you. Meanwhile, within the villa, Shi stood respectfully in the center of the first-floor hall, a vague sense of apprehension stirring within her. Early this morning, she had received a command from Li Yiqian, instructing her to wait in the hall immediately. Upon receiving the order, she had hastened to the hall without the slightest hesitation. As time inexorably passed, she had been waiting here for an extended period, yet the silhouette of Li Yiqian remained elusive. Nevertheless, she dared not express a trace of discontent. Nor did she allow herself to harbor even a whisper of complaint within her heart. She pondered the purpose of her summons. Could it possibly pertain to the recent tragedy of the young master's suicide? The mere thought sent a shiver coursing through her body, for apart from that, she could not fathom any other reason. Just as she succumbed to her reverie, the figure of Li Yiqian materialized upon the sofa, startling her to her core. Master, what were you contemplating? Li Yiqian cast a fleeting glance in her direction, her tone remarkably composed. And nothing, merely pondering why you summoned me. She replied candidly. It is of no trivial matter, Li Yiqian stated, her voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have summoned you to entrust you with a significant task, one of utmost importance, and I expect no errors. Please, command me, master. I shall not disappoint you, she responded, immediately kneeling on one knee and clasping her hands in a gesture of profound respect. The unwavering loyalty of the four of them towards Li Yiqian stemmed from the benevolence she had bestowed upon them, without her recognition. They would not be who they were today. Thus, upon hearing that Li Yiqian intended to assign her a crucial duty, her heart swelled with exhilaration. In the hearts of these four feline-like beings, any task that served to aid Li Yiqian, even if it meant facing death itself, would be willingly embraced. Observing her demeanor, Li Yiqian's eyes flickered slightly. She then extended her hand and gently lifted Shi, who was thus raised into the air. With your assurance, I can rest easy, she remarked, producing a photograph and tossing it to Shi. This girl in the picture, bring her back, but remember to be discreet. The address I provided is on it. Ensure that Liar does not see you upon your return, understood? Shi accepted the photograph, her gaze yet to discern its details when Li Yiqian's voice resonated once more. I understand, my lady. I will certainly bring her back, Shi affirmed, nodding and tucking the photograph into her bosom. Well, then, you may depart. Remember, safety is paramount. I do not wish to see you return with any injuries. Do you comprehend? Li Yiqian's tone was icy, seemingly a warning. However, rather than displaying any discontent, Shi's face brightened with a surge of excitement, as if invigorated. She recognized that Li Yiqian was genuinely concerned for her safety. My lady, rest assured. I shall not disappoint you. With that declaration, she proceeded towards the exit, leaving the villa behind. As she watched Shi's departing silhouette, Li Yiqian's expression remained largely unchanged until the hall was left entirely vacant. Only then did a peculiar smile grace her lips. Liar, liar. I wonder if you will appreciate this grand gift I have prepared for you, Li Yiqian murmured to herself, her crimson eyes seemingly piercing through the walls towards the direction where Yi Liar resided. 3 days later, City A, late at night. To her surprise, she discovered there were so many living souls present here. As the figure known as She ascended above the second wall of the safe zone, she observed the silhouettes of people moving back and forth within. She licked her crimson lips, having arrived at this designated location after 3 days of arduous travel. Gazing down at the multitude of humans below, a sanguine smile crept across her face. She had never encountered such a feast of delectable humanity. The urge to rend their skin and savor their tender flesh and exquisite blood was nearly overwhelming. Yet, she managed to restrain herself, for she had pressing matters to attend to. She extracted a photograph from her pocket, her gaze drifting to the girl depicted within, and a shadow of sorrow flitted across her features. The image revealed a young girl embracing Yi Li's waist, her radiant smile and crescent-shaped eyes evoking a sense of warmth. This child appeared to be quite close to her brother-in-law, suggesting a familial bond. She pondered aloud, but why does she not resemble him? Shaking off these thoughts, she resolved that locating the girl was of utmost importance. With so many people around, finding her would undoubtedly pose a challenge. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, she could devise no solution. Very well, I shall inquire one by one. As long as the girl is here, I shall not falter in my search. With this determination, she vanished from the wall and made her way toward the most densely populated area of the crowd. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoran sat anxiously on the sofa, observing Shui Wanqing as she polished her long blade. Sister Wanqing, when shall we head to City S? I am worried that my brother may be in danger, she said, her expression filled with concern. Upon realizing that antibodies are effective against advanced zombies, her desire to venture to City S intensified. Although she was aware that her brother was under the protection of Qianjia and faced no mortal peril, a sense of concern lingered. After all, Li Yiqian had transformed into a zombie, amplifying her negative emotions and desires boundlessly. What if her brother inadvertently provoked her wrath? The fear that Qingmei might, in a fit of rage, unwittingly harm her brother was indeed troubling. Thus, her urgency to seek out Yi grew, as her timid brother might easily fall victim to misfortune. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoran's anxious words, Shui Wanqing's hand hesitated momentarily before she resumed polishing her blades and spoke. Soon. Once I break through to the late stage of the third tier, we shall immediately head to City S. Wanqingjia. How long will it take for you to reach the late stage? At least 3 months, or up to a year. 3 months. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yi Xiaoran's face upon hearing Shui Wanqing's response. Sensing her disheartenment, Shui Wanqing paused her work, turned to face her, and said, Xiaoran, this rescue mission presents a singular opportunity. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents to arise. I desire your brother's safety more than anyone else. Moreover, even if I attain the late stage of the third tier, I cannot guarantee success, especially with Li Yiqian by his side. Mentioning Li Yiqian, a chill flickered across Shui Wanqing's face, and a profound murderous intent glimmered in her eyes. Were it not for this woman, she might have already been living with Yi Li in the safety zone. Upon the thought of Yi Li being taken away by her, perhaps even sullied by her, a surge of wrath ignited within her heart. Although she never displayed any emotion on her face, she had long harbored an intense hatred for Li Yiqian. She vowed to make Li Yiqian pay dearly. The mere image of Yi Li being held down by that woman, relentlessly violated, transformed Shui Wanqing's gaze into one of profound malice. Her hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of her long knife. Yi Li, even if you have been defiled, I shall not turn my back on you. Chapter 68. After all, you wouldn't want your lady to find out, would you? Meanwhile, in the west district of City S, the moon hung high in the dark sky, a luminous sphere amidst the sparse stars. A bloody Gothic maiden, drenched in crimson, clutched a severed arm in her hands, her delicate lips stained with fresh blood, incessantly chewing. The moonlight illuminated her visage, revealing a beauty that was both enchanting and terrifying. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the alley behind her, one male and one female, strikingly identical. These twins were none other than Chen Shuang and Chen Qi. Chen Shuang gazed upon the myriad of human corpses scattered about, her expression unchanged. She approached Zhou Yuer from behind and respectfully announced, Sister Yuer, there is movement from the tyrant. Upon hearing Chen Shuang's words, Zhou Yuer slowly turned, a glimmer of crimson flashing in her bloodthirsty eyes. With her mouth still filled with flesh, she spoke somewhat indistinctly, Is it concerning Xiaoligu? In response, Chen Shuang shook her head, a sense of helplessness swelling within her. No, she could not fathom why Zhou Yuer held such a profound affection for the tyrant as consort. Since the last wedding she attended, Sister Yuer has undergone a transformation. She has become remarkably diligent, relentlessly pursuing humanity to enhance her own prowess. During this period, she has distinctly sensed the strengthening of Zhou Yuer's abilities, as her aura suggests a subtle indication of a breakthrough into the late stage of the 4th rank. This realization prompts her to marvel internally. Who would have thought that Sister Yuer could embody the formidable spirit of Wei Wu? Truly, she is a remarkable figure, albeit one who has become infatuated with the husband of a tyrant. This thought brings to mind the terrifying prowess of Li Yiqian. Should Yuer become entangled with that tyrant's husband, the consequences would be far beyond their capacity to bear. She has not refrained from offering counsel. For some time now, she and her brother have been urging her to reconsider, but to no avail. Regardless of their entreaties, Zhou Yuer is resolute in her pursuit of that man, and over time, they have chosen to say little more. After all, whatever path Zhou Yuer decides to tread, the siblings will eternally remain by her side. Noticing Chen Shuang's shake of the head, Zhou Yuer's expression briefly flickers with disappointment. She swallows the flesh in her mouth and inquires, if not, then what is it? Since it does not pertain to Yi Li, it naturally does not concern her. At present, her singular focus is on swiftly augmenting her strength, with the ultimate aim of surreptitiously claiming Yi Li for herself. She is confident that once a connection is forcibly established with Yi Li, it will pave the way for an enduring relationship. She harbors no fears of betrayal. For as long as Yi Li possesses even a modicum of sense, it is inconceivable that she would divulge anything to that tyrant. After all, you wouldn't want your lady to know, would you? Nevertheless, even if one remains indifferent, it concerns the tyrant, and listening in would not be detrimental. Observing Zhou Yuer's reaction, Chen Shuang pondered for a brief moment before speaking. It is as follows. 2 nights ago, while on patrol, I chanced upon a glimpse of Ji Yi. Judging by the direction she was headed, It appears she intended to head towards the highway. At the time, I merely encountered her by coincidence and did not pay much attention. Upon reflection, it seems she must have left S City. Chen Shuang recounted the scene of her sighting Ji. A sense of perplexity lingered in her mind. As a capable aide to the tyrant, Ji's solitary departure from S City raised suspicions that could not be easily dismissed. It is well known that individuals of their caliber, even the slightest movement, could have dire implications for them, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, upon spotting Shi, she hastily returned from the remote areas of the Western District. Hearing Chen Shuang's words, Zhou Yuer furrowed her brow. This intelligence piqued her interest. After all, Ji was a fourth-tier zombie. Although her strength was somewhat inferior, she still belonged to the upper echelon. Moreover, Ji's departure from S City undoubtedly indicated the influence of Li Yiqian. Otherwise, given her unwavering loyalty, such a departure would be inconceivable. It was precisely this scenario that led Zhou Yuer to suspect something amiss. Could there be an issue at the border? Zhou Yuer murmured to herself, yet she swiftly dismissed this conjecture. This is not right. If there were truly an issue on their end, I would have been notified. Zhou Yuer pondered for a considerable time, yet she could not fathom why Shi would depart. If it were merely a trivial matter, given the overall strength of the tyrant, it would be unlikely for him to dispatch a fourth-tier Shi. He would have sent the other 3 feline subordinates instead. This much was clear to her. Could it be that something had occurred with the tyrant? However, with such formidable power, what could possibly befall him? Contemplating this, Zhou Yuer's brow furrowed even more tightly. Chen Shuang and Chen Qi, the 2 zombies, observed her in silence, exchanging glances without interrupting her reverie. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Yuer finally turned to Chen Shuang and said, "There may be an issue at hand. You both should remain vigilant in the coming days. Tomorrow, I shall visit the tyrant." She could not comprehend what matter warranted the departure of Shi from City S. Until this mystery was unraveled, her mind would remain unsettled. The fact that the tyrant treated this matter with such caution suggested that something significant was about to unfold. "Understood, Sister Yuer," the siblings replied in unison. The following day at noon, Zhou Yuer arrived alone before the Li family's villa. Standing outside the entrance, she gazed at the structure, her heart fluttering with excitement. At last, she would see Xiaoli again. She wondered how he had changed, whether he had grown even more charming. The mere thought of Yili, with his captivating beauty radiating a mature allure, sent a warmth coursing through her abdomen. Today, her visit was driven by 2 significant motives: to seek information regarding the corpse and to catch a glimpse of Yili. It had been quite some time since their last encounter at the wedding, and she found herself feeling a tinge of longing. With a creak, the opulent door swung open, revealing the path within. Zhou Yuer stepped forward without hesitation, entering the villa. As she crossed the threshold, the grand door closed automatically behind her. Soon, she arrived in the living room, where she spotted Li Yiqian seated on the sofa. Upon seeing her, Li Yiqian's expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever. She gestured towards the chair opposite her and coldly uttered a single word: "Sit." Once Zhou Yuer took her seat, Li Yiqian's frigid voice pierced the silence again, inquiring, "Might I ask, little Yuer, what brings you here this time?" Li Yiqian reclined languidly against the sofa, propping her head up with one hand, her legs elegantly crossed. Dressed in a tailored suit, she exuded an air of exquisite nobility. Her natural beauty was accentuated by the formal attire, rendering her even more graceful. As she regarded Zhou Yuer across from her, though her tone was icy, a hint of playful sarcasm laced her words. To an outsider, they might appear as good friends. However, a fleeting glimmer of mockery flickered in her crimson eyes as she spoke. "By the way, why haven't I seen your husband?" Although she was unaware of Zhou Yuer's true intentions for visiting, she sensed it was certainly not a mere social call. Yet, regardless of the purpose, she remained indifferent. Secure in her own strength, well aware of the young woman's character, in the midst of a horde of zombies, she shared the closest bond with Zhou Yuer. "Can't you ever find me without a reason, Yiqian?" Zhou Yuer responded with a hint of displeasure upon hearing her inquiry. "Of course not." Li Yiqian replied with a gentle smile. "But little Yuer, if you are here to seek me out, could it be that you have come to your senses and wish to become my subordinate?" Zhou Yuer was taken aback by Li Yiqian's words, quickly rising to her feet like a startled cat. "Who wants to be your subordinate? I have come here to ask you something." Zhou Yuer felt quite irked by Li Yiqian's suggestion. After all, she was a 4th-tier zombie, though not as formidable as Li Yiqian. She certainly ranked among the elite. Yet this woman had persistently sought to recruit her since the outbreak. Was she truly mistaken? Were it not for the fact that she couldn't match Li Yiqian's strength, Zhou Yuer might have charged at her in anger. Li Qian, however, did not react with irritation to Zhou Yuer's outburst. Instead, she maintained her calm demeanor and inquired, "What matter is so pressing that it brings you here, little Yuer?" "I came to ask because my little Shuang saw your zombie leave City S the day before yesterday. She feared something might have happened, hence I wanted to inquire." Zhou Yuer explained, her tone still slightly brusque. Upon hearing this, Li Qian's gaze shifted subtly. "There is no need for concern. I merely granted her a few days off to explore a bit," she replied. "Explore?" Zhou Yuer frowned at Li Qian's words, clearly skeptical of her explanation. Yet she chose not to press further. Although the relationship between the two was acceptable, it could hardly be deemed remarkable. At best, they could be considered friends. If she chose not to speak, then there was little that could be done. Fortunately, as long as there were no disturbances from the border, everything would remain unrelated to her. After a swift contemplation, Zhou Yuer surveyed the hall, only to find no trace of Yili. She then tactfully shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, Yiqian, why haven't I seen your husband? Aren't you going to introduce him?" Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Her gaze directed at Zhou Yuer, shimmering with an ominous glint. However, Zhou Yuer remained oblivious, for to her, the inquiry seemed entirely innocuous. Indeed, such a remark would be an ordinary jest if directed at anyone else. Yet, uttering it in the presence of someone like Li Yiqian was a grave misstep. Her affection for Yi Li ran deep. Not only would she feel a pang of jealousy if a woman mentioned him, but even a man would provoke her ire. There was an instance when a male client had come to finalize a contract. While dining at a restaurant, the client had merely draped an arm around Yi Li's shoulder, and she had erupted in anger on the spot. In that moment, discussions of contracts were overshadowed by her fury, and the client nearly faced her wrath. Had it not been for Yi Li's intervention, she would have likely dealt him a severe blow. Yi Li, bewildered, could not fathom the sudden outburst, especially considering that she had spoken of him for quite some time. These events transpired before the onset of the apocalypse, and at that time, the provocation had merely been from a man. Yet now, upon hearing Zhou Yuer mention Yi Li, Li Qian's demeanor transformed, becoming increasingly fierce. Thus, this statement holds little significance, yet while the speaker may be oblivious, the listener is acutely aware, and especially considering that this week, it was indeed the speaker who had intent. Of course, she is not one to lack discernment. She merely mentioned it inadvertently, and would not resort to hostility. Suppressing the ire within, she regained her composure and remarked, "Li is preoccupied with matters at hand. Perhaps another day we can arrange for you two to meet." Upon hearing Li Yiqian's response, Zhou Yuer's delicate visage briefly reflected disappointment, though it quickly vanished, replaced by a spirited declaration, "Very well, when the time comes. You both shall dine with me." "Certainly, I shall make it a point to come," Li Yiqian replied, observing Zhou Yuer's expression, her tone calm. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, she keenly perceived the ephemeral glimmer of disappointment on Zhou Yuer's face, stirring a subtle emotion within her heart, as if she had a budding interest in Li. Before she could ponder further, Zhou Yuer spoke again. "All right, Yiqian Jia, I must take my leave. I merely wish to inform you about the matter concerning Shi, in case you were unaware." As she rose to depart, before she could take more than a few steps, the frigid voice of Li Yiqian halted her. "Do not be in haste to leave. I have summoned Li to introduce you both." At this, Zhou Yuer abruptly paused, feigning confusion as she turned to face her, contemplating for a moment before sheepishly saying, "Isn't my brother-in-law busy? Wouldn't this be an intrusion?" Though her words suggested concern, her heart painted an entirely different picture. Without a trace of hesitation, she came today solely to see Yi Li. She sought to ascertain one pivotal matter, whether he could still recognize her. Although their interactions had been minimal, having only encountered each other once before the apocalypse, a flicker of hope resided within her heart. Observing Zhou Yuer's troubled demeanor, Li Yiqian felt a twinge of confusion. Had she perhaps overthought the situation? No, it was not a matter of great significance. She urged herself to remain composed. "Please, take a seat. He will arrive shortly," she stated, masking her uncertainty with calm assurance. Zhou Yuer hesitated momentarily, then finally conceded, "Very well, I shall not impose further. After all, you have summoned my brother-in-law, and it would be inappropriate for me to leave now." With that, she reclaimed her seat. Although Zhou Yuer feigned embarrassment, her heart raced with excitement. In a short while, Yi Li entered the villa's grand hall, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded Li Yiqian seated on the sofa, her presence shrouded in mystery. It was evident he was unaware of the purpose behind her summons. Moments earlier, he had been lost in thought on a chair outside the marital chamber when, out of the blue, Li Yichuan's voice resonated in his mind, compelling him to head to the hall immediately. This unexpected summons puzzled him. He pondered what matter could necessitate her request. Yet, despite his bewilderment, he felt an undeniable urgency to comply. He dared not imagine the consequences of neglecting her call. Upon entering the grand hall on the first floor, he discovered that he was not alone in the presence of Li Yiqian. Opposite her sat a petite woman clad in black Gothic attire, her features exquisitely delicate, exuding a soft, comforting aura reminiscent of a Barbie doll. "Liar, come sit beside me," Li Yiqian coldly commanded upon noticing Yi Li. "What brings you to summon me?" "Yiqian Jie?" Yi Li inquired, seating herself beside her with a hint of confusion. Chapter 70. Yi Li acts playfully towards Li Yiqian as soon as she settled. Li Yiqian draped her arm over Yi Li's shoulder, drawing her into an embrace. This sudden gesture left Yi Li momentarily stunned, gazing at Li Yiqian in bewilderment. Clearly unprepared for such an abrupt action, instinctively, she attempted to rise, yet Li Yiqian held her tightly, showing no inclination to release her. "Yiqian, what are you doing?" Yi Li whispered, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her face, particularly since there was another young lady present. She discreetly glanced at the charming girl, who appeared to be observing them without any discernible reaction. This somewhat eased her mind, though the situation remained awkward. After all, the girl seemed quite young, and displaying affection in her presence felt rather inappropriate. Li Yiqian lowered her gaze to Yi Li, gently caressing her cheek as she softly replied, "It's nothing. I simply miss you." At these words, Yi Li shivered involuntarily, looking up at her in surprise, her eyes filled with perplexity. Why does he feel that Li Yiqian seems so unusual today? Li Yiqian, disregarding Yi Li's reaction, continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the formidable leader of the West District, Zhou Yuer." Upon hearing this, Yi Li turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuer, only to find her smiling warmly at him. A gentle smile that left him somewhat dazed. For reasons unknown, his immediate impression was that Zhou Yuer far surpassed Li Yiqian in every regard. "Hello, I am Yi Li, the husband of Yiqian." Yi Li straightened his posture, extending his hand politely while subtly casting a glance at Li Yiqian. Noticing her lack of discontent, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuer maintained her ever-present smile upon seeing Yi Li introduce himself and extend his hand. A fleeting glimmer of fervor flickered in her eyes. Yet, she quickly concealed this emotion. She then rose to her feet, reaching out her hand towards Yi Li with a smile, saying, "Hello, Liu Gij, you can simply call me Ware." The way she addressed him felt remarkably natural, as if she had uttered it countless times before, leaving no sense of awkwardness. Li Yiqian, with a disapproving gaze, scrutinized their actions. Just as they were about to shake hands, she abruptly pulled Yi Li back onto the sofa. Yi Li, bewildered by the sudden tug, turned to Li Yiqian, puzzled by her unexpected action. However, upon meeting her warning glare, he instantly froze. Her crimson eyes suddenly reminded him of her earlier words. "If you dare to engage with other women, then do not blame me for being ruthless." This sentiment lingered in his heart, as he had indeed been reprimanded by her for such an offense before, back when the zombie virus had yet to erupt. In the past, when Li Yiqian treated him with such kindness, she would become irate. One can only imagine how she would react now. Reflecting on the recent encounter, he recalled the physical contact with Zhou Yuer, realizing the potential consequences he might face. He had never doubted Li Yiqian's severity. After all, she was capable of biting off her own flesh. Such determination is not something ordinary individuals can muster. The memory of that moment filled him with trepidation, prompting him to explain, "Yiqian, I merely..." No need to say anything further. Li Yiqian interrupted, her gaze fixed on his startled expression. With a gentle smile, she reached out and caressed his cheek. "My dear liar, it was not intentional. There is no need for explanations." Her tone and demeanor were exceedingly tender. Yet to Yi Li, they sent a chill down his spine. He understood that her words were laced with irony. If he were to take them at face value, he would have faced countless perilous situations in their years of acquaintance. With this thought in mind, Yi Li immediately grasped Li Yiqian's hand, pressing himself against her arm. His voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I'm sorry, Yiqian. I merely wished to leave a good impression on your friend. I did not intend to disregard your wishes." After speaking, he adopted a submissive demeanor, blinking his eyes at her in a way that evoked sympathy. This was a technique he had perfected over the past few days. Although he was a local man of feminine dominance, it was still somewhat difficult for him to accept. However, In order to avoid punishment from Li Yiqian, he had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the efficacy of his technique proved to be remarkably potent. Any woman would inevitably succumb to it. After all, with Yi Li's strikingly handsome appearance, when such a man feigned grievance, it felt as if the entire world was at fault. At that moment, Zhou Yuer gazed at him, her heart stirring with that very sentiment. It dawned on her that, when little Li Gu was aggrieved, he was irresistibly alluring. Zhou Yuer found herself entranced, her tongue unconsciously darting out to moisten her lips. Li Yiqian remained oblivious to Zhou Yuer's peculiar behavior. Her full attention was captivated by Yi Li. At this moment, Yi Li's demeanor ignited a warmth within her, and a wicked thought began to fester in her mind. She understood Yi Li's intentions and was well aware of the motives behind his playful demeanor. Over the past few days, he had similarly indulged in such antics, and without exception, she had found herself utterly enamored. If the previous Yi Li was merely a celestial being forced to dwell among mortals, possessing beauty, yet lacking the acumen to wield it, now he resembled a bewitching fiend, capable of ensnaring any woman in his thrall. His pure visage exuded a subtle allure, inciting vivid fantasies that made one yearn to pounce and savor him. This sensation rendered Li Yiqian utterly captivated, and in recent days, she had indulged deeply, with their encounters stretching from a fixed 3 hours to 4. It is akin to loving someone deeply, to the very marrow of your being, only to have them transform into a succubus, and not just any succubus, but one that belongs solely to you. How could one possibly endure such a torment? With a deep breath, Li Yiqian suppressed the desires surging within her. Her expression as frosty as the winter's chill. She gazed at Yi Li, her voice edged with coldness as she declared, "I do not blame you. Since you have spoken thus, you may return for now. I shall come to settle the score with you later, so you may remember this lesson well." Her tone was laced with a subtle threat, her countenance shadowed with displeasure. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li's face betrayed a flicker of panic, yet internally, he regarded her with the disdain one reserves for refuse. How could he have been oblivious to her intentions? While she presented a facade of utmost seriousness, behind the scenes, she compelled him to submit to her whims. Why had he not perceived this sooner? Though he harbored a profound loathing for her, he lowered his head in feigned terror. Hesitating for a considerable time before finally rising under her icy gaze, he murmured, I understand, Sister Yiqian. I shall take my leave, now." His voice trembled, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Nearby, Zhou Yuer observed the exchange, her bright eyes narrowing in confusion at why Yi Li would exhibit such trepidation towards Li Yiqian. Having hunted many humans, she recognized that Yi Li's fear was genuine, emanating from the depths of his being. Those driven into a corner by her would display similar signs. Although Yi Li masked his emotions adeptly, his body language and subtle movements betrayed him, revealing the truth that he could not conceal. Chapter 71. The unaware from the moment Yi Li entered and was drawn into Li Yiqian's embrace, to the current subtle tremor in his body. She observed every nuance with keen attention. Initially, when he was pulled into her arms, his form appeared somewhat rigid, and a flicker of terror shone in his eyes. Yet now, despite the tremor in his voice, the expression of fear on his face seemed feigned, as it was far too deliberate. However, his fear of Li Yiqian was unmistakably genuine. This she could ascertain with certainty. How could her brother, Shaoli, harbor such dread for this tyrant? Were they not supposed to be deeply in love, considering they were to marry? Zhou Yuer pondered this within her mind, maintaining an impassive facade. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had indeed encountered Li Yiqian and was aware of their childhood bond. Logically, Yi Li should not be fearful of her. Yet, through her observations, she discerned that their relationship harbored complexities. Nonetheless, Zhou Yuer did not dwell on this revelation. Rather, it was fortuitous for her. If Shaoli was so terrified of this tyrant, then surely he would hesitate to confide in her should she compel him to associate with her. With such thoughts, Zhou Yuer's heart brimmed with delight, already envisioning the humiliation and resentment that would mar Yi Li's expression. The mere contemplation of such a scene caused a hint of saliva to escape her lips. Her demeanor did not betray much alteration. She merely regarded the unfolding spectacle of Yi Li's admission with a calm countenance. Noting her lack of overt reaction, Li Yiqian chose to disregard her presence. Coldly addressing Yi Li, "Just understand, and be on your way." "Understood," he replied. Upon hearing those words, Yi Li felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He acknowledged the statement with a nod, then chose to say no more, turning to depart the hall. Upon returning to his marital chamber, Yi Li closed the door behind him and seated himself upon the bed. His brows furrowed slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though someone was missing. How strange. He mused. Why does it seem like there is someone absent lately? Yili murmured to himself, his face adorned with a look of puzzlement. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally recalled the identity of the missing person. No wonder I have felt an absence. It turns out that Shi is no longer here. Yili then remembered Shi, who had constantly been by his side, as Li Yiqian's most loyal feline subordinate. Shi would often be seen greeting her, all the while keeping a vigilant watch over him. It had been several days since he had noticed her absence. Yili found this rather peculiar. From his observations over the past few months, Shi had been unwaveringly devoted to Li Yiqian. Her presence felt almost daily. Yet now she was nowhere to be found. She must have been assigned other tasks by Li Yiqian, he reasoned. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to simply vanish. With this thought, he found it to be quite plausible. After all, Shi was fiercely loyal and obedient to that woman, often disregarding even his own words. However, Yili could not help but be intrigued. What could be of such significance that Li Yiqian would send her away? It had already been several days. He continued to ponder aloud, but after a brief contemplation, he chose to dismiss the matter from his mind. Well, it is perhaps for the best that Shi is absent. This provides me with an opportunity to devise several escape routes. Contemplating, Yili rose and made his way outside the courtyard. He glanced towards the direction of the villa, and upon discovering the absence of Li Yiqian, he approached the wall to scrutinize the road beyond. Having now ascended to the third tier of strength, and with his abilities reaching the second tier, he felt a measure of confidence in his prowess. Presently, his power could be deemed formidable, should he be discovered while attempting to flee. He believed he could hold his own in a skirmish. Yili gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with deep-seated animosity. Li Yiqian, all that you have done to me, I shall repay in kind, he declared, his gaze frigid, his tone imbued with boundless hatred. Inside the hall, Li Yiqian listened to Yi Li's inner thoughts, and a faint smile graced her otherwise strikingly cold visage. Zhou Yuer, observing this, inquired with a hint of confusion, Sister Yiqian, what makes you smile? Startled from her reverie, Li Yiqian turned to Zhou Yuer and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I merely find it amusing that some individuals cannot discern their own standing. Her words were double-edged, not only alluding to others, but also subtly conveying a message to Zhou Yuer. Upon hearing Li Yiqian's remarks, Zhou Yuer's expression shifted slightly, yet she refrained from commenting further. She understood Li Yiqian's character well. Although she felt a twinge of defiance, she stated, Regardless, I shall not be your subordinate. It is getting late, and having grasped the circumstances, I must take my leave. With that, she lingered no longer, her figure flickering before vanishing from the hall. Once Zhou Yuer had completely departed, Li Yiqian found herself alone within the confines of the hall. She reclined languidly on the sofa, her legs elegantly crossed, one hand propping her head, a frosty smile gracing her alluring face. After a considerable pause, she finally rose, realizing how deeply my Lier despised me. Then I shall incite your hatred further. With that, her figure flickered and she vanished from the hall. Chapter 72. An opportunity for a successful escape in City C. Tianren City, the streets were bustling under the midday sun, with a myriad of vehicles weaving through the vibrant metropolis, creating a lively atmosphere. In this world ravaged by zombies, such a flourishing scene stood in stark contrast to the desolation beyond the walls. Outside the high barriers lay a landscape of utter silence, while within, vitality thrived. Nestled against the outer perimeter of the city center, there stood a vast military base, home to a substantial number of troops. Soldiers patrolled the area daily, maintaining order. The soldiers themselves were formidable, nearly all awakened beings, their presence exuding an aura distinct from that of ordinary soldiers. Inside the tent, a tall woman clad in military attire, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, entered and respectfully reported to a statuesque woman standing at the center. This commanding figure was Li Mingxue, the supreme commander of City C, whose prowess had reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. What? General Ma has fallen. Upon hearing this news, Li Mingxue was instantly taken aback, a fierce aura of killing intent emanating from her. Rather than feeling exhilarated by the successful development of the antibody, she was consumed by rage upon learning of Ma Ying's sacrifice. Is this information accurate? Li Mingxue inquired in a low voice. My subordinates have verified it. It is undoubtedly true, and this news was conveyed directly by Commander Yun Haiyan, the soldier replied earnestly. Hearing this, Li Mingxue took a deep breath, her eyes glinting with cold light. Although her heart was aflame with anger, she endeavored to compose herself. Li Qian. Li Mingxue gritted her teeth, muttering the name. After a considerable pause, she turned to the soldier and coldly inquired, "What is the situation at the border?" "The situation at the border is stable. All high-level zombies have been eradicated," he responded. "Excellent. You must immediately relay this information to City A, stating that the border issue has been contained, and reinforcements will be dispatched to City A," she commanded. "Understood," the soldier affirmed, turning to depart. 3 days later, in City S, in the bridal chamber, Yili lay exhausted on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat. Beside him, Li Yiqian propped her head on one hand, gazing at him with keen interest, a rare, playful smile gracing her lips. She reached out to caress his cheek, feeling somewhat reluctant to part from the moment. "Lear, I find you increasingly captivating," she remarked, her crimson eyes inscrutable. "If only your heart were as obedient as your exterior." Upon hearing this, Yili gazed at her in confusion, unable to comprehend her meaning. What could she possibly mean by the inner self being as obedient as the exterior? Unable to restrain himself, he inquired further. "It's nothing, Lear. Just rest well. I have some matters to attend to today," Li Yiqian replied, shaking her head before rising to her feet. "I will return shortly. Where are you going?" "Is it far?" Yili asked, a tinge of unease apparent in his voice upon realizing she was leaving. Yet, deep within, his heart raced with excitement. For days, he had been acting, all to lower Li Yiqian's guard while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to escape. However, he had yet to succeed. Although there were times when she would be absent from the villa, leaving him without a glimpse of her for an entire day, Yili understood that if he dared to flee now, she would surely retrieve him. Thus, he had been waiting for a chance, a moment to slip away unscathed. At last, that opportunity had arrived. As Li Yiqian donned her attire, she noticed his anxious demeanor and softly reassured him, "Go ahead and attend to your matters. But rest assured, I will be back very soon." "How long will you be gone?" Yili could not help but ask, recognizing the significance of this question. He needed to ascertain her return time, otherwise, he dared not make a move. If she returned just as he escaped the villa, it would spell disaster for him. This was no idle concern, as the speed of a fourth-tier adept was formidable. Therefore, to safeguard his chances, he had to clarify this point. Although this inquiry might raise her suspicions, he felt he had no choice but to take the risk, for he had already concocted a plausible rationale. As anticipated, upon hearing Yi Li's question, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes instantly turned icy. She gazed at him and coldly remarked, "Shaoli, are you asking this because you intend to flee while I am away?" At her words, the concern on Yi Li's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling demeanor. He turned away, refusing to look at her, drawing the blanket over himself, and with a frigid tone said, "So, in your eyes, I am so unworthy of trust? After all, to you, I am merely a liar." Upon hearing Yi Li's tone and his words, Li Yiqian could not help but smirk coldly. Had she not been privy to his innermost thoughts, she might have been deceived by his fade. Yet, she refrained from exposing his deceit, merely sitting on the bed and reaching out to touch his face, explaining, "Lear, that's not what I meant. I was just..." Before Li Yiqian could finish her sentence, Yili swatted her hand away, interrupting her with a sharp gaze. "Just what? Am I mistaken? I am merely concerned about you and wanted to know when you would return, yet you..." He sighed, "Forget it, I no longer wish to discuss this." As he concluded, Yili let out a sigh and turned away, disappointment evident on his face, as though his beloved did not trust him. Though he concealed it subtly, Li Yiqian observed it all. Upon witnessing his current state, a wave of guilt surged within Li Yiqian. She reclined once more, wrapping her arms around him from behind. As she felt her embrace, Yili symbolically struggled for a moment, yet he could not break free. He chose to disregard it and allowed her to hold him. Before long, he heard Li Yiqian's cool voice drift into his ear. "All right, Leah, I spoke out of turn earlier. Please don't be upset, all right?" Yili remained silent, unmoved, continuing to face away from her, permitting her to cling to him. Observing his demeanor, Li Yiqian let out a soft sigh before coldly stating, "I shall return in half a day." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy illuminated Yuli's face, though it quickly faded. Nevertheless, he could not conceal the excitement swelling within him, accompanied by a tinge of pride. He mused to himself, "It seems my performance over these past days has been quite effective. I never anticipated that Sister Yiqian would not only take the initiative to apologize, but also concede to me." Yili understood Li Yiqian's character well. Persuading her to apologize voluntarily was akin to reaching for the heavens. Yet now, she had not only admitted her mistake, but also sought to placate him. Most importantly, she had conveyed the very information Yi Li yearned to hear, which was undeniably a source of delight for him. However, despite his elation, he refrained from revealing any hint of his feelings, merely responding with a detached, "Be careful on the road." He spoke without turning around, still facing away from her. But Li Yiqian could detect a subtle softening in his tone. Upon hearing his tone, Li Yiqian did not exhibit even a hint of a smile. Instead, as she gazed at Yi Li's retreating figure, a glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes, her face shrouded in a veil of gloom. Chapter 73. Li Yiqian seeks to induce Stockholm Syndrome in Yi Li. After a considerable time, Li Yiqian finally released him. Casting a glance at Yi Li, who had her back turned, she spoke with a calm demeanor. "Lier, you should rest well. I shall take my leave for now." Her tone was remarkably serene, as if she genuinely trusted Yi Li. Yet had Yi Li turned to behold her expression at that moment, she would undoubtedly be thoroughly frightened. For Li Yiqian's countenance was teetering on the edge of fury. Yi Li, oblivious to the dissonance in her tone, felt only an increased sense of triumph upon hearing her words. After all, this indicated that her recent performance had been successful. "Very well, I shall await your return," Yi Li replied nonchalantly before closing her eyes, feigning sleep. Li Yiqian observed her silhouette, a cruel smile curving her lips, and she chose not to utter another word, turning instead to exit the room. "Since you relish the art of performance so much, I shall indulge you," Li Yiqian thought to herself with a cold chuckle, before vanishing from sight. In the marital chamber, Yi Li lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, showing no inclination to rise. To an observer, it might seem she had truly succumbed to slumber. In reality, she was wide awake, engaged in a fierce battle within her mind. Sister Yiqian has departed. Should I get up now? Yet, what if she has not truly left? If she discovers that I am merely pretending to sleep, it could lead to suspicion. It is imperative to act quickly, for this opportunity is singular and time is of the essence. With each passing minute, the likelihood of escape diminishes significantly. 10 minutes. If no sounds are heard after this interval, it would indicate that she has departed. Thus, Yi Li found himself in a mental dialogue with two inner voices, ultimately arriving at a resolution. Time slipped away, second by second, in the stillness of the room, save for the occasional rustle of his movements. Although it seemed that the only sound was his own breath, Yi Li could not afford to relax, uncertain whether Li Yiqian had truly left. The very thought of her remaining in the room, silently observing him, sent shivers down his spine. This was not mere speculation, based on his understanding of Li Yiqian. She just might resort to such behavior. After what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, Yi Li slowly opened his eyes and sat up, surveying the empty room. A sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Has she gone?" he murmured to himself, before tossing aside the covers and approaching the wardrobe to retrieve a garment, not forgetting to don his oversized black windbreaker. Yi Li's strategy was straightforward, having attained the 3rd tier of strength and the ability to communicate. Any ordinary person encountering him would not perceive him as a zombie. Instead, they would likely regard him as a living human being, alleviating any fears of suspicion should he reach a safe zone. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was his ability to wield supernatural powers. As soon as the supernatural ability manifested, it nearly eliminated any possibility of him being a zombie, for only those who have awakened possess such powers. The reason behind his peculiar attire was to create an illusion of fear regarding zombie bites. Dressed appropriately, Yi Li stepped out of the marital chamber and gazed upon the desolate courtyard, a smile finally gracing his face. It seemed that the woman's psyche resembled that of a child, with merely a touch of pretense and a few weeks of compliance on his part. She had entirely lowered her guard. With a shake of his head, Yi Li chuckled, simultaneously expressing disdain and marveling at his own cleverness. "Li Yiqian, my childhood sweetheart, little did you know that my affection for you was nothing but an act." With that, he swiftly dashed towards the surrounding wall, his speed astonishing, covering 2 kilometers in under a minute. Soon, his figure vanished beyond the enclosure. However, at the very moment of his departure, a blood-red silhouette abruptly materialized in the spot he had just vacated. Clad in a striking crimson suit, she gripped a red sickle that exuded a faint aura of blood, her veins bulging ominously as the blood vessels on her forehead throbbed. Her stunning yet fierce visage was marred by a menacing expression, her scarlet eyes brimming with a palpable ferocity. This figure was none other than Li Yiqian herself. As she observed the place where Yi Li had vanished, her blood-red lips parted, producing a hoarse voice laced with intense rage. Lear, this time, I shall ensure you do not dare to defy me even slightly. I will make you love me wholeheartedly. As she spoke, the scythe in her hand swung towards the bridal chamber, and in an instant, a flash of crimson erupted. Half of the house was seamlessly severed away, and at that moment, her figure vanished from the spot. Just moments ago, she had been standing atop the roof, coldly observing Yili. Every word he uttered and every expression he wore was etched into her memory. The instant she heard his words, Li Yiqian nearly succumbed to the urge to act on her impulses. Fortunately, her self-control proved formidable, suppressing the tempest of emotions swirling within her. She understood that now was not the time to exact punishment upon Yili. Should she strike now, the task of dismantling his psychological defenses would become arduous. Although he would come to recognize his errors through her retribution, he would undoubtedly flee, a scenario she wished to avoid. What she sought was the complete obliteration of his mental barriers. She desired to instill such fear that he would be unable to resist loving her. Prior to the outbreak of the zombies, she had already devised this plan, having contemplated it long before. It was imperative that he endure a significant blow, to confront experiences that would instill terror within him, thus allowing him to grasp the dreadful consequences of defying her commands. Though this method might seem cruel, and could potentially lead to psychological repercussions for him, she was willing to pay any price to ensure that Yili would never leave her side. Chapter 74. The fragrance wafting through the village 3 days later, in the deep of night. In a remote mountainous area outside City S. The clock struck 3 in the morning. The moon hung high in the night sky, and the stars shimmered brightly. In the pitch-black woods, a figure raced with astonishing speed. This figure was none other than Yili. For the past 3 days, he had not dared to pause, frequently glancing over his shoulder to ensure no one was pursuing him before allowing himself a moment's respite, though he did take breaks along the way. Each time was fraught with anxiety, fearing that a mere turn or blink might bring the terrifying visage of Li Yiqian into his line of sight. He could no longer recall how long he had been running or how far he had strayed, but at this moment, fatigue was beginning to take its toll. Not only was his body weary, but his mind also felt burdened, and he longed for a restful slumber to alleviate the exhaustion he had accumulated over these days. Despite being a third-tier zombie capable of enduring prolonged wakefulness, he was still, in essence, half-human. The relentless running and mental strain had begun to erode his mental state, and he sensed the ominous onset of faintness creeping into his body. Yet, he pressed on, sprinting forward as if halting would seal his fate, denying him any further chance to escape. After what felt like an eternity, when his stamina could no longer endure, he finally came to a halt. Leaning against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath, he couldn't help but wonder what expression Li Yiqian would wear upon realizing he was gone. The thought brought a smile to his lips, a smile tinged with a sense of vengeful delight. In his mind, he conjured the image of Li Yiqian's furious countenance, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Li Yiqian, for everything you have done to me, I shall repay you in kind. Yili gritted his teeth, and the humiliation he had endured surged within him. In a fit of rage, he struck a massive tree with his fist, and to his astonishment, the sturdy trunk splintered in two. With a resounding crash, the tree, wide enough for 3 men to embrace, toppled to the ground. It seemed that after venting his fury, Yili felt a considerable relief in his heart. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an indescribable aroma that tantalized his taste buds, momentarily leaving him entranced. Yili turned toward the source of the scent, swallowing hard as he did so. After 3 days of relentless travel, he was ravenous, and the alluring fragrance beckoned him irresistibly. For reasons he could not fathom, the scent felt hauntingly familiar, possessing a lethal allure that he found impossible to resist, even quickening his pace involuntarily. Before long, Yili was drawn to an entrance teeming with houses, surrounded by numerous wandering zombies, seemingly lured by the same enticing aroma. This is a village? As he gazed at the structures before him, an ominous premonition welled up within, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the fragrance had clouded his judgment, but now, standing before the village, a question arose in his mind. It is essential to note that he was, after all, a zombie, albeit in a half-human, half-corpse state, yet ordinary food would not typically attract him. It is important to note that the fare he consumed in life holds no flavor for Yili in the present. Rather, it is quite unpalatable. Typically, it is Li Yiqian who prepares his meals, and the exquisite taste of the meat is simply irresistible to him. Yili has inquired of Li Yiqian about the nature of this meat. for he has experienced pork and beef and knows that he cannot swallow them without feeling a sense of nausea. Yet this particular meat does not provoke such a reaction. Instead, it is remarkably tender, rendering him unable to resist. However, when he posed his question to Li Yiqian, she merely stated that it was meat from an animal, urging him to eat without overthinking. At that moment, although Yuli felt a twinge of curiosity, he dismissed it. Captivated by the allure of the food Li Yiqian had prepared, which was simply too tempting to ponder. Could it be that such an animal exists in this village? Yili mused as he surveyed the village, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of zombies before him. The zombies, in turn, noticed Yili. Yet upon sensing the ominous aura he exuded, they instinctively recoiled. Though they were low-tier zombies lacking superior intellect, they still possessed an innate fear of their kind. Despite Yi Li's half-human, half-zombie state, the aura he emanated was distinctly that of a zombie, compounded by a crucial detail. The blood of Li Yiqian coursed through his veins. Observing the horde of zombies retreating, Yi Li paid them little mind, as he had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. In this moment, he is solely focused on satiating his hunger, for it has been an extended period since he last had a meal. The aroma wafts around him, so rich and enticing that he struggles to contain himself. Saliva continuously secretes from Yi Li's mouth, yet he swallows repeatedly, fighting the urge. A soft gulp escapes his lips, and he cannot help but moisten his parched lips before stepping into the village, following the tantalizing scent. He must eat something, otherwise, his current state cannot endure for long. Should he linger too long and be discovered by Li Yiqian, it could spell disaster. With this thought racing through his mind, Yi Li quickens his pace, eager to fill his belly while also harboring a curiosity about what creature might attract the zombies. Within the village, in a 3-story unfinished building, a dozen slender figures huddle in the corner. By the window stand 2 young women, blades in hand, their expressions grave as they observe the 10 or so zombies below. One notably delicate-looking girl, watching the scene unfold, crouches down quietly, her tone laced with unease as she whispers, "Sister, there are zombies everywhere down there. If we stay here too long, we might attract second-tier zombies. What should we do?" Upon hearing this, the elder sister remains silent for a moment before responding slowly. "The situation is indeed precarious. We need someone to divert the zombies." "No way." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mumu immediately voiced her objections in a hushed tone. "Sister, do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. This is far too perilous. Indeed, Yunhan, this plan is exceedingly dangerous. Although you are an awakened one, the sheer number of zombies poses a grave threat." Listening to their exchange, the man who had been comforting the crowd in the corner shook his head in disapproval. Although Zhou Yunhan did not disclose her plan, it was evident to them that she would attempt to divert the horde on her own. In response to the village chief and her sister's admonitions, Zhou Yunhan shook her head solemnly and stated, "Chief, given the current circumstances, if we do not act swiftly to lure them away, we may face insurmountable odds once they attract second-tier zombies." "Then I shall go," Zhou Mumu declared without hesitation. Turning to Zhou Yunhan and asserting, "Sister, this time I will take on the task." "Absolutely not. You are merely at the mid-stage of the first tier. Encountering a second-tier zombie would spell disaster." Zhou Yunhan promptly rejected her sister's proposition, setting aside the fact that there were a dozen zombies gathered below. There were already 2 mid-tier zombies present. While she might feel somewhat reassured if Zhou Mumu were to confront one, sending her alone to divert the entire horde was sheer folly. It was likely that she would not manage to flee even 10 steps before being captured by the zombies. "Sister," Zhou Mumu wished to say more, but was interrupted by her sister's icy retort. "No more words. I will go. You must ensure the safety of the village chief and the others." Zhou Yunhan's voice was cold, her gaze fixed upon the man and child huddled in the corner. These individuals are the villagers of the settlement, comprised solely of men and children, devoid of any women. The women, in their valiant efforts to protect their husbands and children and to procure sustenance, have tragically fallen victim to the undead. Observing the trembling figures before her, a flicker of fear ignited within her heart, yet she resolved to stand firm. As a woman, it was her duty to safeguard the men and children, especially as one endowed with awakened abilities. Zhou Yunhan inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, as if solidifying her determination. She turned to the village chief and declared, "Chief, Mumu will remain here to care for you and our fellow villagers. I shall venture forth alone to divert the zombies." Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's words, the village chief expressed his concern. "Yunhan, this plan is exceedingly perilous. Although you are formidable, there are still numerous zombies. What if? Enough, Chief. We cannot afford to delay any longer. While the zombies may remain relatively dormant at night, the second-tier zombies are a different matter. If we prolong this, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Zhou Yunhan interjected, her tone resolute. The old chief hesitated, his words faltering on his lips, and ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he murmured, "Our village has wronged you and your family, and I apologize for the plight of you two sisters. Please take care of yourself. If the situation becomes dire, do not force yourself. There is no need for apologies. We are well aware of your kindness towards our family," she reassured him. "Rest assured, I shall return alive." Zhou Yunhan spoke resolutely. Upon hearing this, the old village chief could not help but sigh. He understood that Zhou Yunhan had made her decision, and any words of his would be in vain. Just then, the previously silent Zhou Mumu suddenly interrupted their conversation, softly exclaiming, "Sister, look, the zombies are leaving on their own." Chapter 75. A remarkably handsome man. Upon hearing Zhou Mumu's voice, both Zhou Yunhan and the village chief were taken aback, and they followed her gaze to observe the situation below. They saw that the horde of zombies, which had been clustered together, was now inexplicably dispersing in a frantic rush. This bewildered Zhou Yunhan. It was night, after all, and zombies were almost blind in the dark, typically falling into a state of dormancy. They would not leave unless attracted by some sound. Yet now, not only were the zombies departing, but they were doing so at an astonishing speed, as if some terrifying entity were slowly approaching them. This very detail perplexed Zhou Yunhan. Unlike her sister, Zhou Mumu, she was meticulous and always contemplated the underlying reasons behind events. This trait had undoubtedly contributed to their survival thus far. Something is amiss. Observing the scattered zombies, Zhou Yunhan's expression turned grave as she spoke in a low voice. The old village chief, upon hearing her words, immediately wiped the joy from his face, replacing it with a look of concern as he asked, "Yunhan, isn't it a good thing that the zombies are leaving? Could there be an unexpected development?" Beside her, Zhou Mumu was also gazing intently, though the earlier spark of joy had vanished from her expression. This horde of zombies, in theory, possessed no cognitive abilities and thus were unaware of the concept of fear. Yet, the manner in which they fled was unmistakably indicative of an underlying terror. What could instill such dread in these thoughtless, flesh-eating creatures? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yunhan finally articulated her analysis, each word resonating like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into the hearts of the two. Indeed, what could evoke fear in these mindless beasts, save for an even more formidable zombie? As this realization dawned upon them, their faces paled, clearly conjuring images of something far more terrifying. The entity capable of instilling fear in these zombies likely possessed the strength of a mid-level second-tier zombie. A mid-tier second-tier zombie. Such a creature could annihilate everyone present. What should we do? If it truly is a zombie, then it seems no one here would escape unscathed. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Mumu was the first to regain her composure, urgently inquiring of her sister. Upon hearing her sister's question, Zhou Yunhan remained silent, her expression grave as she directed her gaze toward the solitary exit. In her mind, she had already prepared for the worst. If it was indeed a zombie, she would have to fight with all her might to protect her sister and the villagers behind them. Observing her sister's silence, Zhou Mumu refrained from pressing further, her own eyes fixed on the ominous entrance. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, she discerned a figure slowly approaching. The moment Zhou Mumu caught sight of this silhouette, her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Yuhan, having noticed it even before her, strained to glimpse the features of the figure. However, the individual was clad in a voluminous black windbreaker, with a hood obscuring their visage, rendering it impossible to ascertain their identity. Although the appearance of the figure did not definitively indicate whether it was a zombie, one thing Zhou Yuhan was certain of: this presence exuded formidable strength, surpassing her own considerably. "Mumu, stay here. No matter what transpires, do not make a sound," Zhou Yuhan whispered urgently to Zhou Mumu, and without waiting for a response, she swiftly descended the stairs and positioned herself at the entrance, poised to act. If this were indeed a zombie, she would strike first. While she may not be able to vanquish it entirely, inflicting significant harm could provide her sister with a precious opportunity for survival. As seconds ticked by, the figure drew ever closer. Eventually, it halted before the three-story unfinished building, raising its head as if gazing directly at the third-floor window. "Is the fragrance emanating from here?" The shadowy figure spoke, and as their voice echoed, Zhou Yuhan, who had been ready to take action at the doorway, froze in disbelief. It can speak? A wave of shock surged through her, and with the distance between them now less than 10 meters, she finally discerned the features of the figure through the moonlight. At the moment she beheld his visage, she was instantaneously entranced, her mind consumed by a singular thought: beauty. A beauty beyond compare. In her 19 years of existence, she had never encountered such an extraordinarily handsome man. To claim he was a celestial being descended from the heavens would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 76. The lie. As she momentarily lost her senses, Yili had approached the entrance. As he neared the door, an alluring fragrance enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily swallow. How intoxicatingly fragrant! Inhaling the aroma, his throat involuntarily convulsed, and a profound hunger began to surface. He felt as though he might lose his mind from starvation. During this period, he had consumed nothing and had not even sipped water. The energy within him had nearly been depleted. He was in dire need of replenishing his strength to continue his journey. Otherwise, lingering too long on the road would significantly increase the likelihood of being captured by Li Qian. With that thought, Yili no longer hesitated. He raised his hand to the grand door, intending to push it open, when a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "Don't move, or I shall take your life." Upon hearing this voice, Yili's movements froze. He turned his gaze towards the interior of the door and discovered a remarkably young woman standing there. She gripped a stick tightly in her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yili, brimming with an unmistakable wariness. The moment he laid eyes on her, Yili was rendered speechless, disbelief washing over him as he stammered, Is this a living person?" He could scarcely believe his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering any living souls in this village overrun by zombies. This marked the first instance in half a year that he had seen anyone alive. Apart from Li Qian, Zhou Yunhan, with a vigilant gaze, fixated on Yi Li, and upon hearing his words, she coldly retorted, "Of course, I am alive." Yi Li's statement did not provoke further contemplation from her. Rather, she surmised that he must have been deprived of human interaction for so long that his astonishment at her presence was merely a reflection of that. "Who are you? And how did you arrive here?" Seeing him lost in thought for an extended period, Zhou Yunhan furrowed her brow and inquired sharply. She did not let her guard down due to Yi Li's appearance, nor did she permit the fact that he was human to grant him entry. Instead, she maintained an even greater level of wariness. She was not naive. She understood that this individual must harbor some ulterior motives. After all, this was the apocalypse, with zombies lurking everywhere. How could a seemingly weak man survive for so long without being anything but extraordinary? Until she discerned this man's true intentions, she would never allow him inside, for survivors could be far more insidious than the undead. This building housed not just her, but many fellow villagers. If this man bore ill intent, it could endanger the innocent. Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's words, Yi Li finally snapped back to reality. His face alight with excitement as he hastily explained, "Please, do not attack. I am human. I am not a zombie." His tone was tinged with fervor, even trembling slightly, as if he were encountering a fellow human for the very first time. The intensity of his emotions temporarily overshadowed the fragrant aroma that surrounded him, causing his voice to rise somewhat. Zhou Yunhan observed his expressions and movements closely, noting that he did not appear to be feigning his emotions. This eased her apprehension somewhat. She understood that he was not a zombie, for the undead could not articulate such fluent language. Nevertheless, a degree of vigilance remained. As Yi Li noticed the woman's silence, his excitement gradually subsided. He then covered his face, his voice thick with emotion as he spoke. "It has been half a year. I have searched for half a year, and finally I have encountered a living person, not a zombie." His voice trembled as he uttered these words, and he crouched down, his shoulders shaking violently. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yunhan felt a tumult of hesitation within her. She peered cautiously around, and upon realizing that no zombies had been attracted, she sighed in relief. Gazing at Yi Li, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Stop crying. Let me ask you, are you an awakened one?" Although the sight of the handsome man stirred her emotions and she felt an impulse to comfort him, reason dictated that clarity must be achieved first. I am." Upon hearing her question, Yi Li wiped away his tears and raised his head once more. His voice remained somewhat choked, yet he no longer wept. "I am at the initial stage of the second tier, just advanced, and my ability is ice-related." He looked at her sincerely as he spoke. "Initial stage of the second tier?" Zhou Yunhan mused, her heart settling as she processed his words. Her wariness towards Yi Li diminished significantly. Perhaps it was the sight of his tears and helplessness, or perhaps it was the realization that his level was beneath her own, but her tone softened considerably. You should come inside. I fear that remaining outside may attract zombies. As she spoke, she reached out to open the grand door. Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's words, Yi Li hesitated no longer and promptly entered the building, though a barely perceptible smile graced his face. This woman is quite easy to deceive, Yi Li mused inwardly, while he began to scrutinize the woman before him. She wore a t-shirt on top and fitted jeans below, accentuating her shapely legs, with black sneakers adorning her feet, exuding an air of competent beauty. As Yi Li assessed her, Zhou Yunhan was likewise appraising him. However, the dimness of the room hindered her vision, making it less acute than Yi Li's, yet she could still see quite clearly. What is your name? Where do you come from? Zhou Yunhan inquired, her tone having softened considerably from its earlier firmness. My name is Yi Li, and I hail from a remote town outside S City. He introduced himself succinctly, then continued. I got separated from my sister. She is in a city, so I intend to find her. To a city? Zhou Yunhan regarded him, noticing he did not seem to be lying, and then cautioned, you are going the wrong way. A city is in the opposite direction. And you are nearly at B City. I went the wrong way? Yi Li was taken aback by her words, as he was certain he had been following the correct route. Observing his bewildered expression, Zhou Yunhan elaborated, this is a remote mountain village in B City. To reach a city, you must take the fork in the road behind you. Upon hearing this, Yi Li fell into silence. After a few moments, he finally spoke. Thank you for informing me. Otherwise, I might have lost my way again. It's no trouble at all. My name is Zhou Yunhan, and I am a mid-level awakened being. Zhou Yunhan replied, perceiving no malice in him, and thus introducing herself. All right, since you appear quite young, I shall refer to you as Sister Yunhan. And you may call me Brotherly, Yi Li suggested, having listened intently to her introduction. Over the years spent with Li Qian, he had developed a keen understanding of how to engage with young girls, particularly those who were somewhat naive. Dealing with such individuals was akin to playing with toys. One merely needed to coax them gently. Zhou Yunhan, who appeared mature and composed, was, in truth, quite soft-hearted, making her relatively easy to handle. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to feigning tears to elicit her sympathy moments ago. Chapter 77. What does a brother owe his sister? Upon hearing this title, Zhou Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Yi Li's handsome visage, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she neither rejected nor accepted the appellation. Observing her reaction, Yi Li continued without awaiting her response. By the way, Sister Yunhan, are you here alone? As he spoke, his eyes subtly drifted toward the staircase, and he unconsciously swallowed, as if to moisten his throat. His movements were exceedingly discreet, so much so that even Zhou Yunhan, a mid-level awakened being, failed to perceive them. There are still some people above, she said, her earlier blush dissipating, returning to her usual calm demeanor. You may go ahead. It is not suitable for conversation here. As she spoke, she led the way upstairs, with Yi Li following closely behind. She harbored no fear of any ill intentions from Yi Li, for their respective strengths were evident. Should he dare to act improperly, she would have no qualms in responding accordingly. Soon, they arrived at the door of a room, where Zhou Yunhan raised her hand and gently knocked in a rhythmic manner. The knocking ceased, and the door swung open, revealing a female voice exclaiming, Sister, are you all right? Following the sound, Yi Li beheld a sweet-looking young girl, whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to Zhou Yunhan. I'm fine, Zhou Yunhan replied, shaking her head. Before stepping aside to introduce, this is Yi Li, an early-stage second-tier awakened. She then turned to Yi Li and added, this is my younger sister, Zhou Mumu. You may call her Mumu. Upon hearing her sister's introduction, Zhou Mumu's gaze shifted to Yi Li, instantly captivated by his looks, her eyes widening in astonishment. So beautiful, she murmured, her expression adorably dazed. Observing her reaction, Zhou Yunhan furrowed her brows slightly, and then said, Mumu, don't be rude. Startled by her words, Zhou Mumu quickly composed herself, nervously stammering, why you? Hello? Yi Li, noticing her flustered demeanor, could not help but smile gently and responded softly. Hello, Mumu. All right, Mumu, don't block the way. Let your sister and me enter. As the introductions concluded, a voice of an elderly man resonated from within the room. Oh. Zhou Mumu quickly stepped aside, allowing the two individuals to enter the room. As Yi Li crossed the threshold, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He had assumed that only the three of them were the sole survivors within this building. Yet upon beholding the group of men and children gathered, he was utterly astonished. Among them were individuals of various ages, the youngest appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the eldest seemed to be in their 60s. Moreover, it was evident that very few of these survivors possessed any combat ability. The curiosity and unease reflected in their faces as they looked at him did not escape Yi's notice. Observing their emaciated figures and weary expressions, it was clear that they had not enjoyed a proper rest or sufficient nourishment for an extended period. Please, take a seat. These individuals are the villagers here, Zhou Yunhan gently reminded, noticing Yili's dazed demeanor. Regaining his composure, Yili turned his attention to the assembled villagers, offering them a faint smile and a nod before settling at an empty table. These villagers, Yili began, unable to suppress his desire to speak. Understanding his unvoiced question, Zhou Yunhan responded directly, the women here, in their desperate attempts to prevent their husbands and children from going hungry while foraging for food, were all bitten by zombies. Yili's expression shifted as he gazed upon them, grappling with a tumult of emotions that left him at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Zhou Yunhan and finally inquired, what about the food for these villagers? Did you procure it all? It is important to note that the villagers here number over a dozen, comprising primarily the elderly, the weak, women, and children. The daily consumption of food and water for these individuals is indeed a frightening prospect. Zhou Yunhan remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this grim reality. With this confirmation, Yili could not help but re-evaluate the young girl before him, while simultaneously suppressing a sinister thought that had crossed his mind. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Yili found himself at a loss for words, turning to glance at the others, feeling a sudden weight in his chest. After a considerable pause, he looked at Zhou Yunhan, her beauty still striking but now tinged with an inscrutable meaning. Yunhan, is it true that your food and water have run out? Yili inquired, his voice somewhat strained as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhan lowered her gaze slightly and replied in a hushed tone. There is still some left, but it is insufficient for so many. I intended to venture out to search for supplies the night before last, but a late-stage second-tier zombie suddenly appeared in our village, seizing control of the food storage warehouse. We were no match for it, so she chose not to elaborate further. Yet Yili understood the implication of her unfinished statement. Seeing Zhou Yunhan's despondency, the elderly village head quickly offered words of comfort. Yunhan, you need not blame yourself. It is we who have burdened you and your sister. Village head, please do not say that. If it weren't for the care of our fellow villagers, my family would have surely starved by now. Zhou Mumu interjected earnestly, shaking her head. The old village chief sighed and remarked, let bygones be bygones. You have already done so much for the villagers. It is time to think of yourselves. Enough of that. Chief, these are our responsibilities, Zhou Yunhan interjected, cutting him off. Zhou Mumu nodded in agreement. Observing the exchange among the three, Yili turned his gaze to the old chief, narrowing his bright eyes, a hint of obscurity lingering within. Late second tier, perhaps. At that moment, Yili spoke, instantly capturing the attention of all three. After a brief contemplation, he raised his gaze to Zhou Yunhan and resolutely declared, Sister Yunhan, I will accompany you to the warehouse to eliminate that zombie. His tone was imbued with conviction, as if it were not a jest. Upon hearing his words, the trio was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such a declaration from Yili. Despite their recent acquaintance and their still nascent familiarity, his willingness to brave danger alongside them stirred a warmth within their hearts. Zhou Yunhan gazed deeply into Yili's eyes, seemingly attempting to decipher more than what was visible. Yet, she discerned nothing. Instead, she found steadfast determination reflected in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, she inhaled deeply, parting her lips to speak softly. Are you truly willing to go with us? Even if there is a late second-tier zombie in the warehouse, I am willing, as long as I can assist you, Yili affirmed. His tone resolute, his handsome face radiating sincerity. Zhou Yunhan gazed at his earnest expression, and in that moment, the last remnants of her vigilance dissipated like mist. Thank you, Brother Yili, Zhou Yunhan expressed her gratitude. Upon hearing this, Yili's lips curled into a slight smile. He then rose, approached her, and affectionately ruffled her hair. What is there to thank for when a brother assists his sister? Feeling his gentle touch, a blush blossomed on Zhou Yunhan's cheeks. It was the first time in her life that a man had touched her, and such a handsome one at that. Brother Yili, perhaps we should postpone our departure tonight. You seem quite weary. Let us rest first and venture forth tomorrow evening, Zhou Mumu interjected. Although she was eager to eliminate the zombie swiftly, the sight of Yi Li's fatigued countenance filled her with concern, especially since the zombie was at the late stage of the second tier. In agreement, Zhou Yunhan added, Moo is right. Let us wait until tomorrow night. Brother Yi Li, you have been traveling for quite some time, and I fear you must be exhausted. Hearing the words of the two young women, Yi Li glanced at them and ultimately acquiesced, not wishing to arouse their suspicion. Very well, we shall go tomorrow night. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 78. The trap set by Li Yiqian. Early the next morning, Yi Li awoke at dawn, seated on the firm bed, lost in thought. He stared blankly ahead, the gnawing hunger in his stomach intensifying his torment. Most agonizing of all was the rich aroma wafting into his nostrils, a tantalizing scent of meat that made his stomach churn. For a considerable time, he clasped his head in his hands, burying his face within his knees, his body trembling slightly for reasons unknown, the veins on his forehead protruding ominously. In this state, he appeared to be enduring an excruciating torment. No, Yi Li, remember, you are human. You are not a zombie. You cannot succumb to this. You must maintain control. You must, at all costs, resist its influence. For if not, I refuse to become a monster. I refuse to become a zombie. I am human. I am not a monster. A series of murmurs escaped Yi Li's lips, yet with each utterance, it seemed he exerted every ounce of his strength, revealing an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His tone was laced with despair, powerlessness, struggle, and fear, as if he were engaged in a fierce battle against a demon. At that moment, Yi Li finally comprehended what Li Yiqian had been feeding him, meat he wished never to encounter in his lifetime. Ha, he suddenly laughed. A smile tinged with madness yet interwoven with fear, a reflection of his own impotence. Li Yiqian, how cruel you are. What have I, Yi Li, done to deserve this? You seek to transform me into a monster, to render me a wretched being, neither human nor ghost. Now, upon reflection, Yi Li realized that from the very moment she had transformed him into a zombie, her machinations had already commenced. She was aware that one day she would run, which is why she fed herself on flesh, allowing herself to become utterly enamored with the taste, transforming into an aberration, a being that was neither human nor zombie, but rather a creature that preyed solely on humanity. Li Yiqian, how malicious you truly are. Why must you treat me this way? Yi Li murmured weakly, tears cascading down his cheeks. Initially, he believed that as long as he could escape City S, distancing himself from Li Yiqian, everything would improve, and he could reclaim his humanity through his human traits. However, it now seemed utterly impossible. He had already succumbed, no longer himself. He yearned for humanity. Hungering for their flesh, thirsting for their blood, these thoughts were uncontrollable. Last night, as he observed the room filled with humans, he nearly lost his sanity, on the verge of transforming into a monster that could only devour. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, for he did not wish to become that kind of creature. If he truly became such a monster, how would he face his sister? He could already envision a day when hunger would compel him to harm her. The mere thought sent him spiraling toward despair. He tightly shut his eyes, striving to banish that image from his mind, yet the haunting scenes lingered, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, as Yi Li wallowed in his anguish, a crimson figure was watching him through the window, its gaze chillingly cold. This figure was none other than Li Yiqian, who had been following him all along. She gazed at Yi Li's face, which was gradually contorting from the strain of endurance, a faint smile gracing her lips, as though she were admiring a masterpiece of her own creation. Ah, little Li, I wonder how long you can endure. Li Yiqian's lips curled slightly, her crimson eyes shimmering with an eerie glint. Little Li, I shall make you understand that in this world, apart from me, there will be no one else to accept or love you. Her voice was chilling and piercing, imbued with a sinister coldness, yet laced with a sense of triumph. After uttering these words, she swayed and vanished from sight, as if she had never been there at all. Time passed, and soon it was night. Yi Li and Zhou Yunhan cautiously emerged from the building. The village lay in profound silence, and the two figures stealthily navigated through the darkness, gradually moving toward the distance. Brother Li, we must be cautious during this operation. After all, it is a late-stage second-tier zombie, and from my observations, it possesses a degree of intelligence. Zhou Yunhan suddenly spoke, her tone grave as they walked through the night. Yi Li responded with a soft hum, choosing not to elaborate further. To him, a late-stage second-tier zombie posed no threat whatsoever. His sole concern was that he might resolve the situation too effortlessly, revealing his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Li looked at Zhou Yunhan, noting the serious expression etched across her petite face. which struck him as somewhat amusing. Rest assured, I am entirely confident in this endeavor. After all, I have previously escaped and even vanquished a few late-stage second-tier zombies. Yili gently reassured her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhan's expression softened somewhat, yet a trace of concern lingered. We must still exercise caution. Although this zombie is not particularly formidable, it can still prove to be a nuisance. If anything were to happen, you must stay behind me, shall we? Hearing her words, Yili smiled and nodded, subsequently falling silent as the two continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered no zombies, which struck Zhou Yunhan as rather peculiar, though she dismissed the thought. After all, zombies are known to wander. Perhaps they had simply vacated the area during the day, and it did not seem extraordinary. Before long, they came upon a moderately sized warehouse. It was a small facility, rather sparsely decorated, with its large doors ajar, revealing an inky darkness within. Despite the obscurity of the interior, the two, being able-bodied espers, could discern the situation inside. However, when Zhou Yunhan beheld the scene, she was momentarily taken aback, for there were no zombies present, only an abundance of stacked food crates. Naturally, Yili noticed the situation as well. Observing the warehouse filled solely with snacks and devoid of any undead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Yunhan, are you certain there are zombies inside? Yes, I encountered one when I was here before, but for some reason, it is now nowhere to be found, Zhou Yunhan affirmed. Her brow knitted in confusion. She distinctly remembered seeing that second-tier zombie upon her initial arrival, yet now there was no sign of it. Zhou Yunhan understood that these second-tier zombies were not mere ordinary undead, as they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Upon discovering the warehouse that stored a vast quantity of provisions, they inevitably realized it was a significant location for human food reserves. Thus, it would stand to reason that they would choose to lie in wait here, anticipating the arrival of more prey. However, the absence of the second-tier zombie perplexed Zhou Yunhan, as it had been present only moments before. Listening to her explanation, Yili furrowed her brow, casting her gaze over the desolate warehouse. A sense of unease blossoming within her along with an ominous premonition. Let us venture inside. Yili pondered for a moment before making her decision. Striding toward the interior of the warehouse, with Zhou Yunhan hastily following suit. Chapter 79. The unhinged Yili. The two entered the warehouse with utmost caution. As anticipated, the space was littered with food and water, devoid of any trace of zombies. Yili's gaze shifted, leading her to the innermost office, where the furnishings were sparse, merely a solitary computer and an antiquated sofa. She approached the sofa, crouching down to scrutinize a particularly clean patch. What is it? Zhou Yunhan inquired as she joined Yili, observing her crouching figure with curiosity. Is there an issue? Her words interrupted Yili's contemplation, prompting her to turn and smile gently at Zhou Yunhan. It's nothing. Rising to her feet, she exited the office and asked, Yunhan, have you spotted any traces of that zombie? No, it seems that the creature has departed on its own, Zhou Yunhan replied, shaking her head. Regarding this conclusion, she harbored numerous doubts. However, unable to fathom the intentions of that zombie, she ultimately decided to depart on her own. Though the likelihood was slim, such a possibility did exist. Nevertheless, with the absence of the zombie, the peril of confrontation was averted, prompting Zhou Yunhan to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. This shouldn't be so simple, Yunhan. First, gather the essentials for the next few days. I will keep watch outside. Yili pondered for a moment before addressing Zhou Yunhan. All right. Literally, do take care, and remember to call me if any issues arise, Zhou Yunhan replied promptly, for they were currently within the warehouse. And the second-tier zombie could very well be lurking in the shadows, watching them. Understood. Yili nodded, then turned and walked towards the entrance of the warehouse, simultaneously closing the rolling door behind him. He was untroubled by the presence of zombies inside, as he had thoroughly assessed the situation upon entering. Although the interior was shrouded in darkness, it posed no challenge for him. Exiting the warehouse, Yili planted his feet firmly outside, surveying the surrounding trees and flora. After confirming there was no anomaly in the vicinity, he proceeded along the path he had come. Before long, Yili arrived at the entrance of the dilapidated house. Upon observing the damaged door, an immediate shock coursed through him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of anger. I knew there was something amiss. Yili gritted his teeth and swiftly dashed into the room, where he was immediately met with the sight of shattered tables and chairs. Cups and dishes lay in fragments on the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. As Yili surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of any villagers. Yet the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. He inhaled the metallic aroma and, in an instant, bolted out of the room. racing towards the southern part of the village. Meanwhile, in the southern woods, a group was weaving through the trees, pursued relentlessly by a horde of zombies. At the forefront of the undead was a formidable second-tier zombie. Don't stop now. My sister and the others will be here to rescue us soon. Just hold on. Zhou Mumu urged the little one trailing behind her. However, the little one gasped, I really can't run anymore. She gazed back at the encroaching zombies. Her energy utterly spent. Even if you can't run, you must. Zhou Mumu exclaimed through gritted teeth, swiftly scooping her up and darting towards a nearby thicket. Damn it. Wasn't that zombie at the warehouse? How could it suddenly appear downstairs? Have my sisters failed? Zhou Mumu thought anxiously. Yet she dared not slow her pace for even a moment. The villagers must have taken refuge in their secure shelters. I need to find an opportunity to shake off the zombies trailing behind me. At least, with this thought in mind. Zhou Mumu glanced at the small figure at her waist. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her powers, significantly enhancing her speed, and soon dashed forward several hundred meters. Sister Mumu. Your wound. The small figure exclaimed, noticing the blood trickling from her mouth. Don't worry, little one. Listen carefully to what I say. I will divert the zombies. And you must return to the safe house while you have the chance. Do you understand? Zhou Mumu instructed in a low voice. Sister Mumu. The small figure hesitated, wanting to say more, but Zhou Mumu did not grant her the opportunity. She concealed the little one behind the roots of a large tree, in a spot where the zombies could not see. Without a moment's pause, she continued her dash forward, the relentless pursuit of the zombies echoing behind her. Is it just ahead? Yili listened to the sounds coming from the front, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. He quickened his pace. But as he passed by a large tree, his movement abruptly halted. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air made his mouth dry and parched. He swallowed hard, slowly turning his head to the side, his gaze naturally drawn to the massive tree that could be embraced by 3 people. He approached the tree cautiously. With each step closer, the elusive fragrance became more pronounced, and gradually, his rationality began to succumb to the gnawing hunger within him. He gasped for breath. Saliva continuously pooling in his mouth, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans formed on his forehead. He approached a large tree and beheld a pair of small legs. Upon seeing those calves, his rationality momentarily shattered, and a voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him to devour those legs. Consume them. Consume them. Give in and eat them. No. No. I am human. I am human. How could I feel such a desire for a person? No. This is not me. I am not a zombie. I am human. I cannot eat. I must not eat. Yili sought to banish the voice from his mind, but it resonated with a clarity that was deafening. Regardless of how tightly he pressed his hands against his ears, this drove him into madness. His eyes turned crimson, his hair gradually turned gray, and he crouched on the ground, shaking his head incessantly. I cannot eat. I cannot eat. Yili muttered repeatedly, descending into a frenzy. Images of Li Yiqian flooded his mind, some beautiful, some bloody, and others instilling terror within him. This struck Yili as peculiar. Why was she occupying his thoughts? Yet, he had no time for contemplation, for his reason was on the brink of being devoured by hunger, and his hands instinctively reached forward. Little Li Gu, is that you? Little Li Gu. Just as his sanity was about to be engulfed, a tender voice instantly roused him. P.S. Yili's latest photograph is available in the author's notes. Chapter 80. The Dominant Presence of Yili. Yili looked up in the direction of the voice. Behind the tree, the little girl had unknowingly risen to her feet. Her small figure concealed behind the trunk as her anxious face peered at him. Bathed in the moonlight, she could distinctly see a figure crouched on the ground. A person with pallid hair, whose body trembled incessantly. Had it not been for the sound of his voice, she would have dared not utter a sound. Upon catching sight of Yili's handsome visage, the little girl felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to step out from behind the tree and approach him. Brother Xiaoli, what has happened to you? Your hair. She expressed her concern, puzzled by the stark transformation. Just moments ago, his hair had been black, and now it had turned white upon his return. Listening to her words, Yili's clarity returned somewhat. He reached up to touch his head, then plucked a few strands of hair. In his hand, the shimmering white strands caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. My hair. What is this? Yili gazed at the locks in his grasp, utterly bewildered. How had his hair turned white? Observing Yili's dazed expression, the little girl's mind began to race with worry. Brother Xiaoli, are you all right? At the sound of her concern, Yili snapped back to reality, looking at the little girl before him. His throat constricted as a rumble from his stomach broke the silence, echoing clearly in the stillness between them. Yet, neither dared to shatter the quiet. Yili reached out for the little girl, slowly drawing closer, his breathing becoming labored, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into her neck, Yili suddenly released the little one and delivered a powerful punch, striking the great tree with a resounding impact. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled, echoing through the air. Gasping for breath, Yili stared at the fallen trunk, taking a moment to calm the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. Shally Gidge. At that moment, the frightened voice of the little one broke through. Yili shook his head vigorously, then turned to the terrified child, his face softening into a gentle smile. He reached out to stroke her head and spoke soothingly. It's all right. When I arrived just now, I handled several zombies. My hair might have turned white due to the excessive use of my powers, but it's nothing serious. Though this explanation was rather flimsy, it sufficed to comfort an unawakened girl. Upon hearing Yili's soothing voice, the little one gradually relaxed, though traces of fear still lingered. She gently tugged at Yili's sleeve, her tone laced with urgency. Shally Gidge, we must hurry to save Mumujia. She is being pursued by a horde of zombies to protect us. Upon hearing this, Yili no longer hesitated. He lifted the little one into his arms and swiftly propelled himself into the depths of the dense forest. Within the thicket, Yili raced forward with the little one in his embrace, the growls of the approaching zombies growing nearer, intensifying his murderous intent. Soon, Yili caught up, and before her eyes unfolded a scene of fierce combat between Zhou and a horde of zombies. These zombies were ferocious, disregarding their own lives as they relentlessly attacked Zhou, growing increasingly brutal. Fortunately, they were merely low-tier zombies, posing no immediate threat to her life. However, she bore several wounds. In the distance, a second-tier zombie merely observed. Noticing the actions of this second-tier zombie, Yili furrowed her brows, her confusion deepening. This zombie was on the verge of reaching the third tier, which typically endowed it with human-like consciousness and considerable strength. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it stood back, seemingly with some ulterior motive, without any intention of engaging in the fray. This zombie was indeed suspicious. With just a glance, Yili discerned that this was no ordinary zombie. Capable of killing Zhou yet choosing not to, it guarded the warehouse while neglecting to protect itself. And it had even ventured to the unfinished building. Given the strength of this second-tier zombie, any person inside that building should have been unable to escape. However, throughout this journey, Yili had listened to Xiaobu Dian recount that not a single survivor inside the unfinished building had perished. Rather, they had been repelled by Zhou. This alone was enough to prove that there was something seriously amiss with this zombie. With this thought, Yili's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly leaped to Zhou side, swiftly dispersing the horde of low-tier zombies. Upon seeing the figure that had appeared beside her, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but as she recognized the familiar face, she exclaimed with joy, "Little Li, is that you? Are you all right?" As she spoke, Yili handed the small child in her arms to Zhou, and then turned her gaze towards the second-tier zombie. "I am fine." Zhou shook her head. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to Yili's hair, and she was momentarily stunned. Realizing the situation, she exclaimed in a panic, "Xiao Li, your hair is..." "I am fine. I just encountered a second-tier zombie that suddenly appeared on my way here and sustained a minor injury. But it is nothing serious," Yili replied without glancing back. "All right, you two should leave first. Yunhan will be back soon. Hurry to the unfinished house to meet her. I have cleared the zombies on the way, so you can leave without worry." Upon hearing Yili's words, Zhou grew anxious and quickly asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" She understood that although Yili was a second-tier awakener, he was still in the early stages. His chances of confronting a second-tier late-stage zombie alone were exceedingly slim. "Do not concern yourself with me. This zombie cannot kill me. You will only hinder me by lingering here. Hurry and go." Seeing Zhou still hesitating, Yili's voice turned cold and commanding. At that moment, his sole desire was to urge her away. Setting aside the fact that their presence would be a burden, his growing hunger was already threatening to consume his rationality. If they remained here any longer, he feared that uncontrollable events might unfold. Listening to Yili's words, Zhou pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes fixated on his back. Then, without further hesitation, she turned and ran away swiftly. She realized that remaining here with the other person under the current circumstances would be of no assistance. It might even hinder progress. The only opportunity lay in seeking her sister's help. With that thought, Zhou Mumu quickened her pace. As the two figures vanished from sight, Yili exhaled in relief and redirected his focus to the zombie before him. Standing tall, he approached it step by step, his aura escalating with each movement. In that moment, his mid-third tier power erupted, causing the surrounding zombies to immediately prostrate themselves. Yili stood before the zombie, his crimson eyes gazing down upon it as if it were no more than an it. Speak. What is your purpose, and who is the one behind you? Yili's voice was cold, the murderous intent radiating from him becoming even more chilling. Chapter 81. The gentle side of Li Yiqian. Feeling the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Yili, the second-tier zombie trembled violently, fear evident in its eyes. Yet it remained silent. Observing its demeanor, Yili could not help but snort disdainfully. He raised his foot and kicked at it, sending the creature hurtling through the air until it crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a halt. Quite defiant, aren't you? Yili's figure flickered, appearing beside it, looking down with an icy gaze as if he could see straight through it. Speak, and I may spare you. Otherwise. As he spoke, the surrounding air abruptly turned frigid, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the space. Behind Yili, sharp icicles glimmering with a frosty sheen began to materialize, suspended in midair, poised to pierce through him at any moment. In his estimation, the fact that this zombie had attained such a level indicated a significant evolution in its intelligence. Thus, he felt compelled to interrogate it. Initially, Yili believed that upon sensing his third-tier strength, this second-tier zombie would exhibit a trace of trepidation and willingly respond to his inquiries. However, he misjudged the situation. The zombie had yet to utter a single word of its undead tongue. This scene left Yili slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the zombie would remain silent until now. This prompted him to furrow his brow and coldly threaten, "What? Do you wish to perish?" In response to his menacing words, the zombie showed no reaction. Observing its demeanor, Yili gradually lost his patience and was prepared to strike it down. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura, one that felt eerily familiar. "Who?" Yili exclaimed, spinning around with a fierce shout, while the icicles behind him surged backward. However, upon looking, there was not a single figure in sight, only the remnants left by the icicles. Was it an illusion? Yili frowned slightly, a lingering sense of powerful oppression still weighing upon him. Yet when he turned back, there was nothing, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. He was acutely familiar with that overwhelming sense of oppression, and he could even ascertain that it was the aura of Li Yiqian. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. If it were truly Li Yiqian, given her almost pathological possessiveness towards him, she would have rushed towards him the moment she laid eyes on him. It seemed that I had indeed succumbed to fear. I never anticipated that even the slightest disturbance would instill such panic within me. Yili inwardly exhaled, yet simultaneously felt a twinge of dread. It appeared that remaining here was untenable. Otherwise, he would inevitably commit a grave mistake. Yili murmured to himself, then turned to face the zombie. "Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me for denying you a chance at survival." With that, he unleashed a swift kick, and in an instant, the zombie's head was shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Having dealt with the creature, Yili pivoted and hastened towards the direction in which Zhou Mumu had departed. After his departure, a figure silently emerged from the shadows, gazing in the direction Yili had taken, her blood-red lips curling into a faint smile. It seemed that Lier was nearing her limit. "If that were the case, allow me to assist you." With that, the figure turned and vanished swiftly into the night. Within the village, Zhou Mumu and her companion raced towards the unfinished house. She quickly surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of her sister, prompting her to dash towards the warehouse. Upon reaching the warehouse, she spotted Zhou Yunhan busily packing items, the completed bundles already placed outside the roll-up door. "Sister." Upon hearing a sudden shout, Zhou Yunhan froze momentarily, then turned to look behind her, only to discover it was her younger sister. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of concern. "Mumu, why are you here? Did I not instruct you to remain safely at home?" She regarded the two figures, one large and one small, with a tone of displeasure. In response to her sister's reprimand, Zhou Mumu, with no time to explain, hurriedly rushed over and grasped her arm. Speaking urgently, "Sister, you must come with me. Brother Li is in danger." "In danger? What are you talking about? Has he not been here all along?" Zhou Yunhan's face was etched with confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. "I cannot explain everything now. Brother Li is at the back mountain and is likely already engaged with a second-tier zombie." "What?" Zhou Yunhan's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly scanned the surroundings. realizing that brother Yi Li was nowhere to be seen. Instantly, her heart raced with dread. At that moment, she noticed bloodstains on Zhou Mumu's clothing, and her expression changed slightly. "Mumu, how are you injured?" "I'm fine," Zhou Mumu replied, shaking her head, her voice tinged with urgency as she looked at Zhou Yunhan. "This is not the time for such discussions. Brother Li stayed behind on the back mountain to confront the zombie alone in order to protect us. Moreover, even before the confrontation began, his condition was already precarious. I learned from him that there is another second-tier zombie, but he has already dealt with it." As she spoke, Zhou Mumu recounted the recent events in their entirety to Zhou Yunhan. Upon absorbing this information, Zhou Yunhan hesitated no longer. She promptly discarded the snakeskin bag in her grasp and hastened towards the back mountain with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Before departing, she did not forget to remind her younger sister to return immediately to the safe house. Inside the safe house, a multitude of elderly, young, women, and children sat in a state of terror, their expressions taut with anxiety, their eyes filled with despair and dread, evidently traumatized by the horrific scene before them. Before the villagers stood a striking woman clad in a suit, wielding a blood-red scythe. At her feet lay the lifeless bodies of several young men, among whom was the elderly village chief. This woman was none other than Li Yiqian. At that moment, her hands were stained with crimson, and in her left hand rested a dripping heart, silently perched upon her palm. Her scarlet eyes turned toward a group of children huddled in the corner, a rare smile gracing her exquisite features. "Children, do not fear. Your sister shall not allow you to suffer," she said, her smile enchanting and her tone exceedingly gentle. Yet, to the eyes of those children, she appeared more terrifying than a demon. Her visage resembled that of a ghoul from the depths of hell, casting upon them a most bizarre smile. Chapter 82. I, Yi Li, shall sever all ties with you. The children gazed at the woman before them, their frail bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes nearly brimming with tears. They longed to cry out for help, yet their voices were silenced by sheer terror, rendering them incapable of uttering a sound. Observing their plight, Li Yiqian felt no compassion whatsoever. She crushed the heart in her hand and raised the crimson scythe, preparing to strike them down. "Stop!" Just as she was about to claim the lives of the children, a commanding voice rang out, accompanied by a sudden drop in the air pressure behind her. Sensing the impending attack, Li Yiqian paused momentarily, a subtle smile curving her lips. She turned, her scythe sweeping gracefully, effortlessly dissipating the terrifying assault. Li Yiqian gazed at Yi Li before her, a smile gracing her features as she teased, "Xiao Li, what brings you here?" Yi Li stood before her, his handsome face marred by fear, his entire body trembling slightly. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Li Yiqian was present in this place. As he returned from the mountain and entered the village, he had been struck by a pungent, overwhelming scent of blood that compelled him to investigate, leading him to this gruesome scene. Seeing Li Yiqian poised to strike the children once more, Yi Li, in a moment of desperation, did not think of fleeing but instead resolved to intervene immediately. Hearing her inquiry snapped him back to reality. Yet he realized he had lost any chance of escape. "Yiqian Jia, they are merely children. Please, spare them." Yi Li took a deep breath, suppressing the fear that surged within him as he stepped in front of the children, shielding Li Yiqian with his own body. Li Yiqian regarded the man before her with a playful smile. "Xiao Li, you have yet to answer my question. Did you sneak out while I was away?" Yi Li remained silent, simply standing still and gazing at her. The beads of sweat adorned his pristine forehead. He understood that, in this situation, no explanation would suffice, for he doubted that such an astute woman would take his words at face value. Observing Yi Li's tense demeanor, the playful smile on Li Yiqian's face vanished, replaced by an ominous shadow. Her eyes turned frigid, her tone icy enough to freeze Yi Li in place. "Leer, once I deal with this group, I shall thoroughly attend to you." With that, she raised the scythe in her hand and struck fiercely towards the corner where the children huddled. A dull thud echoed as her attack missed the children and veered off to the side. Li Yiqian's gaze narrowed, her crimson eyes glinting with a menacing aura that permeated the confined safety of the room. Yi Li, adopting a battle stance, fixed his dark eyes on Li Yiqian, emanating an intimidating presence. Witnessing his defiance, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yiqian's face. She had not anticipated that Yi Li would possess the courage to withstand her strike. Yet, after the moment of astonishment, a wave of fury surged within her. She had not anticipated that, after enduring such torment, Yi Li would still dare to resist her. It seemed she had been excessively lenient. Even now, her leader still harbored thoughts of escape. It appeared to be time for him to comprehend who the true master was. With this thought, Li Yiqian took a deep breath, and when she turned her gaze back to Yi Li, The look in her eyes instilled a profound sense of fear within him. This expression was unfamiliar, after all, despite their prolonged acquaintance. This was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor. "Little Li, it seems you are confused about your position," Li Yiqian remarked, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Very well. Today I shall teach you the essence of servitude." "Humph, servant?" At her words, Li could not help but scoff, gazing at her with a resolute expression. "Li Yiqian, have you finally revealed your true sentiments? In your eyes, I shall forever remain nothing more than an object. The moment I show any resistance or discontent, you wield your so-called love as a means of punishment. I have truly had enough of your so-called affection, which to me is merely a shackle, one that suffocates me. You are a selfish woman. You are no longer the Yiqian I once knew." Therefore, taking a deep breath, Yi Li's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Yiqian, no longer evading her stare. "I, Yi Li, shall sever all ties with you." As his words echoed within the confines of the safe house, an eerie silence enveloped the space, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, instilling a sense of dread. Yi Li gazed at Li Yiqian, the aura around him erupting with intensity as his eyes fixated on her, striving to discern her current expression. Alas, Li Yiqian had her head slightly bowed, her tousled hair concealing her visage, rendering him unable to perceive anything. Yet, what would it matter? He understood that this woman would remain an enigma throughout his life. She was like a riddle, her expressions and inner thoughts utterly disjointed. As he observed Li Yiqian's lack of response, Yi Li dared not act rashly. Casting a sidelong glance at the children behind him, he noted their trembling forms. It was imperative to ensure their escape first, otherwise, the ensuing conflict would inevitably engulf them. Yi Li contemplated this, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful blow to the wall, creating a sizable breach. "Go, to the warehouse," he shouted, not looking back, his gaze still fixed on Li Yiqian, apprehensive of any sudden move she might make. Fortunately, she remained still until the last child had fled, allowing Yi Li to exhale in relief. Suddenly, a derisive laugh escaped Li Yiqian's lips. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Li furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at her, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Li Yiqian disregarded his inquiry, raising her head with a smile directed at him. Yet her eyes glimmered with an inscrutable crimson hue. "Shaoli, I suddenly perceive you as a mischievous child. When it comes to dealing with a naughty child, what form of punishment would be sufficient to deter future transgressions?" At this moment, her eyes narrowed sharply, and a cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept onto her lips. Reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, Yi Li felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous aura surrounding her. In that fleeting instant, his very soul quivered with trepidation. "Since you are indeed a naughty child, I shall administer my own form of punishment." Li Yiqian's expression turned sinister for a brief moment before she lunged fiercely towards Yi Li. Chapter 83, Yi Li vs. Li Yiqian moved with astonishing speed, reaching Yi Li in the blink of an eye. She extended her hand, aiming to grasp his shoulder. Observing her approaching hand, Yi Li summoned layers of frost, raising his arm to block her advance, followed by a powerful punch infused with a chilling aura directed at her cheek. Bang! Li Yiqian was caught completely off guard, and her face met the full force of his strike, sending her flying backward. Boom! Her body crashed through the wall of the safety shelter, producing a deafening sound. Yi Li remained poised in his punching stance, momentarily stunned by the sheer power of his own blow, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Am I truly this strong?" He gazed at his fist, murmuring in disbelief. This was the first time Yi Li had exerted his full strength. Previously, he had yearned to confront Li Yiqian but had been paralyzed by a lack of courage, fearing his own inadequacy. However, at this moment, Yi Li gazed at his clenched fist, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce expression crossed his face as he swiftly approached Li Yiqian. Observing the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Yi Li's countenance remained impassive, his eyes reflecting nothing but disdain, as though he were regarding refuse. "How have you become so strong?" Li Yiqian leaned against the wall, clutching her chest, her face etched with terror, her eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on Yi Li. "Why have I grown so powerful?" he retorted, extending his hand to grasp her throat, lifting her slowly. "Isn't it thanks to you?" With a swift motion, he flung Li Yiqian away, her body crashing to the ground as she coughed up blood. Cough, cough. She gasped violently, her face a mask of agony. Yet, witnessing her torment, Yi Li felt no compassion. He approached her, crouched down, and grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Why have you treated me this way?" "It is you. You are the reason I have become like this. You wretched demon. I will kill you. Yi Li growled, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Reflecting on their past together sent a chill through his heart, a visceral loathing for her. Kill me? Huh. At his words, Li Yiqian could not help but let out a cold laugh. Little Li, do you truly believe you can bring about my end? Gazing upon the smile adorning her face, Yi Li could no longer contain the fury surging within him. In that moment, he had lost all semblance of reason. Consumed by a singular thought, to rid himself of this woman who inflicted such torment upon him. Li Yiqian, you shall perish. Yi Li bellowed in rage. Raising his massive fist, channeling every ounce of his strength towards her face. This strike embodied all his wrath, causing the very air around them to crystallize with frost. As Li Yiqian beheld the imminent assault, a peculiar smile emerged upon her lips. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with her face, producing a dull echo. And her form was sent flying backward. That blow nearly depleted Yi Li of all his strength. He stood there, breaths coming in rapid succession, staring at Li Yiqian sprawled on the ground, devoid of any sense of relief. Instead, an inexplicable ache gripped his heart. Yi Li's thoughts immediately turned to Li Yiqian, and he found himself questioning, what is happening to me? Could it be that I have developed feelings for her? This notion flickered through his mind, but was swiftly dismissed as he shook his head, banishing the thought that surged from the depths of his heart. No, absolutely not. How could I possibly harbor affection for her? I must be mistaken. With this realization, a renewed anger flickered across Yi Li's handsome visage. Surely, he had endured her torment for far too long, leading to such delusions. It had to be so. He incessantly reassured himself, yet the tumultuous feelings within him remained insurmountable, leaving his heart in disarray. Gazing at Li Yiqian, who lay motionless on the ground, Yi Li suppressed the tempest raging within. Approaching her side and exhaling a sigh of relief as he observed her stillness. Taking several deep breaths, he endeavored to compose himself. Li Yiqian, for all that you have done to me, today you shall pay with your life. Yi Li uttered, his eyes glimmering with a fierce intent. From behind him, two colossal icicles began to materialize, each of vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, exuding an otherworldly allure. With a sharp thrust, the icicles pierced flesh, and in an instant, Li Yiqian's blood gushed forth, splattering across Yi Li's face. He regarded the scene with an impassive expression, devoid of any elation from vengeance, instead enveloped in a profound calmness. At last, it is over, Yi Li murmured softly, his gaze upon Li Yiqian revealing a hint of ambiguity. After uttering those words, he turned away, lifting his eyes towards the horizon, and with a deep exhalation, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through him from behind, and torrents of blood erupted, staining his garments crimson. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his gaze to his chest. A bloody jade hand emerged from behind, piercing through the chest, cradling within it a still pulsating heart, drenched in crimson. It was revealed that Xiao Li's heart was red. I had assumed it to be black. A coldly alluring voice echoed from behind, as a hand gently caressed Yi Li's face, savoring the delicate and smooth texture, while a glimmer of greed surfaced in Li Yiqian's eyes. You, Yi Li began, but before she could finish, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to her knees, her visage marred by agony. What is wrong, Xiao Li? Are you in pain? Are you suffering? Seeing Yi Li, who knelt in torment, Li Yiqian crouched down and embraced him from behind, burying her face in the nape of his neck. Xiao Li, you were truly ruthless. I thought you wouldn't kill me. As she spoke, her fingers traced circles on his chest, her gestures laden with innuendo, inducing sheer terror in Yi Li. Li Yiqian, how could you? Yi Li questioned, his voice trembling. Are you wondering how I survived? She replied, Xiao Li, have you forgotten that your power was bestowed by me? With that, her jade hand slowly withdrew. Accompanying her movement, Yi Li let out a shriek, the excruciating pain causing beads of sweat to form densely on his forehead. Stop. Please. Li. As Yi Li's words trailed off, a piercing scream erupted from his lips. Li Yiqian extracted a blood-red object, causing crimson blood to spurt forth like a gushing spring. With the absence of his heart, Yi Li instantly lost all strength, collapsing slowly to the ground, his face a mask of excruciating agony. Observing his torment, a glimmer of satisfaction danced in Li Yiqian's eyes. She crouched before Yi Li, blood still dripping from her hands, a bloodthirsty smile playing at the corners of her lips. Little Li, naughty children must be punished. Since you wish to leave me, do not blame me for my ruthless methods. After all, we are in an apocalyptic world where morality holds no sway. As she concluded her words, Her expression morphed into one of grotesque delight. She lifted him into her arms, her smile warped with an eerie charm. Yi trembled uncontrollably at the sight, gazing at Li Yiqian with profound horror in his eyes. What? What do you intend to do? What do I intend? Heh. Li Yiqian's voice turned chilling as she responded, I wish to be with little Li forever. I love you, deeply, to the very marrow of my bones. No sooner had she spoken than blood erupted in vivid splashes, resembling crimson flowers blooming in the depths of night. Meanwhile, the silvery moonlight cascaded down gently, enveloping the entire scene like a veil of gossamer, enhancing the uncanny and mysterious ambience of this gruesome tableau. Meanwhile, a chilling and lamentable plea for mercy suddenly echoed through the tranquil moonlight, reverberating endlessly. The sound was imbued with despair and terror, as if it emanated from the very abyss of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. As time elapsed, the wails grew increasingly piercing and discordant, seemingly unceasing, as if they would rend the entire night into shreds. 2 hours later, Li Yiqian gazed coldly at Yi in her arms. Her crimson eyes, devoid of any semblance of compassion, filled instead with unbridled madness. In her embrace, Yi appeared utterly wretched. Even his expression had lost its luster, as if he had relinquished all hope for life. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes lacking focus, staring blankly at the sky, embodying a state of stupor. Shaoli, this way we shall be together forever. I have consumed you, and you have consumed a part of me, binding us eternally. Li Yiqian licked the blood from her lips, the madness in her eyes reaching its zenith, a gentle yet eerie smile gracing her face. As she uttered these confessions of her soul, Yi offered no response, only murmuring softly to himself. His trembling voice was saturated with despair and fear. Please, don't eat me, don't eat me. Yiqian, I implore you, do not consume me. Yi repeated the same words over and over, the panic etched upon his face never fading. At this moment, his body could hardly be referred to as such, for much of his flesh had vanished, revealing stark, white bones in certain areas. Yet, despite this grim state, Yi remained alive, for he bore the essence of a zombie within him. Not only that, but his wounds were gradually healing, and the heart he had lost began to coalesce once more. However, the psychological trauma he endured was a wound that would never mend throughout his lifetime. Be good, Shaoli, and I shall refrain from consuming you. Li Yiqian gazed at his vacant expression and gently pressed her lips against his, slowly transferring the blood from her mouth into his. Yi Li's survival was intrinsically linked to Li Yiqian. As long as she drew breath, his existence was assured. Shaoli, I truly do not wish to treat you this way, but rest assured, if you comply, I shall treat you well. I understand. I will heed Sister Yiqian's words. Yi murmured in a daze, a flicker of despair lingering in his eyes, overshadowed by a greater sense of fear. It was this fear that enveloped him in utter hopelessness. Shaoli, you are so obedient. Li Yiqian caressed his cheek, her voice soothing as if she were comforting a child. Yet, Yi could no longer hear her words, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness. After a considerable while, upon witnessing his fainting state, she finally rose to her feet and glanced toward the direction of the safe house. The 4 or 5 corpses that had once lain there had vanished entirely, but the manner of their disappearance was a secret known only to her. She cast another glance at Yi in her arms, the madness in her eyes unwavering. She tightened her embrace, fearing that a moment's negligence might render him lost to her. How she eagerly anticipated the days to come, my dear Shaoli. After Li Yiqian spoke, their figures vanished from sight, leaving behind only this blood-soaked place and a pool of bright crimson blood. P.S. Much has been deleted, please bear with it. Lately, my writing has been lackluster, and updates have become unpredictable due to my busy schedule. Furthermore, I have conceived a new idea for a book, which should be ready to unveil once this one concludes. Overall, I am not entirely satisfied with this book. It feels somewhat peculiar to write, and I cannot quite articulate why. Additionally, I encourage everyone to support the love for this work. The author remains steadfast in this endeavor. Chapter 85, The Slaying of the 4th Stage Zombie in City S. 1 week later. Within the safety zone of City A. When Shaowei spoke with a hint of excitement, Elder Yin, someone from City C has arrived. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yun Haiyan's face as she promptly set aside her work. Where are they? They are already en route. According to the intelligence we just received, they will arrive within 3 days at the latest, Wan Shaowei replied earnestly. Excellent, excellent. Yun Haiyan exclaimed, I knew that Ming Shiwei would eventually come. I have been waiting for her for quite some time. Shaowei, please summon old Huang and Shui Wanqing. I need to brief them on the situation. Understood. By the way, How is the research on the antibodies progressing? Upon recalling the antibodies, Yun Haiyan promptly inquired. The research has proven remarkably successful, yielding significant advancements. Lower-tier zombies can be reverted to human form upon being struck. The self-healing capabilities of Tier 3 zombies are merely delayed, while the effects on Tier 4 zombies remain untested. Wan Xiaowei reported faithfully. Excellent. With the antibody in hand, the eradication of this zombie virus is within reach. Although the implications of this antibody on Tier 4 zombies remain uncertain, its efficacy against Tier 3 zombies is indeed a cause for celebration. Very well, you may leave for now. Yes, Wan Xiaowei responded and then exited. 3 days later, with the arrival of Li Mengxue, the entire safe zone buzzed with excitement, for they beheld the dawn of victory. I never expected that you, Yin Shui, have already ascended to Tier 4. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. In the hall, a group sat encircled on the sofa, and Yun Haiyan regarded the exceptionally poised Li Mengxue with a smile of appreciation. You flatter me, Elder Yun, Li Mengxue humbly replied, her gaze shifting to Shui Wanqing, who sat beside Yun Haiyan. I never imagined that someone so young could achieve mid-tier 3. Judging by your demeanor, it seems that late tier is not far off. Just a single glance revealed to her that this taciturn woman possessed formidable strength, and the aura she emanated far surpassed that of a typical mid-tier 3 awakener. Hearing Li Mengxue's praise, Shui Wanqing nodded slightly, saying, Thank you, officer. I still have much effort to exert. Indeed, Li Mengxue nodded lightly, then turned her gaze towards Yun Haiyan, her tone growing somewhat serious as she spoke. Elder Yin, I believe you are aware of the purpose of my visit. My current strength has reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, and should I unleash my full power, I am confident I can contend with a late-stage 4th tier expert. At this juncture, her eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within them. I intend to reclaim City S and eliminate the 4th tier zombie. However, undertaking this endeavor alone may prove challenging. Yet, with your assistance, the task will become significantly more manageable. Your role will be to aid me in vanquishing that 4th tier zombie as effectively as possible. I have already apprised you of the dangers associated with this mission. Nonetheless, I trust you are all acutely aware of what awaits us should we fail. Li Mengxue regarded her companions gravely. Upon hearing her words, the group fell into a momentary silence. They were well aware of the peril involved, yet none expressed a desire to withdraw. After a considerable pause, Shui Wanqing broke the silence. I have no objections, but I hope we can postpone for another month, as I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Of course. Li Mengxue replied with a nod of agreement. In that case, we shall devise our strategy once you have achieved your breakthrough, which will undoubtedly bolster our combat strength. Now, does anyone have any further objections? Li Mengxue inquired, gazing at those present. None. The assembly responded in unison. As night fell, it was unexpected to discover that there were 4th tier strong individuals among humans. This news needed to be conveyed back to the higher-ups. Inside the tent, the figure known as Shi wore a somewhat solemn expression, contemplating whether to halt her mission. The circumstances had changed. Within this safe zone resided a mid-4th tier powerhouse, while she herself had only just reached the early 4th tier. If she were to be discovered, it could spell danger. Just as she hesitated, a chilling voice resonated in her mind. Mission terminated. Return immediately. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shi was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and replied, Understood, my lord. With that, her form vanished from within the tent. Chapter 86. If he were to become a zombie, could I truly bring myself to strike him? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Inside a room, Shui Wanqing sat quietly on her bed with her eyes closed, her aura fluctuating before gradually becoming calm. She exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of stagnant air, and opened her eyes, which seemed to crackle with electric energy. Raising her hand, she examined her palm, then clenched it tightly, feeling the terrifying power emanating from within. Her expression bore no trace of excitement. Instead, it was one of tranquility. Late 3rd tier. Shui Wanqing murmured softly, realizing that she still fell significantly short in comparison. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the long knife resting nearby, and memories of her confrontation with Li Yiqian flooded her mind. Sister Wanqing, your realm has stabilized. As she sank into contemplation, Yi Xiaoran's voice suddenly pierced through her reverie. Interrupting her thoughts, Shui Wanqing lifted her gaze towards the entrance, where she beheld Yi Xiaoran entering with a tray of food. Xiaoran. She regarded Yi Xiaoran, a gentle light flickering in her eyes. Sister Wanqing, You must be hungry. Please, have your meal, Yusharan said as she set the dishes upon the table. Shui Wanqing rose and approached the dining table, picking up her chopsticks to savor the food in her bowl. Observing this, Yi Xiaoran's face blossomed with a hint of a smile. Through their days of companionship, their bond had blossomed into a sisterly affection, which delighted her immensely. Sister Wanqing, when are you going to S-City? After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiaoran finally ventured the question. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing's movements momentarily faltered, but she soon resumed, choosing not to respond until she had finished her meal. Only then did she gaze at her slowly and say, the day after tomorrow. Yi Xiaoran's face showed no signs of excitement. Rather, it was imbued with profound concern. The day after tomorrow, she murmured, her tone laden with an ineffable emotion. Noticing her demeanor, Shui Wanqing felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, what is it, Xiaoran? Is something the matter? Yi Xiaoran, upon hearing this, wore a countenance of deep sorrow. She glanced at Shui Wanqing, momentarily at a loss for words. What's wrong? Aren't you usually eager to visit S-City? Shui Wanqing, perceiving her hesitation, could not help but ask, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Usually, Yi Xiaoran would often inquire about when she could rescue her brother from City S. Yet, upon hearing that they were to depart the day after tomorrow, she suddenly appeared burdened with unspoken concerns. Listening to her question, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yi Xiaoran sighed and sat on the bed. Gazing out at the night sky, she softly asked, Sister Wanqing, what if, I'm only saying if, my brother were to become a zombie? Do not say that. Before Yi Xiaoran could finish, Shui Wanqing rose abruptly, her voice cold as she interrupted. Taken aback, Yi Xiaoran stared at Shui Wanqing's silhouette, turned away at the table, her mouth opening slightly, yet at a loss for words. Your brother will be fine. Shui Wanqing's voice reached her ears once more. Having spoken, she began to clear the dishes and departed. Yi Xiaoran watched her retreating figure, opening her mouth again, but ultimately said nothing. On the high wall, Shui Wanqing, having tidied up the dishes, made her way here. Standing atop the towering structure, she surveyed the desolate landscape of City A, her expression devoid of any turbulence, radiating a sense of poise and determination. The remnants of Yi Xiaoran's unfinished words echoed in her mind. Though unspoken, she grasped their underlying meaning. To become a zombie. She murmured, her high ponytail swaying gracefully in the cold breeze, exuding an air of striking elegance. If that is truly the case, can I bring myself to take action? Shui Wanqing murmured softly, a hint of confusion evident in her tone. She cast a glance at the long blade at her waist, and vivid scenes of her encounters with Yili surged forth in her mind, each image unfolding like a delicate tapestry. To be candid, this notion had crossed her thoughts on more than one occasion, yet she dared not envision such a scenario, for it was far too painful for her to bear. She longed for a reunion with Yili, for it would grant her the courage to openly express her innermost feelings and the love she harbored for him. Conversely, she was equally terrified of that moment, fearing that when they met again, she might be faced with a zombie endowed with intelligence, a conclusion she could neither endure nor wish to confront. With a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and raised her gaze to the moon that hung in the sky, her face a portrait of melancholy, standing still as if lost in thought. What are you pondering? A voice called from a distance. As Shui Wanqing turned to look, she saw Yun Haiyan approaching her. Yun Lao? Shui Wanqing gathered her thoughts and nodded at Yun Haiyan. What occupies your mind? You appear to be burdened with worries, Yun Haiyan observed, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she regarded Shui Wanqing's demeanor. At these words, Shui Wanqing shook her head. It's nothing, just some thoughts. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Yun Haiyan refrained from pressing further, instead taking a seat beside her. From seemingly nowhere, she produced 2 glass bottles filled with white liquor. Casting a glance at the contemplative Shui Wanqing, she nudged her gently. Care to join me for a drink? Upon hearing her words, Shui Wanqing cast a glance at her, noting the smile gracing her face, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She nodded, accepted the white liquor offered to her, and settled beside her companion, uncorking the bottle to take a hearty swig. How swiftly time passes. It seems like just yesterday that we had become acquainted, Yun Haiyan remarked wistfully as she gazed into the distance. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Shui Wanqing echoed her sentiment, her eyes brimming with deep nostalgia. After their shared contemplation, the two lapsed into silence, sipping their drinks. After a moment, Yun Haiyan turned to her, gently inquiring, Wanqing, you are 23 this year, correct? Shui Wanqing nodded in affirmation, replying, I have just turned 23. Then you are also 24. I notice you are often engrossed in your cultivation. You must not have experienced romance yet? Yun Haiyan asked with a cheerful smile. Well, not yet. Shui Wanqing hesitated briefly before nodding. Is there someone you fancy? After a moment of reflection, Shui Wanqing nodded again. What about him? Yun Haiyan probed cautiously, choosing her words with care. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Sensing the shift in mood, Yun Haiyan deftly changed the subject. This liquor is indeed potent. Ever since the outbreak of the zombies, I've seldom encountered such fine spirits. Well, let not your thoughts linger too long on certain matters, as some things are destined to remain unchanged. She consoled Shui Wanqing while continuing to sip her drink. Indeed, some matters are immutable. Upon hearing Yun Haiyan's words, Shui Wanqing was suddenly lost in thought, her gaze drifting as if ensnared by the tendrils of memory. Observing this, Yun Haiyan refrained from interrupting, instead directing her gaze toward the horizon, silently sipping her drink. Yet, both women harbored unspoken concerns in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have ventured to this towering wall. Chapter 87. Appeasement. 2 days later, outside the safe zone, a formidable group marched forward, their destination being one of the most perilous locations in all of Huaxia City. This city, notorious for its sinister reputation, was dubbed the paradise of zombies and a forbidden ground for humanity. On the wall, Li Mengxue, clad in military attire, surveyed the throng below, her expression grave. What troubles you, Mengxue? Yun Haiyan inquired, noticing her solemn demeanor. At the sound of her voice, Li Mengxue turned to regard her, shaking her head slightly. Her tone tinged with melancholy. I fear we may lose many in this operation. A note of sorrow echoed in her voice. Sacrifices are inevitable. All we can do is minimize unnecessary losses. Huang Yanting interjected at that moment. Li Mengxue remained silent, yet her unease lingered, for she was acutely aware that this battle would be exceptionally brutal. Without a hint of hesitation, she asserted that the outcome of this conflict would determine the future of the entire nation. Thus, this battle must end in victory, not defeat. All right. It is time to set forth. Li Mengxue reined in her emotions, her expression shifting from worry to the return of her usual solemnity. This battle must be won. Meanwhile, in City S, Xiaoli, what are you planning to do? In the villa, Li Yiqian tightly embraced Yi Li from behind, her cheek nestled against his collarbone. As she spoke, her breath brushed against his ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Yi Li's movements halted noticeably, his lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately suppressing them to reply, Yiqian, I would like a drink of water. Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian smirked coldly in a manner concealed from his view. She did not release him, but instead reached for the bottle of water herself, firmly grasping his chin to compel him to open his mouth. Yi Li could only emit a muffled sound, his outstretched hand firmly captured by Li Yiqian, rendering him powerless as she fed him the water. Before long, he swallowed the entire contents of the cup, feeling the liquid slide down his throat. Only then did Li Yiqian release him. Xiaoli, do ensure you don't spit it out. You know the consequences if you do. As Yi Li instinctively attempted to expel the liquid from his mouth, Li Yiqian suddenly leaned closer, exhaling gently into his ear. Her words halted him in his tracks, his body tensing up entirely. He gazed at her, noting the playful smile on her face, and a wave of fear surged within him once more. Frantically shaking his head, he promptly swallowed the remaining liquid in his mouth. No, Sister Yiqian. See, I have finished drinking it obediently. I have listened to your words. I did not spit it out. Yi Li grasped her arm, his voice trembling as he spoke, simultaneously offering her a flattering smile. Upon witnessing this, Li Yiqian could not help but let out a cold laugh. Her fingers traced along his chest as she said, Little Li, do you truly believe I am unaware of your thoughts? At this point, what does your hatred for me even matter? Little Li, do you not agree with what I say? And no, I don't hate Sister Yiqian. How could I possibly hate you? You must believe me, I truly do not. Yi Li exclaimed in terror, shaking his hands as his voice quivered. Resembling a frightened fawn, he did harbor hatred towards her, yet he was equally fearful of her. In his daily interactions, he never displayed a hint of displeasure or animosity. Throughout this month, he had gone to great lengths to please her, complying with her every wish. No matter how humiliating her demands might be, he dared not resist. His sole desire was to avoid punishment and escape the torment he had endured. Although he still suffered her penalties, they were considerably less severe than before. He truly cherished his current existence. Of course, he had contemplated rebellion and even suicide on numerous occasions. However, such thoughts proved futile. as she extinguished even his desires for self-harm, because he simply cannot perish. Each of his attempts at suicide results in his unscathed awakening, and the failure of such attempts invites only her wrath. Over the course of the initial month, he has endeavored countless times. Fleeing from this existence proves futile, and ultimately, the only one who suffers is himself. Consequently, fear has taken root within him. He is genuinely terrified, for every punishment brings him closer to the brink of insanity, shattering and reconstructing his worldview, causing his psyche to fragment and then coalesce anew. Such days have become nearly unbearable for him. Thus, until now, he has lost the courage to either escape or end his life. He is akin to a fish that has collided against walls innumerable times. Even when presented with an open door, he lacks the bravery to leap forth. All right, Xiao Li, I was merely jesting. No need for such alarm. Noticing Yi Li's expression of sheer terror, Li Yiqian wrapped him in an embrace, gently soothing him. Yet, from a perspective unbeknownst to him, the smile upon her face appeared distinctly sinister. Had Yi Li glimpsed her expression at that moment, he would have surely been driven to tears, for it embodied the nightmare of his existence. P.S. This version has undergone alterations, with nearly all references to the consumption of Kuan omitted. Additionally, some inappropriate content has been removed. I trust you will manage with this. Chapter 88. The Eve of Battle in the Stillness of Midnight. The city of S remains profoundly tranquil. The desolate streets are devoid of life, with the only sound being the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Li Yiqian stands atop a towering edifice, gazing down upon the cityscape with an air of contemplation. She donned a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown, revealing her slender neck and a portion of her fair, smooth skin. Gazing into the distance, her crimson eyes seemed to pierce through the horizon, reaching towards a faraway place. Perhaps this was an opportunity, a chance to be forever united with Xiao Li. She parted her rosy lips and whispered in a frigid tone, "My lord." At that moment, a respectful female voice emerged from behind Li Yiqian. Li Yiqian responded lightly, turning to face Shi. "How fares the task I entrusted you with?" "Rest assured, my lord. Shire, Shursan, and Shursi have already departed as per your instructions and are currently en route to the designated location," Shi replied earnestly. "Well done." Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian nodded in commendation before inquiring, "Shi, how long have you been by my side?" "It has been 10 years. Shi answered truthfully, her gaze fixed upon Li Yiqian, a flicker of complexity illuminating her eyes. Even before the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had been working under her guidance, remaining steadfastly by her side. It was due to Li Yiqian that she had survived the cataclysm. Otherwise, she would no longer exist. Thus, her loyalty to Li Yiqian was unwavering, for not only had she saved her life twice, but she had also bestowed upon her a new lease on life. Such kindness was etched in her memory, and she would never betray her. 10 years, how swiftly time has flown. Li Yiqian gazed at her, her tone softening somewhat. "She, you should hurry and rendezvous with them, and wait for me there." "Master, I have also reached the 4th tier. I can stay and fight alongside you. I can." As she spoke, her voice trembled with excitement, but before she could finish, Li Yiqian raised her hand to interrupt her. Turning away, she no longer faced Shi, but lifted her hand to the bright moon above. She understood Shi's concerns and was acutely aware of the truth behind her words, for she could distinctly sense their innermost thoughts. However, at this moment, she could not permit Shi to remain. If she did, her plans would be jeopardized. "It matters not. They are not formidable enough to take my life." Li Yiqian averted her gaze, her voice imbued with authority and self-assurance. With her current strength, she was convinced that no one in this world could slay her. "But, Master, among them is a 4th-tier human powerhouse, and more crucially, they have mobilized a significant military force armed with antibodies to combat our kind. While I believe you will not falter, having me by your side would considerably enhance our odds. Please allow me." Before she could finish her plea, Li Yiqian interrupted once more. "Enough of this discussion. Remember the task I entrusted to you. You must protect little Li. Do you understand?" Li Yiqian's tone suddenly turned grave, her crimson eyes radiating a palpable pressure. However, she wished to utter more, yet gazing into her blood-red eyes, she swallowed her words and respectfully replied, "Yes, I shall ensure that the lady remains unharmed." "You may leave now," Li Yiqian nodded, indicating her departure. Yet, just as she was about to turn away, she seemed to recall something and added, "You need not worry about him escaping, for he no longer possesses the courage to do so." Upon hearing this, she paused momentarily, remaining silent, and simply lowered her head as she retreated. After she departed, Li Yiqian once again gazed up at the moon in the night sky. her crimson eyes gleaming with a mysterious light, concealing her thoughts. A week later, on the outskirts of City S, a multitude of tents were densely packed together, with soldiers neatly arrayed outside. At the center of the encampment stood a high platform upon which several figures were positioned. Among them, Li Menglu, donned in military attire with her long hair cascading down, stood at the forefront. "Comrades," she began, "I trust that you have come to comprehend the gravity of our situation. Tonight, we shall face a fierce battle. This is a fight we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Do you have confidence?" Li Menglu surveyed the crowd, her cold gaze sweeping over each soldier as she declared sternly. "Yes," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, reaching even the nearby zombies. "Excellent. This battle may demand your very lives, but do not forget. Behind you stand the vulnerable, the elderly, and the children. They require our protection. We can only emerge victorious in this fight. Defeat is not an option. Do you hear me?" Li Menglu raised her voice once more, her deep resonance cutting through the air with remarkable clarity. "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" The soldiers echoed her fervor with a thunderous shout, their spirits soaring. "Excellent. This is the very spirit I desire from you all. Now, prepare yourselves diligently. The leaders of each squad must allocate their tasks accordingly." Dismissed. With that, Li Mingxue stepped down and swiftly made her way toward the tent. Inside the tent, Yun Haiyan and her companions regarded her with solemn expressions. "Elder Yun, how goes the reconnaissance?" Li Minglu inquired, nodding at the gathered individuals before turning her gaze to Yun Haiyan. Upon hearing the question, Yun Haiyan shook her head, her tone tinged with gravity. "There is no news whatsoever. We remain utterly oblivious to the situation within. The teams dispatched have yet to return." At this revelation, the color drained from Li Mengshue's face. It was crucial to understand that the reconnaissance teams sent out in recent days comprised members with initial level 2 abilities, each an elite among elites. Yet, not a single one of these skilled individuals had emerged alive, underscoring the perilous nature of S City. "It seems that Li Yiqian is no ordinary adversary. We have likely been discovered," Li Minglu remarked, her brow furrowing with concern. "What shall we do?" Wan Xiaowei exclaimed, casting an anxious glance in her direction. Li Minglu fell silent, her brow knitted in contemplation. After a moment, she declared, "Since we have already been exposed, there is no need to send anyone forth for futile sacrifices. The operation will proceed tonight. Regardless of the circumstances, we must capture Li Yiqian. When necessary, apply to headquarters for a nuclear strike." "Understood. Understood." The crowd responded in unison, promptly engrossed in their tasks. Shui Wanqing stepped outside, gazing towards the direction of City S, her expression somewhat lost. Yi Xiaoran, noticing her demeanor, chose not to disturb her, also casting her eyes towards City S, the concern in her gaze never fading. "Brother, you must not come to harm." Chapter 89, Li Mingxue versus Li Yiqian. As night fell, City S remained eerily quiet, the streets devoid of life save for the scattered scraps of paper dancing in the wind. Inside a lavish mansion, Li Yiqian reclined comfortably on the sofa, cradling a glass filled with a crimson liquid, a hint of derision gracing her striking features. "Have they finally arrived?" she murmured softly, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she drained the glass. A trickle of the red liquid flowed down her lips, strikingly seductive yet laced with a deadly allure. She placed the glass on the table, her scarlet eyes fixed on the window, as if she could pierce through the darkness to behold the world outside. "After playing for so long, I find myself somewhat weary. Let this final encounter be a delightful spectacle." With that, Li Yiqian rose, her form vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the once bustling streets of City S, beneath the cloak of night, thousands of figures moved swiftly, their pace so rapid that even the sound of the wind could not capture their presence. They advanced with purpose, their sights set on the solitary mansion that shone like a beacon in the darkness. As they approached the mansion, merely 2 kilometers away, they came to a halt and swiftly dispersed, concealing themselves in the shadows. Inside the mansion, the lights blazed brilliantly, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, amplifying the strangeness of the situation. "Old Yun, Old Huang, when we commence the operation, remain vigilant of the surrounding zombies. Strive to safeguard the soldiers' lives and minimize casualties," Li Mengyu instructed, her gaze shifting among the three. "Wan Xiaowei, you are tasked with providing support from the rear. If the situation deteriorates, immediately request a nuclear strike from headquarters." "Understood." The trio responded in unison before scattering in different directions. Once they had departed, Li Mingxue turned to Shui Wanqing, pausing for a moment before speaking. Wanqing, your current strength has reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Given some more time, you may well ascend to the 4th tier. With your innate talent, it would be a tremendous loss to humanity if you were to perish here. Therefore, I hope you can manage to leave this place when the time comes." At these words, Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her gaze to meet Li Mingshue's eyes, then shook her head resolutely. "I will not leave, for I have my reasons to remain here." Upon hearing this, Li Mingxue fixed her with an unwavering stare. After a moment, she sighed in resignation. "Very well, if that is your decision, I shall not dissuade you further." With that, she turned her attention to the soldiers behind her and declared in a solemn tone, "Commence the S-class encirclement plan. Move out." As the words fell, the crowd sprang into action, with Li Mingxue being the first to dash towards the entrance of the mansion, her speed so remarkable that even Shui Wanqing was taken aback. Bang! The grand door of the mansion was forcefully kicked open, producing a resounding noise as Li Mingxue instantly entered the hall. The Ice Age. The moment she stepped into the mansion, Li Mingxue unleashed her ice powers, swiftly encasing the entire mansion in a freezing grip. While the chill spread across the entirety of S City. Has it begun? Sensing the frigid atmosphere, Yun Haiyan and her companions exchanged glances, then began to channel their powers in preparation to fend off the impending horde of zombies. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, Chun Shuang observed the scene below with concern and inquired, "Sister Yuer, it seems a confrontation is about to erupt with the tyrant. What should we do?" Listening to her question, Zhou Yuer remained silent, her expression stoic as she gazed down at the unfolding events, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Perceiving her master's silence, Chun Shuang refrained from further questioning and continued to watch the mansion, now ensnared in frost. Inside the mansion, a voice resonated from the surroundings, laced with a hint of mockery and coldness, proclaiming, "At last, you have arrived. It was worth our wait." Upon hearing this voice, Li Mingshue's expression turned icy as she scanned her surroundings, striving to locate the source. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy emanating from above. She abruptly looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman suspended in midair, her face adorned with a teasing smile as she regarded Li Mingxue. "At last, I behold your true form." Li Mingxue narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and piercing, exuding a chilling aura akin to a razor-sharp blade. Li Yiqian paid no heed to her stare. Her crimson eyes swept over Li Mingxue before a wicked smile curled at her lips. "I was initially contemplating seeking you out. Yet here you are, coming to meet your demise." Humph. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxue let out a cold snort and retorted, "Who will perish remains to be seen." With that, her figure flickered, and she swiftly charged at Li Yiqian, moving with astonishing speed, reaching her adversary in the blink of an eye. "Humph. Is that all you've got?" Li Yiqian scoffed, and in an instant, a flash of crimson light erupted, imbued with a potent scent of blood, slicing toward Li Mingxue. Clang! The two forces collided, sending sparks flying and unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. With a thunderous roar, both Li Yiqian and Li Mingxue were propelled backward several meters. How formidable! After the brief skirmish, an overwhelming sense of astonishment washed over Li Mingxue. She recognized the woman's formidable prowess, but had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Li Yiqian, equally taken aback, was surprised that her opponent had emerged unscathed from her assault, and had even managed to push her back several meters, a clear testament to her strength. Intriguing. Li Yiqian licked her crimson lips, her eyes glinting with battle fervor, and once again lunged at Li Mingxue, the two engaging in combat anew. Blood-scythe thousand blades. Glacial. As the two individuals simultaneously unleashed a powerful roar, two terrifying attacks collided with a resounding crash, producing a deafening noise that pierced the eardrums. Boom. The bodies of the combatants were violently separated, and a wave of formidable energy rippled outward, instantaneously reducing the surrounding structures to rubble, scattering debris across the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, they resumed their fierce exchange, each strike executed with unparalleled precision and speed akin to meteors. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocity of their assaults intensified. And amidst this tempest of violence, Li Mingxue found herself increasingly beleaguered. After all, she was merely at the mid-stage of the 4th tier. While Li Yiqian was a peak 4th-tier powerhouse, a chasm of disparity lay between them, although they appeared evenly matched in their relentless struggle. Any discerning observer could easily surmise that if this continued, Li Mingxue would undoubtedly face defeat. "I cannot endure this any longer," Li Mingxue thought resolutely. Gritting her teeth as a magnificent layer of ice armor enveloped her, her energy surging to formidable heights. With a powerful punch, she unleashed a tremendous force that surged toward Li Yiqian. In response, Li Yiqian attempted to counter with her scythe but was still sent flying by the impact, her figure hurtling several meters before crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 90. Leaving? Where do you intend to go? Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingxue did not hesitate. She charged toward the fallen figure, conjuring a massive ice hammer in her grasp. The ice hammer stretched several dozen meters in length, its width as imposing as a grand mansion, exuding a potent aura of frost that showcased its terrifying might. With a furious roar, she raised the colossal hammer high above her head and brought it crashing down. Boom! With a resounding impact, the ground where it struck instantly caved in, dust swirling into the air and obscuring the vision of onlookers. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Li Mingxue lifted the enormous hammer once more, delivering another formidable blow. Thud, thud, thud. The echoes of successive strikes reverberated loudly, causing the very earth to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Such overwhelming power, had I been nearby, I surely would have been injured. Not far away, Shui Wanqing watched the horrifying scene, unable to suppress her thoughts. At that moment, beside her, Yisharan looked on anxiously at the distant battle, her delicate face etched with worry. Truth be told, she fervently wished for a cessation of hostilities between the two. In her heart, Li Yiqian had always been like a sister to her, though not by blood. Their bond was closer than that of biological siblings. Regardless of the outcome, whether victory or defeat, she would be heartbroken. Yet now, she felt powerless to intervene. For her strength was insufficient, such a level of combat was beyond her reach. Boom! Another heavy sound rang out as Li Mingxue's hammer fell once again. With this strike, she held nothing back, pouring all her strength into an attempt to obliterate Li Yiqian. Is it dead? Huang Yanning asked anxiously as she gazed at the sunken pit. The terrifying attack from Li Mingxue was the most formidable she had ever witnessed, exuding an aura so overwhelming that it extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Upon reflection, she realized that if faced with such a heavy blow, her chances of survival were utterly non-existent. Not yet, Yun Haiyan remarked gravely, observing the immense crater. She refused to believe that Li Yiqian had perished so easily. If it were truly that simple, then the city of S would never have succumbed. As if in response to her words, an immense wave of oppressive force suddenly erupted from within the pit, radiating outward like a tidal surge. Feeling this pressure, Li Mingxue's expression turned somber as she fixed her gaze upon the chasm below, where a crimson figure stood resolutely within. The moment her eyes fell upon Li Yiqian, they widened in disbelief. There she stood, unscathed, her attire untouched by even a speck of dirt. How can this be possible? Li Mingxue stared in incredulity at the scene before her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Noticing her astonishment, Li Yiqian curled her lips into a cold smirk and met Li Mingxue's gaze directly. You are indeed formidable, at least the strongest I have encountered thus far. However, her tone shifted, a glint of menace appearing in her eyes. Today, you are destined to fall here. As she spoke, her foot struck the ground with force, propelling her body forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly charging towards Li Mingxue. In her hand, the scythe manifested a crimson phantom, reaching a distance of 100 zhang in an instant. She raised her right hand and gently waved it. The blood-red apparition on the scythe surged forward with a howling rush, as if the very fabric of space were being cleaved apart in its wake. Li Mingxue's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and she hastily brandished her ice hammer to meet the oncoming threat. The scythe collided with the ice hammer, resulting in an instantaneous explosion, a cataclysmic force radiating outward and reducing nearby structures to mere dust. The immense shockwave obliterated everything in its path, leveling a tall building in the vicinity to a mere pile of rubble. The thunderous roar of the explosion reverberated through the city, rousing numerous zombies and alarming a distant group of individuals. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Huang Yanting shouted, sensing the raging energy nearby, and swiftly began to withdraw, creating distance from the tumultuous force. Under her guidance, the lower-tier awakeners quickly fled, leaving only a handful behind. Meanwhile, countless zombies rushed towards the epicenter of the energy explosion. But upon contact with the volatile force, they were instantly vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Such overwhelming power. The might unleashed by the two combatants would likely annihilate even me in the blink of an eye. From a distant high-rise, Shui Wanqing gazed at the devastating energy, her resolute features marred by a grave expression. Yet more than that, a profound sense of resentment simmered within her heart. She had originally believed that upon breaking through to the late stage of the third tier, she would be able to rival her adversary. However, Upon witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by Li Yiqian, the bitterness in her heart became increasingly evident. In that moment, she truly realized the vast chasm that lay between herself and Li Yiqian. It was a difference as profound as that between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, outside the S-City efficiency zone, a sound reached her ears from afar. Upon hearing it, she instinctively paused, casting her gaze towards the distant commotion. A flicker of concern crossing her features. In response to her words, Yili also turned his attention to that direction, yet his countenance betrayed no signs of worry. On the contrary, a subtle tension could be discerned in his expression. It had only been 3 hours since he left the mansion, and he found himself perplexed as to why Li Yiqian had instructed Shi to escort him. Nevertheless, one thing was clear: there was a significant issue unfolding in S-City. Throughout their journey, he had inquired about the circumstances, but Shi had remained silent, compelling him to temporarily set aside his questions. Yet now, even in her silence, Yili grasped the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, during their escape, he had caught sight of a helicopter, an asset belonging solely to humanity's military. Its presence above S-City signified that human forces had commenced their operations. "Madam, we must proceed. We can no longer afford to delay," she urged after a brief pause. Turning to address him, although she yearned to assist her lord, her current duty was to ensure the safety of this lady, preventing any mishaps. Moreover, she held no doubts regarding her lord's victory. Indeed, Yili nodded and promptly followed Shi as they swiftly departed towards the distance. Although the arrival of humans stirred a flicker of excitement within him, he was acutely aware of Li Yiqian's formidable prowess, understanding that these modern armaments posed no threat to her. Thus, he remained relatively composed, devoid of any inclination to flee. It was not that he lacked the courage to escape. Rather, he was confident that these contemporary weapons would fail to endanger Li Yiqian. Setting aside Li Yiqian, he believed firmly in his own ability to annihilate the entire military force. After all, he had previously engaged in combat with Li Yiqian and possessed a thorough understanding of her capabilities. "Leave? Where do you intend to go?" Just as Yili and his companion prepared to depart, a voice suddenly resonated, and they beheld a figure approaching them from afar. Upon witnessing this, Shiyi's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly turned to shield Yili, his crimson eyes coldly fixated on the approaching silhouette. P.S. The restrictions have finally been lifted, and numerous significant alterations have been made, particularly regarding sensitive content. For instance, themes such as eating kuan, the burning of chibi, and borrowing arrows with straw boats have been omitted in favor of a purer version. Chapter 91. Zhou Yuer's long-standing ill-fated affection. Before them stood a petite woman clad in a black Lolita dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an aura reminiscent of a charming neighbor girl. However, in her grasp, she wielded a wolf-toothed club, nearly matching her own height. Her dark red eyes harbored a glimmer of bloodthirsty cruelty. This woman was none other than Zhou Yuer. Upon encountering her, Shi felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and instinctively began to channel the energy within him, bracing himself for a confrontation. "Zhou Yuer, what is the meaning of this?" Shi fixed a cold gaze upon the woman before him, his tone icily detached. At that moment, Yili felt a jolt of surprise as he regarded the woman, his mind inadvertently drifting back to that fateful day. He had not anticipated that Zhou Yuer, whom he had seen in the villa, would appear here now, and judging by the circumstances, she seemed far from benevolent. "Madam, if a fight breaks out, you must flee without concern for me." Just as Yili was grappling with his confusion, Shiyi's voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Turning his head, Yili saw Shiyi's face etched with concern as she fixated on Zhou Yuer, clearly wary of her presence. Yili cast a brief glance at her before redirecting his attention to Zhou Yuer, only to find her staring intently at him. Her gaze was unsettling, reminiscent of a lovesick woman gazing at her beloved. A chill ran down Yili's spine as an ominous feeling bubbled within him. He was all too familiar with that look. Among the myriad of admirers, he had often encountered such a gaze, particularly from Li Yiqian. Indeed, Zhou Yuer's expression mirrored that of Li Yiqian, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. "Little Li Gij, it has been so long. Although you have only seen me once, I cannot help but ask, have you missed me?" Zhou Yuer advanced step by step, her cheeks slightly flushed as she eagerly inquired. Observing her demeanor, a sense of foreboding intensified within Yili's heart. He quietly activated the extraordinary abilities within him, poised to prevent any sudden aggression from her. Sensing the subtle energy emanating from him, Zhou Yuer displayed no surprise. Instead, her excitement grew. "Is this the answer you offer me? Although we have met but once, I held little hope. Yet, For someone who has been attentively observing you, I suddenly find you quite cruel, literally. Yili, keenly attuned to the nuances of her words, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by attentively observing?" He reflected on their previous encounter at the villa, realizing he had no other recollections of her. Furthermore, it appeared Zhou Wei had harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Yet, why did he possess no memory of her? Perplexed, he gazed at Zhou Wei, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Noticing his bewilderment, she smiled and asked, "Little Li, do you truly not remember me at all?" "I'm afraid I don't recall any connection between us," Yili replied earnestly, shaking his head. "Ah, I suspected as much." Zhou Wei sighed at his response, her expression shifting to a cold demeanor. "No matter. Once I take you away, you will understand." "Madam, be cautious." See, he exclaimed upon witnessing the unfolding tension, swiftly conjuring a crimson spear to shield himself. The sound of clashing metal resonated. A metallic clash resounded, and the previously unengaged Zhou Yue now stood before the two. In her grasp, the wolf-toothed club collided with the spear of the corpse one. The impact of their weapons unleashed a shockwave that surged outward, causing the surrounding structures to collapse with a deafening roar. As the two combatants clashed, Yili hurriedly retreated. Yet despite his efforts, he was still significantly affected by the force. Such strength! This thought resonated in the minds of both Corpse One and Yili. Yili was utterly astonished that this petite Gothic maiden could wield her wolf-toothed club with such formidable power. He was certain that had that blow landed upon him, he would have been rendered entirely defenseless, perhaps even obliterated in an instant. However, it was Corpse One, engaged with her in combat, who was most astonished. Feeling the weight of an immense force, she noted a slight fissure forming in her grip, which left her in disbelief. It was well known that she had already attained the 4th tier of zombie status, although there existed a minor gap in their strengths. Only her master could deliver a blow capable of fracturing her grasp. She regarded Zhou Yue with a serious expression and said, "Zhou Yue, are you not afraid that my master will deal with those humans and then come for you?" To her surprise, Zhou Yue merely scoffed, exuding an air of disdain as she replied, "She is indeed powerful, but I possess the confidence that she will not be able to find me. Rest assured, I shall not harm Shaoli brother. On the contrary, I intend to shower him with affection." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Yili in the distance. Her luscious tongue tantalizingly licking her lips, her eyes gleaming with a lascivious glimmer. Upon witnessing this, Yili's expression darkened instantaneously in his eyes. Zhou Wei appeared to be merely a girl who had just turned 19. It unnerved him to be teased by someone so diminutive. "You must be dreaming." Upon hearing her words, Shi erupted in furious indignation, brandishing her spear and lunging towards Zhou Yue, exclaiming, "My lady is beyond your worth." Unperturbed, Zhou Yue wielded her wolf-tooth club, engaging in a fierce battle. Under her deft control, the club moved like a serpent, evading Shi's strikes while relentlessly countering with her own. "Lady, you must flee. I will hold her off," Shi bellowed, sweeping her spear with great force, temporarily repelling Zhou Wei. "Yet there is no time for hesitation. Hurry, I cannot delay her for long." Shi interjected, continuing, "The master will find you. And given your strength, as long as you leave S City, you are unlikely to encounter danger. Therefore, leave." "Leave? Both of you must stay." Zhou Yue scoffed, her eyes widening as a tempestuous aura surged forth from her, and in an instant, she lunged towards Shi with astonishing speed, as if she were teleporting. "Blood shield." As Zhou Wei charged towards him, Shi bellowed, and a formidable crimson shield materialized before him. The impact of the mace against the shield reverberated with a thunderous roar, unleashing a violent force that radiated outward. Observing the unfolding situation, Yili realized that, given his current prowess, he would be of no assistance in this battle and might even become a liability for Shi. With this thought in mind, he promptly turned and departed from the scene. Chapter 92, The Reunion of the Two. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield of S City, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the outskirts of the Eastern District, currently estimated to be at least of the 3rd tier. Within the camp, a woman clad in military attire was respectfully reporting to Wan Xiaowei, her tone imbued with deference. 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaowei's expression sharpened, and he replied in a deep voice, "Is it truly 3rd tier? There can be no mistake." In response to Wan Xiaowei's skepticism, the soldier promptly assured him, her tone unwavering, "This presents a significant dilemma." Wan Xiaowei furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a profound concern. Their current operation had already stretched their resources thin, with merely containing Li Yiqian being the utmost limit. If a formidable third-tier zombie were to emerge now, the tide of battle could swiftly turn. This cannot be allowed. Resolutely, Wan Xiaowei made a swift decision. Send out the order to assemble an elite team to the Eastern District immediately. We must not permit this zombie to reach our location. However, Advisor Wan, the elite team is currently engaged in combat. And those who can gather in the tent are merely first-tier awakened ones. They are unlikely to hold the line. Even if they cannot hold, they must try. If we are attacked here, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, seeing Advisor Wan's resolute decision, the soldier quickly responded and hurried off to make preparations. Once she departed, Wan Xiaowei picked up the intercom and said, Elder Huang, Elder Yun, we have detected a powerful third-tier zombie approaching from the outskirts of the Eastern District. Could you possibly spare some time to come over? On the battlefield, Huang Yanting and Yun Haiyan exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a grave concern as they understood the seriousness of the situation. However, they were unable to leave, as they needed to guard against the surrounding zombies, which included several peak second-tier and newly emerged third-tier zombies. If either of them were to depart now, it would likely increase casualties. Yet, if they did not leave, the main camp might face an assault. Both locations were of utmost importance. Any attack on either would be unbearable. Just as the two were lost in silence, Wan Xiaowei's voice echoed in their ears. Elder Huang, Elder Yun, I understand your predicament, but this concerns the survival of our entire base. I implore you to come and assist us. Upon hearing this, Huang Yanting and Yun Haiyan exchanged another glance. Finally, they gritted their teeth, about to speak, when the intercom crackled with Shui Wanqing's cold voice. Huang Lao, Yun Lao, you shall remain here to guard. I shall deal with this zombie. Shui Wanqing's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Upon hearing the sound from her mobile phone, Huang Yanting and Yun Haiyan exchanged glances, a flicker of concern crossing their eyes. Although they were uncertain of Shui Wanqing's true combat prowess, they had sensed from their previous encounter that her strength undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Thus, entrusting her with the task of confronting this unknown zombie was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Very well. Then I entrust this to you, Wanqing. Yun Haiyan spoke into the intercom. Rest assured. With that, Shui Wanqing's voice faded from the earpiece. On the outskirts of the eastern city, Yili sprinted forward, his speed so remarkable that even mid-tier third-grade zombies posed no resistance against him. In mere minutes, he had covered hundreds of kilometers. Along the way, he could hear the distant rumbling from within a city and observe numerous zombies rushing towards the city center. No wonder Li Yiqian urged me to leave. She had already sensed something amiss. Yili mused to himself. At this moment, he comprehended the true reason behind Li Yiqian's insistence on his departure. Yet, to think that these modern machines could eliminate her was sheer folly. With this thought, Yili shook his head with a wry smile. To be candid, he harbored a desire for Li Yiqian to fail. For if she were to perish, he would reclaim his freedom, liberated from her punishment and confinement, never again to endure such inhumane torment. Yet he comprehended that all of this was merely an illusion, for even the advanced armed forces, including himself, possessed the confidence to vanquish it, let alone someone as formidable as Li Yiqian. No, I must flee, escape far away, preferably to another country, far from Huagua. It would be better to distance myself now than to allow her to find me here. With this thought, Yili resolutely made up his mind. In his heart, there was only one thought: to escape, to flee far away, so that she could never locate him. Yili's intention was simple: to develop himself thoroughly. And when he reached the level of a fourth-tier zombie, it would not be too late to settle accounts with her then. Just as he contemplated his escape plan, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging rapidly towards him. This is bad. Feeling this energy, Yili's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly conjured a spear in his hand, sweeping it fiercely behind him. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the energy was deflected by the spear, failing to penetrate. However, the force of the impact still caused Yi Li to stagger backward, and the spear of ice he had conjured shattered completely. Who is it? Gazing at the long blade he had deflected, Yi Li's expression darkened instantly as he uttered a cold reprimand. Had he not reacted in time to that strike, he would likely have sustained severe injuries by now. He scanned his surroundings. The vast road was devoid of anyone else but him. Yet, he did not lower his guard. Instead, he became even more vigilant, eyeing the trees around him, and once again conjured an icy spear in his hand. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to behold a woman emerging gracefully from the adjacent thicket. She donned a sleek black combat suit, her hair fashioned into a high ponytail, and her strikingly confident visage exuded a compelling beauty. However, upon recognizing this woman before him, his mind momentarily blanked, and an expression of disbelief washed over his face. Shui Wanqing. He gazed at her, his voice thick with emotion. I never imagined that the third-tier zombie, which sought to approach the camp, would turn out to be you. As Shui Wanqing spoke, she picked up a long knife from the ground, her beautiful eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions as they fixated on him. It has been a long time, Yili. P.S. The author wishes to interject a brief announcement. The recent work I have embarked upon features a character akin to Lu Huashu. A plot that those in the know will understand, where the female protagonist defies the male lead. However, due to issues with approval, I have sought alternative platforms to share this tale, and perhaps our paths shall cross again. Chapter 93. Shui Wanqing's audacious embrace. Listening to her words, Yili remained silent. The two of them standing still, locked in each other's gaze. After a moment, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Indeed, it has been quite some time. He had imagined numerous scenarios for their reunion, yet he never anticipated their encounter would unfold in such a manner. My sister, is she well? After a prolonged silence, Yili spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. She is well. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing nodded with a complex expression, her gaze lingering on him, as if she could never tire of the sight. Yili's appearance had not changed significantly compared to the past. Rather, he had become even more handsome than before. Prior to their meeting, she had long fantasized about their reunion, yet upon seeing him now, she realized that fantasies remained merely illusions, and their relationship could never revert to what it once was. The Yili before her was no longer the person she once knew. And you? How have you been? Yili inquired, feigning a casual tone. Quite well, Shui Wanqing replied softly, meeting his gaze. Following this exchange, a brief silence enveloped them, as they exchanged glances, both perceiving the complexity etched upon each other's faces. They began simultaneously, only to halt their conversation at once. Yili regarded her with a smile. You go ahead. His tone exuded a sense of ease, suggesting that he felt no estrangement due to his transformation. Observing the smile on his face, Shui Wanqing bit her lip and tightened her grip around the long knife. Subsequently releasing a heavy sigh, she gazed at him, a flicker of determination surfacing on his valiant countenance. Would you accompany me for a walk? She asked, raising her gaze to meet his eyes, enunciating each word with care. Upon hearing this, Yili was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. All right. He did not refuse. His simple affirmation contained a multitude of unspoken sentiments. As she gazed at the smile upon his face, Shui Wanqing felt a pang of pain in her heart. She lowered her head, obscuring her expression from view. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, and a faint smile graced her striking features. Let us go? This smile momentarily startled Yili, for in his memory, she was perpetually serious and composed. During their previous encounters, he had never witnessed her smile. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and said with a hint of jest, Where shall we go? I must declare that I cannot linger here for too long. His tone was light-hearted, yet it belied a subtle bitterness. If circumstances allowed, he would have cherished returning to their former camaraderie, but that was now a distant impossibility. The mere fact that they could converse like this was already a blessing. Where to? I don't know. Shui Wanqing shook her head. Then let us wander around this vicinity, Yili suggested. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing hesitated not, nodding. All right, let us proceed. With that, Yili took the lead. Seeing this, Shui Wanqing hurried to follow. The two strolled aimlessly, her gaze fixed tenderly yet complexly on Yili's retreating figure. They walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy with quietude, akin to that of two strangers. Suddenly, Yili glanced up at the sky, his expression obscured, yet within the depths of his dark, profound eyes, a glimmer of longing shone through. After this departure, we may never have the chance to meet again. Yili spoke softly, her voice somewhat ethereal. Depart? Where are you going? Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then urgently pressed for answers. Noticing her anxious tone, Yili was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his lips. I truly do not know. He genuinely had no idea where he should go next. All he wished for was to escape, to a place so distant that Li Yiqian could not find him, for he understood all too well that with these individuals, defeating Li Yiqian was utterly impossible, as he was fully aware of her formidable strength. Are you truly intending to leave your sister here alone? Shui Wanqing inquired calmly upon hearing his response. At her words, Yili abruptly halted, standing in silence, devoid of any reply or movement. After a considerable pause, He finally turned to look at her. Observing the expression on his face, Shui Wanqing's heart trembled violently, for she could perceive the reluctance and anguish within him. Do you think I can face my sister in this state? Yili gazed at her, his tone laden with difficulty. Moreover, I do not wish for her to see me like this. Shui Wanqing regarded him, falling into silence. Her gaze remained fixed upon Yili, seemingly unable to waver. She yearned to speak and persuade him to stay, yet she was at a loss as to what identity she should assume, and furthermore, she was uncertain how to begin her plea. However, she could sense that if he were to leave this time, it might truly be the last she ever saw of him. She did not wish for him to depart. After all, they had only just met. Yet an inexplicable distance seemed to linger between them. She abhorred this sensation, and thus, she yearned to keep him close, even if it was merely to gaze upon him. With this determination in mind, she resolutely strode towards Yili. As she approached, Yili instinctively took 2 steps back, intending to inquire about her intentions. However, before he could utter a word, Shui Wanqing stepped forward, enveloping him in her embrace. This sudden act caught Yili off guard, and he found himself momentarily stunned. The softness against his cheek rendering him speechless, even forgetting to push her away. Shui Wanqing clung to him tightly, burying her face in the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. She was unwilling to release him, terrified that if she did, she would never see him again and would lose the chance to express her feelings. As she felt the warmth and dampness against his neck, Yili slowly regained his senses and gently patted her shoulder, attempting to create some distance between them. Yet, Shui Wanqing refused to relent, holding him even tighter, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. What are you doing? Let go of me, he urged. His brow furrowed and his tone tinged with irritation. It was important to remember that in this world, men's notions of chastity were rather conservative. It is rather offensive for a woman to hold hands without the consent of a man, let alone embrace him as it is done now. Such actions are reserved for couples, and even then, the woman's embrace must be granted permission by the man. This illustrates just how audacious Shui Wanqing's sudden gesture is to Yili. Chapter 94. Yili versus Shui Wanqing. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing did not release her grip. Rather, she held him even tighter. She remained silent, clutching him as if fearing that if she let go, he would vanish before her eyes. Noting her refusal to loosen her hold, Yili felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Although he harbored feelings for her, they were confined to the realm of friendship, and their relationship had not yet reached a level where such embraces were appropriate. What are you doing, Shui Wanqing? Please let go, he urged, raising his hands to rest on her shoulders, and then forcefully extricated himself from her embrace. As the warmth in his arms dissipated, Shui Wanqing instinctively reached out to grasp him, but her efforts were in vain. It was crucial to understand that Yili had now reached the late stage of the 3rd tier, possessing strength and speed several times greater than before, making it exceedingly difficult for her to catch him. She gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words, merely staring in silence. Being naturally inarticulate, especially regarding matters of the heart, rendered her even more incapable of articulating her thoughts in his presence. Observing her state, Yili initially felt inclined to be angry. Yet ultimately, he sighed and turned away, choosing not to look at her again. Wanqing, I entrust my sister to you. He spoke softly, his back turned to her, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. He was acutely aware that this departure might be his last, and thus he hoped that Shui Wanqing would take good care of his sister. Despite his profound reluctance, the moment for him to leave had arrived. For if he allowed Li Yiqian to find the time, he would be met with a life akin to hell. Therefore, he resolved to journey far away, to a place where she would never discover him. He firmly believed that with sufficient time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. And upon his return, he would exact his vengeance. He would repay the wounds inflicted upon his mind and body in full measure. As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming hatred ignited in his eyes, a fierce killing intent that caused the temperature around him to plummet. Shui Wanqing sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Her heart momentarily startled, for the aura emanating from Yili at that moment made her pulse quicken. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. She quickly reined in her inner turmoil and gazed into Yili's eyes, which were filled with complexity. She beheld his silhouette, not acquiescing nor denying his plea, but instead inhaled deeply and spoke with unwavering conviction. Yili, I have feelings for you. As her words hung in the air, time seemed to come to a standstill, enveloped in an eerie silence. She was uncertain how Yili would respond to her confession, yet she understood that if she remained silent, it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Seeing that he did not turn around, Shui Wanqing chose to ignore it and continued, Will you return with me? I will find a way to restore your humanity. The military has already developed an antibody, and it won't be long before a potion capable of transforming zombies back into humans is created. So, please come back with me. I can help you. And then we will. That is utterly impossible. Before she could finish her sentence, Yili interrupted her loudly, turning around to face her. At that moment, Shui Wanqing was momentarily stunned by his expression, for he was already streaming with tears. I can never go back. Even if there were a way to restore my humanity, I would ultimately become a zombie again. Yili gazed at her, his vision blurred by tears, unsure of how much anguish his voice conveyed, only shaking his head repeatedly. I consumed humans. Upon hearing these words, Shui Wanqing stood frozen in place, staring at the familiar handsome face before her, as if struck by lightning. Unable to regain her composure. What did you just say? She asked in disbelief. She couldn't accept, nor dare to believe, that the boy she longed for had consumed human flesh. I said, I consumed humans, an entire village, without exception. Yili's voice was hoarse, his face contorted with pain. Since that day, he had been tormented incessantly by mental anguish. It was he who had doomed them, who had caused the demise of an entire village. No, this cannot be. Shui Wanqing shook her head, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. How could it be possible? Yili offered no explanation, for he felt no need to justify himself. He merely sought to clarify the matter, ensuring she comprehended the truth. Turning away, he refused to glance back at her, leaving her with nothing but the silhouette of his solitary figure. Wanqing, my sister, you shall take care of her. If she inquires about me, tell her I have perished. With that, he pivoted and approached Shui Wanqing, step by step, drawing closer. At last, Yili stood before her, gazing up at Shui Wanqing, who was half a head taller than him, and smiled. Do not wear that expression. Smile a little. Your laughter is quite enchanting. As he spoke, he gently caressed her cheek. You must flee. You cannot contend with her. This woman's strength far surpasses our own. Where are you going? Shui Wanqing grasped his hand, her voice laced with urgency. I do not know, Yili replied, shaking his head. He then withdrew his hand. I am leaving. Do not wait for me. I am no longer worthy of you. With those words, he departed without a backward glance, his resolve unwavering. Watching his retreating figure, Shui Wanqing bit her lip. The long knife she had clutched tightly now gripped even more fiercely. Ultimately, as he began to fade from her sight, she exhaled deeply, drawing forth the long knife and positioning it before her. As the blade was unsheathed, a sharp and formidable aura enveloped her, causing the air around to grow increasingly thin under the weight of its immense pressure. Sensing the formidable aura, Yili's footsteps faltered. He stood still, his back turned to her, remaining silent and introspective. Yili, that direction leads to the stronghold of this encirclement. I cannot allow you to pass. She spoke slowly, her tone imbued with deep reluctance, even a hint of supplication. Upon hearing her words, a slight smile tugged at Yili's lips. He then turned to face her, softly stating, Wanqing, you cannot hinder me. I must impede you. Shui Wanqing retorted coldly, her high ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a striking air of elegance. Observing her resolute demeanor, Yili's gaze grew complex. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they glowed a fierce crimson. The two locked eyes, neither making the first move, merely gazing into each other as souls. Yili, I do not wish for you to depart. I understand that should you leave, the chance to see you again may never arise. Thus, please forgive my selfishness. With that, her figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind Yili. How swift! Feeling a chill emanating from behind, Yili was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Shui Wanqing's extraordinary prowess. Though she was merely at the mid-stage of the third tier, her speed matched that of his late-stage prowess. However, he quickly regained his composure, darting to her side in an instant, unleashing a punch aimed at her abdomen. Observing his assault, Shui Wanqing positioned her long blade defensively before her, effectively parrying his attack. In an instant, she propelled herself off the ground, utilizing the reaction force to strike at his chest with considerable might. This powerful blow sent Yili soaring through the air. Although her strength did not surpass his, their combat experiences resided on entirely different tiers. If experience were graded, Yili would merely be an apprentice, while Shui Wanqing stood at the level of a master. Chapter 95. Li Mengxue vs. Li Yiqian. 2. On another battlefield, outside the villa, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, severed in half, their blood and entrails staining the earth a deep crimson. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. as a figure clad in military green was forcefully hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the scene, obscuring everyone's view. However, the awakened individuals present could easily discern the identity of the figure lying on the ground. As the dust settled, it revealed Li Mingxue, sprawled on the ground with her garments soaked in blood and her complexion strikingly pale. Gazing up at Li Yiqian above her, she gritted her teeth and, in a flash, vanished from her position. When she reappeared, she was wielding an ice hammer, now standing before her foe. She could not afford to grant Li Yiqian a moment's respite, for this was indeed a crucial opportunity to claim her life. As Li Mingxue charged relentlessly toward her, Li Yiqian, undeterred, rushed forward to meet her, and in an instant, the two clashed once more. A powerful gust of force surged around them, causing the surrounding trees to rustle ominously, as if lamenting the fierce battle. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength, every move a lethal technique. With a resounding crash, Li Mingxue's fist struck Li Yiqian's chest, sending her flying several meters. Li Yiqian crashed to the ground, her chest heaving violently as blood erupted from her lips. Seizing the moment, Li Mingxue raised her hammer once more and charged at her. Seeking death, Li Yiqian bellowed, raising her scythe high. In an instant, a massive blood-red scythe materialized above her, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Die, with her words. The crimson scythe sliced through the air at an astonishing speed towards Li Mingxue. The scythe moved with incredible swiftness, leaving Li Mingxue no time to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the blade loomed larger before her. Just as the scythe threatened to strike, a figure suddenly intervened, blocking her path. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her pupils constricted in shock. Huang Lao. She cried out desperately, reaching out in an attempt to stop her, but it was too late. The scythe had already descended upon Huang Yanting. Mingxue, the future of humanity depends on you. Huang Yanting's body was cleaved by the scythe, blood gushing forth and staining half of Li Mingxue's face, bestowing upon her an almost bloodthirsty beauty. Gazing at Huang Yanting, lying in a pool of her own blood, Li Mingxue felt a pang of sorrow, yet in the midst of battle, she could not afford to be distracted. She lifted her gaze to the beleaguered Li Yiqian before her eyes ablaze with fury. Today you must die here. With gritted teeth, she bellowed. And as her words echoed, a colossal ice hammer materialized in the sky above, its intimidating presence distorting the very fabric of space. With a swift motion of her arm, the ice hammer, imbued with a chilling energy, hurtled towards Li Yiqian at an astonishing speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. As the hammer descended upon her, Li Yiqian did not dare to underestimate the threat. She immediately summoned all her strength to conjure a wall of blood, positioning it defensively before her. Boom! The ice hammer collided with the blood wall, producing a thunderous sound that resonated for hundreds of kilometers, causing the ground to tremble. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound. The blood wall fractured, ultimately exploding into countless shards. Die! Li Mingxue shouted furiously, augmenting the force of her descending hammer, which directly smashed Li Yiqian into the ground. Rumbling. The earth quaked violently under the impact, revealing an immense pit that continued to crack and splinter outward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Yiqian gazed at the figure wielding the enormous hammer, gradually rising to her feet and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. A commendable strike, yet insufficient. She stated indifferently, her crimson eyes glinting with madness. Is that so? Li Mingxue replied with a cold laugh. Perhaps you should take a look at your injuries. At her words, Li Yiqian glanced down at her wounds, suddenly realizing that the injuries, which should have healed rapidly, were now sluggishly pulsating, as if something were impeding her recovery. However, she is, after all, a high-level zombie. Although these antibodies can exert a suppressive effect, they cannot completely inhibit her self-healing abilities. Yet, even so, it has caused her considerable trouble. Interesting, is this what you rely on? Li Yiqian murmured, a hint of expectation flickering in her eyes. Rest assured, I will ensure that you meet your demise here. As her words echoed, Li Mingxue advanced with a decisive step, launching yet another assault on Li Yiqian. The ice hammer in her grasp swung relentlessly, each arc summoning fierce gusts of wind, causing the very earth to tremble and dust to rise in clouds. The two engaged in a relentless aerial battle, exchanging blows with astonishing speed. Having clashed over 100 times in mere instants, each unleashing their full strength. Both were acutely aware of each other's formidable prowess, thus neither held back. Each strike a lethal intent. Yet, despite the fierce exchange, the disparity in their strengths was palpable, and it was evident that Li Mingxue was at a disadvantage. Before long, Li Yiqian's scythe inflicted a wound upon her shoulder, blood cascading down like raindrops. Glancing at the injury, a surge of determination surged within her. She resolved to trade injury for injury, and with a fierce swing, the spiked ice hammer sent her opponent hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mingxue denied Li Yiqian a moment's respite, instantly materializing before her and raising her colossal hammer, striking down without hesitation. She understood that in a prolonged conflict, the one to falter would inevitably be herself. Thus, she must inflict the maximum damage in the swiftest manner possible. Only by doing so would there be a chance to eliminate her. Otherwise, if time were to stretch on and her injuries healed, it would undoubtedly spell doom for oneself. As Li Mingxue charged ferociously, Li Yiqian's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly raised the scythe in her hand, attempting to fend off the impending blow from the colossal hammer. However, Li Mingxue's speed was unmatched as she summoned every ounce of her strength. With a swift twist of her wrist, the force of the ice hammer multiplied exponentially. Die! She bellowed, the ice hammer cutting through the air with a roaring wind, crashing violently onto Li Yiqian's chest. A resounding thud echoed, and Li Yiqian was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, Li Yiqian was no pushover. In that fleeting moment of flight, her scythe grazed her own chest, leaving behind a ghastly crimson mark. Chapter 96. Li Yiqian's scheme. Cough. Li Mingxue coughed violently, blood spilling profusely, her complexion growing pale. She pressed her hand against her chest, a chilling aura enveloping her, instantly sealing her wound. After accomplishing this, she turned her gaze toward Li Yiqian, who, despite having a sunken chest and blood continuously oozing from her mouth, wore an expression of eerie calmness, even curving her lips into a sinister smile. She wiped the blood from her lips and slowly rose to her feet. If you can inflict injury upon me, and you are one of them. She licked her lips, her crimson eyes glinting with a frenzied intensity. Not only will I ensure your injury, but I will also take your life tonight. Li Mingxue spoke fiercely, her massive hammer quivering in her grasp, emitting a resonant hum. Observing her demeanor, Li Yiqian's lips curled into a cold smirk as she deftly flipped her wrist, producing a scythe that pointed directly at her adversary. I shall witness how you intend to slay me. With a disdainful snort, Li Mingxue swung her hammer, aiming for Li Yiqian's head. As the colossal weapon descended upon her, Li Yiqian scoffed and swung her scythe in retaliation. Whoosh! A crimson beam of light surged skyward, imbued with a fierce momentum, hurtling towards Li Mingxue. In an instant, the oncoming hammer split in two. To kill me? You are far too premature, Li Yiqian declared, her form vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Li Mingxue. Panic surged through Li Mingxue as she sensed a chilling presence behind her, instinctively exclaiming, Ice shield. In the blink of an eye, a wall of ice materialized at her back, just as Li Yiqian's scythe struck fiercely against it. Crack! The ice shattered with a resounding crash, while simultaneously, the scythe met Li Mingxue's shoulder. A sharp pain coursed through her, swiftly followed by numbness. Yet she paid it little heed. With a sudden pivot, she summoned a layer of ice spikes and delivered a powerful punch to Li Yiqian's abdomen. Bang! Li Yiqian was once again sent flying. Li Mingxue clutched her wounded arm, torrents of blood seeping through her fingers. She glanced at her severed right arm, then encased it in a frost layer, staunching the flow of blood. Having completed all of this, Li Mingxue turned her gaze toward Li Yiqian, who was not far away. At that moment, her condition was hardly better. The blow she had just delivered had pierced through Li Yiqian's chest, and blood was gushing forth. Although her injury appeared grave, she was, after all, a high-level zombie, and this was far from sufficient to slay her. Yet, even so, it had dealt a significant blow to Li Yiqian. You truly are a monster, Li Mingxue observed, her expression grave. At this juncture, she noticed that Li Yiqian's chest was slowly mending. It was merely the effect of the antibody that hindered her from healing rapidly, but even so, it was enough to exemplify her terrifying nature. She dared not contemplate the implications. Had she arrived without the antibody, she would have been slain by Li Yiqian long ago. With this thought, she resolved that even at the cost of her own life, she would drag Li Yiqian down to hell. Otherwise, humanity might find itself devoid of hope. With my next move, I shall utterly vanquish you. She fixed her gaze upon Li Yiqian and spoke coldly. Indeed, I have grown weary of this game. It is time to bring it to a conclusion, Li Yiqian replied nonchalantly. The two locked eyes for a brief moment, and suddenly, Li Mingxue raised the colossal hammer in her hands, soaring into the air as she called out to the onlookers. Comrades, please evacuate immediately. Do not let yourselves be caught in my wake. Her voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the vicinity in an instant. Upon hearing Li Mingshue's words, Yun Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, only to turn her gaze toward Li Mingxue. When she beheld her current state, disbelief washed over her. Engaged in a fierce struggle with a third-tier zombie, she had momentarily overlooked the condition of her companion. Now, upon glancing over, she was struck by the severity of the injuries sustained. In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes. Mengxue Yu, she attempted to articulate, but was swiftly interrupted. Elder Yun, take them away. Li Mengxue commanded in a grave tone directed at Yun Haiyan. Yet, there are no buts, hurry. Yun Haiyan endeavored to respond. But Li Mingshue's fierce reprimand silenced her. They represented humanity's last hope. If they fell here, despair would surely follow. I may perish, but they must not. Move swiftly. Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing these words, Yun Haiyan took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. You must return, she cried out, then turned to face the soldiers still valiantly fighting. Sisters, retreat to the rear camp. With a powerful shout, Yun Haiyan charged headlong into the horde of zombies, carving a path for the soldiers' escape. As she watched the soldiers gradually retreat, a faint smile crossed Li Mishue's face. She then turned to observe Li Yiqian. She had anticipated that Li Yiqian might seize this opportunity to strike, yet to her surprise, she remained rooted in place, merely watching her. This perplexed her. She couldn't fathom it. Had Li Yiqian not realized that had she attacked earlier, Li Mingxue would have had to fight back with restraint? She could not believe that Li Yiqian was unaware. Was it simply deemed unnecessary? She pondered silently. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to resolve the matter swiftly. With this next strike, I shall unequivocally crush you, Li Mingxue declared coldly, gripping her colossal hammer. As she spoke, her aura surged steadily, soon reaching the pinnacle of the fourth tier, transforming her hair and garments to a pristine white. She appeared even more enchanting, yet exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust. Observing this transformation, Li Yiqian's lips curled into a peculiar smirk. I am quite eager to witness the might of your strike. With that, the languor that had previously enveloped Li Yiqian dissipated abruptly, replaced by a ferocious surge of energy. Throughout their confrontation, she had not exerted her full strength, for she had grown weary. What she truly desired now was to live alongside Yuli. The facade of impending defeat she displayed was a strategic ruse, as she yearned to take Yili to a realm solely belonging to the two of them. This moment was merely a part of her grand design. She would give her utmost effort, yet not exhaust all her strength. To show my respect, I shall also exert my full power, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion as she regarded Li Mingxue. In the next instant, her figure vanished from sight, and upon reappearing, she wielded a blood-red scythe. Standing before Li Mingxue. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingshue's pupils constricted, and she instinctively swung her massive hammer. Clang! As the scythe collided with the colossal hammer, a sharp sound reverberated through the surroundings. The hammer was forcefully deflected by the scythe, causing Li Mingshue's hands to be pushed apart, and she was propelled several meters back. Remarkable, Li Mingxue silently acknowledged. Standing her ground, the icy hammer in her hand gradually dissipated. Upon witnessing this, Li Yiqian narrowed her blood-red eyes, puzzled by her intentions. Ignoring her, Li Mingxue reformed a broadsword. I concede your strength, she murmured, gazing at Li Yiqian. Thus, I shall slay you with my utmost might. With that, she tightened her grip on the broadsword and gently swung it towards her. This seemingly unremarkable gesture instilled in Li Yiqian an unprecedented sense of peril, compelling her to brace herself with the scythe crossed over her chest. Clang! Another resonant clash echoed, as Li Yiqian was thrust back 2 steps by the overwhelming force. Regaining her balance, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. That blow had evoked a genuine sense of crisis. To put it bluntly, had she not defended herself, she was certain she would have sustained severe injuries. After all, she was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Although she had deliberately suppressed her power, it was not something a mere mid-4th tier could destabilize. The fact that it forced her back 2 steps was a testament to her adversary's prowess. Unfazed by the initial setback, Li Mingxue wasted no time, appearing before her in the blink of an eye, and swung the broadsword downward with ferocity. Boom! In an instant, a massive fissure spread from the horizontal blade in Li Mingxue's hand, fracturing the earth and causing the ground to upheave along its path. The power was formidable, though the speed was somewhat lacking. Observing the ferocity of Li Mingxue's assault, Li Yiqian maintained her composure and offered a word of praise. Suddenly, her body vanished into thin air, only to reappear at Li Mingxue's side in the next moment. A sharp sound sliced through the air, laden with a heavy scent of blood. Feeling the chilling wind rush toward her from the side, Li Mishue's gaze sharpened instantly. She crouched down just in time to evade the incoming strike. Then, with a swift turn, her horizontal blade glided toward her opponent with seamless momentum. Noticing this, Li Yiqian hastily withdrew, narrowly escaping the blow. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that even Yun Haiyan, a short distance away, could barely discern the action. Such incredible speed. Could this truly be the prowess of a fourth-tier fighter? From her vantage point in the high-rise, Yun Haiyan watched the two combatants with awe and disbelief. The intensity of this clash was beyond her capacity to engage. Just as she was grappling with her astonishment, the voice of Wan Xiaowei crackled through her earpiece. Yun Lao, do you copy? Hastily pressing the earpiece, Yun Haiyan replied, I can hear you. Please proceed. Yun Lao, what is the situation on your end? The circumstances are quite tense. With my current strength, I am unable to intervene. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaowei fell into a brief silence before continuing. Yun Lao, I urge you to proceed immediately to the highway in the Eastern District. Upon hearing this, Yun Haiyan was momentarily taken aback, then asked with a serious tone, what is happening over there? An intense battle has erupted. It is likely that Wan Xing is engaged in combat. Do you know the strength of that zombie? I do not, but I can ascertain that its power is undoubtedly formidable. Very well, I shall head over immediately. Elder Yun, please be cautious. With that, Yun Haiyan cast a glance at the two individuals locked in battle before turning and departing. Meanwhile, at the rear of the base, within the woods along Dongxiao Road, the sound of explosions echoed. Trees toppled with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Blood gun formation. A sharp command erupted from Yi Li's lips. His figure hovered in midair, the long spear in his hand aimed menacingly at Shui Wanqing, while behind him, countless crimson spears materialized. Go! As the command was issued, a multitude of spears transformed into a cascade of red light, hurtling toward Shui Wanqing. Upon witnessing this, a look of grave concern crossed Shui Wanqing's face, and she began to emit faint arcs of electricity. Thunderstyle, thunderstep. Beneath her feet, bolts of lightning flickered, propelling her forward like a flash of lightning as she weaved through the barrage of spears. This woman is indeed a formidable opponent. Yi Li's brow furrowed. Shui Wanqing's combat experience was exceedingly rich. She was a seasoned hunter. Meanwhile, he remained a novice, lacking any significant experience. Were it not for their disparity in strength, he would have likely been subdued by her by now. It is imperative to find a swift resolution to this battle. Otherwise, once Li Yiqian manages to extricate herself, I fear I shall be plunged back into those nightmarish days. Though he harbored no desire to inflict harm upon her, the mere recollection of his torment solidified his wavering resolve. Gritting his teeth, in the next moment, he swiftly advanced, appearing before her in the blink of an eye, thrusting his spear forcefully towards her calf. This strike appeared to be executed with remarkable speed, yet Yi Li meticulously moderated his strength to avoid injuring her. However, he underestimated Shui Wanqing's agility. Just as the spear was about to pierce her, Shui Wanqing suddenly accelerated, evading his attack and swiftly raising her right arm to seize his wrist. Her speed was astonishing, even surpassing his own. Yi Li's expression shifted in alarm as he promptly retracted his hand and retreated hastily. Shui Wanqing's velocity was so extraordinary that it eluded capture, and he could sense a power emanating from her that seemed to eclipse his own. How could you be so formidable? Gazing at Shui Wanqing before him, Yi Li was enveloped in profound astonishment and confusion. Her speed and strength had evidently reached a late-stage caliber. Yet, in their previous encounters, he had distinctly perceived her capabilities as significantly inferior to his. But now, I have stated that I shall not allow you to leave. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing offered no reply to his inquiry, merely maintaining an expression of tranquility. Although her strength resided in the mid-third tier, she was capable of contending with those of the late third tier. Furthermore, in the confrontation between the two, Yi Li was deliberately holding back, and her lack of combat experience led her to believe she could easily triumph over him. Had it not been for Shui Wanqing's concern for his safety, she would not have displayed such gentleness moments ago. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Yi Li felt a twinge of annoyance. The longer they lingered here, the slimmer the chances of escape became, for he could not ascertain when Li Yiqian would conclude her battle. He yearned for a swift resolution, yet he found it difficult to unleash his full power against her. Moreover, even if he did, victory was not guaranteed. Chapter 98. What are you doing? Holding my little Li brother? With this thought, Yi Li tightened his grip on the spear, letting out a soft sigh. He turned to Shui Wanqing, his handsome visage etched with seriousness. Since you are so insistent on obstructing me, then I shall no longer hold back. As the words left his lips, he flicked his wrist, and suddenly, a blood-red glow erupted from the spear. Be careful. With Yi Li's warning, he vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, the crimson spear was already aimed at her abdomen. Clang! The long knife met the spear, resulting in a violent clash that unleashed a tempestuous force, shattering nearby trees. Shui Wanqing's body was uncontrollably propelled backward. As she was thrown through the air, Yi Li surged forward, his fist clenched, delivering a powerful strike that landed heavily upon her. Boom! The force of the blow was tremendous, sending her flying several dozen meters, crashing into multiple trees before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. After a couple of labored breaths, Shui Wanqing slowly rose to her feet, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks were slightly pale, clearly bruised by Yi Li's powerful punch. What immense strength! Shui Wanqing's heart tightened as she cast a solemn glance at Yi Li, a shadow of gravity crossing her features. She understood that he had merely held back with that last strike. Otherwise, given his formidable prowess at the late stage of the third tier, she would have found it rather unbearable to withstand a full-force blow from him. Huh, am I being underestimated by this little man? Shui Wanqing quipped inwardly, and then straightened her posture, her gaze resolute as it met his. If I cannot surpass you, then what reason do I have to believe I can triumph over that woman? With this thought, her grip on the long sword tightened, emanating a fierce blade aura. Sensing the menacing energy radiating from her, Yi Li could not help but feel a jolt of alarm. He perceived a chilling aura of death emanating from her, an essence he had only encountered in one other individual. Yi Li, once I bring you back, I shall sincerely apologize to you, Shui Wanqing proclaimed, her sword poised before her, each breath producing sharp, cutting sword chi that danced through the air like a flurry of blades. Huh, an apology? Upon hearing those words, Yi Li couldn't suppress a sardonic laugh. Shui Wanqing, if you truly wish to apologize, then release me, and I can assure you that I will not harm anyone from your stronghold. I'm afraid, Yi Li, that I cannot trust your words, Shui Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Haha, indeed, you women profess your love for me with such fervor. Yet in the end, it appears to be nothing more than a ruse to ensnare men. I have not deceived you. If you were aware of your current state, you would comprehend the reason behind my words. As she spoke, Shui Wanqing's long blade reflected the visage of Yi Li at that moment. His eyes were a vivid crimson, and he exuded an overwhelming fervor, with saliva incessantly dripping from the corners of his mouth. This manifestation was reminiscent of something she had only witnessed in one instance, that of a ravenous zombie. I care not. Today, I must leave. You have no idea what I have endured these past months. You cannot best her. She is a demon, and you stand no chance against her. Yi Li roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the forest, lingering in the air. Perhaps, listening to his words, Shui Wanqing fell silent for a moment before murmuring, however formidable she may be, I shall reclaim you from her grasp. With that declaration, Shui Wanqing's gaze flickered with intensity, her determination solidifying. As the words water melody lingered in the air, Yi Li barely registered her final utterance before his vision blurred, and Shui Wanqing's figure vanished in an instant. Gradually, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a slender gash had abruptly appeared upon his skin. Just as Yi Li's pupils registered movement, an excruciating pain surged through him, and an abundant flow of blood erupted forth. Blood flowed profusely from his wounds. Coughing violently, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as each spasm of cough brought forth excruciating pain. Although he was a zombie endowed with remarkable self-healing abilities, it did not imply the absence of sensation. He was fundamentally different from other zombies. After all, he was a hybrid of human and undead. Thus, the physical agony he endured was not significantly less than that of an ordinary person. His body succumbed to an uncontrollable collapse, a tingling numbness pervading through him, rendering him rigid and unable to rise. As he lay on the ground, gasping heavily, torrents of blood streamed from his injuries. Shui Wanqing stood before him, gazing down with an expression that was a complex blend of emotions on her strikingly handsome face. She crouched down and reached out to caress his cheek. The moment her fingertips brushed against his skin, she could not help but shudder slightly. Rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will be over. After uttering these words, she struck a precise blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. As she cradled him in her arms, ready to rise, she suddenly froze, a look of grave panic etched upon her face, a palpable fear of death. What are you planning to do with my dear little brother? At that moment, a sultry voice, infused with an enchanting allure, resonated from behind her. Upon hearing this voice, Shui Wanqing's entire body trembled, an indescribable dread washing over her. She refrained from turning around, for her instincts warned her of impending danger. If she turns back, she will perish. It seemed that her silence prompted that voice to echo once more from behind her, this time laced with an unmistakable chill. I am inquiring about you. What are you doing holding my little brother? Upon hearing this voice, Shui Wanqing's body trembled once again. In that instant, she felt death was perilously close, conjuring an illusion that a mere movement would lead to her demise in the next heartbeat. Her palms began to perspire, and a look of terror graced her countenance. Yet, she forced herself to regain composure, tightly gripping the long knife in her hand, her internal energy subtly circulating within her. Suddenly, she swung the knife backward with a fierce motion, the blade slicing through the air with a sharpness that was palpable. A clash of metal resounded, without sparing a glance. Shui Wanqing dashed forward, clutching Yi Li, her speed reaching an extraordinary peak, as if she were a bolt of lightning. In mere moments, she had covered over 100 meters. Observing Shui Wanqing's retreating figure, Zhou Wei gradually lowered her wolf-tooth club, a playful smile emerging on her exquisite oval face. Thinking of escaping? She murmured softly, but in the next instant, her expression shifted to one of ferocity. That is contingent upon my consent. With that, she forcefully propelled herself off the ground, her petite form instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow as she pursued Shui Wanqing with astonishing speed. At this moment, Shui Wanqing was running desperately, disregarding everything. Her forehead glistened with a multitude of beads of sweat, and her body ached profoundly. Yet, even in such a state, she had no intention of abandoning Yi Li. A fourth-tier zombie. How could there possibly be a fourth-tier zombie here? Shui Wanqing's heart was filled with overwhelming shock. She was so certain because only a fourth-tier zombie possessed the ability to speak. But how could a fourth-tier zombie exist in this place? This was the doubt that lingered in Shui Wanqing's mind. However, she had no surplus energy to ponder this. All she knew was that she had to run frantically forward. Behind her, that zombie had already closed in. Let him go, or you'll die. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through from behind. Zhou Wei spoke, her tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. Hearing the zombie's threat, Shui Wanqing paid no heed. Instead, she summoned all her strength and continued to sprint ahead. But I had given you a chance. As Zhou Wei's words fell, Shui Wanqing felt a sudden chill sweep over her back. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. Then, she saw a dark, menacing spiked club descending from above, aimed directly at her head. This is bad, Shui Wanqing silently exclaimed, exerting her legs with all her might. She fell backward while throwing her long knife toward the spiked club. Clang! The spiked club collided with the long knife, producing a thunderous sound and scattering sparks. Utilizing the force of the rebound, Shui Wanqing swiftly rolled several meters away. Yet, before she could stabilize herself, a tremendous force struck her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Nevertheless, she clung tightly to Yi Li, ensuring he did not fly away. A mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, staining Yi Li's cheeks crimson. Shui Wanqing paid it no mind. Instead, she picked up the knife from the ground and, bracing herself, trembled as she stood up. Only then did she discern the zombie before her. It was a girl clad in a red dress, with lustrous black hair cut to her shoulders and strikingly beautiful features. A faint smile lingered on her face, reminiscent of a gentle and refined noble princess. However, her eyes glowed with an eerie red light, resembling the pupils of a beast, brimming with bloodlust and savagery. Sister, give him to me, Zhou Wei said, gazing at Shui Wanqing, her delicate smile revealing a hint of sweetness in her voice. Her demeanor appeared exceedingly docile, akin to the beloved girl next door. Yet now, Shui Wanqing regarded her with grave concern, gripping the knife with a fierce determination. Who are you really? What do you want with Yi Li? She demanded coldly, blocking Zhou Wei's gaze towards Yi Li. Sister, there's no need to be so serious. We are strangers after all. I simply adore Shaoli Gij and wish for you to hand him over to me, Zhou Wei replied, her eyes drifting past Shui Wanqing to rest upon Yi Li. She licked her delicate lips with a small tongue, her gaze betraying a hint of infatuation and greed. Shaoli Gij's scent is truly delightful. As she spoke, an unusual flush crept onto her exquisitely crafted face, suggesting a state of intoxication. Observing her self-absorbed demeanor, Shui Wanqing fell silent, her vigilance heightened. She did not belittle herself due to her appearance. Rather, She was exceedingly cautious at that moment. The pressure exerted by the little girl was akin to that which Li Yiqian had once imposed upon her. After indulging in her momentary delight, Zhou Yuer withdrew her slender fingers from her mouth, which still bore remnants of viscous saliva. "Very well, hand over Shaoli Gu to me, and I shall spare your life." As she spoke, she lifted her foot and approached her. However, the instant she made a move, Shui Wanqing's gaze sharpened, and she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already wielding a long knife, striking towards Zhou Yuer's back. "TSK, why choose death when life is within reach?" Zhou Yuer remarked coldly, simultaneously positioning her Wolf Fang club behind her. The two weapons clashed with a resonant sound of metal meeting metal. Witnessing her attack effortlessly parried, Shui Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly retreated. "Your strength is commendable for a third-tier fighter." In that fleeting moment as she withdrew, Zhou Yuer had already raised her Wolf Fang club, appearing at her side. "But to think you can kill me, you are sorely mistaken." A sense of dread filled Shui Wanqing's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted, positioning her long knife horizontally before her chest, summoning every ounce of her strength. Humph. Futile resistance. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Zhou Yuer's Wolf Fang club ruthlessly struck against the long knife in her grasp. With a sharp crack, the sound reverberated in Shui Wanqing's ears. In the next instant, she felt an intense force surging through the long blade, causing a sharp pain in her palm. And her body was sent soaring into the air like a baseball. "Why choose to seek death when living well suffices?" Zhou Yuer coldly remarked, her figure flickering as she ascended into the sky. "Die," she uttered with a low growl, her Wolf Fang club swinging fiercely towards Shui Wanqing, unleashing a terrifying surge of power. As the club drew closer, Shui Wanqing felt as though everything around her was gradually freezing in time. Memories of her past began to resurface in her mind. Was it ultimately regret? The scene froze at the moment she first encountered Yili. At that time, the zombie outbreak had yet to occur, and she was engaged in her clandestine dealings. Until one fateful day, when she visited a store but lacked the funds to purchase alcohol, it was Yili who came to her aid, paying for her. She could never forget the smile he wore then. It was etched in her memory for a lifetime. Yet in the end, she had failed to express her true feelings. With those thoughts, she helplessly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Abyssal ice wall. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated. Simultaneously, she sensed that she was being held in someone's embrace. Chapter 100, The Eve of Farewell. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Yili. His face smeared with blood, as he held her tightly, valiantly shielding her from Zhou Yuer's assault. His visage was marred with crimson stains, presenting a grotesque beauty. Yet, the blood was not his own, but rather that of Shui Wanqing from moments prior. Snap! A crisp sound resonated in the ears of the two individuals, as what appeared to be an unyielding ice wall was shattered by a powerful strike from Zhou Yuer. In a valiant attempt to shield Shui Wanqing, Yili braced his back against this terrifying onslaught, only to be violently propelled away. A muffled groan escaped his lips as their bodies were sent tumbling a short distance away, the immense force causing them to roll several meters further. However, their roles had now reversed entirely. Yili, determined to protect Shui Wanqing from harm, held her tightly in his embrace, enduring the full brunt of Zhou Yuer's assault. "I'm sorry, brotherly," Zhou Yuer exclaimed, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic, much like a little sister caught in mischief. With her petite stature and princess-like attire, her expression at that moment appeared almost pitiable. Under normal circumstances, it would have surely softened Yili's heart. Yet, the present situation was markedly different, for he could distinctly sense the formidable strength of the girl before him, far surpassing his own. "Yili, are you all right?" Shui Wanqing inquired anxiously. Observing the steadfast embrace of Yili, he had taken that blow head-on, and to claim he was unscathed would be utterly implausible. Cough, cough. Yili coughed a few times, shaking his head weakly. I'm fine." He released Shui Wanqing and slowly rose to his feet. His gaze fixed coldly upon Zhou Yuer in the distance. "What have you done with Shuri? The strength of she is well understood. She certainly would not be easily defeated. However, her presence here subtly indicates that her current situation is likely not favorable. As for her," Zhou Yuer could not help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. "Her words have nearly been silenced by my actions, and it will take some time for her to recover." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Yili, assuring him that once she regains her strength, my objectives would also be accomplished. "What do you intend to do?" Yili inquired, furrowing his brows at her words. In response, An enigmatic smile graced Zhou Wei's face. You will find out once you return with me. Now, come with me. With that, she vanished from her location, reappearing instantaneously as her hand reached for his. Be careful, Shui Wanqing shouted, alerting them to Zhou Wei's movement. Yi Li sensed the imminent danger and swiftly sidestepped, lifting his foot to deliver a fierce kick toward her. With a thud, Zhou Wei was sent flying by his powerful strike. She spun gracefully in the air before landing lightly and steadily on her feet. Not bad strength, but it will take more than that to bring me down, little Li. Zhou Wei teased with a light laugh. With a slight exertion of her legs, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow, closing the distance to Yi Li in an instant. Her spiked club raised high. It sliced through the air with a fierce pressure as it aimed for his waist. This is bad. As the spiked mace approached, Yi Li's pupils dilated in shock. He attempted to conjure a spear to fend off the attack. Yet his speed proved insufficient against Zhou Wei. Just as he was about to be struck, a long blade appeared at his waist, intercepting Zhou Wei's assault. Clang! The mace collided with the blade, resonating with a metallic clash. Oh! Zhou Wei arched an eyebrow at the blade before her, turning to Shui Wanqing beside her. She coldly remarked, I had intended to spare you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. With that, her figure vanished before Shui Wanqing could comprehend, reappearing behind her. The spiked mace swung down violently towards her head with astonishing speed. Just as she was about to succeed, Zhou Wei abruptly halted her movement, sidestepping Yi Li's fierce thrust. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Wanqing's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of her wrist, the long blade sliced down towards Zhou Wei. Humph! Zhou Wei, noticing this, let out a disdainful snort. She deftly evaded Shui Wanqing's attack, creating distance between them. Her gaze narrowed at Yi Li and the two women, her crimson eyes glinting with intrigue. Little Li, it seems your relationship with her is rather intimate. Should that woman witness this scene? I trust you understand the consequences that await you? Upon hearing Zhou Wei's words, Yi Li's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of the implications behind her words, and his immediate concern was to escape from City S before Li Yiqian arrived. However, with Zhou Wei blocking the way, finding an avenue for escape had become a daunting challenge. As he pondered over potential strategies, a thunderous sound abruptly reached the ears of the crowd. What could it be? The onlookers turned in unison, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected disturbance. Frustration welled within. Had the battle come to a conclusion? Unlike the others who were engulfed in confusion, Zhou Wei merely cast a glance and instantly recognized that the conflict involving Li Yiqian had concluded. If only it had lasted a few more minutes. Zhou Wei silently cursed under her breath, promptly disregarding Yi Li and the others. She stowed away her Wolf Fang club and departed. She needed to escort her subordinates away. Otherwise, if Li Yiqian came looking for them, her two companions would likely meet a dire fate. Had it not been for the prolonged entanglement with the corpse, she would have already led them to safety. As Zhou Wei vanished into the distance, Yi Li and Shui Wanqing exchanged a bewildered glance, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they were perplexed by her sudden departure. Is she leaving? After a lengthy pause, Yi Li finally spoke, her voice laced with curiosity. Indeed, she has left. I can no longer sense her presence. Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement, equally surprised by the ease with which she had exited, especially in the absence of any forewarning. Once it was confirmed that she had truly departed, an awkward silence enveloped the two. The atmosphere had become undeniably uncomfortable, only moments prior. They had been embroiled in a fierce struggle, and now, due to Zhou Wei's abrupt exit, the tension had escalated. After a prolonged silence, Shui Wanqing took the initiative to break it, directing her gaze at Yi Li. With a delicate press of her lips, she inquired, Do you still intend to leave? Upon hearing these words, Yi Li fell into a moment of silence. He turned his gaze towards the dawn light at the horizon and, after a brief pause, spoke softly. I'm sorry, but I have my reasons for leaving. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing instinctively clenched her fists, watching his retreating figure with a profound sense of reluctance. Ultimately, she lowered her head, feeling powerless to release her grip. This time, she refrained from pleading for him to stay, nor did she intend to hinder his departure, for she understood that her efforts would be in vain. The image of being sheltered in his embrace lingered vividly in her mind, making it impossible to dismiss. It was the same before Li Yiqian and Zhou Wei. A deep sense of helplessness surged within her heart, rendering her unable to utter words of entreaty. After a long pause, Shui Wanqing lifted her gaze to his silhouette and slowly spoke. I will. With that, he no longer lingered, turning to dash into the woods on the opposite side. Although her heart ached with countless feelings of reluctance, he knew that this was not the moment for indecision. He needed to escape S City swiftly, otherwise he would face relentless torment. Watching Yili's figure vanish into the distance, Shui Wanqing instinctively raised her hand, yearning to grasp the corner of his garment. Yet, alas, she found nothing to hold on to. Yili, you must return. I will wait for you, she whispered wistfully before closing her eyes and allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. On the other side, the main battlefield unfolded. At this moment, Li Mingxue stood at the edge of the vast pit, gazing down at Li Yiqian within. The expression that once bore the weight of gravity slowly unfolded into one of relief. At last, have we truly triumphed? A soft chuckle escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Humanity has finally emerged victorious. Just as those words left her mouth, a surge of crimson poured forth, revealing a grievous wound upon her chest. Her body fell backward, ultimately collapsing into the depths of the chasm. Mid-stage of the fourth tier, Li Mingxue, sacrificed. Late stage of the fourth tier, Li Yiqian, perished. 10 years later, in City S, within the most opulent villa, a striking woman exuding an aura of terror stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the scene below. Has it truly been a decade since the war ended? The woman murmured softly, time passes so swiftly. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted her reverie. Come in, she commanded, releasing a breath of frustration, her voice steady. As the door swung open, a woman of remarkable beauty entered. It was none other than Yu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yu Xiaoran, Shui Wanqing's previously stern demeanor softened instantly. Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd come and sit for a while, Yu Xiaoran replied, shaking her head as she made her way to the sofa. As she settled in, her gaze fell upon a framed photograph on the table, and the man within it was all too familiar to her. Yet, was there something troubling her? Upon hearing her words, Shui Wanqing softly inquired, while setting a cup of tea upon the table. Over the course of the past decade, Yu Xiaoran had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her appearance now strikingly reminiscent of Yi Li. She had also grown to a height of 1.80 meters. More importantly, her demeanor had evolved, exuding an increasing air of maturity and composure. I merely wish to come and chat with you, Sister Wanqing. Yu Xiaoran gently shook her head, lifted the teacup from the table, and took a delicate sip, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. In response, Shui Wanqing nodded slightly, refraining from pressing further. She understood Yu Xiaoran's nature. If there was something she wished to share, she would certainly do so. Contemplating this, she settled onto the opposite sofa, taking a sip from her own teacup. Sister Wanqing, this photograph. Yu Xiaoran glanced at the framed picture on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then inquired, what is it? Are you still waiting for your brother? Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing offered a faint smile. She neither confirmed nor denied, instead rising to retrieve the frame from the table. As she gazed at the figure in the photograph, a look of affection filled her eyes. Yes, I am still waiting. She tenderly traced the boy's cheek in the picture, as if such an act could somehow bridge the gap to his presence. Sister Wanqing, observing this, Yu Xiaoran could not help but speak up, wishing to persuade her to let go. All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Shall we discuss something more cheerful? Shui Wanqing returned the frame to its original place and turned to Yu Xiaoran, saying, by the way, Xiaoran, you are no longer a child. At 27. Perhaps it is time for you to find a boyfriend? I am not in a hurry. Sister Wanqing has yet to reach out. Yu Xiaoran, upon hearing this, shook her head and smiled. I have no leisure to engage in romance. Besides, you know I have always harbored feelings for your brother. Shui Wanqing let out a helpless sigh, and then placed the photo frame back in its original position. Over the years, she had been waiting for Yi Li's return, never once considering anyone else. Numerous suitors had pursued her, yet she turned them all down, for her heart was already filled. Upon hearing her words, Yu Xiaoran fell silent. Ever since he was taken away by Li Yiqian, she had not seen him again. To claim she did not miss him would be a lie. Throughout the years, they had been searching for Yi Li, but to no avail, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoran softly inquired, Sister Wanqing, do you think my brother will come back? The mere thought of her brother's visage brought a sense of melancholy to Yu Xiaoran, her tone laden with profound sorrow. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Yu Xiaoran before turning her head to look out the window, and softly replied, he will return, for that is the promise he made to me. Elsewhere, in a remote town, there stood a lavish, independent villa. This grand residence occupied a significant expanse, adorned with opulent decorations that seemed out of place in such a secluded locale. Yet, this villa emanated an undeniable aura of oppression. No other buildings surrounded it, and only after traveling 100 miles could one find other homes. The entire town exudes an atmosphere of vibrant camaraderie and bustling activity. Yet it is also permeated by an eerie undercurrent. Each inhabitant possesses crimson eyes, radiating an unsettling aura. Not far behind a villa lies a steep cliff. Standing at its edge allows one to gaze down upon the entire town, while a gentle sea breeze caresses the skin. Has it been a decade? A strikingly handsome man stands at the precipice, his gaze fixed downward, his scarlet eyes betraying a sense of weariness. He breathes in the evening air, murmuring softly to himself. At that moment, two arms unexpectedly encircle him from behind, drawing him into a warm embrace. "What are you thinking about, Xiaoli?" A cool voice whispers in his ear, imbued with boundless tenderness. Yet this voice causes the man to shudder slightly. He slowly turns to behold the woman behind him. She is tall and beautiful, with the crimson hue in her eyes adding an alluring touch to her charm. "Nothing, I just wanted to feel the sea breeze," he replies, gently shaking his head before returning his gaze to the distance. "Ichian, I wish to go out, to sea." The evening breeze tousles their hair, lending an ethereal quality to their figures. Listening to Yeli's words, Li Ichian maintains her composure and nods lightly. "Then let us venture out. After all, it has been a decade since you last left this place." The story concludes here. P.S. This narrative might not be particularly well crafted. The beginning is decent, but the latter part falters, especially during the supernatural segments. Nevertheless, it is written and cannot be undone. A new story is in preparation and will be shared in due course. This new book may possess a rather eccentric nature, however. I shall strive to maintain an appropriate balance to avoid any potential censorship.